Chapter 357. I don't believe you, said Professor Snape. No one cares if you believe it or not, Harry answered. Victoria, Daphne sat by her side. The girl had a massive freakout when she woke up inside the headmaster's office. She thought she had been tricked and kidnapped. After calming her down a bit, they explained everything that had happened, and now she wasn't saying a word. Victoria was sitting on a couch, looking down at the floor with an empty expression. Victoria, can you say something to us? Daphne tried her best to be reassuring and calm. If you have any questions, you can ask all you want, Harry said. I have a lot of questions, Snape added. Severus, let us answer Miss Black first, Dumbledore said. Victoria's head moved, and her eyes snapped. It is Lady Black. She spat the words while glaring directly at Dumbledore. This is just another one of your schemes, isn't it? What is it that you want this time? Lady Black, please calm down, Dumbledore said in a placating manner. This is no such thing. I know you are very confused right now, but if you give us some time we see. I won't give anything else. You took my inheritance, you sent me to live with those monsters, and then when I was finally happy you had to take them too. Her eyes grew cold as she stared at the headmaster. No more, she raised her right hand. The silver band on her wrist transformed into a runic weapon, like the one she used against the dragon, but much smaller. This one was more like a handgun and was aimed at Dumbledore's chest. No more, she screamed. Harry moved in front of her before she could shoot, pushing the gun away with one hand while his other hand touched the girl's neck. Hypnos. As Harry said the word, Victoria felt the uncontrollable urge to sleep. She tried to fight it, but Harry had put a lot of power into that spell, knowing about her mental defenses. Her mind gave up, and her eyes closed. He secured her body before it could fall, as well as the gun. That went well. She wants to kill us, Daphne said. Not all of us, just one. Harry put her back on the couch and held up the gun to examine it. Snape glanced back at Dumbledore. She wants to kill me, the headmaster said. That's quite the relief. It seems like taking away her wand wasn't enough of a precaution, Snape said, staring at the weapon in Harry's hands. Is that a Muggle pistol? It has a similar design, Harry put it on the table. But this one works with magic. It has a small arc stone on the top part. It must shoot some type of spell, like a piercing charm. This is like what she used to kill that dragon? Daphne asked. It looks like a smaller version of that, Dumbledore said. Merlin. Daphne exclaimed. That one took off half of the dragon's head. Even though this one was much smaller, she'd rather not think about what it would have done to the headmaster if she'd pulled that trigger. I would recommend taking away all of her jewelry. She may have more of these ready to use, Harry advised. Daphne looked at the sleeping Victoria. She appeared so peaceful now. What are we going to do with her? We can't keep her asleep forever. There must be someone she will listen to. Are there any remaining members of the Black family? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. Walburga Black died a few years ago. She was the last proper member of the family. The others, like Narcissa Malfoy, no longer carry the name. And we don't even know where she is or if she's alive. Yes, I remember hearing Draco Malfoy bragging a few times about how he was going to take over that family and become the next Lord Black, Daphne said. I suppose we could call my parents, Harry said, although he wasn't sure how Victoria was going to react to that encounter either. From the few bits and pieces of information he had gotten from her comments, it seemed likely she had been sent to live with the Dursleys and was later rescued by some members of the Black family. That meant the Potters must have all been dead in her world. You think that's a good idea? What if she gets violent again? Daphne asked. I'll be there to stop her, Harry said. I'll call them. Dumbledore glanced at Snape next. Severus, why don't you take her to your office? I don't think it would be wise for her to wake up in here again. And I also believe it would be better if I'm not present in that meeting. Very well, I'll keep an eye on her, Snape said. There was no way he was leaving her alone in his office. After he left, Dumbledore sat back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Could I really have been that bad in her world to warrant that reaction? I mean, it wasn't you, though. Just a different version of you, Daphne said. Yes, but can we be that different after all? She accused me of stealing her inheritance and killing someone important to her. I cannot imagine myself doing something like that. Don't beat yourself up over it. Alternative versions can be extremely different from ourselves. I mean, today I learned that at least 2 versions of myself are in love with Draco Malfoy, Harry commented. Wait, what did you say? Daphne asked. Chapter 358. This is a lot to take in, Lily Potter said. Yes, take your time, Lily, Dumbledore reassured her. James glanced at his son. Looks like we missed quite a bit. Harry nodded. After bringing his parents into the headmaster's office, they had to explain a lot of what was going on to them, including Victoria's situation. It wasn't too hard for them to accept since they already knew about the existence of alternate realities and were aware that Harry came from one of them. Even though his circumstances were very different from Victoria's. He had died in his old world and awoke here in a new body, while Victoria just found herself in a different place out of nowhere. I cannot imagine what that girl is going through, she lost her entire reality, Lily said. They did avoid mentioning the fact that, had Victoria not lost her world, it would have been them, the Potters, and everyone else, who would have disappeared instead. James looked at Daphne with curiosity. And how did you get tangled in this mess, Daphne? Oh, well, she wasn't sure what to answer. Now she realized that it had been a mistake to stay. She only wanted to be of some help to Harry. Miss Greengrass has not left Harry's side for a moment. I believe they are quite close, Dumbledore said, giving the Potters a knowing look. Are they? Lily glanced at them with interest. Really? James raised an eyebrow. Don't you have anywhere else to be? Harry asked the headmaster. This is my office, Dumbledore responded. Harry, don't be so rude to the headmaster, James scolded him. Is this true? Lily was now staring directly at Daphne. The girl grew embarrassed but eventually nodded. I believe we have more pressing matters, Harry decided to help her out. Yes, Harry is right. Should we go talk to this girl? Victoria, was it? James said. Victoria Black. And she also answers to Lady Black, Dumbledore said. Black? Wait, isn't she a Potter? James felt like they had skipped an important part of the story. She is, of course, a Potter. But from what we know, she was adopted by some members of the Black family when she was little and ended up taking their name, Dumbledore explained. We can also be sure that all the Potters of her world were already dead since she was sent to the Dursleys, Harry commented. To Petunia? You mean like, Lily started. Like me, Harry confirmed. I don't remember her mentioning that name, Dumbledore noted. She mentioned that you left her with those monsters. That is also how I would have called them at some point in my life, Harry said. Oh, were they that bad? The headmaster inquired. Yes. That's all Harry was willing to say. Lily frowned. She hadn't spoken to her sister in many years, and after hearing about Harry's past, she was in no hurry to call her again. Do we at least know which one of them adopted her? Please tell me it wasn't Walburga, James said. He had met the woman only twice, and that had been enough for him. We don't know. You will have to ask her yourself, Dumbledore said before putting a box on the table. I will entrust these with you. He moved it closer so the Potters could see it better. There was a wand, a gun, and several pieces of jewelry. Is that a Muggle firearm? James was not expecting to see one of those inside Hogwarts. These are Victoria's belongings. She is apparently a master when it comes to runwork. She created these magical projectile weapons. This pistol used to be a wristband, and we can assume that all these rings and other pieces of jewelry can also transform into something dangerous. So we took them all, Dumbledore explained. Lily took the magic pistol and examined it. She made this is very impressive work. There is an Arcanstone and a piercing charm embedded into the barrel. It's very inventive. And dangerous. We all saw her use a large version of that to kill a dragon today, Dumbledore warned her. I would recommend not returning anything in there to her until you're completely sure she won't use them against you. We couldn't take her family ring off. But that should be fine, Harry said. Those old rings have so many protections that it would be impossible to add anything else to them. James glanced at Harry. He was getting a bit worried about bringing someone dangerous into his house. Lily noticed his look and could guess what he was thinking. James, she is also our daughter. We shouldn't judge her before knowing more about her, like what kind of childhood she had. You're right, we should go meet her then, James nodded. Where is she? I requested Severus take her to his office. She did not react well to being here or seeing me. I believe it's better if I'm not present during your conversation, Dumbledore said. Once they were outside the office, Daphne approached Harry. I think I better sit this one out too. It's going to be a family affair after all. Harry agreed. The fewer people there, the better. Daphne gave Harry a kiss on the cheek and excused herself. I'll see you tomorrow. After she left, Harry heard his father chuckling. How long were you planning on keeping that to yourself? Harry sighed. Forever. That's why this chapter is longer than usual. Potter, Snape snarled after opening the door, finding himself face to face with James Potter. As pleasant as always, snivel ouch. James grabbed his head in pain. Do not call him that, Lily warned with a glare from his side. They came to meet Victoria. We thought they might have better luck getting through to her than the headmaster, Harry explained. Snape grunted before opening the door wider. She hasn't made any sign of waking up yet. Of course not. Unless I remove the spell I put on her, she won't wake up for another day or so, Harry said, walking into the office, followed by his father. Lily paused for a moment to greet her old friend. It's nice to see you again. They hadn't seen each other since the end of last year. Snape nodded. Yes, it is. So, this is her, James said, staring at the sleeping girl on the large black leather sofa. She has the Potter hair. And my eyes, from what I've heard. Lily got closer. She's beautiful. And has quite the temper, too, Snape added. Did the headmaster tell you she tried to shoot him? He did. Apparently, in her world, Dumbledore was responsible for a lot of bad things happening to her, James said. Snape glared at him. How much do you know about that? He was just starting to learn about it and didn't like that Potter might know more than him. Just a few things Harry decided to share with us, Lily said. Snape turned his gaze toward Harry, trying to piece things together. Harry noticed his stare. You can ask questions to the headmaster later. But for now, he pulled out his wand and approached Victoria. Should I leave you alone? Snape asked Lily. I believe it's best if you stay, Severus. Lily noticed Victoria's robes. This girl is a Slytherin. Maybe she'll feel more comfortable with the head of her house present. Then, I'm going to wake her up. Harry pointed his wand at Victoria. Finite. Victoria gasped and opened her eyes, her body contorting violently before she fell back onto the couch, breathing rapidly. It's okay, you're not in danger, Lily said gently, trying to calm her. It looked like she'd been having a terrible nightmare. Yes, you're safe here, James added. Victoria's eyes scanned the dimly lit room and stopped on Snape for a moment. Professor Snape, what's going on? She looked confused. Snape raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten our conversation at the headmaster's office? Victoria gasped. That was real? No, that can't be. She appeared to be in shock. It was as real as it could be. I won't claim to understand everything, but, Snape gave Harry a passing glance. You're no longer in your own world. Victoria stared at Harry. Then, you are. Harry James Potter. I am the you of this world, Harry said, though that wasn't exactly true, but he didn't want to confuse her further. He then pointed at his parents. And these two, can you tell who they are? You must have seen some pictures of them in your past. Victoria looked at Lily and James for a long minute before it clicked. You can't be alive. Things went differently here. They were never killed during the war. And they also have 2 more daughters, Harry explained. Really? Victoria looked at them in shock. It's true. Their names are Holly and Lyra, Lily said. I'm sorry we couldn't be there for you, in, your world, James said. I wish we had. Yes, and I'm sorry that my sister treated you badly, Lily added, pained. Victoria shook her head. I never blamed you two for that. I left that place before my 7th birthday. Haven't seen them since. We were told you were taken in by the Black family. How did that happen? James asked. I mean, my mother was a Black, but they never showed any interest in my family after she left. I don't think our families were on very good terms. It was thanks to Sirius, Victoria revealed. A soft smile appeared on her face as she mentioned the name. Sirius? James was surprised to hear that name but then realized that he must have been alive in other realities, even though he died early in theirs. He took care of you. Oh yes. Him and my adoptive mother, Cassiopeia Black. She got Sirius out of Azkaban, and after he recovered, he started asking questions about you two and then, about me. It took them almost a year to find out where Dumbledore had put me. And when they did, they rescued me without a second thought. Victoria smiled as she recounted this. Sirius saved you, James couldn't help but feel emotional hearing about his old best friend. Lily placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Well, we did name him your godfather for a reason. He was reckless but also reliable and loyal. Sirius showed me a lot of pictures of you two. You do look somewhat different though, Victoria said. They are a lot older, Harry pointed out. Harry. Lily frowned. She didn't like being reminded of that. Say, Victoria, James began. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, so, would you like to come stay with us for a while? You mean at your house? Victoria asked. It could also be your home, if you want it to be. But we won't pressure you. You have a lot to process right now. I would love to learn more about you, Lily told her. Victoria glanced at Snape. You can trust them, at least Lily, Snape said. Hey! James protested. Victoria considered it for a moment. I do need a quiet place to think about what to do next. She didn't feel comfortable staying at Hogwarts with the headmaster, especially without her old protections. She looked at the Potters, trying to gauge whether she could trust them. It seemed, at least for now, like her best option. I'll go with you, Victoria finally said. Chapter 359. Miss Umbridge, Lyra stared at the back of her teacher. The woman had been acting strange all morning, and now she was just staring at the board without saying a word. Ginny nudged her and made a gesture for her to shut up. Right, Lyra realized her mistake and kept quiet. Professor Umbridge really hated them for some reason and gave them detentions far too often. According to her brother, Umbridge had something against their family and was just taking it out on her and her friends because she was a bitter woman who didn't know what else to do. Did you say something to me? Madame Umbridge turned around and glared at Lyra. Her expression was almost vacant, like she was half asleep. No, Professor Umbridge. Lyra quickly replied. They had already gotten 2 detentions last week, and she really didn't want another one so soon. It had only been 2 days since the champion's first task ended, and she hadn't even spoken to her brother yet. Did you just yell at me? Umbridge slammed both hands on Lyra's desk. No. Lyra wasn't sure which answer would avoid detention. Are you calling me a liar? Umbridge shouted, her voice shaking the classroom. The Slytherins usually enjoyed it when Umbridge went after someone from Gryffindor, but lately, her behavior had been so erratic that even some of them had been on the receiving end of her punishments. In the end, they all decided it wasn't worth the trouble and just stayed quiet. Well, which is it? Meow. Umbridge's face contorted with rage. Lyra stared in shock. Did you just meow? Lyra, shut up, Ginny tugged at her robes, eyes wide. I did not meow. Meow. That's it, detention for a month. Umbridge shouted. Oh no, Lyra groaned internally. Now she'd have to call her brother again. Miss Umbridge, please, be reasonable, Ginny pleaded, knowing why Lyra didn't want detention now and trying to help. 2 months. Umbridge barked. For both of you. And now get out of my class. I have to meow, I mean teach. The students exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. The professor looked even more deranged than usual. After classes were over for the day, the 2 girls had no choice but to go look for Harry. At this point, they were well aware of what was going on during Umbridge's detentions by the recounts of other students who had been there. You got detention again? Harry raised an eyebrow, clearly not amused by the news. It's not our fault. Miss Umbridge is unusually crazy today, Lyra told him, avoiding direct eye contact. She's not lying. The professor has been acting really strange lately, and today, Ginny didn't know how to put it. Strange how? Harry asked, hoping it wasn't connected to anything he had done. Well, keeps forgetting things, and today, she just stared at an empty board for almost 10 minutes. When Lyra asked if she was okay, she freaked out and started yelling, Ginny explained. I see, Harry looked thoughtful. She also started meowing, like a cat, Lyra added. She meowed. Harry stared at his sister in disbelief. You don't have to make stuff up, Lyra. It's true. I swear. Right, Ginny? Lyra looked to her for backup. She did meow, or at least it sounded like it. Maybe we misheard her, Ginny replied, still skeptical. The whole interaction had been too weird. Fine, I'll deal with this. Stay in your dorms this afternoon, Harry instructed. Thank you, Harry. Ginny smiled brightly. Harry then noticed Lyra tugging at his robes. Is there something else? Lyra nodded, then shook her head. Harry sighed. If this is about what happened in a tent with Neville. He saw Lyra flinch and knew he had hit the mark. You knew that you all knew about our switch? Yes, let's just say Neville is almost as bad as you at keeping secrets, Harry said. Harry, Lyra stammered, unsure of what to say. It's fine. You thought it was Neville, and, actually, it's not fine, Harry corrected himself. You're too young to be going around kissing boys. Wait, I am not. Lyra huffed in protest. Yes, you are. But let's make an agreement, we're never talking about what happened that day. clear. Harry suggested. I agree. Lyra glanced at Ginny. I think it was funny, but I won't tell anyone. You know I can keep a secret, Ginny promised. Harry gave her a nod. That's true. Then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ginny hesitated. Yes. Harry asked, remembering they hadn't cleared things up between them yet. She was probably waiting for him to make a move after that kiss. Nothing. It's nothing, Ginny shook her head. Harry sighed, a problem for tomorrow. He left Umbridge's office in a bad mood. He had gone there to fix the detention issue and also to try to get some information about Voldemort's future plans. But he left with nothing. The woman's mind was clean. She knew nothing about, well, anything at all. Wait a moment, of course, why didn't I think of this sooner? Harry suddenly realized something. Umbridge might have been obliviated. That would explain why her mind was so empty. Did Voldemort do this? Did he lose trust in her? Or maybe she learned something she shouldn't have. Several possibilities crossed his mind, but one thing was clear. He could no longer rely on her as a source of information. Even if he found something eventually, it might be a trap planted there on purpose. Now what? Harry wondered, deep in thought. Chapter 360. The next week was incredibly stressful for Harry. Madame Umbridge's behavior was becoming increasingly unstable and deranged. She was giving detentions to Lyra and Ginny every day. And it wasn't just them, but also Luna, Astoria, and even Daphne had been handed several detentions too. She was punishing students for breathing too loudly, blinking too many times, or not greeting her with enough politeness. Harry knew he would have to deal with it personally. He didn't want to think about what kind of punishments Umbridge might inflict on her current mental state, so he always responded with, I'll take care of it. Most of his afternoons were spent coming and going from her office, and the worst part was that he hadn't been able to discover whether Voldemort had altered his plans in any way. Interrogating Rookwood was pointless since he was merely a meat puppet, and approaching him carried the risk of exposing himself to the Dark Lord. He needed to find a way to lure Voldemort out in person. The last time he came to the castle was during our 7th year, but I can't wait that long. What was the trigger? The reason he felt confident enough to take on Hogwarts? Oh, I remember now. It had been so long since those days, that it felt like several lifetimes had passed. But now it was all coming back. It started at the end of his 6th year, with the death of Albus Dumbledore. If that could accelerate his plans, if that. Harry, are you listening? A voice nearby interrupted his thoughts. I'll take care of it, he snapped instinctively, a mix of frustration and exhaustion evident in his tone. He then saw Neville Longbottom's pale face staring back at him, a spoon in hand. I just wanted a bit of potato salad. Ah, Harry had almost forgotten it was dinner time. Here, Nevada. Lyra reached forward, grabbed the glass bowl, and passed it to Neville. Thanks, Neville smiled, clearly relieved. Lyra then turned to her brother. Are you okay? You look more tired than usual. Is this about the dance? The mere mention of that word caught Ginny's attention as she glanced over. Oh, Harry suddenly remembered another thing that was stressing him. The Yule Ball had been officially announced, and though Ginny hadn't said anything, it was obvious from the look she was giving him that she was waiting for him to invite her. You know she's waiting, right? Lyra whispered in his ear. I know, he wasn't looking forward to that conversation. I'll talk to her tomorrow. Great, then we can all go together. Lyra had already been invited by Neville, or rather, she had made him invite her on the 2nd day after the announcement. Neville had been awkward and shy about it when Lyra asked him. But since he was required to attend as one of the champions, he was at least happy to attend with someone he cared about. All of a sudden, a loud commotion erupted in the Great Hall. Students turned to look at the teacher's table, where someone had fallen from their chair and was now making strange noises. The headmaster stood up and rushed to help, along with the other professors. Call Madame Pomfrey, quick, they heard Professor McGonagall shout. That's Umbridge, someone at the Gryffindor table exclaimed. They couldn't see much from their seats, so many students stood up and tried to approach, but were quickly stopped by Dumbledore. Everyone! Stay in your seats, he shouted with authority before turning his attention back to the situation. I'll take her directly. I can apparate to the infirmary. Help me get her up, the headmaster instructed the others. Hagrid effortlessly lifted the pudgy professor, helping keep her steady while Dumbledore raised his wand. Moments later, the two of them disappeared from the Great Hall, leaving a room full of shocked students. The silence was broken by none other than Lyra. Was she meowing? She was, over and over. Later that night, Harry received a summons from the headmaster, delivered by one of the house elves. When he arrived, he found Dumbledore sitting alone, concern etched on his face. "That bad?" Harry asked. "Harry, be honest with me, how many times have you obliviated that woman?" Dumbledore asked gravely. Harry frowned. That was a difficult question. He'd honestly lost count. "It doesn't have to be exact," Dumbledore added. Harry thought for a moment. 100? 100? Dumbledore exclaimed. "Maybe 150, I don't know. She's been giving out a lot of detentions lately," Harry admitted. Dumbledore muttered something under his breath. "Were you aware that even a single obliviation carries the risk of causing permanent damage to a person's mind? This is why it's only used in extreme circumstances." "So how bad is it?" Harry asked, though he could already guess the answer. "Well, I had to deliver her to the mental ward at St. Mungo's. According to Madame Pomfrey, and I quote, her mind is a potato." "So that bad, huh?" Harry sighed. He had wanted to avoid this scenario and had hoped she would at least last until the end of the tournament. "Let me know when they decide on her replacement." "I assume you have no say in that matter," Harry remarked. "You assumed correctly. I do not. We can only hope they choose someone better than Miss Umbridge." Dumbledore then noticed something in Harry's expression. "Is there something on your mind?" "The beginning of an idea, give me some time to think it over. I want to know who her replacement is before making a decision." Chapter 361. Things only got worse the next day. "I don't understand," I thought that. Ginny looked at Harry with tear-filled eyes. Harry, on the other hand, was already starting to look forward to his next great adventure. "I wonder what it would be. Maybe a large meadow with a wooden cabin where I can relax for all eternity. I thought there was something between us," Ginny continued. "You even gave me that wonderful gift." She clutched at the golden broom pendant around her neck. Harry knew this was his fault. His misguided attempt to compensate for someone who no longer existed had led this version of Ginny to get the wrong idea. "I'm very sorry, Ginny. The last thing I ever wanted was to hurt you. But not telling you the truth now would only make things worse later." He couldn't let her hold on to false hopes, so he needed to be clear. "I'll always be your friend, but nothing more." Ginny's voice cracked before she turned and ran, tears streaming down her face. "That went well," Harry muttered to himself. Things only got worse when his sister came to find him an hour later and scolded him for how he had handled Ginny. "How could you say that to her? I thought you liked her." Lyra exclaimed. Harry wanted to tell her that things wouldn't have gone this badly if it wasn't for her meddling in the first place, but he decided to stay quiet. Part of him felt like he deserved the scolding. While leaning against the first-floor balcony railing and pondering his situation, Harry spotted a group of boys leaving the castle, deep in conversation. It was the not-so-golden trio, Ron, Seamus, and Neville. At least things are getting better for someone, Harry thought as he watched them. After the first task, Neville's standing among the students had greatly improved. Many had gained a newfound respect for him, and the sheer danger of the task had made more students believe he hadn't put his name in the goblet of fire. That included Ron Weasley, who hadn't even waited a full day before apologizing to Neville and asking to be friends again. Seamus, who had never been angry with Neville and had just followed Ron's lead, apologized as well when Ron did. Neville, though hesitant at first, eventually forgave them. He missed his friends too much to hold a grudge. Harry thought Neville was being an idiot but chose not to say anything. This was Neville's business, after all, even if Harry would have chosen differently. None of them noticed Harry's presence on the balcony as they continued on their way out of the castle. Perhaps they were heading to the lake, judging by the direction they were walking. Harry then heard footsteps approaching and turned around. It was unusual for students to come here at this time of year, as the balconies were completely open to the elements and the castle was quite cold. "Greetings, Mr. Potter. I've been looking for you," came a voice. You have?" Harry asked, confused as to why Fleur Delacour would be looking for him. He didn't recall exchanging more than a sentence or two with her since the year had started. It was also rare to see her alone. This might have been the first time he had seen the French champion by herself. At least, that's what it seemed. On closer inspection, he detected traces of two more individuals lurking behind the nearby wall. No doubt the two girls who usually accompanied her everywhere. "And what can I do for you?" Harry asked. "I saw your incredible performance that day," Fleur said, stepping a little closer. For a brief moment, Harry thought she had figured out the truth about him. But then he realized she was likely talking about something else. "You mean that squabble at the Three Broomsticks?" he asked. "Of course, what else? From what I've heard, you rarely show your prowess during classes. Although some strange rumors are coming from the Slytherins." Harry shrugged. Miss Umbridge won't even allow us to have our wands on the table during class. If I actually cast a spell in her presence, she'd go crazy, though it may be a bit too late for that. Fleur chuckled. Yes, I believe it is. Very unfortunate, what happened to her. The mind can be so fragile. You still haven't told me why you were looking for me, Harry said. What's the rush? Fleur moved closer, now only a few feet away. She made a suggestive gesture and placed a hand on his chest. I've been looking for a powerful wizard to take to the Yule Ball. As she looked into his eyes, Harry felt something brushing against his occlumency shields. She's using the allure on me? Harry wondered. He wasn't sure if she was doing it on purpose or not. As far as he remembered, Fleur didn't have much control over her Vela side at this stage of her life. Not that it would affect him. Or that she would have time for anything. He suddenly felt a very familiar magical signature approaching, heading straight for him. They both heard the voices of two girls outside trying to stop someone. Move. Fleur turned around, visibly annoyed by the interruption. What is going on now? After hearing the yelps of pain from outside, the culprit made her entrance. How did you find me? Harry asked, a grin forming on his face. Daphne smirked. I have my ways. Her smile quickly disappeared when she noticed Fleur. And now, Miss Delacour, do you mind taking your hands off him? Chapter 362. Excuse me. Fleur glared at Daphne, her eyes narrowing. I was here first, and what did you do to my friends? I just put them to sleep. And I told you to keep your hand dash. That's enough, Daphne. Let's go. Harry walked past Fleur and dragged his girlfriend off the balcony before she did something stupid. He wasn't in the mood for this. Hold on, Harry. I wasn't done with her, Daphne complained. Wait, Mr. Potter. Fleur called after him. Harry turned around briefly. I can't go to the ball with you. I'm sorry. Fleur looked stunned. She had never been rejected before. You must be joking. Daphne said nothing, but her mocking smile said it all. You're a beautiful and elegant girl, Fleur. I have no doubt you'll receive dozens of invitations. And you won't need to use your allure to get what you want. After saying that, Harry turned and left, pulling Daphne along with him. What? But Fleur stood there, visibly confused, and Harry realized she hadn't meant to use her allure on him. She did what? Daphne exclaimed. She knew Fleur was part Vela, but the fact that she had tried to charm Harry was something she wasn't willing to ignore. She was about to pull her wand when Harry stopped her and led her away. But Harry, that's not okay, Daphne fumed. Leave it, Daphne. She's not in control of her abilities yet, Harry said, holding her close as they walked. Daphne eventually calmed down. People were already talking about what happened with Ginny, she said, her voice softening. That was just this morning. Do Hogwarts students have nothing better to do than gossip? Harry huffed. Apparently, Lavender overheard a conversation between Ginny and your sister. You know how she is, Daphne explained. So the entire castle knows by now, Harry sighed. That would explain why Fleur had come looking for him today of all days. She must have heard something. I just came to check on you. I was a bit worried. I know you care a lot for her, Daphne admitted. I feel terrible, but it had to be done. I know. You did nothing wrong, Harry, she reassured him. Oh, I did. But on the grand scale of mistakes I've made, making a girl cry doesn't even make the top 10. He said this with a self-deprecating chuckle. Speaking like that doesn't suit you. Daphne took his hand in hers. Then let's talk about something else, Harry said as they walked through an empty hallway. How did you find me so quickly? He asked, his curiosity piqued. That's easy. The house elves told me where you were, Daphne said casually. They did? Harry found that odd. The house elves were tied to the castle and didn't have to obey orders from anyone who wasn't part of the teaching staff. He was the only exception because he had written his name into the wardstone of Hogwarts, giving him authority on par with the headmaster. But Daphne was just a regular student. How strange. Is it? Daphne didn't seem to see why it was unusual. She then recalled something. Oh, there's one thing I wanted to show you. What is it? Not here. Let's go to the room of requirement, Daphne said. It was a long walk from the first floor, but Daphne didn't let go of his hand the entire time, chatting to keep his mind off the day's events. It was out of character for her to talk this much, and Harry knew she was just trying to distract him. When they reached the room of requirement, Daphne opened the door, and Harry noticed that it had been shaped into their usual training room. Do you need some practice? He asked. They hadn't had much time for training lately, with the whole tournament taking up most of their attention. No, nothing like that. Daphne held her wand up. I want to show you a new transfiguration I came up with. A transfiguration? Harry was intrigued. He knew Daphne's strengths lay in potions and runes. She had even expressed a desire to study alchemy in the future. But her skill in transfiguration was also above average. Okay, pay attention, Daphne said, focusing as she flicked her wand. A large rock, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared in front of her. Harry watched as she transformed the rock into a cute-looking golem. My sister, Holly, would love that. She's obsessed with golems, Harry remarked, recalling how his mother had told him that Holly wanted to attend Hogwarts just to learn how to make them. I'm not done yet, Daphne said, levitating the golem onto the ground. She then pulled out a vial filled with a white liquid. What's that? Harry asked. You'll see, Daphne replied with a satisfied grin as she poured the liquid over the golem. The dark grey stone absorbed the potion and turned pristine white. That looks like marble, Harry noted, observing the patterns forming in the stone. That's just a side effect, I couldn't get it to turn different, Daphne said. The important part is what it does. Then what does the potion do? Harry asked, intrigued. It's an anti-magic reagent, Daphne explained, pointing her wand at the golem. Watch this reducto. Harry watched as the spell hit the golem's chest, breaking off a small chunk. It's not perfect yet, Daphne admitted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. It reduces the effects of spells, but... You made the golem magic resistant. That's really impressive. I would have never thought of using a potion for that, Harry said, genuinely admiring her work. Were you trying to imitate the white marble golems? Daphne nodded. Yes, I was inspired by them. The potion uses parts from both dragons and basilisks to replicate their near immunity to magic. I used a mixture of blood magic and potion making to create this solution. How long do the effects last? Harry asked. Only about 10 minutes. I think I can make it last longer if I figure out the right runic matrix to feed the enchantment so it doesn't wear off. Still working on it, Daphne explained. That's very impressive, Harry said sincerely. This level of ingenuity reminded him of the old Hermione from his past. Say, Harry, do you think I could take another look at those golems? It would help me a lot, Daphne asked. Harry usually wouldn't let anyone into the castle's foundations, but he decided to make an exception this time. All right, I'll take you there. Daphne jumped at him, hugging him tightly. Thank you. These were the moments when she allowed herself to lower her emotional guard. You know, since we're already here, there's something else we could do, she wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning closer. I can't say no to that request either, Harry said with a smile. Chapter 363. December 1st. It's been a few days since Harry tried to clear things up with Ginny, and she hasn't spoken to him even once. She's completely avoided looking at him during meals in the Great Hall. His sister, Lyra, has also tried to do the same but hasn't been able to completely ignore him. She still tries to be a good friend and stay by her side. At least he received some good news. That same morning, an owl arrived with a letter from his parents. Victoria seemed to be doing better, and according to his mother, she was getting along with Holly. Not that it was much of a surprise, since that ball of sunshine could probably become friends with anyone. Neville was also doing much better now. All the harassment and mean comments had completely stopped. Not only because he had earned the respect of most of the students, but also because everyone's attention was now more focused on the ball that was happening in only 24 days. Seriously? He invited you? Lavender still couldn't believe what her friend had told her. When did he do that? It couldn't have been this morning, Parvati added. I mean, we've been together the whole time. Hermione made a troubled face and looked around as if trying to make sure no one was listening. Could you lower your voices? I don't want more people to know. And he invited me on Saturday. That was 3 days ago. Lavender was shocked that someone could hold a secret for that long. Trying his best to ignore their conversation or the side glances he was receiving from the other side of the table, Harry focused on his breakfast. At least until he heard people gasping loudly and murmuring all around him. Harry lifted his eyes from his plate and looked around the hall to see what the commotion was about. He quickly noticed that everyone was glancing toward the professor's table, and when he finally looked, he almost gasped himself. Dolores Umbridge was making her way to the table under the shocked gazes of not only the students but also the other professors. Apparently, she had failed to give them a heads-up about her recovery. That can't be right, Harry thought. Dumbledore had spoken to the healers who treated her in person. They had said there was no chance of recovery, as her mind was completely broken. And then she was placed in the permanent mental ward. She's back. Lyra exclaimed. Wow, I thought her condition was more severe, Parvati said. I know. I heard she was going to spend a very long time in the hospital after her mental breakdown, Lavender added. She looks different though, right? Hermione noticed that something was off in the way she carried herself. Harry had noticed this too. Unlike her usual arrogant and confident demeanor, the current Umbridge looked very taciturn, almost as if she were tired or distracted. Without saying a word, she went to her chair and sat down between a very confused Professor McGonagall and an equally shocked Professor Babbling, the ancient runes professor. The thing was, only a few truly knew how critical her condition had been. Otherwise, they would have been more than just surprised by her return. Harry was one of those people, and he found the situation very suspicious. Once breakfast concluded, the students had some free time before classes. Harry used this time to sneak into the room of requirement. The way her eyes looked, it's too similar. I have to make sure. Harry walked deeper into the room before stopping. He looked ahead of him and took a moment to focus. Speak to me, Dolores Jane Umbridge. It was a good thing he made sure to learn her middle name in case he had to do this. He wasn't sure if it would work without the full name. A few seconds passed after he activated his ability to call upon the souls of the dead. This was a sure way to check if someone was truly dead, and he had to be sure when his enemy was someone capable of manipulating death at will. Green smoke manifested before him and began to take shape. In less than a minute, a perfect manifestation of Madame Umbridge was standing before him, looking very confused. She actually manifested intact. It was not much of a surprise to find out that she was dead. The moment he saw the way she moved and looked, he had made an immediate connection to Augustus Rookwood. The Umbridge that returned was no doubt a puppet, but there was a big difference in this case. What? Where am I? Umbridge looked very confused, as if she had just woken from a long dream. But the moment she spotted him, her expression quickly changed. Potter? As I thought, there's something different. Your soul remains untouched. This was different from what had happened when he tried to summon Rookwood and Parkinson's souls. Harry had first thought it had something to do with whatever Voldemort had done to them to turn their bodies into empty husks. But perhaps the reason was something else. If that's not the cause, then it must be a result of the method used to kill them, Harry muttered. What are you mumbling about, Potter? What did you do to me? Umbridge screamed at him, looking down at her semi-transparent limbs. Harry smiled. He made a mistake. Of course, Voldemort had no way to know that Harry could speak with the dead, so he had no reason to damage the soul of a loyal follower. He must have given her a quick, merciful death before turning her body into something more useful. And he left me with a source of information, Harry said. Chapter 364. No. The spirit of Umbridge screamed and thrashed as it vanished. So annoying, just go away already. Harry was already feeling the start of a headache. He had to force the spirit away to have some peace. Tisk, that woman is as useless in death as she was in life, Harry said with bitterness. Her mind had been so damaged during the last month that she barely had any useful memories, and a spirit can't recall something the person never learned in life. He did get a few interesting bits, like the fact that Minister Parkinson was sending people to negotiate with all the tribes of giants in the country, as well as bringing dozens of trolls under ministerial control. It was clear that he was preparing for a massive attack. She didn't know the targets, but it was guaranteed that Hogwarts was at least one of them. Not only to gain control of the most important school and a powerful magical castle, but also to complete his revenge against Dumbledore and the boy who lived. If he's anything like the Tom Riddle I know, he won't be able to rest in peace until he washes away the humiliation of being beaten by a baby. That's not something he could live with. And killing Dumbledore will also give him some reassurance about his safety. Voldemort wasn't aware that there were several other wizards and witches out there who could rival, or even surpass, Dumbledore in terms of magical prowess. Luckily for him, most of those were unable or unwilling to take action. Except for him. He left the room of requirement and walked through the empty halls, continuing to think about a way to learn more about the Dark Lord's plans. When Voldemort went away, the last 3 members of the Lestrange family went with him. They were likely his most trusted followers at this point, but no one had heard of anyone spotting them. Wormtail would be his next choice. But he went missing after killing Sirius, and no one had seen him since. Ron never had a pet rat either. This was likely because James Potter was alive. Wormtail wouldn't have dared to stay this close to someone who could recognize him immediately, so he probably left the country in search of his master. Those were the most likely to have crucial information, but Harry had no way to get his hands on them at the moment. If only Snape had kept his status as a Death Eater, I could use a spy right now. Harry never considered how important Snape's role had been during his past. But this Snape was different. After the attack on Harry's parents, he deserted the Death Eaters and even tried to remove Voldemort's brand from his arm, cutting all contact with them. Harry suspected that the only reason the other Snape stayed as a spy until his death was revenge for his mother's death. Since she was alive now, he had no reason to do the same. He was also the one who killed Wait, that's it. Harry had an epiphany. There was a way to solve two problems at the same time. Why didn't I think about it sooner? We just have to kill the headmaster. What? One of the paintings exclaimed. Did I say that out loud? Harry asked. He arrived at History of Magic almost an hour late. But he wasn't worried. Professor Rookwood didn't even acknowledge his existence as he walked inside and took his seat. He never complained or took points from students for being late, and because of that, it had become a common occurrence. Hermione still gave him a look of disapproval. Do you have a dress for your date with Victor Crumb? Harry asked her casually as he sat back in his chair. Hermione's face changed colors. How do you know about that? The bushy-haired girl asked with a trembling voice, before turning to look at Lavender. Hey! For once, I haven't said anything. I know when to keep my friends' secrets, Lavender said. But that is a good question. Do you have a dress? Parvati asked her. Ooh! We can go shopping this weekend in Hogsmeade. Lavender exclaimed. After successfully getting Hermione off his back, Harry decided to relax for a while. There was still over an hour left of history class. Or, as the students had been calling it, nap time. Once classes were concluded for the day, Harry made his way to the headmaster's office. He had already sent a message earlier that day to call for Snape as well. He knew that the potions professor was going to be hard to convince, but he was the only one who could play the role. Without him, the plan wouldn't work. When he opened the door to the office, he found them both inside, waiting for him. Harry, what is this urgent matter you wanted to talk about? Dumbledore asked. And why did I have to come? Snape said, sounding annoyed. I have a plan that could end this upcoming war in a few months, Harry said. This piqued their interest. And what would that plan be? The headmaster asked. Well, Harry looked at Dumbledore. Do you mind if we killed you for a little bit? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. He was already used to Harry saying crazy things like that. What? But Snape wasn't. Oh, and Umbridge is dead, Harry added. Maybe I should have started with that. What? Snape exclaimed again. I'll ask the elves for some tea, Dumbledore said. He had a feeling this was going to take a while. Chapter 365. Okay, let's begin again, Dumbledore said, adjusting his glasses. What happened to Umbridge? I saw that insufferable woman just a few hours ago, Snape asked, his tone sharp as ever. No, Harry is correct. That could not have been the real Umbridge. I spoke with the mind healers who treated her. She was far beyond recovery, Dumbledore explained gravely. Then who is that? Snape demanded. Her body was reanimated as an empty husk controlled from a distance, or allowed to function autonomously with limited intelligence. Like a golem, Harry explained. Just like Rookwood then, Dumbledore added, nodding. You mean the Dark Lord did the same thing to Umbridge? Snape's frown deepened. He didn't like the woman, but being turned into a puppet through necromancy, that was a fate he wouldn't wish on anyone. This is, at the very least, his third one. We can safely assume the minister is another, Harry said calmly. I don't know how many can he have, but he cannot control them all at the same time. His consciousness can only merge with one at a time. The rest of it, they would just act like the mindless puppets they are. Dumbledore nodded again. They had discussed this before, and it was the most likely explanation they could offer. And what do you suggest we do about her? We cannot reveal to the public that she's actually dead without explaining everything. Nor can we remove her from the school without a solid excuse, Dumbledore said, his voice laced with concern. There's no need to do anything to her. Even if you removed her, they'd likely just send another puppet. At this point, Voldemort has near full control of both the ministry and the school board, Harry replied, his tone pragmatic. It does not look good then, Dumbledore sighed, his usual optimism clouded. It doesn't matter how much political power he holds. In the end, all we need to do is destroy him, and it will all fall apart, Harry said with quiet confidence. You make it sound simple. Do you think it will be that easy to kill someone like the Dark Lord? Many have tried and failed. Snape's eyes flicked to Dumbledore, just for a moment, before he added, my apologies. No need. Dumbledore gave a sad smile. You're not wrong. I have failed in more than one way when it comes to him. The headmaster then turned back to Harry. And you said you had a plan, that involves my death. How would that help? Not a real death, of course. But it has to be convincing enough, Harry explained. Convincing enough for who? You don't mean Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of dread. You want to lure Voldemort here? To the school. He's already planning to attack this place. I just want him to do it sooner, before he's fully prepared. And there's another reason for this. Harry was cut by Snape then. This is absurd. You really want to bait the Dark Lord into attacking Hogwarts? Snape interrupted, incredulous by the mere suggestion of bringing such a dangerous individual to a school. Yes, but as I was about to explain before you interrupted me, there's more to gain from this. Right now, what we lack most is someone who can provide us with inside information. The Ministry is under his control, so it's impossible to infiltrate someone new. But if we already have someone who used to be on the inside, Harry's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Snape. Me? Snape's voice rose, shocked by the suggestion. Are you insane? I betrayed them. They'd kill me on sight. Harry, Severus is right. Once you betray the Dark Lord, there's no going back. Had he not been forced to leave the country due to his injuries back then, many more would have died, Dumbledore added somberly, recalling Karkaroff's fate as another who had betrayed Voldemort. I even went as far as to remove the dark mark. Snape lifted his sleeve, revealing the clear skin on his right arm. Harry raised an eyebrow. First of all, you only removed the tattoo. The brand is still there. And second, Voldemort would consider taking you back if you made a significant contribution. Like killing the last man he sees as a threat. Dumbledore was now considering the possibility. What do you mean I only removed the tattoo? That is the dark mark. I used a very ancient and complex spell to accomplish this. Snape was livid. Harry sighed and stood up, moving closer to Snape with his wand in hand. What are you? Before Snape could finish, Harry tapped his wand on Snape's arm. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Snape, and he screamed, clutching his arm and nearly collapsing in his seat. Harry! What did you do? Dumbledore asked, alarmed. After a few agonizing moments, the pain subsided, and Snape's screams died down. Sorry about the pain, but you needed to see the truth. Harry pointed to Snape's arm. You removed nothing. They all looked at Snape's arm. The dark mark had reappeared, clear and vivid as though it had never gone. Potter, what did you do to me? Snape demanded, furious. I just brought it back into view. I told you it hadn't been removed, Harry explained calmly. A soul brand, as the name implies, is attached to your soul. Even if you cut off your entire arm, it won't disappear, as long as the one who branded you still exists. Destroy Voldemort, that is the only way. This can't be. Snape stared at the mark, disbelief etched across his face. Now, with that detail out of the way, Harry said, sitting back down, can we talk about the rest? Chapter 366. How are things going here? Harry asked as he sat down at the kitchen table. We're making pancakes. Holly exclaimed with excitement. Yes, I can see that, Holly. But I was asking Victoria, Harry replied, turning his attention to the black-haired girl who was flipping another pancake. It's fine, Victoria muttered, avoiding eye contact. Harry observed her quietly. She still seemed a bit down, but that was understandable. He wasn't a mind healer, but staying with a kind family like the Potters was likely the best thing for her right now. She hadn't asked for her wand or any of her jewelry yet. Harry knew she was incredibly smart, so she must have realized that the Potters would feel safer if she wasn't armed, or perhaps she had some hidden resources they didn't know about. Either way, Victoria didn't seem to harbor any harmful intentions toward them. You're really good at that, Harry commented, nodding toward the pan she was holding. She makes them just like you. Holly added enthusiastically. Does she? Harry said with a hint of surprise. I learned when I was little. Victoria's voice trailed off, and it was clear she was recalling something unpleasant. Just then, someone else entered the kitchen. And shouldn't you be in school, young man? Lily Potter asked, raising an eyebrow at her son, who had arrived unannounced at the manor. But she wasn't too surprised. This wasn't the first time Harry had done this. I am, but today is December 25th, and I had to come see my family. Harry smiled, then glanced at Holly. And to bring a present for someone in particular. Presents. Holly exclaimed, bouncing in place. She may have been 8 years old, but her excitement for gifts hadn't changed one bit. Harry, Lily began, her tone slightly reprimanding. I know presents are usually for the evening, but I have plans tonight, Harry explained. Lily gave him a knowing look. Are you going to the ball with Daphne? Maybe, Harry replied evasively, avoiding the subject. You're dating Daphne. Victoria perked up, intrigued. Daphne had been one of her closest friends since her first year. Aren't you in Gryffindor? She asked, noting the difference in houses. So? Harry shrugged. Isn't that, like, against the norm? Victoria asked. It is. But I've always been an unconventional person, Harry replied with a smirk. I wish you had brought Lyra, Lily said. Victoria hasn't had the chance to meet her properly yet. She's trying her best to avoid me at the moment. It's probably better this way, gives Victoria some time to prepare before meeting Lyra, Harry explained. Why is she avoiding you? Lily asked, her curiosity piqued. For several reasons, Harry said vaguely. There was still some awkwardness between him and Ginny, and today was also the day of the ball. Lyra was going with Neville, and she probably didn't want him to say anything that could scare her date. I'm sure she'll tell you all about it during the summer. Lily stared at him, unconvinced. Where's my present? What did you bring me? Holly tugged at Harry's robes impatiently. Come on. All right. Go stand over there, Harry instructed, pointing to the kitchen corner. Once Holly was in place, he continued, now, close your eyes. Holly closed her eyes a little but kept peeking. Cover your eyes with your hands and no peeking. Harry insisted. Once she did it properly, Harry extended his right hand forward and produced a dark hole in front of him. From the hole, a small white golem emerged and stood before Holly. Lily gasped. What is that? Victoria wasn't referring to the golem, she was still focused on the strange hole that had appeared. The dark hole vanished, leaving only the golem behind. Harry, how did you do that? Lily asked, bewildered. She had seen dimensional containers before, but Harry had just summoned a construct out of thin air. Harry turned to her with a mischievous grin. Magic. Oh, come on, Victoria rolled her eyes but kept her composure, trying to remain ladylike. Oh, come on. Lily repeated, also rolling her eyes. Can I open my eyes now? Holly's impatience was reaching its limit. Go ahead, Harry told her. Whoa. Holly stared at the golem in front of her. It was tall enough to reach her chin and made of pure white material. Its construction was extremely detailed, with many moving joints. Wait, this looks similar to those, Lily began, recognizing the resemblance between this golem and the large white marble ones from Hogwarts. It is a bit similar, yes, Harry said. I made it with Daphne's help. It's much more advanced than the previous one. It can follow complex orders and is also very strong. He handed Lily a small book. We wrote all the instructions in here. Victoria put down the pan she was holding and glanced at the golem as Holly began shouting random commands at it. What is it made of? Lily asked, still examining the construct. Just stone. Daphne added a coating that gives it some special properties. That's also what gives it that color, Harry explained. Did you do the rune work? Victoria asked, now inspecting the golem more closely. I did, Harry admitted. It's very sloppy, Victoria said bluntly. Harry chuckled. I've heard that before. He couldn't help but think of the old Luna, who also didn't mince her words. If you let me, I can make its movements a lot smoother. I could even make it dance, Victoria offered. Really? Holly's eyes widened in shock. How would you do that? Perhaps there's room to add an Ansa's rune over here, Lily suggested, getting a closer look at the golem. Victoria seemed a bit surprised but nodded. Yes, but it would be better if you, the two of them began discussing ancient runes in detail. I have a new set of carving tools I haven't had the chance to try yet. Want to give them a go? Lily asked. Victoria nodded. I would like that, yes. Harry shrugged. Well, you two go ahead and do that. I want to see Goalie dance. Holly exclaimed impatiently. Goalie again? You already have a golem with that name, don't you want to give this one a different one? Lily asked her daughter. Oh, that's right, Holly realized, pausing to think of a new name while everyone waited. Whitey, she declared proudly. Okay, she's terrible at naming things, Harry thought with an amused sigh. Chapter 367. Harry stood near the exit of the Slytherin dungeons, using his invisibility ability. He preferred not to be seen by any random students wandering around, especially not here as it would raise questions. Soon enough, he spotted Daphne coming out, accompanied by Tracy and some boy who seemed to be Tracy's date. Daphne turned to them and spoke. I'll be fine. My date will be here soon, she assured them. Are you sure? Tracy asked, looking around. She knew exactly who Daphne was waiting for but could not see him. Yes. Tracy shrugged. Fine then, I wish you'd come with me though. You still haven't told me what you're planning to do. Daphne smiled. Sorry, can't talk about it. I'm sure it's against the rules. Right, Tracy chuckled. Our old Ice Queen is becoming a rule breaker now. Should I be proud or worried? Just go. Don't make me curse you. Once she was left alone, Daphne walked a bit further and stopped at the next corner. Well? What do you think? She asked. You knew I was here already. Harry revealed himself, removing his invisibility charm and walking up to her. Daphne smirked. An educated guess. I figured you wouldn't leave me alone in this dark dungeon, and, she gestured to herself. You still haven't answered my question. Harry took a moment to admire her. Daphne looked stunning with her long blonde hair flowing freely and her elegant black dress. A silver pendant with an emerald hung from her neck, completing the look. You look, okay, Harry taunted her. Daphne chuckled. Why, thank you. I just threw this old thing on. So where are you taking me? The students didn't yet know they were together, and they both wanted to keep it that way for now. Plus, Harry didn't want to stir up any more drama with Ginny by showing up at the ball with someone else, so they made different plans for the evening. It's a surprise. Harry offered his arm, which Daphne happily took. With a soft crack, they disappeared from the castle corridor. They reappeared in a dark alley that led to a bustling, brightly lit street. The sounds of a large crowd filled the air. Come on, let's not stay here, Harry said, taking her hand and leading her out of the alley. Tall buildings surrounded them, and the streets were alive with lights and sounds from shops, cars, and people walking by. Where is this? Daphne asked, looking around at the busy scene. She couldn't recall ever seeing a place like this. This is the center of London, not too far from the Tower of London, Harry explained. I made reservations at a nearby restaurant. This is the Muggle area. Wow, I think I vaguely remember seeing a bit of it when I was little, but my parents never liked coming here, Daphne remarked. I'm sure you'll love the place I'm taking you to. Ready? He offered his arm again. Absolutely. Daphne replied with excitement. This is beautiful at night. Severus. Snape was startled by the sudden call as he inspected the exterior of the Hogwarts dance hall, making sure no students were sneaking around the garden before the main event started. He recognized the voice immediately. Despite the darkness, he spotted someone moving near the large bushes. Karkaroff? What are you doing out here? You should be inside the hall already, Snape said, his irritation barely concealed. No, I can't. You have to listen to me. Someone is following me. Karkaroff exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. Snape had never seen the man so scared before. Calm down. Who's following you? It's him. Him. Karkaroff's eyes widened in terror before he lowered his voice to a frightened whisper. It's the Dark Lord, he's coming for me. Snape's alarm spiked. Only he knew about the two necromantic puppets that Voldemort had stationed within the castle. So far, they'd only been used for surveillance, never taking any direct action. Could one of them be after Karkaroff? It didn't make sense. Karkaroff wasn't a threat to Voldemort, so why target him now? Did you see who it was? What did they look like? Snape asked, half expecting a description that could match Rookwood or Umbridge. I couldn't see, but I can feel him. Karkaroff clutched his right arm, where the dark mark had once burned bright. Alright, Snape realized he had to take the situation seriously. Come with me to the headmaster's office. We'll call Dumbledore and figure this out. No. Karkaroff took a step back, pressing himself against the bushes. No, I need to leave now. Wait. Snape called after him, but Karkaroff had already dashed into the shrubbery, disappearing into the night. Snape stood still for a few moments, gathering his thoughts. The first thing he needed to do was inform Dumbledore about this. After having dinner at a fancy restaurant, Harry and Daphne moved to a different area of the building, which housed a bar and a dance floor. They had fun, dancing for a while, until Daphne noticed Harry making a strange expression. Harry? What's wrong? Daphne leaned in, whispering in his ear. Harry frowned. Dark magic has been used inside the castle. Daphne's eyes widened. Was someone attacked? Harry considered it for a moment. My sister and yours are under strict protection. It's not them, but I need to go back and check. Daphne nodded. Of course, but we can't apparate from here. We're surrounded by muggles. Harry took her hand. Come with me. I know a place we can use. He guided her out of the dance area toward the bathrooms. A staff member, keeping an eye on the guests, noticed Harry and Daphne heading into the bathrooms together. It wasn't too unusual, but when she saw them enter the men's room, she gasped in shock at their audacity. She looked around. The place was too crowded to cause a scene, so she hurried toward the bathroom. After ensuring no one else was using it, she stepped inside. "Excuse me," she called, raising her voice. "We do not allow indecent acts in this establishment. I will have to ask you to leave." She was cut off by a loud noise, and the last private stall shook violently. She couldn't believe how brazen these people were. But she had a job to do. She approached the stall, steeling herself before grabbing the door and lifting herself up to peer inside. "Hey, you two. You can't, huh?" The stall was empty. "Where are they?" She looked around the bathroom and, just in case, opened the rest of the stalls. They were all empty. "What the hell?" the confused muggle exclaimed. Chapter 368. Harry and Daphne appeared in the middle of a grassy clearing, the moon casting just enough light to reveal their surroundings. "Huh. I thought we were going back to the castle." Daphne looked around and spotted the wooden house where the groundskeeper lived, with the ominous dark forest looming behind it. "The dark forest? This is close to where the signal was triggered." "I think it came from inside the forest," Harry said, his gaze fixed toward the trees as he tried to detect any signs of disturbance. "I didn't realize the forest was inside the wards. Are they that big?" Daphne had never explored the dark forest herself, but she knew it extended far beyond the castle grounds. "No, the forest is massive. Only the entrance near the castle is within the ward's range, and that's where it happened." "What about the headmaster? Wouldn't he have sensed it too?" Daphne asked. "I'm sure he did, but he must have his hands full right now." Harry pointed his wand at the castle and sent his Patronus. A brilliant silver owl flew towards it at great speed. "A message?" Daphne noted. "I told him not to worry, that I'll investigate. He's likely handling other things at the moment." Harry glanced at her. "And? Don't even think about it. I'm coming with you." Daphne flashed her wand. "See? I'm ready. Just give me a second to transfigure my shoes and dress into something more practical." Harry nodded, pulling out his goblin steel staff and adjusting his enchanted jewelry. He wasn't sure what they'd find in the forest, but he wanted to be prepared for anything. He then transfigured his elegant suit back into its original form, some heavily enchanted black robes he bought over the summer. Once they were both ready, they ventured into the dark forest. "It should be somewhere around here." Harry used a detection spell his father had taught him, one designed to trace the use of illegal dark magic. Soon, they found the spot. There. Daphne lit her wand, casting a soft glow so they could see more clearly. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but upon closer inspection, they noticed burn marks on a nearby tree. "This must be it. But, I can't tell what specific spell was used." "Wait, what's this?" Harry knelt down, observing the burn marks encircling deep cuts in the tree's bark. He cast the detection spell again, directly over the marks, and found only faint traces of dark magic. "This wasn't what triggered the alarm. I think this was done with a cursed blade, not a spell." "Harry, look." Daphne was kneeling near the base of the tree, pointing to the ground. There were small stains of blood scattered around, pooling at the roots and trailing off in a haphazard pattern. "Blood." Harry moved his light around. "But no body. I can use this, hold on." Daphne waved her wand over the bloodstains and began chanting in Old English. Slowly, a red mist emerged from the blood, hovering in the air before starting to drift away. "The person who shed this blood is still alive. We can follow this to find them," Daphne said. "Then let's not waste any time. Whoever's been attacked, we need to help them." Harry and Daphne moved quickly through the forest, following the red mist as it guided them deeper into the trees. "We're outside the castle wards now, be careful," Harry warned. While within Hogwarts territory, Harry had access to several magical tools and protections, but out here, they could only rely on their own abilities. "You know, I never thought our date would end up like this," Daphne remarked, trying to lighten the mood. "What? You don't find it romantic?" "A beautiful forest, at night, alone," Harry teased. Just then, a distant scream pierced the night. "Ah! Stop! We're not alone though," Daphne said, her voice tense. "I see it, stay close," Harry told her as they approached the source of the noise. They emerged into a small clearing with a pitch-black pond at its center. Two figures stood near the water. One, taller and looming, was gripping the other and seemed to be leaning into their neck. Harry was about to intervene when the taller figure turned and released their victim. In the faint moonlight, Harry and Daphne could now see who it was. The taller figure was not a Hogwarts student. The limp body of the other person, their neck twisted grotesquely, was unmistakable. Karkaroff, Harry muttered in shock. The Durmstrang headmaster's eyes were wide open, blood dripping from his mouth and the gaping wound in his neck. His head hung at an unnatural angle, his face frozen in terror. And who might you be? The tall figure, now revealed, glanced at Harry and Daphne with a calm, almost amused expression. His bright eyes flicked to Daphne. Ah, a young couple looking to spend time together on this beautiful night, how unfortunate you had to witness this. You killed him. Daphne's voice was steady as she stared at Karkaroff's lifeless form. I did, the tall man admitted without hesitation. But don't mourn for him. He was a coward and a traitor. There was nothing good to say about him. He's much better off now. Harry noticed the blood staining the man's mouth and the unnatural gleam in his vibrant yellow eyes. A vampire. The man's eyes widened in approval. Very good. You must be an excellent student to figure it out so quickly. Who are you? Daphne asked sharply. The vampire shifted his gaze to her, a strange smile forming on his lips. You two are remarkably calm for being in the presence of a murderer. How curious that is. But if it's my name you want, my lady, he bowed slightly, his tone mockingly polite. My name is Rabaston Lestrange, at your service. Chapter 369. Lestrange. But then, you are, Daphne was, of course, well informed about Voldemort's closest servants. The Lestranges were the only ones who disappeared alongside the Dark Lord. You know about me? It's been so long since I left England. His eyes scanned Daphne up and down. She wasn't wearing her school robes, so he could only guess. You have the air of a true pureblood lady. That's unfortunate. If the circumstances were different, I would offer you the chance to join me. But my instructions were very clear on what to do with any witnesses. Harry noticed some faint magical signatures around them. They were much harder to detect than normal magical folk, but they couldn't escape his senses. His eyes then moved to the vampire ahead. Rabaston Lestrange was one of his primary targets, and now fate had put him right in front of him. Harry had no intention of letting this opportunity go to waste. But he had to consider how to approach this. I have no time to set up any type of anti-apparition wards, so if he tries to teleport away, I won't be able to stop him. Yes, he could attempt to kill him before Rabaston could do anything and then try to summon his soul, like he had done before with the werewolf and Umbridge. Had Lestrange been a normal wizard, Harry would have seriously considered this option. But Rabaston Lestrange had been turned into a dark creature, a vampire. One of their many names was the Soulless Ones. It was a common belief that vampires lost their souls on the day they transformed, but studies on the matter had been lacking, and nothing had ever been proven. He couldn't take that risk. What if he killed him only to find out there was no soul to call upon? Harry was thinking of a way to keep him alive, and something came to mind. He now had access to a tool that could potentially lock Lestrange in a place with no escape. The only problem was that he hadn't tested it yet. He was mostly relying on his instincts, and those were telling him that it was going to work. Rabaston lifted the dead Karkaroff with one hand while making a signal with the other. As much as I would love to stay and play with you two, I need to deliver the corpse of this traitor to my master. It may still be useful after all. In his free hand, he held a small object that he pulled from one of his pockets. Enjoy the meal, he said, as 6 shadows jumped from the trees, landing in the clearing, very close to where Harry and Daphne were standing. Harry? These men are also Daphne's question was cut short when she saw him vanish before anyone could stop him. Harry knew he couldn't afford to waste a single second if he wanted to prevent Rabaston's escape. He first used apparition to move in front of him. A pitch-black circle emerged out of nowhere, right behind the vampire. At the same time, Harry was already moving his staff forward and pointing it at Lestrange. The vampire could not react to the sudden attack. This was the last thing he could have predicted after encountering the two youngsters. He only had enough time to lift the corpse he had been holding and put it between him and Harry, hoping it would serve as protection for whatever was coming. Depulso. Harry had put so much power into that pushing charm that not only Lestrange and Karkaroff, but most of the terrain around them was sent inside the black hole. Rabaston had completely failed to sense anything behind him. He just felt a powerful force pushing him backward, and then he was falling onto the ground. Bloody hell. You are going to pay for but he quickly realized that this was no longer the dark forest clearing where he had previously been standing. He looked around, but other than the corpse at his side, he could only see darkness in all directions. What is this? He became alarmed. Vampires had night vision. Even on the darkest of nights, they could see everything as clearly as if it were the middle of the day. But his yellow eyes were unable to pierce through the darkness of this place for some reason. It was as if there was truly nothing there. Rabastan felt a sense of uneasiness and fear. His master had been the only one who had ever made him feel truly afraid until now. This place scared him to no end, and he couldn't even understand why exactly, but he knew that he wanted to get out of here. The port key, he glanced down and looked at it, wondering why it hadn't pulled him away already. The small stone sphere had cracks all over its surface, and dark smoke was coming out of the cracks. This can't be happening, it's broken. He had never heard of a port key breaking in such a manner. But he still had another way. His hands moved to his neck and pulled onto his gold necklace. This was his emergency port key. He never left the house without it. This would take him to a secret safe house that belonged to his family. Not even his master knew about its location. Corvus Oculum. Those were the words to activate it. For a moment, he felt the magic inside the necklace activate and felt a wave of relief wash over him. But it didn't last long. He then heard a loud cracking noise. The beautiful gold necklace split right in half, and from the crack dark smoke started to come out. No, not this. There was a big downside to wizards becoming vampires. Their magic worked in a very different manner, making it impossible to cast spells the way they used to. Using a wand became impossible from then on. Of course, they gained many powerful gifts that made up for this, but none of those were of any consolation to Rabastan at this very moment, as he just lost his only means of escape. Nul. Chapter 370. Master Rabastan, one of the vampires shouted. He was the only one close enough to see him fall into some hole. The others had assumed the port key had activated. Don't worry about your master so much, Harry said, turning around to face the 6 vampires. They all looked fairly young, but it was hard to tell with vampires. You should worry about yourselves. What a cocky boy, one of the vampires said with amusement. Can we play with them for a while? The night is still young. No. A tall blonde woman, who looked like the leader, snapped harshly at him. Dispose of them quickly, like the master wanted. Now is not the time to feed or play. I think we are being observed, another female vampire told the leader. You definitely are, this forest has many eyes. Harry placed his staff on the ground. But as I said before, the ground began to shake. You have other things to worry about. Careful. The wizard is doing something to the ground, the vampire leader exclaimed just in time. Spikes shot up from the grassy ground, aiming at the creatures. But vampires were incredibly nimble and quick. They could also see perfectly in this dark forest. Out of the 6 of them, only one was injured, despite the number of spears that Harry had produced from the ground. Arg. The one who had a spear pass through his right leg let out a painful grunt. The others laughed. That's what you get for being careless, the leader said, though she didn't find it funny. She decided to take action. Clara, go for the girl. The rest with me, kill the wizard quickly. She had rightly considered Harry the biggest threat. A vampire with long black hair approached Daphne while the others surrounded Harry. Daphne, if you don't know how to conjure silver, then use fire against them, Harry advised. Fire, got it, she replied, readying herself. A smile appeared on the face of the vampire who was approaching her. Poor girl, you'll never hit me with one of your silly spells, you magic users are all too slow. Ignis. Daphne launched a bolt of fire in the vampire's direction. The vampire easily dodged it, chuckling as she disappeared. The next instant, she was behind Daphne. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth, revealing her long sharp fangs, and lunged at Daphne, aiming to tear her neck apart. Ugh! The vampire suddenly stopped and looked down. A sword was embedded in her chest. I never said I couldn't conjure silver, though, Daphne said with a playful tone. The vampire screamed as her insides were burned by the reaction with the silver blade. The others were about to move to aid their companion. Foolman. Harry's cold voice was followed by a flash of light. The lightning bolt from his staff pierced the heads of the 2 vampires closest to him, leaving only the leader and 2 others. Kill the wizard, damn it, the vampire leader shouted, pulling out a black dagger and lunging at Harry. The other 2 kept their calm and followed their leader. They all attacked at the same time from different sides, thinking Harry wouldn't be able to take them all out at once. At least, that's what they thought. In an instant, hundreds of silver blades appeared around Harry. They manifested out of nowhere and were perfectly aimed at the 3 vampires. It was too late for them to slow down or change direction. They tried to cover themselves, but they were bombarded by the deadly weapons. Silver acted as venom to vampires. A small cut or stab wasn't enough to be deadly, but if they were hit enough times or in a vital area like the heart, then they were likely to die. Harry looked ahead at the only remaining one. The leader had shown her impressive skills by deflecting most of the blades with her own knife. Only 2 had landed on her, one on her left leg and another on her right shoulder. Her yellow eyes moved to Harry. They were filled with hatred and something else. Her squad had been annihilated in moments, and now she was the only one left. At least she still had her knife. Just one cut from this cursed blade would be enough to kill any human, no matter how skilled they were. Pushing past the pain, she held her weapon firmly in her right hand and attacked at lightning speed. She was right in front of him. Her hand moved so fast it would have been impossible to see with the naked eye. Harry snatched her wrist mid-thrust with his left hand, holding her in place. The blade of her knife was mere inches away from his skin, but she was unable to move any further. She tried to grab him with her other hand but was easily pushed back by his staff. Impossible. The vampire's eyes widened. Even an average vampire was 5 or 6 times stronger than an adult man. And she was no average vampire, yet this boy was overpowering her with no effort. She felt like an insignificant human once more. No. Who are you? Harry didn't answer her. I don't need minions. You won't know anything useful. His staff transformed into a silvery sword. No, please Uff. The blade entered through her lower jaw and exited through the top of her head. It cut through bone like it was jelly. The vampire's body began to disintegrate, just like the others that had been killed with silver. The ones who were killed with lightning were still there, but as soon as the sun reached them, they would also disappear. Harry's eyes moved to the dagger that fell to the ground. That is a cursed blade. You'd better not touch it. The voice came from the forest moments later. A large centaur walked out into the clearing. Chapter 371. Centaurs. Daphne hurried to Harry's side. It wasn't just one that had come from the forest, but a large group of armed centaurs. They could see at least a dozen, but many more could be hidden. You finally showed up. Were you waiting for us to die before making a move? Harry asked the first centaur. The centaur scoffed at his comment. We have the duty of protecting the forest, not the reckless humans who venture inside. He then looked over the remains of the vampires. But I will admit, I'm impressed. I would never have imagined that some young magic casters would be able to kill so many of these dark creatures. You're welcome, Harry said, kneeling to pick up the black dagger. When the centaur tried to warn him again, Harry stopped him. I'm aware it's cursed. I'm not planning on testing it on myself. He conjured a receptacle and placed the dagger inside. What kind of curse does it have? It gave me goosebumps, Daphne said. I'll have to study it a bit to find out. He had a feeling this could be the culprit behind all those damaged souls. A powerful curse could definitely do something like that. Harry turned to the largest centaur. I assume your only business was with them. In that case, we will take our leave. He gestured for Daphne to get closer. Wait, the centaur called out. I'd like to know your name at least. Harry, and she's Daphne. The centaur nodded. Mine is Bane, leader of the scouts, he said with pride. I could send a scout to escort you out of the forest. It's easy to get lost here, even more so at night. And there's an acromantula nest not too far from here. I appreciate the offer, but, Harry wrapped his arm around Daphne and held her tight. I have a quicker way out. With a wave of his staff, they both disappeared from the clearing. Oh. Bane stared at the empty space where they had been standing. Human magic seems very handy. Bane, another centaur called. Do we inform Forenza of this? If these dead creatures continue to appear in our forest. If that Dark Lord thinks he can send his monstrosities into our land, we'll have to show him how wrong he is, Bane scoffed. What about the 2 humans? They didn't even give you their second names, so we don't know who they really are. The centaur was obviously displeased. I know who the boy was, that was Harry Potter. I have no doubt, Bane said. The one from the prophecy? Bane nodded. Forenza made one last prophecy before everything went dark. The description he gave me matches well with the boy we saw today. Not to mention, you saw how he fought. There can be no mistake. That was the boy of the prophecy then, the other centaur said. But is he going to save us all, or destroy everything, like the diviner said? Bane glanced at the starry sky. Only the gods up there have the answer to that. Tempest, Harry glanced at the numbers. It's almost midnight. The ball should be ending by now, Daphne said, looking at him. What are you going to do? I need to inform the old headmaster of what happened. And then, I'll have a lengthy conversation with Lestrange. Wait, I thought he escaped, Daphne said. Harry shook his head. No, I managed to lock him up before he did. Daphne stood silent for a moment. You used that ability, didn't you? The one from the cloak. She only knew the basics of what it could do, but she knew Harry could create pocket spaces to store things. I did. Isn't he going to die in there? She assumed there would be no air inside that space, which was why Harry never stored anything alive. Technically, he's already dead, but we'll see, Harry replied. Would you tell me if you find something important? She asked. She knew Harry didn't want her to get more involved in the war against Voldemort, but she didn't want to stay on the sidelines. If there's something I can do. I know. Harry's face was serious. I won't leave you in the dark. I promise. But for tonight, it's best if you go rest. Daphne nodded. Yes, this has been quite the complete date. We ate, we danced, and we even fought some vampires in a dark forest. Let's try not to make a habit of that, Harry told her with a smile. Daphne got closer and kissed him with passion. I don't think it's possible to get bored with you. Good night, Harry. When he arrived at the headmaster's office, he had expected to find Dumbledore there, but was surprised to see Snape waiting for him. Did you find the source of that dark magic? Dumbledore asked. Harry sat down and glanced at him with a grave expression. Karkaroff is dead. What? Snape exclaimed. Dumbledore sighed. Lately it feels like every time you come to my office, it's either to announce that you want to kill someone, or that someone is dead. You're making it sound like it's my fault, Harry said. Where is he? He told me earlier that someone was following him, Snape said. Really? Harry knew it couldn't have been Rabaston or the vampires, as they would have triggered the wards if they tried to enter. This meant someone must have lured Karkaroff outside. This reminds me, I've captured Rabaston Lestrange, Harry said. What? This time, it was Dumbledore's turn to exclaim. Chapter 372. He is safe, I think. Harry didn't sound very convinced. You think? Dumbledore asked. Well, where is he? Snape added. I put him inside my pocket dimension. You mean the ability you acquired from? Can you keep living people in there? I thought it was only for storage, Dumbledore pointed out. That's why I'm not sure. But it was the safest way to capture him. As long as he doesn't die in there, he won't be able to escape. I'm sure of that at least, Harry explained. Also, he isn't exactly alive anyways. What do you mean by that? Dumbledore asked. He's become a vampire. Rabaston Lestrange is a vampire. Snape looked shocked. It shouldn't be that surprising. We now know that when Voldemort fled the British Isles, he traveled to Romania. And at some point, he began to take over all the vampire clans there. He was accompanied by 6 others when I found him, Harry explained to them. There are 6 other vampires near Hogwarts. Dumbledore exclaimed. Not anymore, Harry paused to think for a moment. I doubt torturing him will yield much. He looked at Snape. How much Veritasium do you have in storage? Snape hesitated and glanced at the headmaster. After Dumbledore nodded, Snape spoke. I have enough to make a dragon talk, if necessary. Bring as much as you can. I have a feeling I'm going to use a lot of it, Harry said. While Snape was gathering the potion, Harry produced the container with the cursed dagger and placed it on the desk. One of the vampires had this weapon. He opened it so Dumbledore could examine it closely. The headmaster didn't even need to perform any tests with his wand. The curse on the blade was potent enough to make him feel sick just by being this close. What kind of curse is this? It's definitely one of the nastiest ones I've encountered. And trust me, that's saying a lot. I believe this was created by Voldemort himself, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded, having thought the same thing. He must have poured all of his hatred and depravity into creating this. He then looked at Harry. And what do you expect me to do with it? Study it. Learn what you can from it. If our enemies are using these cursed weapons, I want to know its effects and if there's a way to counter them. Just in case. You probably have a better shot than me with that. You can count on me, Dumbledore said. Snape returned 10 minutes later with several large flasks of Veritasium. Harry felt exhausted but knew there was still one more thing to finish tonight. I'll find everything I can, Harry said, grabbing the potions. Are you going alone? Dumbledore asked. It's better that way. I don't know if that place would have negative effects on your bodies. And I'm not risking letting him leave, Harry told him. I understand, be careful. The Lestranges are all extremely dangerous. A cornered beast will always fight for its life to the best of its abilities. Of course, Harry closed his eyes and focused. He had never gone completely inside the pocket space before, only enough to store things and retrieve them. But now, he was going to send his entire body in there. He wasn't worried about getting trapped. His ability came with some innate knowledge, enough to know that he had full control of the space. This should allow him to go in and out at will. He felt a pulling sensation, similar to apparition, and in the next instant, he found himself in a familiar dark place. Rabaston was still where Harry had left him, pacing around restlessly. He hadn't even found the spot where Harry had stored all his things. It was apparent that only Harry could see more clearly in this place, even without the aid of any spells. However, it only took a few steps before Rabaston noticed his presence. "Who goes there?" Rabaston snapped in his direction. "I suppose your vampire eyes are of little use in this place," Harry said. "You," Rabaston recognized the voice. "You're that boy from before. You put me in here." "I did," Harry admitted as he continued to approach. Rabaston growled, his fangs stretching out and his eyes glowing intensely. "Get me out of here. I will rip you limb from limb, you bastard." Harry held his staff in hand. "Empty threats. Even if you kill me, you'll never escape this void. Only I can let you out if I want to." Rabaston hesitated for a moment. He couldn't tell if Harry was bluffing, but he didn't doubt that Harry had the power to release him from this place. After all, he was the one who had brought him in. "What do you want? I am from a powerful, ancient family, and my master is the most powerful wizard in the world." "There is little we cannot obtain, just state your demands," the vampire grunted. "I do want something from you. And what I want is very simple. I want to know everything about your master." "And I want the truth," Harry said. Rabaston was not expecting that demand. "You want to know about my master?" He grew more cautious. "Yes, I want to know everything he did after leaving England, everything he's done since coming back, and what he plans to do now. Tell me everything you know about Voldemort." Rabaston's eyes widened in shock. "You know." Chapter 373. 3 hours later. Snape was sitting on a couch with his eyes closed, while the headmaster reclined back in his chair. Suddenly, a loud cracking noise filled the room, startling both men. A large black mass appeared in the middle of the office. "What is that?" Snape nearly fell off the couch, pointing his wand at it. His mind was racing, trying to comprehend what he was seeing. "Calm down, Severus," Dumbledore hurried to halt him. He then observed the dark mass with tired eyes. "Harry has finally returned. That is Potter." Snape stared in shock as the black mass began to take human form. The pitch-black material moved in an unnatural way as if swayed by a non-existent wind within the office. Its composition was puzzling, shifting somewhere between solid and liquid. The unsettling sight even gave Snape goosebumps, a rare occurrence for him. As the material receded, Harry's face emerged. He was not alone. In his left hand, Harry was holding someone. When the black mass finally disappeared, they could clearly see who it was. "Karkaroff," Dumbledore noted, staring at the former Durmstrang headmaster. He hadn't needed to ask about Karkaroff's location anymore. Harry dropped the body and walked to the table, placing a broken gold necklace and a ring upon it. "This is," Dumbledore recognized the symbol engraved on the pieces. "The Lestrange family crest. I take it their owner didn't make it." "You killed Rabaston?" Snape exclaimed. Harry gave the potions professor a tired look. "Did you think I'd just let that vampire go? Or hand him over to authorities that are, by now, mostly Dark Lord supporters? Of course, I killed him, but not before getting something useful." Realizing Harry was right, Snape said nothing further. "I hope all of this was worth it," Dumbledore murmured. Harry sat down. "Could you ask the house elves for some coffee? I don't think any of us will be sleeping tonight. We have a lot to discuss." A knock on the door echoed through the room. "Come in," a cold voice answered. Snape opened the door, feeling like he was stepping into a den of snakes. The room was barely lit, with 2 candles doing most of the work. Professor Rookwood was seated at a round table, staring directly at Snape. But this wasn't the Rookwood he had become accustomed to over the past 3 months. That man was taciturn, barely spoke a word, and often looked distracted, as if his mind was elsewhere, or not there at all. This version of Rookwood was entirely different. His eyes gleamed a bright red, and his expression and mannerisms were as intimidating as Snape remembered from years past. Snape still had nightmares from that era, and now he had to face it again. He hoped it wouldn't last long. Venturing further into the office, he closed the door behind him. "I was surprised by your note. You said some interesting things in it. I wonder what was that about?" Rookwood mentions. Greetings my lord, Snape said, injecting as much respect into his voice as he could muster. So you do know who I am, Rookwood's face twisted in anger. And you dare send me a mere written message, requesting a meeting with me, you traitor. He slammed his hand on the table, the force of the impact cracking the wood. My lord, I was merely serving you in a different way, Snape said, having rehearsed the many ways this conversation might unfold. So the rumors about you abandoning our cause and removing the dark mark were all lies? Rookwood asked, his tone dark. Snape was prepared for this. He revealed the intact brand on his right arm. As you can see, my lord, it is still there, just where you put it, all those years ago. Rookwood frowned. Humph. Even if you still bear it, it doesn't excuse your lack of communication all this time. How am I supposed to interpret that? My lord, you tried to keep your return secret. I only found out because the headmaster trusts me, Snape replied, hoping this excuse would suffice. Voldemort had yet to make his presence public, so Snape had no choice but to feign ignorance. If that's true, then you're a lot more incompetent than I remember, Rookwood sneered. So tell me, Severus, are you a traitor or a fool? Because those seem to be the only two options. My lord, I've spent the last decade earning the respect and trust of your enemies. Allow me to serve you once more. Why should I believe anything you say? Rookwood replied. You claim to have spent years winning over my enemies, yet you bring me nothing but empty words. The only thing I believe is that you're afraid of the consequences of your betrayal. Rookwood leaned forward, his piercing red eyes gleaming even brighter. And you also wish me to believe it's a mere coincidence that this meeting occurs just days after Karkaroff's disappearance. You're correct, my lord. It's no coincidence, but I do have something to show you. Snape reached into his robes and pulled out several items. Rookwood's attention sharpened as Snape placed a gold necklace and a family ring on the table. He immediately recognized the ring. Rabastanthus belongs to Rabastan. His red eyes met Snape's. I hope you have a good explanation for this. Chapter 374. Snape recounted a carefully prepared story, ensuring to tell mostly the truth and only altering details where absolutely necessary. The Dark Lord had always been skilled at detecting lies, so Snape minimized the risks, even though he was technically only speaking to a puppet being controlled from afar and not the real man. You say Dumbledore found him in the dark forest and killed him? The Dumbledore I remember wouldn't kill so easily, Rookwood questioned, clearly skeptical. I can only tell you what I heard from him, but I don't think he intended to kill Rabastan. It seems he had no other choice, Snape replied. But why didn't he escape? Rookwood pondered. Rabastan hadn't even crossed the wards, and he had a portkey for escape. What about the other vampires who accompanied him? They were caught by the centaurs protecting the forest. They showed no mercy. My vampires, killed by those beasts? Ridiculous. Rookwood snapped. It's true, my lord. Look, I brought you something else. Something I believe you wanted. Snape pulled out a small bag. At first, the bag seemed small, but it continued to grow until it was about the size of a person. You brought me a corpse. Rookwood had no doubt what was inside the bag, the shape was unmistakable. Snape said nothing and simply opened it. Karkaroff, Rookwood recognized the man on the floor. He looked remarkably fresh, indicating some preservation spell had been used on him. Why would I have any interest in the corpse of a traitor? I was told Rabastan put great effort into taking this body with him. I wouldn't presume to guess at my lord's plans, but it seemed of some importance, so I went through the trouble of securing it for you. Snape replied. I did have plans for him. Rookwood glanced at Karkaroff. But now it's too late for that. It was likely Karkaroff had already been declared dead, making him useless as a puppet. This will make taking over Durmstrang a bit more difficult, but is not like that would stop him. I see I did something unnecessary then. Snape looked at the corpse. Shall I dispose of it? No, leave it. It may still serve some minor purpose. Rookwood smiled, a smile so sinister it sent chills down Snape's spine. He didn't want to imagine what dark uses Voldemort might have for Karkaroff's remains. Rookwood seemed to be considering something. His eyes went to pieces of jewelry that used to belong to Rabastan. Those must have also been difficult to obtain. He could not imagine that Dumbledore would just leave them lying around. It was, Snape answered. I see. Rookwood became silent after that. Snape waited patiently. He knew his old master's habit of pondering in silence and that any interruption could lead to unpleasant consequences. Severus, Rookwood's red eyes locked onto the potions professor. Yes, my lord. North of London, in the countryside, there is a small village called Little Hangleton. On the outskirts of that village, there's a cemetery. Be there tomorrow at midnight. Then we can discuss your loyalty in person. Rookwood noticed Snape's hesitation. Unless, of course, everything you've told me tonight is nothing but lies. In that case. No, my lord. Snape said quickly. I'll be there. I swear. Rookwood nodded and waved his hand dismissively. You may go now, I have other matters to attend to. It was a cool, moonless night when Snape arrived at the appointed location. He looked around but couldn't see anyone. He knew Harry was hiding nearby, and he could only hope he stayed well hidden, for if he was discovered, his death would likely be anything but swift. Harry had insisted on coming, just in case Voldemort appeared in person, but Snape had no idea what the boy planned to do if that happened. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. The fact that he only heard them now meant the person was purposely revealing their presence. He turned to face the newcomer, expecting to see a familiar face among the Dark Lord's followers. He never imagined that Voldemort himself would come to meet him. Instead, a young blonde woman he had never seen before emerged from the shadows. However, her pale skin and yellow eyes were enough to tell him what she was. The Dark Lord sends a vampire to meet me. Snape tried to maintain a tough demeanor. He remembered well the days when showing weakness among Death Eaters could easily lead to death if one was deemed unworthy. Do you have something against vampires? The woman asked. No, I just expected an old acquaintance, that's all, Snape replied. The woman grinned. The old inner circle. There aren't many of them left. We are the ones who currently hold most of the Dark Lord's trust, so be mindful of what you say. I'll keep that in mind, Snape replied, trying to appear unbothered. She pulled something from her pocket and tossed it to him. Catch. Snape caught it and realized it was a small stone sphere. Oh, he felt it activate immediately and had no way to react to it. The vampire chuckled. Good luck, you'll need it. Snape was whisked away as the portkey activated. Harry watched from afar, thinking, he will indeed need luck. This wasn't an entirely unexpected outcome, but it was certainly a risky one. Voldemort was being cautious. Instead of meeting Snape directly, he'd sent a disposable minion to deliver a portkey that would bring Snape straight to him. Now, the only chance Snape had of returning was to truly convince Voldemort of his loyalty. Let's hope our preparations have been enough. Harry thought. Chapter 375. As soon as he felt his feet touch the ground, Snape's body was overwhelmed by an unpleasant sensation that made him dizzy and disoriented. Luckily, there was a cabinet nearby, and he quickly used it to steady himself and avoid a bad fall. This also gave him a moment to regain his bearings and glance around the place where he had arrived. It was a large room, and more specifically, it looked like the living room of a very elegant house. Something about the furniture felt familiar. He had seen those before. But before he could analyze it further, he felt a sudden urge to vomit. Berg. He only had time to move his head down and let it all go. Snape had never felt so ill after using a portkey, and he had used plenty of them over the years. It is unpleasant, isn't it? A melodious female voice spoke from the side. This startled him, as he hadn't even heard anyone enter the living room, so this person must have already been inside and he had missed it. Snape made an effort to straighten his back and look at the source of the voice. It was an extraordinarily beautiful and exotic woman with olive skin and amber eyes, looking at him with an innocent smile. It will soon pass. What you're feeling is just your body adjusting to the blood wards. Blood wards? Snape managed to say. He shouldn't have been that surprised by this, considering who he was visiting. But blood wards were one of the few home defenses that were illegal to use in all Britain territory, so you would rarely see wizard families being bold enough to use them anymore. Yes. Our Lord wanted the place secured completely. You see, this house has been breached in the past and its previous owner was murdered, the woman commented. Snape glanced down at the cabinet he had been using for support. A family symbol was engraved on its surface. Malfoy, this is Malfoy Manor. He now realized why the furniture had felt so familiar. He had been here many times in the past, though this living room seemed to have undergone some remodeling. The familiar pieces of furniture were all out of place. Correct. This used to be Malfoy Manor, but now it's our Lord's house. One of many. Snape was feeling a bit better now and took a good look at the woman before him. He recognized her, of course. This beauty was infamous across magical Britain. Because of the wealth she had amassed following the deaths of her many husbands, people called her the Black Widow. Trisha Zabini, you've been missing for months, along with your son. There were rumors that you'd left the country and gone to France. She offered him a sweet smile that would put most men on their knees. I appreciate the concern, but my son and I are perfectly fine. We've just been keeping a low profile so we can serve our Lord better. Snape had to admit her act was convincing. But behind that charming smile was an unmistakable fear. She couldn't hide it from her eyes. He sighed in relief as he regained his strength. Though still a bit dizzy, he no longer feared collapsing. "I see you're feeling better. Then we should get moving. The Dark Lord is eager to see you in person," Tricia said. Snape felt goosebumps at the thought of facing that man directly. This was going to be far more terrifying than speaking with one of his flesh puppets. "Why did I let that damn boy convince me to do this?" Snape lamented. But Potter had been persuasive. He made him understand that as long as Voldemort lived, Snape would never be free. And if that monster won the war, there would be nowhere in Britain for him to hide. By taking this risk, he hoped he might bring the Dark Lord one step closer to his downfall. At least, that's what he wanted to believe. Then let's not keep the Dark Lord waiting any longer. Snape glimpsed at the stains he'd left on the polished wooden floor and wondered if he should clean them up before leaving. After all, this was Voldemort's house. Tricia noticed his look. "Don't worry about it. We have many servants here. They'll clean it up." She turned and began walking out of the small dining room. Snape wasted no time following her. He knew just how precarious his situation was. One misstep, and the Dark Lord could kill him without warning. Being familiar with the manor, he could guess their destination after only a short walk. The main hall was just 2 turns away. Since he was being taken to the largest room in the house, this would likely not be a private meeting as he'd initially expected. He spotted the large double doors, and as he anticipated, Tricia walked directly toward them. What he hadn't expected was to see 2 familiar faces standing on each side of the door, waiting for him. It was none other than Draco Malfoy and his mother, Narcissa. The former lady of the manor lifted her gaze to look at him with what appeared to be a genuine smile. "Severus, it's been so long." In his eyes, she looked as beautiful as he remembered, with her long platinum hair and piercing blue eyes. Yet she seemed incredibly sad. Draco, however, was very different than he remembered. His once blue eyes were now a bright, unnatural yellow. His cruel smirk revealed a pair of sharp fangs. The boy was no longer hiding his dark nature. Not that he had ever been good at it. "So you dare to come here, Professor," Draco sneered at Snape. Chapter 376. Snape would like to say he was surprised to see that his godson had become a vampire, but knowing the boy's personality he wasn't. "What's wrong, Professor? Don't be scared." "I won't bite you," Draco chuckled. Snape chose to remain silent. Draco likely thought he was more intimidating than he actually was. "Draco, that's enough. Severus has always been a family friend," Narcissa told him. "You shut up. I have another family now." "A better one," Draco huffed. He was still angry with his mother for refusing the dark gift and choosing to remain a useless human. "Master Draco, we mustn't delay this meeting. The Lord must not be kept waiting," Tricia reminded him politely, as the young vampire had proven to have a short temper, much like his aunt. "Right then, what are you waiting for? Open the doors." Draco calmed down. Even he knew better than to keep the Dark Lord waiting. Tricia opened the doors without hesitation and then moved to the side, allowing Snape to walk in. Oh, he had expected to see others inside the hall, but there were far more than he'd imagined. On each side of the hall stood dozens of individuals watching him. Not only humans, but vampires and even giants were present. They were all standing there, waiting for something. Between them was a long red carpet that led to a throne at the end. On this throne, a large figure covered in a black tunic was resting comfortably. The figure, who could only be Lord Voldemort, raised one hand. Everyone inside the hall immediately knelt down, even the giants. Snape noted that behind him, Draco, Narcissa, and Tricia Zabini were also kneeling. He was the only one left standing and felt increasingly worried by the situation. Should I kneel too? Snape wondered. But he decided that he had to first address the person in question. "My lord, I." "Come closer." The voice of the Dark Lord seemed to pierce through everything else. But the first thing Snape noticed was that he sounded very different. It had been over 10 years, but he would never forget Voldemort's voice. The Dark Lord had always been intimidating, but his voice had been sweet and charming, even when he was threatening. It created a contrast that one would never forget. But now, it was deep and husky and there was something inhuman about it. As Snape got closer, he glanced to the sides, scanning the crowd. He recognized a few of the men kneeling. Near the end, he saw the Caro twins, McNair, Yaxley, and even the inseparable duo of Crabbe and Goyle Sr. These had all been loyal Death Eaters in the past, but none of those used to be part of the inner circle. Close to the throne, he spotted a pudgy, ugly man he was very familiar with. Peter Pettigrew is still alive. Snape was surprised to see him here. Everyone had assumed he was dead. He was responsible for the deaths of many members of the Old Order of the Phoenix near the end of the last war, including Sirius Black and the Longbottom family. A man and a woman stood on either side of the Dark Lord's throne. When Snape was close enough, they were the only ones who stood to look at him. Rodolphus and Bellatrix Lestrange looked even younger than the last time he had seen them, well over a decade ago. Did they all become vampires too? Snape immediately recognized what they were, with their pale skin and yellow eyes. Bellatrix was grinning at him, but it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Rodolphus, on the other hand, didn't bother to hide his anger. Not even a bit. He had always been an emotional man, and it appeared becoming undead hadn't changed that. Snape stopped a good distance away from the throne and glanced at the Lord. It was impossible to see his face under the black hood, likely due to a powerful concealment spell. The only thing he could clearly see was a pair of bright red eyes. Severus Snape, Voldemort finally spoke. "My lord." Snape did his best to show respect with a polite bow. "You've taken your time returning to my side." "My lord, I was Merrill." "I know what you were doing," Voldemort interrupted. "I haven't forgotten the conversation with my puppet, nor have I forgotten your excuses." He gestured with his hand, and everyone in the hall stood up at the same time. "Tonight, I've gathered my inner circle to help me decide your fate," the Dark Lord spoke. Voldemort lifted his hand from the throne, this time moving it forward, as if reaching for something. Snape watched in horror as a skeletal hand emerged from Voldemort's robes. A large wooden staff materialized into existence, and he gripped it firmly. Voldemort's red eyes turned to Snape, followed by a loud chuckle. "Surprised?" A few laughs filled the hall briefly before silence returned. "Yes, my lord," Snape said, trying his best to stay calm. "I suppose it's to be expected. It has been a long time since you last saw me, and I've changed a bit." His left hand moved to the top of his hood, and he began to pull it back. "I'll allow you to see me, then." Snape had to cover his mouth to keep from screaming when he saw the Dark Lord's face. Because he had none. His current head was devoid of skin or muscles. It was a pearly white skull, though it didn't even look like a human skull. It had pointed protrusions everywhere, and at the top, they seemed to form something resembling a crown. His red eyes grew brighter as he leaned closer. "Tell me, Severus, what do you think of the new me?" Chapter 377. Snape remained silent, frozen by shock. He'd seen many things since entering the magical world, but nothing like this. He knew that Voldemort had dabbled in necromancy, the most taboo branch of magic, even more forbidden than blood magic. But it seemed the Dark Lord had done more than just experiment with it, he had transformed himself into an undead. Snape wasn't sure how Voldemort had achieved this, but he knew he had to find something positive to say. It's magnificent, my lord," he managed to murmur. "Magnificent, is it?" Voldemort leaned back in his golden throne. Snape couldn't detect any reaction from him. His skeletal face revealed nothing. "Of course you're magnificent, my lord." Bellatrix seized the chance to join in, her eyes wide with reverence as she stared at her Dark Lord. "You are the most magnificent being in the entire world, the most regal, and powerful, and the most handsome th. "Enough, Bella," Voldemort interrupted, cutting her off before she could continue. If he let her go on, she might have launched herself at him. He couldn't allow that, he was trying to intimidate Severus into submission. "My apologies, my lord. I spoke out of turn." Bellatrix quickly retreated, bowing her head in shame. "My lord. You're not seriously considering taking him back, are you?" Rodolphus exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Snape. "There's no way he wasn't involved in my brother's death. Please, give me permission to rip his head off." Voldemort's gaze turned cold as he looked at Rodolphus. "Are you telling me what to do?" Rodolphus's demeanor shifted instantly, his anger replaced by fear. "And no, my lord." He quickly dropped to his knees. I only want justice for my brother." "And you think I don't?" Voldemort's red eyes narrowed as he spoke. "Rabastan was one of my most loyal followers, and you know how much I value loyalty. If I thought Severus had anything to do with that unfortunate matter, I'd personally rip his head off." Voldemort turned his gaze to Snape, who felt his blood run cold. "But he knows who did it, don't you, Severus?" Voldemort asked. Snape nodded. "Yes, my lord. It was Albus Dumbledore with the help of some centaurs." "Dumbledore," Rodolphus muttered. "Centaurs? Those inbred horses dared to kill one of us." Bellatrix huffed. "Why don't you tell us the whole story, Severus?" Voldemort ordered. Snape recited the story they had prepared. Dumbledore had placed every protection he could think of in Snape's mind, fully aware that Voldemort was a master of mental arts. They had even removed some of Snape's memories, storing them in containers hidden in the headmaster's office. As Snape spoke, he felt Voldemort probing his mind. He held the Dark Lord's gaze, knowing that looking away would appear suspicious. He had to trust that the preparations were enough. When Snape finished recounting Rabastin's demise, anger filled the hall. How dare they? I want to burn that forest down. Voldemort said nothing at first, allowing his followers to vent while keeping his eyes on Snape, as if weighing his words. This was the first major defeat their side had suffered since they'd returned to Britain. That's enough, Voldemort eventually said. He didn't need to raise his voice, that much was sufficient to hush them. Silence fell over the hall. Do not forget that this is a war. No matter how much we prepare, some losses are inevitable. We knew this from the beginning, and I'm afraid that Rabastin will not be the last. Voldemort's tone was steady. My lord, I am more than willing to die for you. Bellatrix hurried to say. You already did, Snape thought but held his tongue. As vampires, she and her husband could no longer be counted among the living. Now one of the biggest obstacles left in this country is going to be to take over Hogwarts. The castle was designed as an impenetrable fortress when all defenses are activated, and Albus Dumbledore is there. We already had a plan to address that obstacle, but Voldemort's red eyes swept the room before landing on Snape once more. I believe you mentioned that you had a way to end this in a more expedited manner. Is that true? It is, my lord, if you allow me. I believe I can help you end Dumbledore's life within a month, leaving the castle free for the taking, Snape said. Is that so? Then I wish to hear all the details, Voldemort demanded. Snape explained how he had developed an untraceable poison that he could slip to Dumbledore. It would gradually weaken him until he'd be completely unable to use magic. At that point, the greatest wizard the world had ever known would be as defenseless as a muggle. After their discussion, Voldemort handed Snape a one-time use port key that would take him outside, allowing him to leave. Do you really trust him, my lord? Rodolphus asked once they were alone. Voldemort chuckled. Of course not. Severus is like a venomous snake. You don't get too close. Then why let him leave? Why not just kill him? This could be one of Dumbledore's schemes, Bellatrix pointed out. Voldemort nodded. It could be. And if it is, then I'll give him the ending he deserves. But there's a chance he's telling part of the truth, and if so, I'd be a fool not to take the opportunity. There's little risk, just 2 puppets at the castle and little more. A direct assault on Hogwarts would lead to heavy losses. Eliminating the headmaster in this way would make the conquest much simpler. I knew it. My lord is merciful, Bellatrix gushed. He takes this risk because he cares about us. Bella, control yourself, Rodolphus scoffed. Voldemort tapped his bony hand on her head, and she looked blissful. Of course, I care for my followers. I always have, as long as they were useful to him, at least. You revealed your true appearance to him. What if he tells the old headmaster? Rodolphus asked. There's nothing they can do with that information, Voldemort said, waving his skeletal hand in front of him. They don't know what I truly am. And if they did, they'd only be able to scream in despair. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed with malevolence. For I am the god of death. Chapter 378. December 31st. Usually, Hogwarts was quiet on New Year's Eve, with most students at home celebrating with their families. This year, things were different. Because of the Triwizard Tournament, many foreign students were staying at the castle, along with local students who wanted to participate in the holiday events. First, there had been the Yule Ball on the 25th, and tonight, the professors had organized a New Year's Eve party. Although simpler and without ministry personnel, it was enough to keep nearly half the student body at Hogwarts for the entire break. The mood at breakfast was buzzing with excitement as students discussed their plans for the night. Ugh, can't they stop kissing at least until after breakfast? Seamus groaned, moving away from a couple before dropping down beside Harry. At least Ron isn't here to see this, the boy was grateful for that. He had not taken well to the news of the official new couple being formed and felt like he was being pushed away. Harry lifted his eyes from his plate and glanced to his left. His sister Lyra wasn't being particularly subtle in her public display of affection with her new boyfriend, Neville. And they had gotten worse after Ginny left to spend the rest of the break with her family. They haven't stopped since the Yule Ball, Lavender observed with a smirk. They could at least go somewhere else. This isn't the place for that, Hermione added with a deep frown. I'm surprised Professor Umbridge hasn't said anything. Isn't this a blatant breach of her rules? Parvati noted. Professor Umbridge hasn't been the same since she came back from the hospital, Hermione remarked. And she knew that was an understatement. Umbridge's attitude had completely changed and she always looked absent and quiet. "Mate, how can you let your sister do that?" Seamus nudged Harry. Harry sighed. What was he supposed to do? It's not like he enjoyed watching them, but Lyra was old enough to make her own choices. And telling her to stay away from the boy would only drive her further onto his side. Besides, Neville wasn't a bad influence. If anything, Lyra was a bad influence on him. "That's enough, you two." Finally, Professor McGonagall approached the couple. "I know you're all on break, but the Great Hall is hardly the place for that kind of behavior." Lyra and Neville quickly apologized and left the hall together. Surely, to continue somewhere else. Ginny, Ron, and the twins were all absent, having returned home for the holidays. From what he'd heard, Ginny hadn't even attended the Yule Ball. Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. His eyes drifted to the Slytherin table. Somehow, Daphne must have noticed his gaze, as she glanced back with a slight smile. She had stayed at Hogwarts over the break to spend more time with him, while her sister had returned home. Her friend Tracy was also still at the castle, but mostly because her new boyfriend was staying as well. "So, Harry, what about you?" He heard someone speaking to him and turned his head. Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati were all looking at him with interest. "Sorry, I wasn't following the conversation." "What about me?" he asked. "We were talking about tonight's ball," Hermione explained. "Yes, and we were wondering if you had any plans," Lavender added. "Since you missed the Yule Ball," Parvati chimed in. "Don't think that we didn't notice." "Oh, that. I haven't thought about it. You know, a lot of girls would have been happy to go with you." "My sister Padma has had a crush on you since at least the second year," Parvati said. "We even heard a rumor that the French champion asked you to the ball." "Was that true?" Lavender asked. "You shouldn't believe everything you hear," Harry decided to say. There was no need to talk about that. "Well, I know that. Lavender was, after all, the source of most of those rumors. I knew it wasn't true." "That one sounded particularly crazy," Parvati chuckled. "She is easily the most popular girl this year." "So, you're not going to attend?" Hermione asked. "No, I don't think so," Harry replied. "That's too bad. But if you change your mind and need a date, let me know." "My sister would go with you," Parvati offered. "Isn't Padma already going with Michael Corner?" Lavender asked. Parvati dismissed the question with a wave. "She'd drop him in a second to go with Harry, I'm sure of it." Harry finished his meal and walked out of the Great Hall alone. He didn't plan on attending the ball, but he did have other plans. Another wooden target dummy exploded into pieces. Harry had lost count of how many he destroyed tonight, but he didn't feel tired at all. The room of requirement could easily regenerate them, so he continued. At least, until he sensed someone standing outside. He made the door appear, and soon it opened. Daphne entered, wearing her usual robes and looking at him with a serious expression. "I know you told me to come here in my normal robes, but please tell me that tonight's plan isn't just blowing up dummies." Harry looked back at her. "You could have a bit more confidence." "Of course, I have prepared something." He used a cleaning spell on himself and made the target dummies go away. "Now, let's see." While most of the castle inhabitants were having fun, the headmaster and Snape were having a serious conversation in his office. All of a sudden, Snape clutched his arm, looking as if he were in intense pain. "Severus, what is it?" Dumbledore asked. Snape gasped for breath. He had hoped to never feel this unpleasant sensation again. I've been called." Chapter 379. The portkey they'd left with him could only be activated from the other side when his presence was explicitly required. Snape didn't even know where it pointed to. After reappearing, the professor regained his composure and looked around. It was the same cemetery where he'd been called last time. "It seems he doesn't trust me with a portkey that leads directly to the house," Snape thought. Voldemort had always been cautious, and it appeared that becoming even more monstrous had done nothing to change that. Hearing footsteps, he assumed it was another of the Dark Lord's minions sent to fetch him. "Well, who do we have here?" A middle-aged woman with a cruel smile appeared from behind a large tombstone and began to approach him. "Alecto," Snape muttered. This was one of the infamous Caro twins and one of the few women who he feared. She has also been the talk of the public very recently, so it was easy to recognize her. This is the one who took over Dumbledore's position as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. He hadn't seen her during his last visit. But then again, there had been so many people, that it was easy to miss someone. And his attention had been somewhere else on that day. Two more figures stepped into the open area, becoming visible in the moonlight. Unsurprisingly, Amicus Caro was also present. The twins were inseparable. "Severus, how have you been?" the lanky man with long, black hair and an unkempt beard sneered. Amycus usually had a jovial attitude that was completely opposite to his sister's no-nonsense one. "I'm fine," Snape replied. He never liked this man, always making light of every situation. Instead, he focused his eyes on the last person, who was no other than his godson. But Draco Malfoy barely acknowledged him, seeming preoccupied with something else. "Don't mind him," Amycus said with a smirk. "He's just nervous about tonight's hunt." Snape's eyes widened slightly. "Hunt? Hey, I'm not nervous," Draco retorted, feeling obviously offended by the comment. "You weren't even told the reason for this meeting. Seems like you've really fallen out of the Dark Lord's favor," Alecto said with a somber tone. Amycus was about to add something when the ground shook violently. Snape looked up as something massive blocked the faint light, casting a huge shadow. The giant, who must have been lying behind the graves, had somehow gone unnoticed until he stood up. He let out a loud grunt, sounding displeased. Even by giant standards, this one was particularly tall. "What's wrong, Grunt? Did we wake you from your nap?" Amycus chuckled. "Don't mind him, Severus. He's always a bit grumpy." Snape did his best to appear impassive. "Tell me about this hunt." "Oh, don't be in such a hurry. You'll find out soon enough. The rest should be arriving any moment," Amycus replied. As if on cue, they began hearing sounds of apparition and portkeys activating. Within moments, a large group of Death Eaters assembled in the old graveyard. But there was no sign of the Dark Lord. "All right, seems like we're all here." Bellatrix took charge, and nobody objected. Snape didn't know much about her relationship with her husband, but considering that he stood silently at her side, it was obvious who held the higher rank. "The night is young, so let's not waste it. You know your targets and what you're to do," Bellatrix commanded. "I expect each of you to report back to me before dawn. Give them the ultimatum, and if they refuse, show no mercy." Snape remained puzzled, having been given no explanation of the night's objective. "Are we raiding Muggles or is this something else?" This seemed like an odd time for a Muggle raid. As far as he knew, there hadn't been a single attack on Muggle territory since the Dark Lord's return. "Severus, come here." Bellatrix waved him over. While the others prepared to depart, she was left mostly alone, with only an older wizard, Corban Yaxley, by her side. She pulled something small from her pocket and handed it to him. "I assume you didn't bring a broom, so you can use this one." Snape looked down and saw a tiny broom. "We're flying?" he asked. Yaxley had already removed the shrinking spell on his broom, and Bellatrix was doing the same. "Yes, and you're coming with me." Her yellow eyes gleamed under the moonlight. "Listen, Severus. You're on thin ice right now, and I'm sure you're aware of that. Tonight, I'll be watching your performance." So, that's what this is, Snape realized. This was likely a test of his loyalty. If he showed even a hint of hesitation, he'd likely be eliminated. That would explain why Bellatrix was with him. She seemed to be the Dark Lord's most trusted, and perhaps his most powerful follower. Snape watched as the other groups mounted their brooms and took off toward somewhere. The homes of some unfortunate people, no doubt. He glanced toward the Caro twins, curious about the giant's mode of transport. To his surprise, the giant clasped his iron bracelets together, shrinking from a towering colossus to something resembling a very tall, very ugly human. He was still unable to fly on a broom, but at this size, he could ride as a passenger on Amycus's latest model comet broom. "Let's go," Bellatrix said coldly. She was always like this when her beloved Dark Lord was absent. Snape mounted his broom and followed her without delay. His stomach churned, and he felt nauseated. Tonight, there was a very real chance he would have to kill someone. Chapter 380. They flew for almost an hour, passing over several Muggle towns, but Bellatrix didn't so much as glance in their direction. Their objective was clearly someone specific. Eventually, Bellatrix stopped mid-air, and Snape halted beside her, hovering while looking down at the landscape below. A large grassy clearing stretched out beneath them, with a stone path leading to a single, expansive house. Even from this altitude and in the night's shadows, the house's size was obvious. "Who lives in there?" Snape asked. "Our target," was all she said before beginning to descend. Yaxley found Snape's predicament amusing, chuckling loudly. But didn't give any explanation either. Snape could only hope the old man broke his hip during the landing. The wards shouldn't be too strong. "This family has been in decline for several generations," Bellatrix noted. "The last lord of the house dared to marry a half-blood with no standing, disgusting, and not much different from choosing a mudblood." What a way to spit on your ancestors, Yaxley sneered. Then it dawned on Snape, this was not a Muggle household. They had come to attack a wizarding family. One that the Dark Lord had some disagreement with, no doubt about that. Which family lives here? Do I not deserve to know at least that much? Snape dared to ask, needing the answer. Was it someone from the Order? Or maybe a Wisengamot member who had displeased their lord? Blood traitors, Yaxley answered with a sneer. This family used to follow the old customs, Bellatrix added, but in the last generation, they've begun to change their ways. And despite being a pure-blood family, they've chosen to remain neutral and ignore our Lord's invitation. Tonight, they'll have their last chance to correct things, or they will perish. Who? Snape insisted. Bellatrix glanced at Yaxley. The Davis family, Yaxley answered, certain Bellatrix had already forgotten their name. Davis, Snape echoed. Tracy Davis is one of his Slytherin students, a girl from 4th year. This is her family, he thought with dread. There was nothing he could do to save them from what was coming. Any rebellion tonight could result in his immediate death. Can you breach the wards? Bellatrix asked Yaxley. Sure, but it may take a bit of time. My skills aren't what they used to be, the old man said. We have time. Bellatrix spoke calmly as she looked toward the house, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. We have time, she repeated. Is everything okay? You've barely touched your dinner, Harry noted. Since they couldn't be seen together at the Yule Ball, he and Daphne had chosen to spend a relaxing evening in the room of requirement. I'm just not very hungry. Daphne poked at a chicken thigh with her fork. Dobby will be disappointed. He put a lot of effort into this meal, Harry teased. Wait, she looked up at him with concern while almost dropping her fork. Dobby made this? Harry chuckled. No, I was joking. Dobby's enthusiastic about cooking, but his sense of taste when it comes to human food is questionable at best. Oh, thank Merlin. She shuddered, remembering the one time she had tried Dobby's cooking. So, what's wrong, then? If you don't want to stay here all night, we can go out. There's still an hour left before midnight. We could get changed and, he trailed off, not particularly keen on going out but not wanting to ruin her night either. Daphne smiled, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Thanks, but it's not that. It's just I don't know how to explain it. Try, Harry suggested. Daphne thought for a moment. It's like this feeling a sense that something terrible is going to happen. Like a premonition. I didn't know you had a gift for divination, Harry said, smiling. Idontan divination is no longer a thing, remember? They removed the classes from everywhere. They said that the entire branch of magic was dead. Yes. Professor Silverbell believes it might be due to the fractures in the walls between alternate realities, making it impossible to predict any future outcome. Harry didn't fully understand divination, other than it had nearly ruined his previous life. But the timing seemed too coincidental, prophecies going dark, seers losing their sight, just right when the convergences began happening. Perhaps diviners hadn't been seeing the future at all, but glimpsing into alternate realities. Possible futures that might still come to pass, depending on certain choices. And now that the worlds were no longer connected, they had all gone blind. Well, I doubt it's that. I think it's fate. Daphne's face went pale, and she nearly jumped from her chair. What's wrong? Harry's expression grew serious. Daphne wasn't one for overreactions, so whatever it was serious. I think someone's trying to break into my house. Daphne exclaimed. Are you connected to your wards? Harry asked, surprised. He thought only her father could monitor them. Daphne shook her head. I'm not. But at the end of the summer, I set up a basic blood guard perimeter around my house. It doesn't offer real protection, but it does alert me if it's breached and it just triggered. She looked at him, her expression deeply worried. Harry immediately stood up, walked to one side of the room, and opened a black portal. He reached inside, and pieces of enchanted jewelry flew out, arranging themselves on his body. His goblin steel staff hovered by his side, and his black robes layered themselves under an even darker fabric. Harry Astoria's there too, Daphne said, her voice tinged with fear. Let's go take a look. If anyone's trying to harm your family, I'll deal with them, Harry replied. Daphne pulled out her wand, her eyes narrowing. We'll deal with them, she corrected. Chapter 381. Dialogue. It is done. A cruel grin appeared on Yaxley's face as he said that. Bellatrix took a small metallic object shaped like a pyramid and placed it on the ground. What is that? Snape asked, trying to avoid thinking about what they were going to do next. This is something our Lord prepared for us. She pressed her index finger against the tip of the pyramid. It was sharp enough to pierce her skin, and a few drops of her blood fell onto its metallic surface. The runes carved into the artifact began to shine with an eerie red light. Moments later, a wave of magic emerged from the pyramid and washed over them. Snape felt an immediate change in his surroundings. There was an added pressure that hadn't been there before. He glanced back at the small object. He wasn't well versed in runes to immediately identify the effects of a complex artifact like that, but given the current situation, something came to mind. "Is that an anti-apparition ward?" he finally asked. "It's a portable blood ward, created by the Dark Lord," Yaxley explained. "It blocks any teleportation inside and outside the area. Apparition, portkeys, nothing works. Not even for us?" Snape asked. It seemed like a flaw, but he didn't want to say it. Yaxley nodded. "A small price to pay for something this potent. But it can quickly be deactivated by its user. It also works with blood, so even non-wizards can use it, as long as they have some magic in them." Bellatrix smiled. "The Dark Lord made these especially for us, vampires. He is so thoughtful." Snape wanted to vomit again, seeing Bellatrix acting all sweet while she talked about that monster. Thankfully, he was a master of mental arts and could keep his expression impassive. "Now it's all ready, let's go hunt." Bellatrix licked her lips with anticipation. "Wait, aren't we supposed to offer them one last chance to join our side?" If Snape understood the assignment correctly, that was the point of today's mission. There were still several pureblood families who had chosen to remain neutral, not siding against the Dark Lord or with him. "I mean, they may not even know the Dark Lord is back," Snape added. It wasn't common knowledge. Even in the Ministry, many still believed that Minister Parkinson remained in charge of the country. Only a few knew that the man was already dead and what remained was nothing more than a literal puppet. Bellatrix's eyes sharpened as she turned to him. "The blood traders will have their chance to beg for mercy. But first I'll have my fun." As she said this, she rushed toward the house, moving at an inhuman speed. Snape was taken off guard. They hadn't made any sort of plan. "Leave it." Yaxley brushed it off. "She always does these things herself. I was only brought along to help breach the wards. I'm too old for hunts anyway." While Snape was about to wonder about his role in all of this, they began to hear screams coming from inside the house. "She works quickly," Yaxley chuckled. "Isn't she going to kill them?" Snape asked. Yaxley shook his head. "She has a lot of control over her bloodlust, much more than any other vampire of her age. She's also much stronger than the others. You could say Bellatrix always had a gift for the dark arts." At that moment, they saw someone being thrown out of a window. "We should get closer, though. Make sure they don't do anything stupid," Yaxley said. As they approached, they found that the person on the ground was an old man, covered in blood. "Erg," the old man grunted and coughed a few times before he tried to stand. "You may want to stay there for a bit, old-timer," Yaxley advised him. "Who?" The old man turned with difficulty to look at them. "You." His eyes moved over Yaxley and then to Snape. "You're the potions professor of Hogwarts. And you don't recognize me?" "I should feel offended," Yaxley said. "I do recognize you too. You're one of the bastards who escaped from Azkaban. What are you doing in my house?" "I didn't escape, I was let go." And Yaxley pointed behind the old man. The wall was hit with tremendous force and exploded into pieces. As the dust settled, they saw Bellatrix walking out, holding two people in her hands. It was a man and a woman, both around their late 30s, dressed in elegant clothes. Although now, they were in rough shape, with torn clothes and injuries all over. She threw them next to the old man. "Graham! What have they done to you?" the old man exclaimed as he examined one of them. "Father," the younger man managed to sit up. "Margaret." He quickly went to check on his wife. She grunted in pain and opened her eyes. She was alive but badly injured. "I'm assuming this is the current Lord of House Davis and his mudblood wife, yes?" Yaxley asked. "Don't call my wife that," Lord Davis exclaimed. "Why are you attacking my family?" "We'll explain, but first," Bellatrix glanced at Snape. "Severus, kill the old man." "What?" Snape was surprised by the sudden request. "Wait. Why?" Lord Davis demanded. "I know who you are," the old man looked at Bellatrix. "And I know who you serve, that pretender who called himself Dark Lord and was defeated by a baby." Bella frowned. "What did you say about my lord?" "Father, shut up. Please." Lord Davis begged. But it was too late. The old man was truly enraged. Is that why you came here? You want my family to join that loser? The Devises have always remained neutral. We will never serve that piece of s. Snap. Bellatrix moved like lightning. In an instant, she was behind the old man, picked him up with one hand, and snapped his neck with ease. No one talks about my lord like that, Bellatrix said coldly. Father. Lord Davis screamed. Tisk. Bella became annoyed. She'd been told to have Snape kill at least one of them as a show of loyalty to their side. But she had gone and done it herself. Severus, she glanced at the woman, who was still lying on the ground, barely moving. You're going to kill the mudblood. Chapter 382. Dialogue. Where is my house? Daphne looked around furiously. TSK. Something's wrong, Harry said, just a second after they appeared. He had aimed his apparition much closer to the house than this, but they were in the middle of a field instead. Wait, this is the stone road that leads home. Daphne followed it with her eyes, but it disappeared after a short distance. Someone must have put a ward around the place, and it's blocking our view. Harry noticed that the image was distorted when looking ahead. It was clear that this was an improvised distraction. Stand back. I'm going to take this down. Harry aimed his staff upward but in the direction he remembered the house being. Do you know how to remove wards? Daphne asked. I know at least one way. The green stones embedded in his staff began to shine as he channeled his magic through it. Confringo. A loud, fiery explosion blasted against the surface of the wards, momentarily revealing them. Daphne gasped. There really is a foreign protection around my house. This confirmed her fear that someone was attacking her family. I see you now. Harry poured much more power into the next spell, aiming to pierce the protection in one go. Fulgurus. Lightning emerged from the tip of his staff, forming a concentrated beam of light that shot forward. As the beam collided with the protections, it pierced through, opening a path. Greengrass Manor came into view shortly after. Oh no! Daphne could see fire burning in her house already, and part of it had been destroyed. The entire west wing appeared to be missing. A giant? Harry quickly spotted the culprit, as it was hard to miss. This was the largest giant he had seen in a while, and it appeared to be very busy destroying as much of the house as possible. Wait! Harry had to physically stop Daphne from running toward the house. Let me go, Harry. I have to find my family, Daphne snapped at him. There are 3 people standing by the front gate, and they've already noticed us. If you go there without caution, you may get killed, Harry warned her. His entrance wasn't exactly subtle, so of course, they had noticed their arrival. Stay by my side, Harry said as he began to approach. Daphne knew he was right. Rushing into the house carelessly would only cause more problems. Her manor had many more defenses inside, and her father was no pushover. She was sure they were still fine since the attackers hadn't even gotten past the entrance. At the gate of the manor, the Caro twins and Draco, who had been about to walk through the broken entrance, paused when they saw the blood wards being pierced. Are our wards down? Amicus asked. No, that spell only made a hole in the outer layer. It's already regenerating, his sister, Alecto, replied, being a bit more versed in this type of magic. So those 2 intruders are trapped, then, Draco said, narrowing his eyes and trying to figure out who the 2 might be. Who goes there? This is a private party. Amicus shouted. Wait, that's Daphne. Why isn't she inside the house? Draco had expected to find her in the manor, not coming from outside. Maybe she left to do something, then felt someone breaking into her family home and came to check, Alecto said. It's not important right now. She's one of the targets, but who is that with her? Harry Potter, what is he doing here? And what's he doing with Daphne? Draco clenched his teeth, anger beginning to boil inside him. That's Draco Malfoy. Daphne finally recognized him as they got closer. His magic feels off. Harry tried to scan the area, searching for any hidden threats. He found none, but he did detect something else. Daphne, I found your family. Where are they? Are they okay? She asked nervously. I can sense their magic inside the house. I have no way to know their condition, only that they're alive. But we have no reason to believe they've been harmed yet. Those 3 were about to enter when we arrived, and the giant is only destroying the house. Daphne felt a massive weight lift from her shoulders. But with some of her worries gone, they were quickly replaced by anger. How dare they? She glared at the 3 individuals by the front gate. How dare they come here to harm my family? Harry continued forward, recognizing the 2 others beside Draco as the Caro twins. 2 adult wizards, a giant, and Draco. This is going to be quick. Grom! Get over here. We have guests. Amicus shouted at the giant, who was still holding a piece of the roof and hadn't even noticed Harry and Daphne's arrival, too busy enjoying the destruction. Huh? Grom walked back slowly, glancing at Harry and Daphne. Guests. Daphne. Draco called with a wide grin. Did you miss me? I came all the way here for you. In reality, she was only half the reason he had requested to join this raid. He also had a bone to pick with Lord Greengrass, who had rejected his family's offers of alliance so many times. Draco glanced Daphne up and down. It had been a while since he last saw her, and she had grown even more beautiful. At first, he had been interested only in her family's assets and connections, but seeing her like this now there was something else he wanted. Malfoy, how dare you attack my family? Daphne spat. Draco laughed. Tonight, I'm planning to do more than just get back at your traitorous family. I'm going to make you mine. Chapter 383. Dialogue. Did he seriously say that? Daphne asked. Yes, I think he did. How do you want to handle this? Harry replied. I want to do it myself, Daphne said, looking determined. I'll leave Malfoy to you, then. I'll manage the others. Be careful if you see a dagger, Harry warned her. He had had a chance to examine the curse on the one he recovered, along with Dumbledore. The curse was as bad as he thought. It had roots in necromancy, attacking the soul directly. While powerful protections could minimize the effects, without proper preparation, it would be a death sentence. The curse was designed to kill by removing the soul almost instantly and leaving the body as an empty shell, something akin to a meat puppet. I know. I'll be careful, Daphne reassured him. While Harry and Daphne were having their private conversation, the others were also deciding their next steps. What about the boy? Alecto Caro asked. They hadn't yet been told exactly what to do with the Potter family, though she was sure they'd all have to die sooner or later. The Potters had openly opposed the Dark Lord, after all. Kill him, capture him, I don't care. But Daphne is mine, Draco insisted. Oh ho. Good luck with that one, she looks fierce, Amicus taunted. You think I can't handle that witch? Draco huffed. Grom, the giant grumbled. Right, I called you over, Amicus said. Well, since you're already here, why don't you grab that boy? You can play with him or crush him immediately, it's fine in any case. Go have fun. My sister and I should go find the rest of the family. Yes, I'm a bit concerned about what other defenses Lord Greengrass might have hidden. This is a very old family, so don't lower your guard. Alecto added. Amicus shrugged. We've got time, and if things get too difficult, he glanced at Daphne. We'll use the girl for leverage. That'll draw Daddy and Mommy out. Not until I'm done with her, Draco said, impatient. His eyes were fixed on the beautiful blonde girl in front of him. Draco walked forward with determination until he was less than 10 feet away. He could clearly smell her perfume from here. Daphne, he growled. All he received from her was contempt. Daphne held her wand in her right hand. There's one thing I want to know from you. Draco raised an eyebrow, not expecting her to make any requests. Are you ready to give up? Because that would be very disappointing. The night Pansy and her family died, Daphne glared directly into Draco's eyes. Did you have anything to do with that? She knew how much he had hated Pansy and her father for breaking their engagement. That's what you wanted to ask? Draco chuckled, a wide grin spreading across his face. Yes, I'm the one who killed that bloody traitor. And you have no idea how good it felt. Harry had moved a short distance away to give Daphne some space. He didn't want to get in the way of what was coming next. He then noticed that the giant was eyeing him. I see, Daphne's face remained impassive, though her anger had never burned hotter. I should have guessed, she let the tip of her wand morph into a sharp edge and used it to cut open the index finger of her left hand. Draco's pupils dilated. He hadn't had a single drop of blood in a week, and he was thirsty. Daphne, he licked his lips, stepping closer. Daphne let her blood drip, but it never reached the ground. Instead, each drop floated in the air. You want blood? You can have it, she said. Blood continued to drip from her finger, each drop hovering in place. Draco began rushing for the blood. Draco, stop. Don't touch it, Hat's blood magic. Luckily, the Caro twins were paying attention and shouted a warning just in time. Draco was about to swallow one of the blood drops when he sensed something was wrong and backed away. As he did, the smooth crimson drop transformed into a sharp needle. Had it not been for his inhuman reflexes, he could have been seriously hurt. A vampire wouldn't die from having their brain pierced, but it would have left him defenseless long enough for her to finish him off. "You witch! You tried to kill me," he shouted, enraged. "Well, let's see, you killed a friend of mine, attacked my family home, and tried to force yourself on me." Daphne had to restrain herself from rolling her eyes. "So yes, Malfoy, I am going to kill you for that." Draco scowled. "I'm going to enjoy putting you in your place." He moved away so fast it almost looked as if he disappeared. Daphne knew she couldn't match a vampire's speed, so she didn't even try. She was done with her preparations. Draco appeared behind her, his hand moving at an impossible speed to grab her neck. But before he could reach her, some of the floating blood drops blocked his path. Reacting on their own, without Daphne's command, the blood needles attacked him. Draco twisted his body to dodge the needles. As he did, Daphne spun and slashed at him with a swift motion. Draco caught a quick glimpse of something shiny in her hand. Instead of her wand, she now held a thin silver blade. Tisk! Draco was growing frustrated. This was supposed to be an easy fight. Why was he having so much trouble with a mere human? He was stronger, faster, better. The silver blade swiped by as he moved his head to avoid it. "I'll show you," he thought, clenching his fist. A good punch to her chest would remind her who was superior. But Draco was so focused on hurting her, that he missed a single blood drop that moved toward his left eye. By the time he saw it, it was too late to avoid it completely. He twisted just enough to prevent the needle from piercing his eye, but it hit his cheek instead. Draco grunted in pain as the needle disappeared, absorbed into his flesh. And as this happened, a small, satisfied smile appeared on Daphne's face. Chapter 384. Dialogue. Draco began to scream as the pain from before grew more severe. "What's happening to him?" Amicus glanced at Draco in concern. "That witch is using blood magic. We have to help him before it's too late," Alecto said, pointing her wand at Daphne. Avada Kedavra. She felt a sharp pain shoot through her hand, forcing her to drop her wand, and she then saw the blood dripping from her palm. "Don't interfere. Those two have something to settle," Harry said, having cast a piercing charm on Alecto's hand. "Grom! Kill that boy!" Amicus gave the order to the giant immediately. Neither he nor his sister recognized Harry, assuming he was just another Hogwarts student not worth their attention. But now it was clear that had been a mistake. "That boy," Alecto clutched her wounded hand, staring at Harry. She hadn't even seen him move or speak to cast a spell, it was as if the magic had come from nowhere. Meanwhile, as Daphne continued her fight, the giant, Grom, obeyed Amicus's command. The creature leaned forward and lifted his massive foot into the air, aiming to crush Harry with all his might. The foot, larger than the average car, descended upon Harry. Remaining calm, Harry raised his left hand, drawing a circular motion in the air. A black circle appeared above him, directly in the path of the giant's foot. It was difficult to see clearly in the darkness of night, but all of them noticed something strange had appeared. The giant sensed that the small wizard beneath him had done something, but he had no time to wonder what it was before his entire foot, and part of his leg, disappeared into the black hole. From the Caro twins' perspective, it was truly bizarre. It looked like the giant's leg had simply vanished into thin air. Before they could guess what was happening, the foot reappeared. Except now it was above the giant's own head, carrying all the force of his intended attack. "Careful," was all Amicus managed to yell before Grom's own foot collided with his head. The impact was tremendously loud, a testament to the giant's strength, which was now directed at himself. The giant groaned in pain but was not deterred. He prepared for a straight punch this time. The Caro twins yelled at him to stop. There was clearly something wrong here, but the giant was too angry to listen. "Arg!" Grom yelled as he brought down his fist upon Harry with all his might. He wanted to completely crush this human into a meat paste. Harry made another motion and just like before, a large black hole appeared in front of him, intercepting the attack from the giant. The fist went through the hole and reappeared at the back of the giant's head. The impact was even louder than before, creating a shockwave that they could all feel from where they were standing. "Erg!" Grom groaned as his eyes rolled back and his enormous body began to collapse. Harry quickly sidestepped to avoid being crushed. The giant let out another grunt upon hitting the ground. He was still conscious, but dazed. With Grom now vulnerable, Harry positioned himself beside the giant's head, aiming the tip of his staff at the creature's temple. Terebra. The curse version of the piercing charm could be empowered beyond normal limits, and with the amount of magic Harry poured into it, even a dragon's scales would be punctured. Giants had a natural resistance to magic, but this curse pierced through with ease. "No!" Amicus cried. It had all happened so quickly, and they hadn't expected this. For a moment, he was certain that the boy would be crushed without a chance to fight back. Now, barely a minute later, he watched the giant being put down like a rabid beast. "Who is he?" Alecto muttered in shock. It was obvious now that this wasn't some ordinary Hogwarts student. Even a trained Auror wouldn't have brought down a giant so effortlessly. And Grom was far from an average giant, he was the eldest son of the Giant King, one of the largest and strongest giants alive. What do we do? Amicus was now seriously considering retreating. But to escape, they'd need to deactivate the anti-apparition wards they'd put in place. These blood magic variants were incredibly potent, though they also prevented their escape. They'd never had a reason to consider fleeing until now. Both Carrows had the same thought and glanced at the metallic pyramid they'd set a few feet away. "I'll create a distribute." Amicus's next words were drowned out by Draco Malfoy's blood-curdling screams. "Arg! What did you do?" Draco yelled at Daphne. "Painful, isn't it?" she said, holding her wand in front of her. "Argentum Gladio." The wand transformed into a silver blade. "Stop! Get it out! Get it out of me," he screamed. Daphne made a sweeping gesture with the sword, sending more drops of her blood toward him. In his panicked state, he couldn't dodge a single one, and each drop pierced his body. Draco's screams grew louder as he collapsed, unable to control his spasms. Daphne stepped closer to him. "My blood is tearing you apart from the inside. Ironic, isn't it? Doing this to a vampire." A regular human would already be dead, but Daphne knew a vampire wouldn't die from this. She just wanted him to suffer. Stop. Please," Draco managed to stammer as red tears streamed from his eyes. Daphne raised her blade above his chest. Draco was now defenseless. "Pansy had her flaws as a person, but she was my friend, and she didn't deserve to be murdered by an egotistical monster like you." She took a breath, her expression unreadable. "I hope she can see this, somehow." Without hesitation, she brought the blade down. Chapter 385. Dialogue. "Draco!" Alecto screamed. She wanted to do something, but it was too late to save him. "Sis! Come on!" Amicus shouted with urgency in his tone while he pointed at the warding device that was on the ground, just a few feet away from their position. Alecto understood her brother immediately. They had to escape, and for that, she needed to grab the device and turn it off. "Bombarda!" Amicus aimed his wand at the ground, casting the blasting charm. It struck the stone path leading to the house, causing an explosion that sent debris and dust everywhere. Amid the chaos, Alecto rushed to grab the small device, which was only a few feet away. "Do you have it?" Amicus asked with panic. They could not waste a single second, but his sister was not responding. On top of that, while the dust was still settling, the visibility was very low so he could no longer see her. "Wait!" Alecto said after a few more seconds passed. "Alecto, bloody hell!" Amicus already had his portkey in hand, but it was useless until she disabled the wards they'd set up. "I can't find it," Alecto finally said. She was on her knees, feeling the ground with her left hand, squinting against the dust but unable to see much. She was certain the device had been right there a moment ago, before her brother used the spell. Did the Bombarda blast push it away, she wondered. But it shouldn't have, the explosion was too distant to affect it. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind hit them. "Let me save you the trouble," said Harry. As the dust cleared, Alecto realized that the device was gone. "Where is it?" she exclaimed. "Alecto!" Amicus shouted, and she saw he was pointing at Harry. "You were looking for this?" Harry held the device in his palm. "It looked like you wanted it back, so I assumed it was important." "Give that back," Alecto demanded. "Maybe if you answer something first," Harry said. "Who else is being attacked tonight?" Amicus and his sister exchanged a look. "Amicus," she nodded. They seemed to reach a decision. Amicus pointed his wand at Harry. "Avada Kedavra." A green bolt of magic shot out of his wand, aimed directly at Harry. If there was one spell Harry had learned to defend against, it was this one. He'd lost count of how many times Death Eaters had tried to use it against him. He conjured a large rock in front of him, letting the spell collide with it. Chunks of the rock shattered, but a significant portion remained floating in the air, shielding Harry. With a light tap of his staff, he sent the rock hurtling toward Amicus like a cannonball. The rock struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying back until he crashed against the manor's entrance wall. He was still alive, but just barely. Blood dribbled from his mouth, and his internal injuries were severe. "Brother!" Alecto stood up and rushed to his side. Save yourself the trouble and don't do anything stupid, Harry said coldly. You can't win and you can't escape. Just answer my question, I won't ask a third time. Who else are you targeting tonight? Alecto, we have to. Amicus managed to lift his head to look at her. I know. Alecto took his left hand, placing it atop his right arm, then did the same with her own. Harry watched closely, wary of any tricks. The spot where they placed their hands was the soul brand? He briefly wondered if they were trying to call for reinforcements. It quickly became clear that wasn't the case. Daphne, watching from a short distance away, called out, Harry, what are they? Suddenly, the Caro twins began making painful choking sounds. What's happening to them? Daphne asked. This isn't of my doing, Harry replied, narrowing his eyes as black lines appeared beneath their robes, spreading across their necks and faces. The sounds continued for a few more seconds, then abruptly stopped as the twins fell silent and motionless. Are they dead? Daphne asked in shock. Harry approached cautiously. The duo was clearly dead. He had no doubt about that. Using the lower part of his staff, he lifted Alecto's sleeve to reveal her right arm. So it can be used like this too. There were black, vein-like lines spreading from the dark brand, extending over her body like poison. They hadn't been calling for reinforcements after all. The Caro twins had decided to end their lives once they realized they couldn't win or escape. Their fear of what their lord would do to them for failing the mission was higher than anything else. A quick death was preferable. Daphne? They both turned toward the sound. Someone was peeking out from one of the windows. Mother! Daphne called immediately. By Merlin. Are you okay? Lord Greengrass's head appeared beside his wife's. Daphne. Astoria's head popped up below them. We're fine. You can come out, it's safe now, Daphne said with a beaming smile. They're safe. A huge weight seemed to lift off her shoulders as she spoke. She then turned to Harry, running over and throwing her arms around him. Thank you, she said. None of this would have been possible without him. No problem, Harry replied. And thank you for letting me deal with Draco myself. I needed that. Harry tapped her back. I knew you could handle it. She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, and you can remove the protective charm you placed on me now. Harry flinched. You noticed that? Chapter 386. Dialogue. I was just worried he'd use that cursed dagger. It's not that I don't trust your abilities, Harry assured her. Daphne caressed his cheek. I know. I'm not angry, it makes me happy to know you were worried about me. She turned to look at the bodies of the Death Eaters. Do you think they're attacking other families tonight? It seems likely. It wouldn't make sense to just attack your family, and if they had, they'd have sent more than just these 4. But they're all dead now. You told me before that you could speak with spirits, Daphne trailed off. Yes, I'll call them. Harry was about to move closer to the Caro twins when her family came rushing out of the manor. Daphne. Her mother, Celine, was the first to reach her. Ah. She almost tripped over the 2 bodies. It's the Caro twins. Those ungrateful bastards. Sebastian Greengrass gritted his teeth. We helped them out after their Dark Lord disappeared, and this is how they repay us. Astoria, close your eyes. You shouldn't be seeing this, Celine said to her younger daughter. Astoria didn't seem that bothered. It's fine. I've seen dead people before. Wait, what? Celine exclaimed. Are any of you hurt? Daphne asked with concern. When I saw that the giant had destroyed the West Wing. He did what? Celine hadn't noticed that yet. Ah. She now saw it. My manor. Sebastian glared at Grom. That's an unusually big giant, no wonder the house shook like that. You didn't see them? Daphne asked. Her father negated with his head. The moment I felt the wards break, I took your mother and sister to the safe room. We tried to use the emergency port keys, but they wouldn't work, Celine added. Right, about that, Harry held up a small metallic object. This is likely the culprit. Celine moved closer to examine the object. A portable ward, may I? Go ahead. See if you can disable it. We won't be able to leave until it's off, Harry replied. Oh my. There's blood magic in this, some powerful magic, too, Celine gasped. Let me see. Daphne leaned in to take a closer look. Lord Greengrass suddenly seemed to realize something. Hold on, if this thing was active, how did the 2 of you get inside? Harry made a hole in the blood wards with some kind of, what was that? Daphne asked. He did what? Sebastian exclaimed. It was a variant of my lightning sorcery. It creates a more focused beam of energy, Harry explained. Whoa, someone got stabbed with a sword, Astoria said nonchalantly while pointing at the body on the ground. Don't play with weight, is that Draco Malfoy? Celine was about to scold her when she recognized the boy on the ground with a silver sword embedded in his chest. Malfoy? Sebastian checked the body, his usual stoic face contorting with anger. The Malfoys were involved in this affront, too? Why am I not surprised? Father, he was just a pawn. They were all sent here by the Dark Lord, Daphne explained as she approached Draco's body. The Dark Lord sent them? Sebastian felt goosebumps. To her family's shock, Daphne pulled the silver sword from Draco's chest, transforming it back into her wand before storing it, and just as she did this, the body of the vampire turned into dust. Daphne, did you kill him? Celine asked in disbelief. Well, Daphne wasn't sure how to respond. Daphne. Her father stood before her with a stern expression. Yes. She wasn't sure if her father was angry or disappointed. He put a hand on her shoulder. You killed a Malfoy. Yes, father. I am so proud of you. Lord Greengrass's rare smile made it clear he meant it. Wait, you're proud? Daphne tilted her head in surprise. Sebastian. That's a terrible thing to say to your daughter. We should set a good example, Celine frowned. But it's a Malfoy. If I knew who killed the father, I'd send them a bottle of my finest fire whiskey, Sebastian replied. Daphne gave Harry a sidelong glance. I've got it. Celine said excitedly. She had been tampering with the device the whole time and she finally managed to shut it down. With the magic gone, everyone could feel the difference. The air seemed cleaner. You shouldn't stay here much longer, Harry advised, gesturing at the bodies. When these guys fail to report back, the Death Eaters will likely send reinforcements. Oh no, Celine murmured. Sebastian looked pensive. He's right, if the Dark Lord sent them, they won't give up easily. Where can we go, then? The cabin in France, perhaps. Celine suggested. We could go to Harry's house, Astoria proposed. Tori, we can't just impose on someone else, Celine said. No, she's right. You may not be safe in your other properties either. It is likely that the Death Eaters already have all of your addresses. Potter Manor would be secure, Harry replied. And the other houses barely have any defenses, they are just meant for short vacations. Daphne pointed out. Let's go to the Potters. Celine raised an eyebrow, glancing at her daughter. I think I know why you want to go there. Lord Greengrass looked at Harry. No offense, Harry, but how can we be sure they won't attack your manor next? If they can find it, they'll try, Harry replied. Then how can you assure me my family will be safe there? Sebastian pressed. Harry met his gaze. Because it's under my protection. Sebastian saw no hesitation in Harry's eyes. That's what I wanted to hear. So it seems we'll be intruding on your family for a while. I hope James and Lily won't mind, Celine said. Please, that manor is big enough to host 5 families. Go pack your things and come back here. I'll have my house elf take you there, Harry told them. But don't take too long, he added. While the Greengrass family went inside to gather their belongings, Harry called Dobby and explained his next task. Then it was time to turn his attention elsewhere. Harry's eyes scanned the corpses. There was no point in calling Draco, he'd already tested calling on Rabast and Lestrange, and his ability didn't seem to work on vampires. Perhaps the theories about vampires losing their souls were true. Let's see, speak to me, Amicus Caro. The green mist began to form before him. Chapter 387. Are you calling upon the spirits of the dead? Daphne had only seen this once and didn't fully understand how it worked. Harry nodded. The Stone of Resurrection gives one the ability to speak with the dead. I just call their name, and their soul will appear before me. That's incredible. Daphne watched as the green mist took the shape of Amicus Caro in front of her. The best part is that they lose the ability to lie. A spirit summoned by this power will always tell the truth, Harry explained. All of a sudden, as the form neared completion, the spirit of Amicus let out a painful cry and began to vanish again. What? Harry frowned deeply. He'd seen this happen before. What's happening to him? Why is he disappearing so soon? Daphne asked. His Suli's damaged. I can't call damaged or broken souls, Harry said, clenching his fists. They couldn't have known he had this ability when they chose to end their lives in this way. His soul is damaged. You mean? Daphne glanced for a moment at the 2 corpses. Their skin was still covered in the black lines created by the cursed mark. Is it because of the mark, like a side effect? They used the soul brand to end their lives. The brand shit. Harry cursed. There was no way they could have known this would damage their souls, or they might have chosen a different method. No one in their right mind would do such a thing if they were aware of the consequences. Harry. Daphne looked at him with concern. It's useless. I won't be able to get anything from them, Harry finally said. What about Draco? He died by my sword, Daphne suggested. Harry shook his head. Draco had become a vampire. It wouldn't work on him. When someone becomes one of them, their soul is destroyed in the process. They have eternal life here, but there is no afterlife for them. What now, then? She couldn't think of anything else at the moment. Do you really think they are attacking other families? I have no doubt, but there are many possible choices. The only one he was sure of was his own. If anyone had tried to approach the Potter Manor, he would have known immediately. Traitors, Daphne muttered. Harry looked at her. That's what Draco called us. He said we were blood traitors. According to my father, that's what the followers of the Dark Lord like to call pureblood families who didn't agree with their ideals, Daphne said. The moment she mentioned the words, blood traitor, one family specifically came to his mind, one that Draco used to love calling that. The Weasleys, Harry muttered. What? Daphne couldn't quite hear what he said. Harry snapped back into action. Daphne, as soon as your family returns, have Dobby take you to my manor. Don't waste time and stay there until I return. Harry, what are you? Before she could finish her sentence, he was gone. Ha ha ha, look at them go, Rodolphus chuckled as he watched the inferi cause chaos inside the old family home. They could all hear the screams of horror very clearly. Master, shouldn't we go too? A gorgeous blonde woman stood at his side and asked. I don't know if a dozen inferi are going to be enough to do the job. An equally beautiful brunette was on his other side. Rodolphus glared at his two vampire brides and smiled. He had created them from muggles just 1 year after his transformation, and they had rarely left his side since. Since his wife Bellatrix barely paid him any attention, he had no choice but to resort to this. But he had no complaints with these two. He moved his hand and grabbed onto the ample chest of the brunette, who moaned loudly in response to the sudden touch. You think I don't know what you really want? You just want to go in there to suck them dry, you greedy bitches. The blonde chuckled. You know us too well, master. Please, master, we haven't had a drop of blood in 2 days already, the brunette pouted. Rodolphus groaned. An average vampire would only need blood once a week if they fed properly, but these two would always complain if they didn't feed every other day. Calling them greedy was an understatement, to say the least. A stern expression appeared on Rodolphus' face. Do not forget. We didn't come here for fun. We are here to make an example of these blood traitors. We need to make them suffer. Do I make myself clear? The two vampire brides composed themselves and answered quickly and in unison. Yes, master. Rodolphus's expression softened a bit when he saw them obey. After we're done here, we can visit some muggle house and have our fill. The two women smiled brightly. Thank you. Master is the best. The heartwarming scene between the three vampires stood in stark contrast to the screams of horror coming from the Weasley house. Soon enough, one of the inferi went flying out of a window and landed close to Rodolphus. Very well, we'll go assist these poor creatures. Our lord will be disappointed if we allow those traitors to destroy his creations. The two brides were very excited at the prospect. They rarely got to hunt wizards and witches. He walked over to the undead creature. It was missing an arm but was still moving. The inferi stood back up and ran once more inside the house. Rodolphus let out a chuckle. That's the spirit. Let's go hunt, he shouted with excitement. Chapter 388. Once the three vampires joined the fray, things went badly for the Weasleys very quickly. Arthur was currently working in France, as well as the three eldest ones. The only ones present were Molly, George, Fred, Ron, and Ginny. They put up as much of a fight as they could, but it ended badly. One of the boys was punched so hard he was sent through the house wall and outside. George! Molly screamed before running to him. Ron hadn't even practiced a single offensive spell other than the disarming charm, so there was little he could do other than try to punch one of the vampire brides, who promptly grabbed him. Ginny did manage to injure the other bride with a well-aimed reducto that hit her shoulder. Ah! It hurts, you bitch, the blonde bride screamed before launching herself at Ginny and slashing her chest with sharp nails, leaving deep cuts that bled profusely. You are dead. Ginny, no. Fred attempted to help his sister, only to be stopped by Rodolphus, who grabbed him by the neck and disarmed him. Let's go outside, shall we? He commanded the inferi to surround them, ensuring no one would escape. While Rodolphus dragged Fred, his brides did the same with Ron and Ginny. "Let me go!" Ron yelled. "Let me Gurk!" The brunette bride clenched her hand around his neck and applied pressure. "Silence! Proper food doesn't speak," she snapped. As they left the house, they found Molly a short distance away from the house, kneeling next to her son and crying. "No, George." Rodolphus groaned. "Is he dead already? Humans are so fragile. He was supposed to make them suffer, but now he had lost one. And where are the rest? There were supposed to be 3 or 4 more, right?" he added. "George," Fred struggled to free himself from Rodolphus's grip. "George." "Ah. Oh well," Rodolphus threw Fred close to where his mother was, making him fall face first. "Let's deal with these ones, and we'll find the others later. I'm sure the Dark Lord will understand that this is not my fault," Rodolphus said. After all, he could not have expected the entire family to be at home during the attack. It is not like they had planned this for weeks. Their lord had decided to do this out of nowhere. Although Rodolphus had an idea as to why that was. "Master, I want to eat this one, please." The blonde bride lifted Ginny slightly, making the redhead girl groan in pain. Rodolphus raised an eyebrow. "What did I say before? But she hurt me. Look," she gestured to her shoulder. The damage from Ginny's spell had taken out almost half her shoulder, though it was already regenerating due to her vampire healing. "You'll be fine," Rodolphus told his bride. "Stop complaining. She also damaged my favorite dress." "Enough!" Rodolphus shouted. His patience had reached its limit. "They will die when I say so. You killed my son." Molly turned to face Rodolphus, wand in hand. Rodolphus didn't feel threatened and just grinned at her. "I'd drop the wand if I were you." His left hand landed on Ginny's head, held fast by his bride. Molly's eyes widened when she saw her daughter's condition. Ginny, her daughter, was in bad shape. The wound inflicted by the vampire had caused some massive bleeding and she looked to be barely conscious. "You're going to lose more than one child if you don't behave," Rodolphus increased his grip on Ginny's head, making her scream. "Stop, please." Molly hurriedly dropped her wand. "Let her go, please, just tell me what you want." "That's more like it." Rodolphus nodded and released the girl. "Blood traitors like you belong on the ground, begging." "Master?" asked the bride holding Ron. Their master hadn't shared his exact plans for the family, so she was unsure what to do now that they were at his mercy. Rodolphus appeared to be thinking for a moment. He'd already decided to kill them all, regardless of what they did or said. The only thing he was considering now was how to do it. Perhaps impaling them would be appropriate. That would certainly send a message. "Don't you think?" he asked. The brunette bride chuckled. "I would love to see that." She dug her nails into Ron's face, making him groan. "Master, this one won't last long." The blonde bride watched in dismay as Ginny continued to bleed out. What a waste, she licked her lips. If only her master allowed her to feed. Right, Rodolphus decided he would start with Ginny before it was too late. "What kind of monsters are you? What has my family done to you?" Fred shouted in rage. Molly continued to beg, but it fell on deaf ears, as Rodolphus had no plans to show them any mercy. "Monster, huh? I've been called that many times before, even when I was still human." "I'll take it as a compliment," Rodolphus said with a wide grin. He wanted to enjoy this longer, but unfortunately, he didn't have all night. Just as he was about to turn towards Ginny, he felt something strange. It was quickly followed by something more intense. Ugh! Rodolphus nearly fell to his knees. It was as if someone had punched him incredibly hard in the chest. "Master? Master, what's wrong?" The 2 vampire brides became immediately concerned. "I just felt like wait a moment." He suddenly realized what it was. He looked toward the spot where he'd left a small device. Since he was the one who activated the blood anti-apparition wards, he was connected to it. So the feeling could only mean one thing. Someone is trying to break I. At that moment, the device shattered into pieces, and Rodolphus felt as though he'd been kicked by a giant. A new figure appeared before them. Finally, Harry said before he began to assess the situation. Chapter 389. 1 second. Am I too late? The first thing Harry noticed was the intense smell of blood. His sharp green eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to make sense of the situation in the shortest time possible. 2 seconds. 3 vampires were looking at him, but he did not recognize them. 2 young-looking women and 1 elegantly dressed man with dark hair. His eyes were drawn for a moment to the figure on the ground. "Fred." He saw Molly kneeling beside one of the twins while the other lay motionless. 3 seconds. He couldn't detect any magic from the one lying down, which meant he was already dead. Where are the rest? His mind was racing. 4 seconds. His eyes snapped back to the vampires and noticed that the two female ones were holding something. Ron, he was hurt but still alive, his neck gripped tightly by the brunette vampire. 5 seconds. Harry's eyes widened. Ginny. The brunette vampire was grasping the familiar girl by the neck. She was bleeding, her magic felt weak, almost completely faded. That was why he hadn't noticed her at first, and she appeared to be only half conscious. Ginny, Harry muttered. 6 seconds. This scenario was so familiar to him that memories of the past began to rush to the front of his mind. That day, he had found his wife lying in a pool of blood when he returned home from working at the ministry. She was barely alive, left with just a whisper of life in her. Voldemort had wanted Harry to find her like that, to watch her die in front of him. Just as this Ginny was dying now. Who is this? Rodolphus asked, his yellow eyes scanning Harry's still figure. 7 seconds. Not again, something inside him snapped. The idea of failing once more was the one thing he feared most. Ginny and all his friends dying in front of him, the world being destroyed. Is your fault, the inner voice that he had heard for countless years, came back to him. Inside Harry's body, a tremendous amount of magic raged, ready to be unleashed at any moment. He always kept it controlled to avoid harming others. The 9 arc stones embedded in 9 pieces of magicite jewelry began to glow with an eerie blue light, releasing their magic without Harry's command. His subconscious had activated them, along with everything else within him. Every offensive tool he had prepared was now ready to obliterate his enemies. 8 seconds. In a flash of rage, all the restraints he placed on himself were gone. Master? What a... The blonde vampire bride holding Ginny was interrupted by an explosion. A surge of magic from the activation of the 9 arc stones array erupted in front of them. Magic was present in such concentration that it was completely visible by the naked eye. It was moving so violently that it almost felt as if a tornado had suddenly come to life right in front of them. As the last deadly halo activated, Harry's body was entirely enveloped in thick darkness, leaving only his bright green eyes, which quickly shifted to the same shade of blue as the magic surrounding him. 9 seconds. Rodolphus was still trying to make sense of the situation amid the pain he was feeling. He had no idea who this wizard was, but the fact that he just shattered a blood ward crafted by his lord and that he could see the wizard's magic swirling visibly, did nothing but signal danger to him. His instincts screamed at him to get away. Fortunately, the destruction of the blood wards meant he could escape. Like his brother, Rodolphus had access to 2 emergency port keys, one around his neck and another in his right pocket. This meant abandoning his 2 brides, but the decision was made instantly. 10 seconds. Rodolphus reached for the pocket of his trousers. The vampire brides felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on them as Harry unleashed his magic. They saw only a pair of blue eyes in front of them, but fear had already begun to creep in. Master! Master! They both called with desperation, not realizing their master had already decided to leave them behind. 11 seconds. The pressure the 3 vampires felt only grew stronger, like a massive stone pressing down on them. None of them realized this was caused not only by the magic in the air but by what Harry was doing with it. Rodolphus's fingertips reached the round stone that was the port key. All he needed now was to speak the activation word, and he'd vanish for good. His lips parted, and he began to speak. 12 seconds. Despite his temporary loss of control and the sudden release of magic, Harry's mind stayed sharp enough to know exactly what to do. His magic washed over the area, touching every individual present, including the dozen inferi surrounding the Weasleys. After taking a short moment to connect with his targets, Harry let his power do the rest. Like a faucet turned fully open, all that energy surged into their bodies. All of his magic and rage went into them. Even for magical beings like vampires, there was a limit to how much they could contain before it became deadly. 13 seconds. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The inferi collapsed like stringless puppets, only for their corpses to explode into hundreds of pieces moments later. But it was the vampires who bore the brunt of the attack. Harry poured every last drop of magic from the 9 arc stones array into them. They didn't have time to feel pain before they were reduced to dust. Chapter 390. The world appeared to be moving in slow motion. As the dust from the vampires lingered in the air, Harry saw Ginny's body falling. Without a second thought, he moved forward and caught her. Her face was as pale as ivory, and she didn't appear to be breathing. He knew she was only moments away from being completely gone. Ginny! Molly's stupor broke as she saw a shadowy figure holding her daughter. Harry was still completely cloaked in his death visage. His robes were darker than night itself, giving him a terrifying appearance. "Let my daughter go, you fiend!" Molly cried. She had no idea why this creature had killed the vampires and then grabbed Ginny, but without a wand, her fear was still no match for her determination. Harry glanced down at himself. When did I? He didn't remember summoning the death robes. But that didn't matter right now. He willed the robes away, and the Weasleys quickly recognized him. "Harry?" Molly said, her face a mask of pure shock. What is happening?" Her eyes darted back to her daughter. "She's still alive but barely," Harry replied. A faint trace of magic lingered within her. However, he was a lot more prepared this time. "I'm not letting you die on me again." Next to his right hand, a small black void appeared, and Harry pulled a vial from within. Molly stared at the small crystal vial, wondering where it came from and what was inside. Before she could even ask, Harry opened it and poured the contents down Ginny's throat. The effects were immediate for all to see. "She's healing," Fred exclaimed, coming to his mother's side to see. They witnessed as the deep gash across Ginny's chest and belly was closing quickly, not even leaving a faint scar. "Harry, what potion was that? What did you give Ginny?" Molly moved closer but didn't try to take Ginny from his arms. "Phoenix tears. 3 of them," Harry said as he continued to move, and summoned 2 more vials. These were different from the first one. Their contents were completely red. Ginny began to make faint sounds, her eyes moving slightly. Molly gasped. "Ginny. Her wounds are healed," Harry noted. "But she's lost too much blood." He opened one of the red potions and carefully gave it to her. "That's blood replenishing potion," Fred noted. "I had to drink a few of those after my Quidditch accident in my second year." As Harry gave her the second potion, color began to return to Ginny's face. "Here." Harry handed Ginny to her mother, who was relieved to take her daughter into her arms. "She'll be fine now." "Harry," Molly looked at him with a soft expression. "I have so many questions, but for now, let me just say thank you. You saved my family." "Not all of you." Harry's gaze fell on George's body. "George," Fred murmured, his eyes welling with tears. "Wait, are you Fred?" Harry asked, realizing his mistake. For some reason, he had immediately assumed that the same twin had died again. But apparently, fate had different plans this time. Fred nodded. "Yeah, I am. I'm fine too." By the way, Ron managed to pull himself up, despite a bleeding lip and bruised ribs. "Ron, come here." Molly pulled him into a hug, still holding Ginny close. "Why did they attack us?" "I don't understand," Ron said. "Were those really vampires?" Fred asked. "They were followers of the Dark Lord," Harry replied. "What? But wasn't he gone?" Ron exclaimed. "Didn't Neville defeat him?" "He's back." Fred looked at his mother, noticing her lack of surprise. "You and Dad knew about this, didn't you?" He and George had overheard talk of the order but never knew the exact purpose. Molly nodded. "He returned recently but has stayed hidden so far." She turned to Harry. "Is that why they attacked us tonight? Is this our fault?" Harry shook his head. "I doubt it. They're probably targeting every wizard family they consider blood traitors. Basically, anyone who didn't join the Dark Lord is now in danger of becoming a target for his anger." "So we weren't the only ones they went after?" Fred asked. "No." Harry glanced at the house. It had taken some damage but was still standing. "You can't stay here. Gather what you need. I'll take you to my family home. It's safe. Others will come to find their fallen comrades." "We're going to stay in that giant place?" Ron asked. "What about George?" Fred glanced at his brother. "We'll bring him too. I can place him in a stasis charm, and you can give him a proper funeral once the family's all together," Harry suggested. He had a lot of experience with these proceedings. "But we need to hurry. This place isn't safe anymore." "He's right," Molly agreed. She rose to her feet. "Can you hold her a bit longer?" She handed Ginny back to Harry, reluctant to lay her on the cold ground. "Of course." Harry held her carefully. "Come on, boys, let's grab our things." Molly was about to rush into the house when she seemed to remember something. "Arthur. He's supposed to be back tomorrow morning. And what if my other sons come to visit?" "You can reach Arthur through the flue, but don't tell him where you're going. Some of Voldemort's followers may have compromised the network. Just warn him not to come here, and I'll pick him up tomorrow," Harry advised her. My house has an orrery. You can send messages to Percy, Charlie, and Bill. Molly nodded and gave Harry a long look. It is you, isn't it? She said softly. Dumbledore mentioned help would come from someone young but didn't reveal who. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 391. Since his house elf was likely still occupied helping the Greengrass family, Harry personally brought the Weasleys into his home. He took them two at a time and, as he reappeared with George's unconscious body, the front door of his manor opened. Oh dear, what do we have here, Molly, is that you? Lily Potter had come to investigate after Mipsy, the family house elf, had warned her about people at the door. Lily, hi, Molly said with a weary smile, holding her unconscious daughter Ginny in her arms. Sorry to bother you like this. Lily took in their appearances and could immediately tell they'd had a terrible night. Dobby had arrived just minutes earlier, informing her about the attacks, so she wasn't entirely surprised until she noticed George. Harry, were they also? Oh no. Lily gasped as she saw George. Is he? Harry nodded solemnly. Their house isn't safe anymore. Then come in, all of you. We have more than enough room. Lily opened the door wide, waving them inside without a second thought. Is anyone in need of medical attention? She asked, taking in their condition. Normally, I'd suggest rushing to St. Mungo's, but it may not be safe, I know. Molly agreed grimly. At this point, no one knew how far Voldemort's influence spread. The hospital could already have spies among the staff, ready to watch for them, especially after tonight. Mipsy, Lily called, and the elf appeared. Please prepare the east wing for the Weasleys, at least 3 rooms. While Mipsy went to work, Lily led them into a cozy, smaller dining hall. You can leave your things here for now, and let me take a look at any injuries. I'm no professional healer, but I've fixed my fair share of wounds. My husband James doesn't like hospitals, yet he was always coming home injured when he first became an Auror, so I've had plenty of practice, she assured them. Molly laid Ginny on one of the sofas, then turned to her other children. Fred, are you hurt? Fred shook his head. Nothing serious, not like. His gaze drifted to George, sorrow in his eyes. Harry stepped aside with Fred, drawing his wand. He conjured a beautifully decorated coffin, sturdy enough to last a month, and placed George carefully inside. This will hold for about a month. You'll need a permanent one before that, but... Thank you, Harry. Molly hugged him tightly. You've done so much for our family. Lily smiled as she watched. I'll fetch some potions and clean clothes in case anyone wants to change. I'll let you all rest, Harry said, glancing at his mother, and she nodded knowingly. The main hall, she told him. Harry. Daphne threw her arms around him the moment he opened the doors to the hall. You left so suddenly, I was worried. I'm fine, Daphne. Just a few more vampires and inferi. Nothing too serious, he said, trying to reassure her. That sounds very serious, Lord Greengrass commented with a raised eyebrow. Where did you go? Daphne said that other families might have been attacked too, Lady Celine Greengrass asked. At the very least, the Weasleys were attacked, Harry replied. The Weasleys? Sebastian Greengrass repeated while trying to make sense of the situation. That's where you went. Are they okay? Daphne asked with concern. Most of them are, but George Weasley is dead. I was too late to. Harry's voice trailed off. Oh no, Celine covered her mouth, horrified. Poor boy. Daphne hugged him tightly. I'm so sorry. That damn Dark Lord. May Merlin curse him to death. Sebastian Greengrass spat angrily. Is Ginny okay? Astoria ventured to ask. She's just sleeping for now, Harry assured her. Did you bring them here as well? Celine asked. They're resting in the East Wing Hall for now, Harry nodded. Master Harry Potter. Dobby appeared beside him, looking elated. Did Dobby do well? Dobby brought all the greens here. It's Greengrass, Sebastian didn't why he felt the need to correct the house elf. Harry grinned. Yes, Dobby, you did great. You brought them here just as I asked. Dobby beamed, but Harry continued. Could you do one more thing tonight? I need you to prepare a couple of rooms for them. Oh, there's no need for that, Celine interjected. We could sleep on the couches here. We have plenty of spare rooms for everyone, Harry assured her. And, as long as this war continues, it isn't safe for any of you to leave this place. It's best you all get comfortable. Does that mean I can live here with Lyra? Astoria asked, brightening at the thought. What? No. We can't stay here forever. I have obligations to fulfill, and Sebastian began, his words quick and uncertain. Father, please, Daphne said softly, placing a calming hand on his arm. Sebastian, Celine reasoned gently, let's wait until things have settled a bit. Then we can think more clearly about what to do. What harm is there in that? And it won't be forever, Harry added confidently. If things go according to plan, this will be over within a few months. A few months? Sebastian asked, clearly skeptical. How is that possible? The Dark Lord is still in hiding, sending his followers to pick off his enemies one by one. This could drag on for years. We don't even know how many followers he has amassed while out of the country. He could have an army for all we know. It won't drag for years, no matter what he had done or what preparations he has. Harry said firmly. Because there's at least one enemy he'll want to kill in person, and that's where we will get him. Chapter 392. The house feels busy today, Victoria observed as she entered the kitchen. Despite its massive size, the space was bustling with activity. Mipsy and Lily were hard at work preparing breakfast for everyone. You didn't hear anything last night? Harry asked her. With two families arriving late at night, there must have been a lot of noise, yet Victoria seemed completely oblivious. Victoria shrugged, disinterested, as she calmly ate her breakfast. Holly, on the other hand, was thrilled by the lively atmosphere in the house. The little girl, however, remained blissfully unaware of the heavy tension in the air. The previous night had been devastating for both families, but it was undeniably worse for the Weasleys. Harry even made another trip after talking with the Greengrass family. He went to check on Luna and her father. He already knew they were okay since he had stopped the attack on the Weasleys. There was no one left to go after the Lovegoods that night. Still, he wanted to offer them staying at the Potter Manor, but neither of them wanted to leave their home. At that moment, the door opened, and two men entered, James Potter and Arthur Weasley. Arthur! Molly exclaimed, rushing to hug her husband. I'm sorry, Molly. I should have been there, Arthur said, his voice heavy with guilt. You would have been in even more danger, James interjected. It was a terrible situation, but we should be grateful that most of you survived. Arthur nodded solemnly before scanning the room. His gaze settled on Harry. I don't know how to repay you for this, Arthur began. Come on, Arthur, you don't have to say anything else, Molly has already thanked my son enough, Lily interjected. She could tell Harry was growing uncomfortable with all the gratitude. You should check on Ginny. She's still SL. The door swung open again, and Fred appeared, excitement on his face. She's awake. Ginny is awake. The Weasleys immediately rushed out of the kitchen, leaving the others behind. What's going on? A confused Victoria asked. Daphne, sitting nearby, answered cautiously. Our families were attacked last night. Ginny was badly hurt, and she hesitated. By who? Who attacked you? Victoria asked, surprised. She still didn't know much about the magical world she now found herself in, as the Potters had kept conversations light around her. Daphne glanced at Harry, seeking his input. It won't hurt for her to know, Harry said. He wasn't sure how far along the war had progressed in her world, but withholding information seemed pointless. Daphne nodded. We believe it was the Dark Lord who sent them. Victoria's eyes widened in shock. Even the Weasleys. But they're so close to the Dark Lord. Why would he attack them? Did they betray him? The Weasleys close to the Dark Lord? James repeated, looking baffled. Harry quickly pieced together the misunderstanding. Victoria, what Dark Lord are you talking about? Albus Dumbledore, she declared without hesitation, anger flashing in her eyes as she said his name. Harry sighed. As I thought. Wait, what? Mostly everyone was confused by her comment. Victoria, Lily began gently, we've discussed this before. People here are different from the ones you knew. Albus Dumbledore is not an evil man, much less a Dark Lord. Hold on, is that the only Dark Lord you know? Daphne asked. Of course not. Victoria huffed, clearly annoyed. There's Lord Grindelwald. Everyone thought Dumbledore killed him, but it was all a ruse. And now? Does the name Lord Voldemort mean anything to you? Harry asked. Victoria thought for a moment. I don't know any wizard by that name. I'd remember hearing something so strange, and it doesn't even sound like a proper wizarding family. Her answer left everyone stunned. How is that possible? James muttered. Could her world be so different? Lily wondered aloud. Can someone please explain? Victoria demanded, exasperated. Fascinating, Celine Greengrass mused. She only knew bits about Victoria's origin but found it intriguing. Mom, I want more. Holly interrupted, sliding her plate toward Lily. Realizing the topic wasn't suitable for the kitchen, Harry stood up. Victoria, come with me, he said. We should discuss this in private. Victoria narrowed her eyes suspiciously but followed. Whoever this Voldemort was, he clearly held great significance. Harry led her to the library, and they sat down to talk. He gave her a detailed rundown of Voldemort, from his rise to power, his atrocities, and the war. A completely different Dark Lord, Victoria murmured, trying to process the information. It's hard to believe. How can there be so many differences? I thought parallel worlds only varied slightly. Our worlds must have diverged significantly, Harry said. I mean, just look at us. We're very different. Are you pointing at my breasts? Victoria raised an eyebrow. Harry flushed slightly but kept his composure. I'm just stating the obvious. Different gender, different names, our worlds likely had wildly different circumstances. We're different, Victoria corrected, her voice tinged with sorrow. Her world was no more. Right. But to be fair, Victoria hesitated. Our names aren't that different. How so? Victoria seems very... Harriet, she interrupted, a sad smile forming on her lips. Harriet Potter was my birth name. Harry blinked in surprise. You got angry when I suggested that name when we first met, he recalled. My adoptive mother gave me a new identity, one he couldn't take from me. I left my past behind, she explained. I see, but if you want to see. No. Victoria exclaimed, her voice firm. I won't change the name my mother gave me. I'll carry it with pride until the day I die. Harry waited patiently as she calmed herself. Clearly, her name was a sensitive topic. Better, he asked gently. Sorry, I shouldn't have lost my composure. It's unbecoming, even if I'm no longer the Lady of the House of Black. It's fine. Harry pulled a small box from his pocket dimension. Let's change the topic. I need your input on something. Victoria raised an eyebrow as she took the box and opened it. Jewels. They're designed to store magic in the arc stones and release it in a single burst. Part of the rune work amplifies the effect, Harry explained. Victoria's face paled. You're planning to use these? You might as well sign your death warrant. This will kill you. Harry chuckled softly. I already used them last night. The problem is, they're not recharging. Victoria stared at him, dumbfounded. After a long pause, she looked back at the jewels. This is insane. There are 9 of them. If these work the way I think they do, the amplification could kill a dragon. That sounds about right. So can you fix it? Harry asked, smirking. You're serious? Victoria asked, still in disbelief. Chapter 393. Several days later, after things had calmed down a bit, the 3 families were gathered in the Potter Manor living room, discussing what to do next. What do you mean by that? We can't go back to Hogwarts. Daphne looked very upset. I said you shouldn't go back. A lot of people will be looking for you, and Harry glanced at Ginny and her family members, who were sitting nearby. I'm okay with not going back to school for a while, Ron said hurriedly. Of course you are, Fred rolled his eyes. Are we still in danger? Ginny asked. Molly hugged her daughter. You're safe here, my dear. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Daphne, Sebastian Greengrass called. Father? Daphne turned to look at him. Harry is correct. The Dark Lord does not take losses lightly. Now that the illusion of neutrality has been shattered, we have openly become his enemies. He will most definitely try again. I understand that, but Arthur glanced at his family. The children will need to finish their education. Are you suggesting sending them to a different school? Like Beauxbatons? Ginny asked. The one where Fleur Delacroix goes? Ron asked with mild excitement. As much as he disliked school, he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. We can't afford that school. You know that, Arthur, Molly said. I wasn't suggesting that one. That won't be necessary. As I told Lord Greengrass, this conflict won't last that long, Harry said. You seem very sure about that, Celine commented. But you haven't shared any details in that regard. Mother, you know he can't, Daphne told her. Why not? Harry, what's going on? Ginny became more curious. Harry had always been secretive, and she knew he was hiding something big. But even Lyra wouldn't talk about it. Ginny, that's enough, Molly said in a firm tone. Some things are too dangerous to know. I already said this before, Lily spoke. But you are all more than welcome to stay as long as necessary. And you don't have to worry about the kids' education. My wife is qualified to teach them for a while, James said. This manor is also well equipped with a library, a spellcasting area, and even a Quidditch field. We can play Quidditch here. Ron was getting excited. Harry looked at Daphne. He knew she was not happy with this arrangement at all. It won't be long. I promise, he said softly. Daphne frowned. That just means you're going to put yourself in more danger, isn't it? She whispered. Ginny's eyes moved to observe the two of them. She hadn't missed how close they seemed. Do we know if any other families were attacked that night? Celine asked. We do. James pulled out a letter. I received this from Dumbledore just yesterday. 2 other houses were targeted. Well? Sebastian urged him to continue. The Abbotts, James said. Ginny gasped. Hannah's family? What happened to them? She wasn't close to the Hufflepuff girl, but they at least knew each other. James shook his head. No survivors. Oh no, Ginny cried. And who else? Daphne asked, a terrible feeling creeping over her. The Devises. Daphne's face turned pale. Tracy's family. Lord Davis is still alive, but his father and Lady Davis were killed, James added. Harry remained quiet and just held Daphne's hand. He had learned about this last night but hadn't had the chance to tell her. He also knew that Snape had been the one who killed Tracy's mother, but he wasn't ready to share that. No, Tracy. Tears began to stream down Daphne's face. Harry pulled her closer and hugged her tightly as she cried. The room remained silent for a while. When Daphne calmed down a bit, she spoke again. Wait, but Tracy is at Hogwarts. Does she know? She does. James nodded. The headmaster informed her. I assume she's with her father at the moment. I need to send her a letter, at least I need to know how she is, Daphne said. I don't think it's a good idea to contact her right now, Harry said. What are you saying? She just lost her mother. I just want her to know that. I know, but think about it, Harry interrupted. Daphne, dear, Celine called softly. Why do you think her father is still alive? Sebastian asked. Ah, Daphne's eyes widened in realization. To survive, Lord Davis must have sworn loyalty to the Dark Lord. If she receives a letter from our family right now, Celine began. I'll get her in trouble, Daphne finished. She understood now. Voldemort would want to know their location. If he thought he could use Tracy to get that information, she would be in grave danger. Daphne stood up. I won't send a letter, but I need to be alone for a bit, she said before leaving the dining hall. Harry stood up a few minutes later. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the basement. He needed to blow off some steam. Ginny saw him leaving the room and stood up. Excuse me for a moment, she said, hurrying to catch up with him. She left the hall and saw Harry turning a corner. Ginny wanted to ask him something important, or at least it felt important to her. She moved faster until she saw his figure again. Ginny raised her hand and was about to call for him, but something stopped her. She couldn't bring herself to call out. Do I even want to know? She wondered. After what she had seen in the hall, she was almost certain there was something between him and Daphne. All she had to do was ask, and Harry would tell her the truth. But she hesitated. When she looked up again, Harry was nowhere to be seen. Are you lost, redhead? Ginny turned to the voice and found herself staring into familiar piercing green eyes, but they didn't belong to Harry. Instead, she was looking at a beautiful girl with long black hair and elegant robes. Ginny was sure she had seen her before. Chapter 394. On January 7th, Harry returned to the castle by himself. His house had gotten a bit too lively for his taste, so he welcomed the change. He was one of the first students to return, and as such, he found the Gryffindor common room completely empty for a change. Deciding to take advantage of the quiet, he lay down on one of the sofas and closed his eyes for a bit. Before he realized it, he had fallen asleep. Harry. He opened his eyes when he felt someone calling his name and touching his shoulder. Hermione. Harry discovered the bushy-haired girl staring at him. Sorry, I didn't want to bother you. You looked so peaceful while sleeping, Hermione looked apologetic. Harry peeked around. He must have slept for a while, because the common room had become much busier, with students going here and there, talking to their friends with excitement on their faces. Everyone seemed ready to start the new term, having no idea of the storm that was approaching. It's just that dinner is going to start in 15 minutes. I thought you wouldn't want to miss it, Hermione added. Right. Thanks, Harry responded. Her 2 close friends approached and promptly led her away after greeting him. Harry. Oh, there you are. Lyra sat down beside him. Where have you been? You disappeared after New Year's. Harry glanced at his sister. Much like the other students, she was completely unaware of what had happened. I had some stuff to do outside the school. Did anyone ask for me? Lyra shook her head. Good. That meant not many eyes had been on him or his family. That's not good. Lyra exclaimed. You should worry more about your popularity. Harry wanted to roll his eyes. I have other concerns at the moment. Andy thought you were avoiding me. Lyra looked down, feeling a bit embarrassed. I wasn't trying toy, was just trying to be considerate with my best friend. Well, I spoke with her recently, Harry said. You did? Lyra perked up. But when? She's at home. I actually wanted to ask you if you saw her today. She should be back at school by now, but I can't find her. About that, he was going to have to tell her after all. And Neville says he can't find Ron either. Have you seen any of the Weasleys? Lyra asked. Harry stood up from the couch. Come with me. Let's speak in private. He didn't want anyone overhearing the conversation. Lyra looked somewhat confused by the secrecy. This didn't seem like such an important matter after all. Still, she followed her brother outside the common room. She knew he wasn't the type to exaggerate, so it must be important. Harry, did something happen? She was getting worried now, and the more she thought about it, the worse it seemed. Here. After making sure no one was around, he pulled her into an unused classroom. Once inside, he secured the door. Harry. On the night of New Year's Eve, 4 families were attacked by Voldemort's followers. What? Wait, you don't mean? Lyra's face went pale. Yes, the Weasleys were one of them. But Ginny is fine. She is? Oh, thank Merlin, Lyra sighed. She is, but her brother George was killed. Oh no, Lyra had always been fond of the Weasley twins. Many people disliked them for their pranks, but the two had always been nice to her. Poor George, but where are they? Our father placed them in a secure location. For now, it's not safe for them to return to Hogwarts. Our enemies have eyes and ears everywhere. Harry considered telling her where Ginny was and even offering to take her home for a few hours, but he decided it was better to keep quiet. The less Lyra knew, the safer she would be. You said 4 families, who else was attacked? Lyra asked. Harry told her about the others, only skipping unnecessary details, like the fact that he and Daphne had gone to save her family. Lyra was too shocked to ask many questions anyway. So, I won't be seeing Astoria or Ginny. At least for this term, no. Harry hoped everything would be over before the end of the year. That would give them the best chance of survival. If possible, he wanted to bait Voldemort into launching a full-on assault on the school during the second task. He had concluded that the more significant an event, the more powerful the convergence would be. Voldemort's resurrection at the end of the third task was undoubtedly one of the most critical events of this era. The resulting convergence of such an event could end everything. He wanted to avoid that risk at all costs. Harry. He realized his sister was still looking at him. It's best if you don't speak of this with anyone for now. Eventually, this will become public news, but until then. Not even Neville. He's going to keep asking for Ron. Not even him. Can you do that? Harry wasn't sure, so he had to ask. Lyra huffed. Of course. Who do you take me for? I'm not the same clumsy girl from the past who couldn't keep a single secret. Is that so? Harry didn't look convinced. I just don't like keeping things from my boyfriend. Lyra then seemed to realize something. You still haven't said anything about that. About what? You know, and Neville dating. Are you okay with that? She asked. Well, I don't love the idea of my little sister dating anyone. But I suppose you could do much worse than Neville Longbottom. Harry shrugged. Come on, Neville is a great guy. Lyra perked up. He's okay, Harry answered. And he's a fantastic kisser. Hey. Harry stopped her. I don't need too many details. He unlocked the door. Now run along, you'd better hurry to the Great Hall. Lyra glanced at him. You're not coming to dinner. I'll eat something later. There's someone I need to speak with first, Harry told her before walking away in the direction of the stairs. Chapter 395. Come in. Harry stepped through the office door after hearing Dumbledore's familiar invitation. The headmaster sat behind his desk, as he often did, looking weary and burdened. Not going to enjoy the feast? Dumbledore asked, a faint trace of a smile on his face. I'm not hungry and we need to talk, Harry replied. Dumbledore nodded. How are the families holding up? Harry shrugged. They're being patient, given the situation. Have the teachers started asking questions yet? Only Minerva, for now. But having an entire family of redheads vanish is bound to attract attention sooner rather than later, Dumbledore admitted. You can always claim ignorance. Let the Ministry of Magic fabricate an explanation, it won't matter anyway, Harry said calmly. Dumbledore frowned. She is my friend, Harry, and a member of the Order. I hate having to keep things from her. You can tell her everything once it's done. For now. I know. The fewer people involved, the better, Dumbledore sighed, his exhaustion clear. This will already be a delicate plan to pull off. Did you find the man we need? Harry asked as he took a seat, glancing at the perch where Fawkes rested. The phoenix let out a soft, melodic cry. Hello to you too, Fawkes, Harry greeted before turning back to Dumbledore. I have, Dumbledore replied. He doesn't have much time left and is asking for compensation for his family. A poor old man. His family will be £10 million richer, and he's going to save countless lives. I don't pity him that much, Harry said coldly. Sacrifices were inevitable, he had learned that lesson long ago. Dumbledore looked deeply troubled. I still have doubts about this plan. Which part? You won't be at risk, so is that what worries you? Harry asked, his tone slightly sharper. Don't patronize me, Harry, Dumbledore snapped, his blue eyes flashing. It's not my safety that concerns me. I would die 1,000 times to protect the children in this school. It's them I worry about. They won't be at risk, Harry assured him firmly. Dumbledore slammed his fists onto the desk. You want to lure an army inside the castle walls? Harry remained unfazed. An army that will swiftly die by my hand before they have the chance to harm a single innocent student. I can guarantee Voldemort's defeat if he comes here. But I can't make the same promise if it happens anywhere else. Can you really guarantee it? Dumbledore pressed. After hearing Severus's report. Voldemort is not even human anymore. We don't know the extent of his protections. The only certainty we have is that he's no longer using Horcruxes. He must have found something far more secure. That's why I need him here. I know I can defeat him in this castle. Nowhere else, Harry said with unwavering confidence. You always seem to have something hidden up your sleeve. Dumbledore murmured, studying Harry intently. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Of course I do. Will you trust me with this? After a long moment, Dumbledore's expression softened. I will trust you, Harry. I will trust you with everyone's fate. And I can only hope that I won't regret it. Good. Harry stood. Finish the preparations on your side, and I'll do the same on mine. We shouldn't meet again unless absolutely necessary. I don't want to take any unwarranted risks this close to the goal. Dumbledore nodded. That's probably for the best. How is Professor Snape holding up? Harry asked, changing the subject. Not well, not after being forced to commit such atrocities. But I know him, Severus will not fail, he will do his duty until the end as he wants this to be over as much as we do. Dumbledore said quietly. Let's hope so, Harry replied, though there was little sympathy in his tone. Dumbledore hesitated before adding, he's made a curious request, he wants asylum for Narcissa Malfoy. Draco's mother? Harry raised an eyebrow. From what I understand, she only joined Voldemort to protect her son. Severus says she's looking for a way out. Harry shrugged indifferently. As long as she's not too involved with the Death Eaters, I won't pursue her. Just tell Snape to ensure she doesn't participate in the battle. I'll pass along the message, Dumbledore agreed. If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll take my leave, Harry said, heading for the door. Aren't you going to eat anything? Dumbledore asked. I'll visit the kitchens later, Harry replied. For now, I think I'll spend some time in the room of requirement and break a few dummies. After Harry left, Dumbledore turned to Fawkes. It's going to work right, Fawkes. The phoenix let out a loud, echoing cry. Meanwhile, a distant gloomy manner. He's waiting for you, and he's not happy, Bellatrix said with a wicked grin. I hope you brought him good news, or you may not survive the night. Snape nodded. Open the door. Of course, Voldemort would be in a foul mood. He had been that way since the night of the attacks when he lost many of his most loyal followers. The worst blow, however, was that he still hadn't uncovered the culprits. Severus, Voldemort's chilling voice greeted him. The Dark Lord was seated on his throne, his skeletal face illuminated in the dim light. Red eyes, glowing with a terrifying light, fixed on Snape. What do you have for me? Speak. Snape knelt before him, lowering his head. I have succeeded in my task, my lord. You mean? Voldemort's voice quivered with anticipation. The liquid curse we prepared for Dumbledore, I've successfully made him drink it. In less than 6 weeks, the old wizard will completely lose his magic. Voldemort's lips curled into a ghastly smile, his red eyes blazing with triumph. Albus Dumbledore, you are mine now. Chapter 396. 10 days before the second task, Potter Manor. Lyra. Ginny and Astoria rushed forward to greet their friend. It had been almost 2 months since they last saw each other. I missed you so much. Lyra exclaimed, pulling them both into a hug. While his sister was having her moment with her friends, Harry looked across the hall, where Daphne sat reading. As he approached, he noticed she was engrossed in one of the books they had retrieved from the family vault at Gringotts. Found something interesting? Harry asked, sitting beside her. Daphne glanced at him, her lips curving into a smile. Your mother knows you've been sneaking into the house every week to see me. And what did she say to you? Daphne scoffed. She told me she expects us to be careful. Can you believe that? From her? Yes, Harry said with a smirk. Lily Potter had never been the strictest of parents. Daphne chuckled, leaning back in her chair. Careful. What was she doing in her 4th year, I wonder? I don't think I want the answer to that question, Harry replied with a serious expression. Daphne glanced toward the trio of girls laughing and chatting nearby. It was kind of you to bring Lyra. Astoria's been impatient to see her again. I'm sure Ginny felt the same. Lyra was starting to drive Neville mad with all the attention she was giving him. Daphne smirked. I don't know about that. Ginny's been getting along with Victoria surprisingly well. They seem to have become fast friends. Really? Those two are so different, Harry said, surprised. Ginny, embodying the boldness of a Gryffindor, and Victoria, the epitome of a Slytherin princess, it was an odd pairing. Well, you know what they say about opposites attracting, Daphne mumbled. Harry didn't quite catch that. Never mind. Did you miss me? Daphne asked, her tone playful as she struck a coquettish pose. I saw you 2 days ago. Daphne frowned. That's not what I... Harry. Both of them turned to see Lily Potter approaching, her expression alight with mischief. She leaned in close to Harry's ear, whispering, I thought your next visit was on Friday. This isn't a private visit, Harry replied evenly. Lyra was desperate to see her friends. At Hogwarts, she only has Luna, and while I adore Luna, talking to her too much can be a bit much. You're no fun, Lily pouted. And you're supposed to be the responsible adult, Harry shot back. Oh, before I forget, Victoria's been asking for you, Lily said. She must have finished fixing the artifacts I left with her, Harry noted, standing. Where is she? She's in her room. Don't worry, I'll keep Daphne company, Lily said with a chuckle. As Harry made his way out of the hall, someone else called his name. Harry, wait. Turning, he was surprised to see Ginny approaching him. They hadn't spoken much over the past few months. She hesitated, clearly trying to gather her thoughts. I'm an idiot. I should have said this sooner, but I was too embarrassed to talk to you properly. You can tell me anything, Ginny. There's no need to be embarrassed, Harry said gently. I wanted to thank you. You saved my life and my family's, too. If it weren't for you, Ginny trailed off. Your mother thanked me enough. As for George. Ginny interrupted, shaking her head. Harry, you can't save everyone. You've done more than enough already. Do your other brothers know what happened? They're welcome here too, you know. Bill doesn't know yet, Ginny admitted. He's still researching some ancient tomb in the Middle East. Will tell him as soon as he returns. They spoke for a few more minutes before parting ways. As Harry turned to leave, Ginny called out again. Oh, and Harry, you and Daphne don't have to hide it, not for my sake at least, anyway. I know, and I am fine with it now. Harry nodded. I'll let Daphne know. That wasn't the main reason they'd kept their relationship a secret, but Ginny didn't need to know that. After a short walk, Harry arrived at Victoria's room and knocked. Come in, came her voice. Inside, he found Victoria playing Exploding Snap with Holly. Harry. Holly leaped from the bed, wrapping her arms around him in a warm hug. You know, Lyra's down in the main hall, Harry said. Why don't you go greet her? She'd love to see you. But Holly glanced back at her game, reluctant to leave. You can finish it later. It's not going anywhere, and it's polite to say hello to your family when they visit. Harry said. Holly still seemed unconvinced. Besides, Victoria added, I need to talk to your brother about something. But Harry's your brother too, isn't he? Holly asked, looking between them. Victoria glanced at Harry with a raised eyebrow. I suppose, genetically speaking, at least. Genitally? Holly frowned, unfamiliar with the term. Never mind that. Go on now, Victoria said, ushering her out. Once Holly left, Victoria retrieved a small box from her desk drawer. Were you able to fix it? Harry asked. She handed him the box. I fixed it and improved upon it. Though I still think it'll kill you if you use it. Already did that once, Harry said dryly, examining the artifacts. The Arkenstone jewelry was fully charged, but something caught his attention. What are these symbols? Victoria raised an eyebrow. Runes, of course. You really are bad at this, aren't you? Harry frowned. The runes didn't resemble anything he'd studied, but they looked familiar. Where have I seen these before? Chapter 397. 5 days before the second task, Hogwarts Castle. Despite the grim news that students had been receiving over the past 2 months, the mood at the school was overall a cheerful one. The missing students were hardly noticed amidst the influx of others from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. And with only a few days left until the next task, the Triwizard Tournament was all anyone could talk about. Harry had become more reclusive recently, only venturing out to attend classes when absolutely necessary, and even then, just to maintain appearances. His focus was on ensuring everything was ready for the upcoming battle. After completing his training routine in the room of requirement, Harry was strolling leisurely through the 7th floor corridor. There were only a few minutes left until curfew, but if needed, he could always apparate to safety. As expected, the halls were completely silent at this time. He savored these small moments of peace and quiet, so he wasn't in any rush to return to his dormitory. Passing one of the many open windows, he glanced outside. Even from this height, much of the dark forest was visible under tonight's moonlight, giving it an eerie aura. Wait, what was that? He stopped abruptly, feeling something bizarre emanating from the distant forest. There were no visible clues at first sight, but he sensed a peculiar magical signature deep within the woods. However, it was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. Did I imagine it? It wouldn't be out of the question. He had just finished an exhausting session in the room of requirement. Though he could have kept going for a few more hours, perhaps his perception had been dulled. Not his isn't the time to be careless. I need to check it out, at least. This close to the second task, it wouldn't be surprising to find Voldemort's followers snooping around, trying to set something up around the castle boundaries. That was not a risk he was willing to take. While he'd assumed precautions with Hogsmeade, he hadn't considered the dark forest as a potential weak point. It would be an odd choice for a point of invasion, given the forest's many dangerous creatures and the open space between its edge and the castle. Anyone attempting such a thing would be completely exposed. Let's go see what it is. Without further hesitation, Harry pulled his broom from his pocket dimension and jumped out of the window. He soared toward the area where he had felt the strange magical signature and descended slowly. Wand in hand, he advanced cautiously. Wait, this place is. He recognized the shapes of the trees and caught a glimpse of the clearing ahead. It was the same pond where he had encountered Rabaston and the vampires accompanying him. This was no coincidence. Whoever had been here was almost certainly connected to Voldemort. Activating his concealment ability, Harry vanished from sight. In this state, detecting him was nearly impossible. For good measure, he cast a silencing charm on his feet. As he approached the clearing, the scene became more evident. The light of the full moon reflected off the pond, illuminating the area. A young-looking girl with long black hair stood by the pond, appearing deep in thought. She wore an elegant, old-fashioned black dress with a wide dome-like skirt reminiscent of the Victorian era. Although some pureblood families still favored such attire, it was a rarity to see nowadays. But what caught Harry's attention the most was her umbrella. Despite the absence of rain and the lateness of the hour, she held it open above her head. "Are you the one who killed my brethren?" the girl asked somberly, turning her gaze directly toward Harry. She was stunningly beautiful, enough to momentarily distract even Harry. Her features were doll-like, porcelain skin, amber eyes, and an innocent face that could make anyone lower their guard. "You cannot hide your presence from me, young lord. These old eyes have seen too much for that." Her voice was both sweet and menacing. Harry dropped his concealment, revealing himself. "Oh, there you are. You look a bit younger than I imagined by the feel of your magic." She scrutinized him with her piercing gaze, as though measuring his worth. "You couldn't see me, yet you knew I was here," Harry observed, realizing her sensitivity to magic was far more refined than his own. He didn't need to ask what she was. Her appearance and her mention of brethren confirmed it. This was a vampire. Likely related to the ones he had killed before. But this vampire was much different from the other ones he encountered previously in this same place. Her aura exuded a danger he had never felt before, far greater than the colossal basilisk he had once fought in his second year. What is an ancient vampire lord doing in a place like this? Harry asked calmly, and fairly confident in his guess about her status. Unfazed by his accurate deduction, the girl smiled sweetly. I came to investigate the place where some of my brothers and sisters fell. I wasn't entirely convinced by the story I was told. And now I find a young lord here. So, I will ask once more. Her amber eyes flickered red. Are you the one who killed my brethren? Chapter 398. Harry gripped his staff in his left hand, his wand in his right. This was not an opponent he could take lightly. And in fact, it may be the most dangerous individual he has faced in his lifetime. What if I said that I was? He asked, noticing how her eyes shifted to an orange hue. The dark energy emanating from her body grew stronger. She was preparing to attack. Harry had a fair amount of experience fighting vampires, but this was only the second time he had faced one this ancient. Vampires, being immortal, grew more powerful with age, and this one was extremely ancient. With a tap of his staff, the ground beneath him began to stir. The girl glanced downward. TSK, how annoying. She leaped away just as jagged rock spikes erupted from the floor. While airborne, she appeared to step on thin air before vanishing, only to reappear beside Harry. Her umbrella was now closed, wielded like a spear. Its metallic tip glinted in the moonlight. Harry flicked his wand, conjuring dozens of silver blades around him. The vampire darted backward, maintaining distance. Oh Silver, how scary. You're quick for a wizard too, the girl remarked. And so much magic. She lifted the hem of her skirt, releasing a swarm of bats that poured out like a dark cloud. What a peculiar trick, Harry muttered with a raised eyebrow. The bats swirled around him, then launched at him in a suicidal frenzy. He had to abandon the blades and apparat a short distance away, leaving behind a ball of fire that detonated a moment later. The bats disintegrated into dust, which coalesced into a black mist and returned to the girl. She moved again and appeared next to him. She made a swing aimed at his face with her open hand. Her nails had grown long and sharp as blades. But Harry had been ready to conjure his strongest defense. Magna Custodia. A translucent wall appeared in between them, but confident in her abilities, the vampire did not stop her motion. Arg! She yelped in pain as her nails and fingers collided against the barrier and shattered by the sheer force of the impact. Although Harry was more surprised by the fact that she still managed to crack his defensive charm. This barrier was capable of stopping pretty much everything. 3 layers were enough to contain the equivalent of a miniature sundae. But she cracked it. The vampire took a step back and glanced at her hand. That hurt. As she said this, her hand was quickly regenerating and the bones on her fingers were making unnatural noises as they went back into their proper places. Shall we stop playing games, young lord? She asked, her voice ominous. As she spoke, her eyes turned a deep blood red, and her black hair began to whiten like ash. It's been centuries since I had to do this. The intensity of her aura grew suffocating. Harry realized his current strength wouldn't suffice. Let's hope Victoria fixed them properly. Libero. The 9 Arkstone crystals embedded in his body activated simultaneously, flooding him with a surge of magical energy. A luminous blue mist surrounded him. Black fog seeped from his body, intertwining with the blue light. The robes of death manifested around him, shielding him from harm. The suffocating pressure from the vampire vanished entirely. Harry's eyes glowed with a piercing blue light that drove away all darkness, while black holes materialized in the air around him. The ancient vampire, poised to lunge at him, froze in her tracks. Her red eyes widened in astonishment. This magic, that can't be, death, she muttered under her breath. Harry pointed his staff at one of the black holes. Let's see what you can do with this. Pure white light began radiating from the 3 stones at the top of the staff. Lumine. Wait. My lord, mercy. The vampire threw herself to the ground, slamming her forehead against it. Her umbrella clattered to the floor as she reverted to her human form, her transformation undone in an instant. Mercy, O great lord of death. Harry blinked, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. What are you doing? He asked, baffled. Moments ago, she had been defiant, ready to attack and go for the kill. Now, she was groveling on the ground and begging for mercy. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to surrender without a fight? He continued. You were so eager to face me just a moment ago. I mistook you for a young sorcerer lord and wanted to measure myself against you, she admitted, her voice trembling. But the magic you just displayed, I realize now how wrong I was. Harry noticed that, while speaking, she wasn't looking at him but at the area around and above him. You can see all forms of magic with those eyes, he deduced. Her fear made sense now. She must have perceived the full magnitude of his unleashed magic, including the latent power of the 9 Arkstones and the Death Visage. I can see it all, my lord, she confirmed. It's a gift I awakened in my youth, several millennia ago. Several millennia, this vampire is far older and far more powerful than I initially thought. But her sudden submission left him in a tricky situation. He needed to tread carefully. Are you a follower of Voldemort? He asked. The vampire's face twisted in disgust. Of course not. Why would I follow that child? I merely proposed an alliance. I offered him the assistance of myself and my brethren in exchange for that castle and its surrounding lands. She pointed in the direction of Hogwarts. That fool assured me that no lord owned these lands. The only one he mentioned was a female in London, but he claims she is bound to her territory and unable to leave. Morgana Le Fay, he knows about her, Harry thought, surprised. She was hardly the type to advertise her existence. Had I known this was your domain, I would never have made such an offer. I swear to you, she pleaded earnestly. Harry didn't care whether she was lying or telling the truth. His hesitation to kill her stemmed from other concerns. The immense magical power from the Arkstone array could only be maintained for a few minutes before dissipating. He had to decide quickly. If the vampire realized he wasn't as powerful as she believed, the situation could change drastically. Chapter 399. Harry Potter and all of its characters belong to J.K. Rowling. I own nothing but the original characters I create. Lords, in certain old circles of the magical world, that title denotes more than nobility. For magical beings, there are countless ways to extend one's life. There are soul containers, curses, vampirism, necromancy, blood magic, alchemy, and the list will continue to extend as more discoveries are made. Those who succeed in extending their lifespan for 5 centuries are given the title of Young Lords. Those who can manage to do so for over 1,000 years will earn the title of Old Lord. And finally, those who can survive in this world for over 2,000 years, are known as the Ancient Lords. The last distinction is most often reserved for vampires, as they are among the few creatures capable of such longevity. Wizards and witches rarely pass the 1,000-year mark, no matter what methods they employ. But those who can even go past the millennial mark are both feared and revered. An old wizard lord is considered many times more dangerous than even an ancient vampire lord. The sheer magic and knowledge that a wizard could amass in such a span defies calculation. No one in their right mind would willingly antagonize such a being. Harry Potter wasn't even close to being a young lord, but the sheer power of his magic often led others to misjudge. The 2 Spanish craftsmen had already confused him with a young lord during his visit, and Morgana Le Fay had done the same. He never tried to correct their mistake, as the real explanation for his bizarre magical signature was going to be much harder to believe. The vampire standing before him was also one such individual. Gifted with the rare ability of mage sight, she could perceive the intricate flow and potency of magic with extraordinary clarity. This ability had led her to a terrifying conclusion that Harry was an old wizard lord, one who had hidden away for many centuries or perhaps, something far worse. It can't be. The vampire took a cautious step back. For a being who had existed for several thousands of years, long-forgotten memories now clawed their way to the surface. A very long time ago, before Hogwarts had even been conceived, the lands Harry now stood on had been home to the only ancient wizard lord in all recorded history. At least as far as she knew. She was young and naive then, full of ambition and curiosity. The British Isles were scarcely inhabited by humans at the time, save for scattered barbarian tribes. Seeking refuge from the crowded Sumerian Empire, she and her vampire kin had crossed great distances to settle here. They hoped for an easier life, far from the watchful eyes of mortal empires. But another race had already claimed this island as their domain, the elves. Not the diminutive creatures humans now called house elves, but tall, elegant beings of unparalleled beauty and strength, their magic flowing as naturally as the wind or sea. They ruled the British Isles with mastery over the elements and an unyielding pride. The vampires quickly learned to conceal themselves, utterly terrified of the elves' overwhelming power. For centuries, they lived in the shadows, contemplating leaving the dangerous land altogether. But then, one day, the elves vanished without a warning. Years passed before the vampire pieced together fragments of the truth from human stories in what is now Scotland. There had been a sorcerer, a solitary man, who lived near a small forest. The elves, enamored by the land's beauty and its power hidden underneath, had tried to claim it for themselves. No one knew exactly what happened next, but when the dust settled, the elves were gone. At first, they thought the elves had been annihilated entirely. But soon after, strange, diminutive creatures began to appear, beings with pointy ears and a faint resemblance to the proud elves of old. These small, servile creatures were nothing like their predecessors. Ugly and pitiable, they were doomed to spend eternity in servitude to wizards. Many believed the elves had incurred the wrath of an immensely powerful ancient lord, who not only destroyed their civilization but cursed the survivors, stripping them of their pride and beauty for all eternity. They were now known only as house elves, the servants of the wizard kind. And only a few still remembered the once mighty race they had been. And all because they had dared to challenge him. However, this event had been a blessing for them. The vampires thrived after the elves' disappearance, turning the British Isles into a veritable paradise for their kind. But none dared approach the forest where the elves had ultimately fallen. Centuries passed. The humans multiplied and spread across the land, despite the occasional hunt from the vampires. Occasionally, a human with magical ability would appear, but none posed a threat to the vampire clans. Arrogance grew among the vampire lords, and whispers of expanding into the forbidden lands near the forest began to circulate. Some believed the ancient wizard lord must be long dead. Others were confident in their superiority, even if he wasn't. Her clan alone abstained from the expedition. Despite the protests of her children and servants, who called her decision cowardly, she held firm in her decision to stay away from there. And in the end, she was proven to be correct. When news of the expedition's fate reached her, she fled the Isles with her clan, commandeering human ships to escape. All she knew was that other than her clan, there were no survivors. She never learned the full details of what happened, but one fact was clear: no vampire clan would ever return to Britain. Among her kind, the island became known as the Cursed Land. And the ancient wizard lord who nearly exterminated 2 entire magical races, he was given a dreadful title. For the vampire standing before Harry, it was impossible to ignore the parallels. His magic radiated with the intensity of the being who had once cursed an entire race, and mixed with his magic was something else, something much darker, and Kara could feel the power of the end emerging out of his body. "You," she whispered, trembling. Could it really be him? But her mind had already been made. The ancient wizard lord that had once filled her with dread, the one her kind had named Lord Death. Chapter 400. Harry Potter and all of its characters belong to J.K. Rowling. I own nothing but the original characters I create. Harry studied the terrified expression of the vampire lord before him. For a fleeting moment, he considered ending her life. But was ultimately hesitant to do so. Something held him back. This moment was pivotal for his plans, and killing the vampire could ruin everything. Voldemort likely had a clear understanding of this ancient vampire lord's power. If she were to die so close to Hogwarts, Voldemort would inevitably grow suspicious. The Dark Lord might alter his carefully laid plans, delaying the very outcome Harry needed to control. But he couldn't let her leave, either. Once she reported what she had seen, it would create an entirely different set of complications. There's only one way to resolve this, and I must act quickly. Harry had finally decided on the best path to follow. He raised his staff, its tip glowing with power. The vampire lord recoiled, her fear intensifying. "Please, oh great lord," she begged, her voice trembling. "I did not mean to offend by trespassing into your lands." Despite her millennia of existence, the instinct to survive was overwhelming, so she did not hesitate to surrender while in front of an impossible obstacle. She was now completely convinced that this was him. This had to be the ancient wizard lord from back then. The coincidence was too great for it to be anyone else. Could there really be another wizard appearing in the same spot and wielding such magic? "What is your name?" Harry asked, his voice calm yet commanding. The vampire hesitated before answering. "It is Ankara, my lord." A Sumerian name, Harry thought, carefully hiding his surprise. This might be the oldest vampire I've ever encountered. He maintained his composure, keeping his tone cold and authoritative. "Ankara, you have allied with an enemy of mine and dared to trespass into my domain. I cannot allow such insolence to go unpunished." Ankara's eyes widened slightly, hope flickering in her gaze. Punishment meant she might survive, at least for now. "Of course, my lord. This one understands." She bowed her head submissively before adding, "If that young lich is your enemy, I could kill him for you. I could bring you his head and the heads of his followers." Harry shook his head. "No. That task is mine alone." He couldn't entrust Voldemort's destruction to anyone else. The Dark Lord's mastery of magic and his precautions against death required Harry's direct intervention. He could never rest at ease unless he saw his demise in person. "I have a different task for you," he continued. Once it is complete, you and your entire clan will leave the British Isles and never return. Ankara's eyes widened further, this time in genuine surprise. Leaving the cursed lands was no punishment, it was a blessing. She had already regretted returning to Britain, and now she silently vowed never to make such a mistake again. "What is the task, my lord?" she asked eagerly. The sooner she could accomplish it, the sooner this would be all over. Harry felt the Arkstone's borrowed magic waning, the reservoir nearly depleted. "I have to act now. There is something I must do before revealing your task," he replied. "Something more?" Ankara asked, her wariness returning. Harry pointed his staff at her, the glowing tip intensifying. "Since I cannot trust your word, I will bind you to my will." "Bind me?" Panic surged through her. Vampires lacked souls, rendering magical oaths and unbreakable vows useless. But as undead beings, they were susceptible to necromantic bindings, spells that made them utterly subservient to their master. Ankara hesitated, her mind racing. A binding would strip her of freedom, condemning her to eternal servitude. While trying to learn more about this version of Voldemort, Harry had read a large amount of books about necromancy. Not enough to call himself an expert by any means, but he could at least be considered knowledgeable, and more than capable of forming a permanent bind with an undead. The complicated part was the will of the target. A low-rank undead, like a zombie or a reanimated skeleton, would have little will left, making them easy to bind. But vampires were much different. They had a lot more resistance, and an ancient vampire lord like this one would be completely impossible to bind, unless she allowed the magic to take effect out of her own free will. "If you refuse," Harry said, his voice cold as winter's bite, "I will have no choice but to end you." His robes seemed to expand, shadows pooling around him like a living void. "Wait, my lord," she cried out, trembling. I'll do it. Perform the binding." She hated this more than anything, but it was still preferable to having her existence erased. Harry inwardly sighed with relief. He couldn't afford a drawn-out battle, not with time running short. "Wise choice," he said curtly. He channeled the remnants of the Arkstone's magic, his staff radiating a purplish beam of light that struck the vampire squarely. Ankara stood still, submitting to the spell. A thin thread of dark energy connected them, and Harry focused all his magic on forming the bond. Harry poured everything he had into the spell, the Arkstone's magic draining rapidly. The connection deepened, and with a final surge of power, the binding took hold. It was done. Harry could feel the link between them, an unbreakable tether that ensured her loyalty. Ankara, once a terrifying predator, was now bound to his will. "It seems I've just acquired a very useful tool," Harry thought, suppressing a smirk. "Ankara," he called. "Master," she replied, falling to her knees. Despite her pride, she found herself strangely at ease. Those piercing green eyes held an authority she could not deny. Harry nodded, the weight of exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "I will now explain your task." Chapter 401. Harry Potter and all of its characters belong to J.K. Rowling. I own nothing but the original characters I create. 3 days before the second task, Hogwarts Castle. It was a quiet night. The corridors, bathed in shadow, carried the stillness of midnight. But that stillness was broken by 2 sets of hurried footsteps echoing against the stone floor tiles. Severus Snape moved swiftly, his sharp eyes darting around as he led the way. His paranoia was palpable. This mission demanded absolute secrecy, and no one could witness it. Behind him, Professor Rookwood followed at an unhurried pace. But his demeanor was strikingly different from usual. The typically vacant expression was replaced by a cruel grin that stretched unnervingly across his face, his unnaturally red eyes gave away who was the one in charge of this body. "This way, almost there," Snape whispered. Rookwood chuckled, his voice carrying a mocking edge. "You think I don't remember where the office is?" Snape ignored him, keeping his focus on their surroundings. The less they spoke, the better. When they reached the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office, Snape sighed in relief. The small stone wedge he'd placed earlier to keep the passage open was still in place. With a firm push, the statue moved aside, revealing the spiraling staircase. "I'll go first," Snape muttered, glancing back. Rookwood, or rather, Voldemort gave him a nod. The Dark Lord had entrusted much to Snape, and so far, the gamble appeared to be paying off. If the curse placed on Dumbledore had worked as intended, tonight's mission would be disturbingly simple. Together, the 2 men ascended the staircase and stepped inside the headmaster's office. Voldemort, inhabiting the flesh puppet of Rookwood, already had his wand in hand. While he appeared composed, he understood the limitations of this form. The flesh puppet's body lacked magical potency, making him vulnerable in any serious duel. Still, if Severus had done his job, there wouldn't be much of a fight. And if he hasn't, Voldemort's thoughts darkened momentarily as he imagined the excruciating punishments he would inflict on the potion's master for treachery. "My lord," Snape whispered, breaking the silence. Voldemort's attention shifted to the slumped figure at the desk. Albus Dumbledore was fast asleep, his upper body sprawled over scattered papers. The sight sent Voldemort a rush of exhilaration. The room was as it should be. The enchanted paintings were obscured with an obstruction jinx, no doubt Snape's handiwork, and Dumbledore's wand lay carelessly on the desk. Voldemort snatched it with a quick, fluid motion. Why take unnecessary risks, he mused to himself. But something was amiss. His eyes fell on the perch in the corner of the room. "Where is the phoenix?" he asked, his voice sharp. Snape glanced at the empty perch, feigning surprise. "I don't know, my lord. It wasn't here the last time I checked." Voldemort didn't appear fully convinced but chose not to dwell on it. "It often disappears on its own," Snape added. "It won't return unless called. We should proceed quickly." Voldemort nodded, reluctantly agreeing. He turned his wand toward the slumbering figure. Voldemort frowned, his expression unreadable. "Is something wrong?" Snape's voice wavered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "I can't detect any magic on him," Voldemort thought. It was unsettling. Even with the curse draining Dumbledore's strength, the Dark Lord had expected some trace of resistance. But there was nothing. The man before him was as defenseless as a muggle. "It's nothing," Voldemort said after a pause. "Let's wake him, shall we?" With a flick of his wand, an invisible force shoved Dumbledore from his desk, sending him crashing into the stone wall. "Ugh!" Dumbledore groaned, his body crumpling to the floor. "My lord," Snape hissed, his irritation barely concealed. "We agreed to be quiet. This isn't subtle at all." Voldemort chuckled darkly. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment? Let me savor it." Dumbledore stirred, struggling to his feet. He clutched at a nearby chair for support, his piercing blue eyes locking onto his intruders. "Severus," his voice was hoarse, tinged with disbelief. "What is the meaning of this?" Voldemort's grin widened, his satisfaction plain. "I wish I could draw this out further," Voldemort said mockingly. "But here's the short version: your loyal Severus has betrayed you." Dumbledore's expression faltered. He staggered toward the large window behind his desk, leaning against it for support. "Betrayed," he repeated, his voice trembling. "How could you, Severus? The curse that reduced you to this pitiful state." Voldemort sneered. "That was my gift. I stripped you of your magic, and now," he raised his wand, the tip glowing menacingly. "I will take your life." "Please, no," Dumbledore clasped his hands together, his eyes wide with desperation. "Don't kill me." The plea gave Voldemort pause. His grin faded, replaced by a look of disgust. "This is pathetic," he muttered. "You, once hailed as the next coming of Merlin, reduced to this." Without further hesitation, he uttered the words. "Avada Kedavra." The deadly green light struck Dumbledore squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling backward out of the open window. For a moment, silence filled the room. Both men stood still, the enormity of the act sinking in. But the stillness was soon followed by a thud noise, caused by the body of the headmaster hitting the rooks of the bottom of the tower. "It is done," Voldemort murmured. At last years of planning, hatred, and anticipation culminated in this moment. Hogwarts was nearly his. With Dumbledore gone, there was no one left to oppose him. "All that's left is to ensure no one discovers this," Voldemort said, turning to Snape. "Clean this mess and delay anyone from uncovering the truth. I don't want my plans disrupted." "Yes, my lord," Snape replied, bowing his head. Voldemort allowed himself a rare smile. "In 3 days, this castle will be mine." Chapter 402. Harry Potter and all of its characters belong to J.K. Rowling. I own nothing but the original characters I create. "Harry, are you even listening to me?" Neville shouted, tugging at his robes in frustration. "Shoo! Stop making a fuss and come with me." "We don't have all day," Harry replied, his voice a mix of urgency and irritation. "But I can't find Lyra anywhere." "How can you not be worried? Something could have happened to her." Neville insisted, his concern unmistakable. Harry stopped, glancing around to ensure they were alone in this deserted wing of the castle. "Didn't you figure out the task already? Surely, you managed that much?" Harry's voice was low but sharp, his patience wearing thin. "I did." Neville fished a few leaves from his pocket and held them up triumphantly. "I got the egg underwater and heard the clue. The task is underwater, look." This is gillyweed. You won't be needing that, remember? Harry said flatly. And that's not the part that I was referring to. Neville froze as he thought about the next part of the message, the leaves still clutched in his hand. You mean, we've taken what you'll sorely miss? Oh no. I thought it meant something like an important object, a family heirloom or something. Are you saying they took her? Are they really going to put people inside the lake? That's crazy, Dot. That's Hogwarts for you. Harry shook his head. He'd known from the beginning that Neville's greatest treasure wasn't an object, but his sister, Lyra. Harry would have preferred someone else. Ron perhaps would have been taken instead, but the Weasleys were still taking refuge at his home, making Lyra the most obvious choice. Despite the risks, Harry had taken every precaution to ensure Lyra's safety during the task. She'll be fine. Now come on, we need to hurry before anyone sees us, Harry said, steering Neville down the corridor. This isn't the way to the headmaster's office, Neville said nervously as he noticed that Harry was leading him toward the dungeons. You'll see soon enough. Harry didn't bother explaining. Minutes later, the reason for their detour became clear. Neville stopped abruptly, his face draining of color. Snape's office? Not giving him time to panic, the door creaked open, and the familiar voice of Professor Snape greeted them. It's Professor Snape to you, Longbottom, he sneered. Oh sorry, Neville stammered, his voice trembling. Snape turned to Harry. Did anyone see you coming here? He asked, poking his head into the corridor and glancing both ways. No. Everyone should already be at the lake. That's why we waited until the last moment, Harry said, brushing off the concern. Snape muttered something unintelligible under his breath before ushering them inside. Good. We've only 30 minutes until it begins. Let's get this matter solved already. Inside the office, a wooden box rested on the last table at the far end. Snape walked over and opened it, producing 2 potions. You know how this works already, so I won't explain. Drink it, but change your clothes first, he instructed. Neville hesitated, eyeing the potion nervously. Harry was far less squeamish, downing his dose before pulling a set of robes over his head. Moments later, Neville doubled over, his stomach lurching as his body twisted and transformed. Ugh! Neville groaned, trying to steady himself. Don't you dare ruin my robes. Harry scolded, his voice sharp. Snape's cold eyes scrutinized them both, ensuring the transformations were flawless. Harry stepped to a nearby mirror, checking his reflection. As before, the polyjuice potion had worked perfectly. No one would be able to tell that he wasn't the boy who lived. Harry, where should I sit? Neville asked shakily. Go to the Gryffindor section of the stands. You'll find my parents and the Lovegoods there. Stay with them, they'll protect you. Harry's tone left no room for argument. He'd warned his parents that something might happen during the task. Though the chances of them needing to fight were slim, Harry wasn't willing to leave them unprepared. Neville blinked, confused. Protect me? From what? I'm just going to be sitting in the stands. Snape remained silent, observing Harry with an inscrutable expression. Even he wasn't entirely sure how Harry planned to keep his bold promises of defeating the Dark Lord today. Dumbledore had insisted over and over that Harry could handle the task, that he had a plan. But Snape struggled to accept that, even knowing how powerful Harry had become. But it was too late to go back now. The cards were on the table, now he could only hope he was on the winning side. You'll be fine, Neville. Just stay with them. And don't be surprised if they say anything strange, they already know who you are. They do? Neville exclaimed, his nerves briefly giving way to relief. If nothing else, he wouldn't have to pretend to be Harry in front of them. Something that he had proven to be incapable of doing. Yes, but the rest of the audience doesn't know. So watch what you say and how you act. You have to pretend to be me in public. Understand? Right, I'll do my best. Neville said, trying to muster some confidence. Well, then, Snape said, his dark eyes narrowing as he turned to Neville. The great champion shouldn't keep everyone waiting, should he? Harry, are you sure you don't need the gillyweed? Neville asked, holding out the slimy plant. Harry waved it off. I hate that stuff. I've got a different plan this time. This time? Neville echoed, confused. When have you done this before? Harry smirked but didn't answer, walking out of the office and leaving Neville to ponder the mysteries of his friend's past adventures. Chapter 403. Where is he? We need to get started already, Mr. Crouch said, pacing back and forth, his impatience palpable. I'd like to know that too. I haven't seen Dumbledore in days, Madame Maxime said, glancing at Professor McGonagall. And Karkaroff? No news about him either, I suppose. I'm afraid not, McGonagall replied, her lips pressed tightly together. She glanced at the Durmstrang professor acting as a substitute for Karkaroff and sighed. I'm sure the headmaster has a very important reason for his absence. In truth, she hadn't seen Dumbledore either, and it was making her increasingly uneasy. All she got were some excuses from Snape and a written note from the man himself, informing her that he was going to be taking care of some unspecific emergency. It was all very suspicious to her, as this was not something he would normally do. A young ministry official approached in a rush. Mr. Crouch, sir. Neville Longbottom has arrived. Well, that's something. At least all the champions are accounted for, Crouch said. If Dumbledore insists on missing this event, we'll just have to carry on without him. McGonagall was about to protest when she spotted Snape approaching. She turned sharply to him. Where have you been? Snape's expression was unreadable, as usual. For reasons known only to him, he seemed to have some inkling of Dumbledore's whereabouts, but no matter how many times she asked, he refused to elaborate, only insisting the headmaster was busy with important business. I had to handle some last-minute matters, Snape replied smoothly. So, you don't know where Dumbledore is either? Crouch asked, his brows furrowing in frustration. I'm afraid not, Snape said, his tone clipped. That's it, then. Crouch declared. The stadium is packed, and we can't keep the audience waiting any longer. Professor McGonagall will act as Hogwarts representative in Dumbledore's place. I agree, Madame Maxime said. The waters will only grow colder as the day progresses. Her concern for Fleur was evident. Vila and cold water were a poor combination, and she couldn't hide her unease. I'll handle the opening, if there are no objections, Crouch said curtly. Get everyone into position. Harry, who was disguised as Neville, was led by boat to one of the 4 wooden platforms constructed in the middle of the Black Lake. The platforms were designed to hold spectators as well as champions, with many audience members watching from stands on the shore. Harry knew his parents, the Lovegoods, and the real Neville were seated among the crowd, keeping up appearances. His heart thudded, but not from nerves about the task. Thanks to his new spy within Voldemort's ranks, Harry knew exactly what the Dark Lord had planned. With Dumbledore absent and the castle's wards weakened, Voldemort intended to attack on 2 fronts. Half of his forces would storm the front gates of Hogwarts, while the other half would target the lake, aiming to subdue the gathered crowd. There was also a likelihood of a third assault on Hogsmeade to remove any possible routes of escape for the castle occupants. The defenses around the lake were alarmingly sparse. Only a handful of Aurors had been sent by the ministry, Aurors loyal to the minister, who was nothing more than one of Voldemort's puppets. Aside from James Potter and a few other Order of the Phoenix members, there were few who would stand and fight when the Death Eaters arrived. Harry glanced at the lake's dark waters. Voldemort had also arranged a surprise for the so-called boy who lived, and it was something Harry would have to deal with on his own. Are you nervous? Cedric asked, placing a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder. Harry shook his head. I'm fine. His colder-than-usual tone might have been interpreted as nervousness, but the truth was far from it. He was already calculating his next moves. Not far off, Victor Crumb stood with his usual scowl. I am not losing this time, he said curtly. Meanwhile, Fleur stared at the water, her face pale. This task terrified her far more than facing a dragon. Not only was water her weakness, but her younger sister was one of the hostages. The thought of failing her made her hands tremble slightly. The crowd's energy was extremely high at the present moment, with a wave of excitement and anticipation as they watched the champions prepare. Harry scanned the audience briefly, catching sight of his parents and the Lovegoods in the Gryffindor stands. Even from a distance, he could see his father's tense posture, his hand gripping his wand. His mother leaned in, whispering something to Luna's father. Stay sharp, Harry thought, directing the silent command to them. He needed everyone in position. The calm before the storm wouldn't last much longer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, Mr. Crouch's magically amplified voice echoed across the lake. The crowd roared with excitement, their cheers reverberating through the chilly air. Crouch raised a hand, silencing the crowd. Last night, something was stolen from each of our champions, a treasure, if you will. These 4 treasures now lie at the bottom of the Black Lake. Each champion must retrieve their treasure and return to the surface as quickly as possible. The time limit is 1 hour. Failure to retrieve the treasure within that time will result in disqualification. As the crowd murmured with excitement, Harry let his magical senses extend into the depths of the lake. Wait for me, Lyra. I'll get you out in no time, he thought. He had already located her and the other hostages, their faint magical signatures glowing like distant stars in the darkness below. The task will begin at the sound of the cannon. Crouch announced. Harry braced himself as the tension mounted. Boom! The cannon fired, and the crowd erupted into cheers. "Start!" Crouch shouted. Without hesitation, the 4 champions dove into the freezing water, their figures vanishing into the lake's inky depths. The second task had begun. Chapter 404. As his body broke the surface of the water, Harry's improvised protective charm enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. Unlike Cedric's and Fleur's, which only covered their heads, Harry's magic formed a larger sphere that surrounded his entire body, allowing him ample space to maneuver without being drenched by the icy lake. The moment he descended into the dark depths, the world above dissolved into silence. Visibility was minimal, with the lake's murky waters pressing around him. He spotted the other champions as they began their descent. Crumb had used a unique partial human transfiguration, morphing his upper body into a half-shark, complete with gills and powerful fins. It was an impressive and intimidating sight. Fleur and Cedric, by contrast, relied on standard bubblehead charms, their enchanted pockets of air glowing faintly in the gloom. Harry barely spared them a glance. His task had nothing to do with competition. The tournament didn't matter, not the fame, the glory, or the prize. The only thing that mattered was getting Lyra out of the lake safely. Propelling himself downward with a burst of wind magic, Harry moved quickly, his wand guiding him like a rudder. As he descended further, the water grew colder, and the darkness deepened to near total blackness. He didn't need light charms, though. His magical senses reached out like tendrils, honing in on the unmistakable magical signatures tied to the hostages. At the heart of the merfolk city, he reached the plaza. It was eerily beautiful, illuminated faintly by bioluminescent algae and small glowing stones. At the center, tied to a massive stone statue of a merman, were 4 figures: Cho Chang, Hermione, Fleur's younger sister Gabrielle, and Lyra. Harry's heart tightened as he spotted his sister. She appeared unharmed, the hibernation charm leaving her in a peaceful slumber, but he could sense the faint hum of additional magic around her bindings. A trap, he thought grimly, his mind flashing back to the Triwizard Cup in the maze years ago. The memory of being portkeyed to Voldemort's resurrection was seared into his consciousness. He knew the signs well. The ropes around Lyra's feet weren't ordinary, they pulsed faintly with layered magic. He scanned them carefully, quickly confirming his suspicion. This wasn't just a prop for the tournament, it was a portkey, ready to activate the moment he touched her. Who did this? Harry's mind raced. Snape was the most likely culprit, he was close enough to the tournament and had the skills to weave such an enchantment. Surely, he was just following his instructions, but a heads-up would not have hurt. But Harry didn't have time to dwell on the who or how. What mattered now was keeping Lyra out of Voldemort's hands. The merfolk stirred around him, their glowing eyes and sharp spears cutting through the gloom. They gestured at him impatiently, one sharp finger pointing upward, their message clear: take 1 hostage. Only 1. Harry ignored their growing agitation as his gaze swept over the other hostages. Each was unconscious, suspended by magic that ensured their survival underwater. He briefly considered taking all of them, but the merfolk were unlikely to let that happen without a fight, and he had no time for that. Focusing on Lyra, he devised his plan. He couldn't remove the portkey without activating it, but if it activated while she was in his arms, he could control the situation. If they want the boy who lived, they'll get him, he thought grimly. The water around him shimmered with movement. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb were approaching. He needed to act quickly before they arrived, lest they would also be dragged into this mess along with him. With one decisive motion, Harry gripped Lyra's arm and pulled her into the bubble while slicing through the ropes with a swift, wandless cutting spell. The moment the ropes snapped, the portkey activated. A burst of blinding light exploded from the statue, sending shockwaves through the water. The merfolk recoiled, their sensitive eyes overwhelmed by the brightness. Harry gritted his teeth as he felt the familiar, stomach-twisting pull of the portkey. The underwater gloom vanished in an instant. Harry's feet hit solid ground as the disorienting spin of the portkey ceased. The air was damp and cold, filled with the stench of decay. Slowly, he raised his wand, illuminating the scene. They were standing in the middle of a graveyard. The tall, weathered tombstones and crooked iron gates were unmistakable. It was Little Hangleton Cemetery. A place he was unfortunately very familiar with. Lyra stirred in his arms, groaning softly. Harry held her upright as she regained consciousness. His wand hand remained steady, scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. The protective bubble had dissipated, leaving them exposed to the cemetery's cold, oppressive atmosphere. Lyra's eyes fluttered open, and she coughed, the foul air shocking her fully awake. "Neville," she croaked, her voice hoarse. Where are we?" "Not Hogwarts," Harry muttered grimly. Lyra glanced around, her confusion giving way to fear as she took in the eerie surroundings. The darkened sky, the gnarled trees, and the cracked tombstones made it clear this wasn't any ordinary place. "What's going on?" she whispered, clutching his arm. Before Harry could respond, a chilling sound echoed across the graveyard, the snap of footsteps on wet grass. Harry tensed, raising his wand higher. His sharp green eyes scanned the shadows until a bone-chilling voice broke the silence. "Well, well. It seems our guest of honor has arrived with company." Chapter 405. Before Harry could answer her, they were interrupted by the sound of strange-sounding laughter. "Look who it is. No other than the marvelous boy who lived." Barty Crouch Jr. came into view. He waved his wand around in a threatening manner and flicked his tongue. "Ah!" Lyra was startled by the sudden appearance and by the fact that she now realized where she was. This is a cemetery. She had no idea how they got there. Her latest recollection was falling asleep inside Professor Snape's office, along with the other hostages. But now that her mind was working properly, she also realized that the person at her side was not Neville. "Harry?" she asked in a whisper. "It's okay. I got this." He still looked very much like Neville, but the confidence in his expression was all Lyra needed to confirm his identity. "Oh, he's got this. How brave," Crouch Jr. chuckled. "Barty, now is not the time for games," a harsh voice came from the other side of the cemetery. "We must capture the boy without fail." An old man wearing black robes approached. "Come on, Yaxley. I missed the last hunt." "Let me have a bit of fun," Barty Crouch Jr. complained. "Humph, he can't escape anyways, he is already ours." "So let's get this over with," another person said as they came into the picture. It was a very tall and strong-looking man. He wore the same robes as the others, but his face was still covered by a white mask, making it difficult to guess his identity. "See? McNair agrees. Where's he going to go?" "As long as we have that thingy," he pointed at the metallic object in Yaxley's hand, the portable blood ward their master had created for them. Yaxley grumbled. "Drop your wand, boy, you have no chance against the three of us. So save yourself some suffering at least." "What about the girl?" McNair asked. "We only need the boy." "Kill the other one," Yaxley replied. Barty licked his lips. What a waste, his wand moved like lightning and aimed directly at Lyra. Avada Kedavra. Yaxley and McNair acted at the same time, sending a disarming charm and a stunner directly at Neville. "Harry." Lyra didn't even have her wand with her, so she could only scream for help. Not that it was necessary at all, since Harry was already next to her. "There's no need to scream," Harry groaned as he felt the pain in his ears. His sister had really powerful lungs at least. Lyra could have sworn she saw a killing curse flying directly at her. But there was nothing there now. The three Death Eaters were equally confused about what had happened to their spells. They all disappeared before hitting their intended targets. After a moment of silence, one of them raised their voice to ask. "What happened?" Barty was looking around as if he was trying to find the missing spells. "Does it look like we know?" Yaxley glared at Neville. The boy may be more skilled than we gave him credit for, it was the only explanation he could think of, that Neville had done something to defend himself. Then, Barty clenched his teeth. "We fire again, Avada Kedavra." Another flash of green light was aimed at Lyra. Crucio. McNair got more serious now and used his favorite spell against Neville. Yaxley added a petrifying curse for good measure. This time, they were all paying much closer attention to what was happening. If Neville made any movement to block the spells, they wouldn't miss it. And they didn't miss it. Despite the gloomy atmosphere, it was still daytime, so when three pure black holes appeared around the two students, they were able to spot them. What they didn't notice were the holes manifesting behind them. That was all McNair had time to say. As Barty Crouch Jr.'s killing curse entered one of the holes around Harry, it emerged from the one behind him and struck McNair directly in the back. The lifeless body of McNair fell forward, hitting the ground with a loud thud. Yaxley also fell, but he was luckier than his partner, as he became a victim of his own petrifying curse. "Ah!" Barty Crouch let out a blood-curdling scream as the Cruciatus curse landed on him, causing him to lose his balance. "How did you do that?" Lyra asked. She had seen her brother do a lot of strange things with magic over the years, but this was new. "I can't believe he'd only send these three idiots, it's kind of insulting." Harry pulled out a small flask from his robes and drank it. As he did, the transformation from the polyjuice potion began to fade. He no longer needed it and felt much more comfortable in his own body. "Harry?" Lyra stared at her brother as he regained his normal appearance. "Why you, Arg?" Barty, still twitching in pain, remained conscious just long enough to see him change and realize they had been deceived. "Why, you're not you." "No, I'm not Neville." "Sorry about that." Harry pointed his wand at Yaxley first. An explosive charm made quick work of the old wizard, shattering his head into hundreds of pieces. The petrifying curse made the gruesome scene slightly less horrifying than it could have been. "Ah!" Lyra was startled. "Give me a warning, will you?" Barty's eyes widened with fear as he realized what was happening. His shaking hand tried to reach for his wand, which had fallen just a foot away. "Now let's—" Harry suddenly stopped moving. An unpleasant sensation washed over him. "What's wrong?" Lyra noticed his odd reaction and became worried. "He's already there," Harry thought. "Hogwarts is being invaded," he said. Chapter 406. Hogwarts? Invaded? Lyra exclaimed. "What are you talking about? Who is invading it, Dot?" Her eyes moved over to Barty Crouch Jr. This was exactly what Harry had been waiting for, but it also meant he needed to return quickly and make sure that things stayed in control. "Can't waste any more time with you lot." Harry aimed his wand at the head of Barty Crouch Jr. He had nothing useful to learn from this one, so eliminating a threat took priority. "W8. Barty shouted. He knew he had to say something, anything, immediately, or else he'd be dead long before reaching his wand. "I know you." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I'll make this quick." The tip of his wand began to glow. "Wait. You're Harry Potter. Your family is in danger." Lyra hurried to Harry's side. "Whoa, what? Our family? What is he talking about?" She looked up at her brother for answers. Harry stared at Barty Crouch's son, as he also had no idea of what he was talking about. His knowledge of this particular Death Eater was limited, but that hardly mattered. Anyone in Barty's position would say anything to survive. "You expect me to believe that? At least die with some pride instead of spewing nonsense." Harry was quickly losing patience. "It's true. I'm telling the truth." Harry was just about to end this miserable man's life, but Barty's next words managed to stop him. "It's Wormtail. He found them." Lyra's eyes widened at the name. She was familiar with her parents' old stories from their school days, and the Marauder's adventures were her favorite. "Wasn't that one of Dad's friends?" Lyra asked, still unaware of the darker parts of the story. She didn't know about the rat's betrayal that led to Sirius's death. "Wormtail is here." Harry hadn't thought he'd hear that name again and had almost forgotten about him. In this timeline, Wormtail had been solely responsible for what happened to Sirius. "I've been meaning to get my hands on that rat, but still," Harry's eyes moved back to Barty. Barty didn't appear to be lying, but if his house were under attack, Harry was certain he'd have sensed it immediately. "We have someone inside the Ministry who's an expert in tracking wizards and witches. He's been trying to locate the Weasley family since they disappeared and managed to find their general location." "Oh no," Lyra muttered. If someone could track the Weasleys, it meant they could also find the Potter family manor. Wormtail seemed to remember something about that area, something from his old days as a friend of the Potters, Barty added. "I see," Harry murmured, now sure Barty wasn't making this up. The defenses around his family's property should have removed any memories of its location from Wormtail's mind, but under specific circumstances, there were ways to partially recover them. The chances of that rat finding their home were not zero at least. "I'll tell you everything. Just let me go, okay?" Barty pleaded. Lyra frowned. There was no way they could trust this shady man. All the while, Barty had been subtly moving his hand, trying to divert their attention from what he was really doing. A sly smile appeared on his face as his index finger touched the wood of his wand. With a swift motion, he grabbed hold of it and twisted his body to aim at his target. "Harry!" Lyra shouted in an attempt to warn him. Harry's body moved like a blur. In a single instant, he knelt and pressed his wand against Barty Crouch Jr.'s temple. The Death Eater had only a fraction of a second to feel an agonizing pain before his body disintegrated into dust. Oh. It all happened too fast for Lyra to process. One moment, she had been startled, the next, the source of her fear had literally vanished. Harry stood back up and brushed the dust off his robes. "You seriously thought I didn't notice your true intentions? Is he dead?" Lyra asked, immediately realizing how dumb her question sounded when she saw her brother's expression. "Yes, Lyra, he is. Transfiguring a living being into a gaseous substance tends to have that effect." Harry looked around. There were no other magical signatures. These three had been the only ones Voldemort had sent to capture him. Either Voldemort didn't take the rumors about Neville's magical prowess seriously, or this wasn't high on his list of priorities for the day. Harry, was he telling the truth? Is our family in danger? If someone attacks our house now, Lyra trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Right now, there were 3 families staying there. James and Lily had come to Hogwarts, but their little sister, Holly, was still at home. Holly is. I know, Harry interrupted. He didn't need to be reminded of that. Lyra was about to speak again when she saw Harry's expression shift, just as it had before. They dare, Harry's green eyes began to glow as powerful magic surged through him. His wand vanished, promptly replaced by his goblin-forged steel staff. Neville's borrowed robes were consumed by the death visage, which conjured a new set of black robes over him. The 9 arc stone jewels appeared out of nowhere and moved into place. Rings adorned his fingers, a necklace circled his neck, bracelets formed around his wrists, and the last 2 jewels tied around his ankles, completing the formation. Lyra stared in shock as her brother transformed. She noted how his entire demeanor shifted from her confident, reliable older brother to the battle-hardened wizard who had survived countless fights. This was the same Harry who, just 2 years prior, had battled that colossal snake outside Hogwarts. Harry turned to his sister and extended his hand. Let's go. We have a home to save first. Chapter 407. I don't see anything but trees, a burly man clad in black robes muttered while pacing in circles, his eyes scanning the dense forest. Are you sure it's here? Asked another equally large man, mirroring the first's movements. Yes, I'm sure. A third figure, crouched low to the ground, sniffed the air and the grass in frustration. Crab, Goyle, shut your mouths and let the rat work, snapped Bellatrix Lestrange, her icy voice cutting through the air. Instantly, silence fell. Despite their thick-headedness, even Crab and Goyle Sr. knew better than to irritate Bellatrix when she was in one of her moods. And right now, her mood was downright murderous. Ah! Bellatrix let out a shriek of frustration, flinging her black umbrella to the ground before smashing a nearby tree branch with her bare hands. Nothing but grass, flowers, and trees. What a disgusting place. Miss Bellatrix. Goyle yelped, panicking as her discarded umbrella left her exposed. The sun in this part of Britain was mild, but it was still daylight, and vampires were notoriously vulnerable to sunlight. The sun! Crab shouted, pointing skyward. The sun! He scrambled to retrieve the umbrella, fearing she would burst into flames at any moment and attempted to return it back to her. Do you two think I'm an idiot? Bellatrix hissed, her sharp yellow eyes narrowing dangerously. She pulled back the black robes covering her arms, revealing pale, glittering skin. With a flick of her wand, her flesh shimmered as if made of diamonds. I can protect myself from sunlight just fine. Magic, Crab mumbled, scratching his head. But vampires can't do magic, Goyle added, equally confused. They're simpletons, Lady Bellatrix, Wormtail muttered as he slunk closer, his hunched figure casting a shadow over the grass. Your gift isn't exactly common knowledge among the Dark Lord's ranks. It was well known that vampires couldn't wield magic in the same way wizards and witches could. However, rare vampires could awaken unique gifts that set them apart. These abilities elevated their status, often placing them above even older, more experienced vampires. Bellatrix's gift was an extraordinary one at that. She retained her ability to perform wand magic. While her spells were largely limited to dark magic, it was still a formidable advantage when combined with her vampire speed, strength, and senses. This, coupled with her fanatical loyalty, had made her Voldemort's second-in-command with no contest. Forget about me. Bellatrix scoffed, her lip curling disdainfully. Focus on finding those traitors. The cowardly Wormtail needed no further prompting, returning to the ground to sniff and crawl like the rat he was. This place, it feels familiar, he muttered, frustration clear in his voice. I know I've been here before, but the protections, they've erased it from my memory. The group had narrowed their search to this field, but there were still miles of forest and grassy plains to comb through. The wards around Potter Manor rendered it completely invisible, even to seasoned dark wizards. If they could at least find the edge of the wards, they could attempt to break through using the bludgeoning approach, a crude, brute force method of dismantling magical defenses. But until then, they were grasping at shadows. An hour passed with no progress. Bloody hell! Bellatrix screamed, stomping the ground in frustration. Her yellow eyes blazed with fury. At this rate, I'm going to miss my lord's conquest of Hogwarts. I won't allow that to happen. I need to be at his side when he claims his victory. This is bad, Goyle muttered nervously. Very bad, Crab agreed. Wormtail felt their eyes boring into his back, their unspoken accusations weighing on him. Don't look at me like that, he snapped. I'm trying my best. He could feel the noose tightening. If they failed to locate Potter Manor, their deaths at Bellatrix's hands were all but guaranteed, and even if the Dark Lord would likely scold her for that, that was not going to help them right now. Bellatrix's patience finally snapped. She raised her wand and began hurling fireballs in every direction. That's it, I had it. Lady Bellatrix, please stop. Goyle ducked behind a tree, narrowly avoiding a blazing projectile. You traitorous fools, she shrieked. Get over here. I'm going to rip your skulls out and turn them into a necklace. Wormtail, trembling, was about to transform into a rat and flee when something caught his eye. One of Bellatrix's fireballs exploded midair as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Wait, Lady Bellatrix, he cried, pointing. There's something there. Bellatrix's eyes gleamed with predatory delight. She had not missed it either. There is something there. She stalked forward, wand raised. Did we find it? Crabbe asked hesitantly. Is it finally over? Goyle added. What do you mean we? Bellatrix sneered. I found it. If you imbeciles were more useful, we'd have done this hours ago. Why didn't we do this from the beginning? Well, that would have completely given away our intentions to the ones inside the house, Wormtail said without thinking. Silence. Bellatrix snapped, her gaze sharp enough to cut steel. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of a pack of cowardly traitors hiding behind wards? No, of course not. Wormtail hurried to say. As long as my lady is with us, there is no enemy to fear. Ignoring him, Bellatrix approached the spot where her spell had collided with the invisible barrier. Now let's get in there. Her voice was brimming with eager anticipation. Chapter 408. Move aside. Bellatrix barked, pointing her wand at the seemingly empty space before her. Lady Bellatrix. What spell are you planning on us? Crabbe Sr.'s question was cut short. Fiend fire. Bellatrix cried, her face lighting up with glee. The destructive spell was her favorite, and she was ecstatic to still wield it even after becoming a vampire. No. You're going to destroy everything. Wormtail squealed, scrambling away as fast as he could. Bellatrix had given them no warning before unleashing one of the most dangerous spells in existence. Ah! Goyle cried, shielding himself as an oppressive heat engulfed the area. From the tip of Bellatrix's wand, a massive, flaming crow emerged, its body composed of dark crimson flames. It loomed above her, crackling with raw destructive energy as she laughed maniacally. Tear it all down, she shrieked. Burn the traitors who dared defy my master. The three men could only watch as the fiery bird screeched and flew toward the hidden boundaries of Potter Manor. It promised annihilation, its flames roaring hungrily. But then something unexpected happened. The fiend fire struck and disappeared. The blazing crow seemed to vanish into a void, its light and heat extinguished in an instant. What in Merlin's bloody balls just happened? Bellatrix snapped, staring at the empty space where her spell had faded into non-existence. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged nervous glances, completely at a loss for words. Her yellow eyes turned to Wormtail, blazing with fury. Wormtail trembled, knowing he had to say something, just anything, or risk becoming her next victim. It could be the wards, he stammered, his voice barely audible. The wards, Bellatrix repeated, narrowing her eyes. It wasn't impossible. But she didn't know enough about protective enchantments to confirm it. She cursed herself for not bringing Yaxley, one of their best experts in wards. They had assumed Wormtail would lead them to the manor and that her power would be enough to tear through any defenses. Crabbe and Goyle had only been brought along for grunt work. Well then let's try again, she declared, raising her wand. There's no way those wards can withstand another fiendfire attack. Again. Wormtail exclaimed, taking a step back. Perhaps we should return later with some proper ward breakers and he didn't get to finish. In a blur of motion, Bellatrix was upon him, her cold hand wrapping around his throat. She lifted him effortlessly off the ground, her strength vastly surpassing his. Ugh! Wormtail wheezed, kicking his legs in a futile attempt to break free. You think I'm going back to my lord with a failed mission? She hissed, her voice dripping with venom. Me? Bellatrix Lestrange. Failure was not an option. Not for her. She was Voldemort's right hand, his most loyal and capable follower. She would not return empty-handed, no matter the cost. With a snarl, she flung Wormtail to the ground, just shy of unconsciousness. Stay there and watch, she commanded. And don't even think about suggesting retreat again. Wormtail coughed violently, clutching his throat as Crabbe and Goyle helped him to his feet. No one dared to voice another complaint. As Bellatrix prepared to unleash another fiendfire, Wormtail noticed something strange. His face was close to the ground, and amidst his coughing fits, he saw a black substance spreading beneath him. At first, he thought it might be a snake, but it moved unnaturally, expanding rapidly like liquid shadow. Cough, look. Look! Wormtail croaked, his panic mounting. His desperate cries caught the attention of Crab and Goyle, who glanced down to see the spreading blackness. What is that? Crab muttered, his voice shaking. The substance had grown alarmingly fast, now forming a large, ominous circle beneath them. Lady Bellatrix, Crab began. Shut up. I'm focusing. Bellatrix snapped, not bothering to look down. But, Goyle stammered, his panic escalating. By the time Bellatrix noticed the strange sensation at her feet, it was too late. The black substance had engulfed the entire area. What the Bellatrix began, but the next moment, darkness swallowed them all. The grassy field was gone and was replaced by an eerie background. Where did the field go? Goyle asked, his voice trembling. Not that he expected an answer. But he got one. The field is exactly where it was before, said a calm, disembodied voice. It is you four who have been moved away from it. The voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. I can't see anything. Crabble yelled in a panicked voice. Ah, let me out. Goyle exclaimed. Who's there? Show yourself. Bellatrix demanded, her yellow eyes scanning the pitch-black void. Is it you, Potter? J. James is here. Wormtail cried. This would be the last person he wanted to see right now. There was a silent pause after that. You are partially correct, the voice replied smoothly. I am a Potter. Although not the one you were thinking about. Bellatrix's lips curled into a sneer, but before she could speak, the voice continued. But that is irrelevant. What matters is this, none of you are ever leaving this space. The darkness shifted, and the four Death Eaters felt an oppressive weight pressing down on them. It was not just the lack of light, it was as though the space itself had turned against them. Chapter 409. Moments before the attack, Hogshead Tavern. Do you have any idea how worried we were? 3 whole days without contact. Remus Lupin paced back and forth, his movements quick and agitated. Sit down, Lupin. You're ruining the mood, grumbled Alastair Moody, his magical eye spinning lazily. He took another swig of beer, simply unbothered by the tension that was filling the room. Should you really be drinking so much right now? Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, calm voice carried an edge of disapproval. Hogsmeade could be in danger at any moment. This Auror had always been a very uptight and correct individual. Seeing his former colleague behaving in such an unprofessional way, was not something he could tolerate. We're no longer on official duty, remember? Moody scoffed, slamming his mug down on the bar. The ministry's gone, and so's our authority. Now I can drink whenever I bloody well please. Ha! That's the spirit, and screw the ministry. Abeforth Dumbledore, the owner of the tavern, said laughing and placing another pint in front of Moody. The group's tension remained palpable until Albus Dumbledore, seated quietly in the corner, finally spoke. His voice was calm but commanding, instantly drawing every gaze in the room to him. In any case, Dumbledore began, his fingers lightly steepled. Let me first apologize for keeping you all in the dark these past days. But I assure you, it was necessary. At this critical juncture, we could not afford the risk of any information falling into the wrong hands. Lupin frowned, crossing his arms. You disappeared without a word, Albus. We were worried sick. Surely you could have. It was for the greater good, Dumbledore interrupted softly. His tone was tinged with regret. Not that he planned on telling anyone either. This whole plan was something he still felt deeply ashamed of. They have caused the death of an innocent muggle in order to deceive Voldemort. Yes, it was a willing participant. An old actor with a terminal disease had agreed to partake in their ruse, in exchange for a large amount of money to be given to his family after his passing as compensation. Harry used human transfiguration to make him look like an exact copy of himself, and they had given him all the information he needed to play a believable part. As well as employ every means they had available to ensure that the muggle could not break character. Dumbledore did not want to think about how many laws they broke on that day, several of them were even written by him. But at least it had worked. Voldemort had accepted it completely, and now he finally had the confidence to launch a full-on assault on Hogwarts, just like Harry wanted. But when Severus Snape's urgent message warned of an imminent attack on Hogsmeade, Dumbledore had no choice but to act. He may not be able to protect Hogwarts, but he could at least do this part. I trust you had your reasons, Professor, Hagrid rumbled, his large hands gripping the edge of a table. Everyone here believes in you. I didn't say I didn't believe in him, Lupin muttered. I just never mind. Is Hogsmeade really going to be attacked, by you-know-who? The beer glass OB Mundungus Fletcher's hands was shaking hard enough to spill the liquid everywhere. Are we enough to stop something like this? Lupin asked, voicing the concern on everyone's mind. The Order's numbers had dwindled. Only 8 members were present, and none could afford the losses that seemed inevitable. Dumbledore had refused Molly and Arthur Weasley's offer to join, as they lacked proper combat training and would only add to the casualties. No, he will not be coming here in person. What we are to face today I'm honestly not certain, but it will be dangerous nonetheless, even without the presence of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore. And who's protecting Hogwarts if you're here? Aberforth cut in, his sharp gaze fixed on his older brother. Isn't that your job? Albus nodded. Hogwarts is under the protection of someone more capable than myself. The room erupted in murmurs. More capable than you? Hagrid exclaimed. Is this about that mysterious member you've never told us about? Lupin pressed. Moody's magical eye swiveled toward Dumbledore, scrutinizing him. Can you at least tell us their name this time? I'm afraid their identity wouldn't reassure you, Dumbledore said, carefully avoiding the truth. If they knew he'd placed such responsibility in the hands of a fourth-year student, chaos would break out. That would benefit no one. Always so secretive, Daedalus Diggle muttered, adjusting his tall top hat. But you can count on me, as always. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Thank you, my friend. The other members gained a bit more confidence after hearing Daedalus speak. He was a short man with a colorful suit and a disproportionately large top hat. But despite his size and looks, no one would dare to undervalue him. He was a veteran who fought in the 2 least wizard wars and had even survived several encounters against the Dark Lord himself. All right then. I'll have a beer before Lupin began, but his words were cut off by the sudden, jarring sound of a bell. The room fell silent. The alarmed Mundungus whispered, his face pale. It's time, Moody growled, standing abruptly and downing his pint in one swift motion. Let's get to it. This is madness. Mundungus protested. We don't even know what we're up against. Then let's step outside and find out, Aberforth said curtly, unlocking the doors and striding into the night. Remus was close behind but froze when Aberforth's voice rang out, filled with shock. Bloody hell. Lupin stepped outside, his breath catching as he followed Aberforth's gaze. Marching toward Hogsmeade's gates was an army, an endless tide of pale, shambling figures. Their eyes glowed with unnatural light, their decayed faces locked in twisted snarls. The wind carried a bone-chilling moan, one that sent shivers down Lupin's spine. An army of the dead. Chapter 410. Bloody hell, what is that? Mundungus shouted, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the advancing horde. That looks like an army, Daedalus Diggle replied, his voice barely steady. It wasn't just any army. Before them was a grotesque assembly, rows of inferi marched alongside skeletal warriors and decaying zombies. Among them, hulking undead trolls lumbered forward, and looming at the rear were 2 massive giants, their eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. Horrified murmurs spread through the village as the alarm echoed. Residents peeked out of their homes, only to be frozen by the sight of the nightmare unfolding before their gates. This is Voldemort's army, or part of it at least, Dumbledore declared calmly. We knew he had the power of necromancy. This should not surprise us. Still, this is a lot more than I imagined, Kingsley muttered, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the advancing horde. They of course knew about James and Moody's encounter with the inferi, so this was not new, but the size was still shocking. You say this is just part of it? Well, if you're thinking of running, now's your chance, Moody growled while glancing at Mundungus. He then readied his wand. But I'll be damned before I let these creatures destroy Hogsmeade. Kingsley bristled. Running was never an option for me. He unsheathed his wand, its polished surface gleaming even in the dim light. I may no longer be officially an Auror, but I still consider my duty to protect the citizens of this country from harm. That's the spirit. Hagrid's booming voice added strength to the group. Dumbledore smiled. I'm counting on you all. A thin wooden staff appeared on his hand. What is that, you are using a staff now? Aberforth noted. Ah yes, I had some time to visit a couple of nice craftsmen from across the sea. Since he already knew he had to leave his real wand for Voldemort to obtain, he had previously made some preparations in advance. Dumbledore's expression softened as he regarded them. I trust each of you to fight valiantly. Now, remember, fire is our greatest weapon against the undead. If you can conjure a Patronus, that will also serve you well. I can do that, Remus said. Fire. No problem. Moody nodded. We should intercept the undead before they can reach the gates. If the Inferius get inside the village, it would be a disaster. Those things can move very fast when they want to. Daedalus Diggle said with an expression of concern. Indeed, we should move quickly. Dumbledore was already walking as he said this. Villagers clustered near the entrance, their faces pale with fear at the sight before them. Back to your homes. Lock your doors and stay inside. Aberforth barked, waving them off. Mr. Dumbledore, the villagers recognized the tavern owner immediately. The headmaster is here too. One of them saw Albus Dumbledore and her face completely changed. The headmaster of Hogwarts is here to save us. Now, Dumbledore began. I need you all to listen. Go back to your homes and lock the doors. Keep your wands ready just in case. These numbers, Mundungus's voice quivered. It's worse than I thought. Daedalus studied the creatures carefully. Most of them should fall easily. What concerns me are those trolls and the two giants. Even though they have become undead, would they still retain their magical resistance? Let's give it a try, shall we? Moody moved ahead of the group and pointed his wand at the bulk of the army. Infernus. A roaring fireball shot forward, striking the troll square in the chest. Zombies and skeletons nearby recoiled, emitting guttural moans that scraped against the nerves of all who heard them. At first, it seemed effective, but as the smoke cleared, the troll remained standing. Its eyes blazed with greater intensity, and it let out a deafening roar that sent a chill through the group. Brilliant, Lupin muttered. Now it's angry. It didn't do much, Mundungus said. The Inferi are advancing. Daedalus called out. The group turned to see the front line of Inferi break away from the larger army, sprinting with unsettling speed toward the gates. Expecto Patronum. Lupin's silver fox burst forth from his wand, darting toward the creatures. The Patronus slowed their advance, but only briefly. Fire spells now. Kingsley bellowed. Bombarda Maxima. Incendius Totatus. Flammare. The air filled with a barrage of blazing spells, each one ripping through the ranks of Inferi. The stench of burning flesh and bone filled the air as bodies collapsed into smoldering heaps. Dumbledore stepped forward, raising his staff. Fawkes. With a piercing cry, the phoenix appeared, its golden-red plumage lighting up the night. Dumbledore's eyes became sharp and steeled. Go burn them all. Fawkes soared into the fray, raining fire down upon the horde. Inferi ignited wherever the phoenix's flames touched, their twisted forms collapsing into ash. I haven't used it in a long time. I hope I haven't gotten too rusty. Abeforth stepped closer while holding the wand inside his closed fist. Aurea. Clenching his wand tightly, he punched the ground with a resounding crack. A shockwave erupted, sending Inferi and flames hurtling back into the larger mass of undead. The group turned to him, stunned. Still got it. Aberforth exclaimed with a grin on his beardy face. Albus smiled wryly. Of course you do. I'm leaving those trolls to you, brother. I'll do something about those giants. Sure, I'll bury those damn trolls, Abeforth exclaimed. Now that he had his confidence back, he felt capable of anything. Albusho, are you going to defeat those giants? Lupin asked. Even thinking about it for a while, he could not come up with any spell capable of taking one monster like that. A normal giant alone would already be difficult to kill, but an undead one was much worse since they would basically ignore any damage that you caused, as long as it did not completely destroy them. The phoenix flew back and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. This old man still has a few tricks left. The rest of you make sure none of those creatures ever set foot inside the village. After saying that, Fawkes took into the skies while carrying him. Chapter 411. Dumbledore hovered above the battlefield, a sea of undead sprawling below him. The two undead giants towered over the rest, their blank white eyes fixing on the phoenix gliding through the air. As their attention shifted to Dumbledore while he was carried by the Firebird, they began to move. Fawkes. Dumbledore called with a note of urgency in his voice. One of the giants swung a massive club at them. No, it was actually a giant tree that had been crudely fashioned into a weapon. Giants weren't very creative craftsmen when it came to weapons and would use whatever large heavy thing they had close by. It appears that death had not changed that part about them. Fawkes, while still holding Dumbledore by the shoulders with its claws, evaded the attack with a sharp ascent, soaring higher into the sky. The second giant let out a guttural, angry noise as it lumbered closer, crushing skeletons and zombies beneath its enormous feet. The destruction didn't seem to bother it one bit. Dumbledore observed the scene, weighing his options. He couldn't distract the giants forever, and at his advanced age, stamina was a concern. He was no longer the young man who had fought in the Great War, but decades of wisdom had to count for something. Even my strongest fire spell won't be enough to completely destroy one of these monstrosities, let alone both, he mused. His thoughts turned to fiendfire, dark magic so powerful it could annihilate nearly anything. But even that might not suffice. Fawkes let out a piercing cry, narrowly dodging a massive hand that had attempted to grab them. I know, Dumbledore said softly, understanding his companion's urgency. They had to hurry up. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out a flying carpet, and used it to separate himself from Fawkes, allowing the bird to fly free as it no longer had to carry him. I've made my decision, Dumbledore murmured, stepping onto the carpet. And I'll need your help, my friend. Fiendfire wasn't enough. But there was something else at his disposal now. 2 years ago, he had learned an intricate piece of elemental magic from a most unlikely source, a mysterious young boy. At the time, Dumbledore had requested the formula out of academic curiosity, never imagining he would use it in a real-life battle. Yet here he was. Harry, you always did surprise me, Dumbledore said aloud, positioning himself just beyond the reach of the giants. Fawkes continued to distract them, their connection so strong that the Phoenix already knew its role in the plan without having to explain anything. The moment Dumbledore made his decision, Fawkes also knew exactly what was expected of him. Standing on the carpet, Dumbledore raised his staff and released it. Rather than falling, it hovered in midair, before it began to spin along its vertical axis. Flammare, Incendio, Aug, Fulguras, he began invoking a series of fire spells. One after another, the incantations wove together, forming a brilliant sphere of fire before the staff. The sphere grew, both in size and intensity. But this was only the beginning. Fiendfire. As the words left his lips, the surrounding temperature spiked dramatically. A monstrous bird, wings ablaze with dark crimson fire, emerged from the staff and flew into the air while raising the temperature in the entire area. Its cry was different from a good-natured creature such as Fawkes. This one was one of pure fury and rage, a manifestation of the dark emotions Dumbledore rarely showed. Fawkes unleashed one final wave of golden flames on the giants before retreating to Dumbledore's side. I'm sorry for what comes next, my friend, Dumbledore said softly. But Fawkes did not falter. The dark phoenix of Fiendfire and Fawkes moved closer and closer until they converged in the middle, colliding with the sphere of fire in the process. The resulting explosion of light and energy was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. It's ready, Dumbledore murmured, his gaze fixed on the miniature sun he had created and that now hovered before him. The fire burned so intensely that it had lost all color and shone with almost pure white light, its heat so overwhelming that even Dumbledore felt as though he might melt away at any moment. Yet he knew this was only a shadow of the spell's true potential. The version Harry had once cast was much more potent than this one. However, he could not go that far. Without the containment charms that only Harry could conjure, the original spell could end all life on the planet. Even so, this version was a sight to behold as far as Dumbledore was concerned. And it should be more than enough to end this battle. It's a shame you never gave it a name, Harry, Dumbledore remarked as he guided the blazing sphere toward the giants. The two undead behemoths, relentless in their pursuit, were halted by the sheer intensity of the spell. The miniature sun hung above them, its heat and light unbearable. A supreme fire magic created by a Potter. Dumbledore paused for a second, a faint smile on his lips. I shall call it Kiln. With a snap of his fingers, the sphere descended, engulfing the battlefield in blinding light. Chapter 4:12. The members of the Order of the Phoenix shielded their faces, casting heat-resistant charms as the heat wave washed over them. The blazing inferno lasted only 10 seconds but felt like an eternity. When it subsided, everyone was left shaken. Merlin, that hurt. Mundungus Fletcher groaned, poking his head out from behind a charred brick fence. His face was flushed red from the residual heat, his charms insufficient to fully protect him. A little warning would have been nice, muttered Daedalus Diggle, still patting out small embers on his robes. Whoa, Hagrid rubbed his wide eyes, staring at the scorched field in front of him. The once vibrant landscape had been reduced to a barren expanse of blackened earth. No vegetation remained and it was as though life itself had been burned away. He got them all. Kingsley Shacklebolt asked, scanning the horizon for any signs of movement. I thought he was only going for the giants. Not all of them, Moody growled, his magical eye swiveling. He pointed with his wand. There are a few left crawling around. Over there. Remus Lupin followed Moody's gaze and nodded grimly. Let's finish them off. Don't waste this chance, Dot. But Aberforth Dumbledore's sharp voice interrupted him. Where's my brother? Everyone stopped and looked up, expecting to see the headmaster still hovering above the battlefield like they last saw him. But the skies were clear, with no sign of Dumbledore or his flying carpet. There's something over there. Mundungus called out, pointing to a dark shape on the charred ground. The specks of white in the dark bundle stood out against the ashen field. Aberforth wasted no time, rushing toward the figure. Albus, he called while running but got no answer. Hagrid and Remus followed closely, while Moody barked orders at the remaining Order members to handle the crawling undead. Professor! Hagrid shouted as they approached. The shape was unmistakable now, it was indeed Dumbledore, curled into a fetal position. His robes were completely scorched, leaving his white hair and beard stark against the blackened ground. Albus, come on! Remus said urgently, kneeling to perform a quick diagnostic spell. He wasn't a trained healer, but he knew enough to assess the damage. Dumbledore groaned weakly, his body trembling. He's alive! Hagrid exclaimed, relief evident in his booming voice. Oh no, Aberforth muttered as he helped Remus carefully turn his brother over. His stomach dropped at the sight. The entire right side of Dumbledore's body was burned black, and half of his right arm was missing. This is awful, these burns, Remus whispered, shaking his head. They're too severe. We need to get him to St. Mungo's immediately. He also noted the unnatural angles of Dumbledore's legs, likely broken in the fall. No, Dumbledore rasped, his voice barely audible. Albus! Remus protested. You need proper care. The hospital won't be safe, Aberforth interrupted. His tone was bitter, but his reasoning was sound. That bastard has spies everywhere, remember? What about Madame Pomfrey? Hagrid suggested. She can fix anything. She's a great healer, Aberforth conceded, but I've got someone in Hogsmeade who's just as good. We'll take him there. No time to argue. Remus finished applying emergency charms to stabilize Dumbledore, just enough to move him without worsening his state. Let's move him quickly, he said, carefully levitating the injured headmaster. Dumbledore stirred weakly, trying to raise his left hand. Albus, don't, Remus urged. Save your strength. But Dumbledore's trembling hand pointed towards something on the battlefield. Fawkes, Hagrid was the only one who realized what the headmaster was trying to point to. The Firebird had also disappeared in the blast of fire. But Hagrid knew that even if Fawkes had died during that spell, the bird should be able to reincarnate for as long as he found its remains. He sprinted to the spot, trying to find a pile of ashes that stood out starkly against the scorched ground. The remaining Order members approached, their tasks completed. You did it, Albus, Moody said, his gruff voice softer than usual. You took most of them out yourself. Hogsmeade should be safe now, Kingsley added, though his eyes scanned the horizon warily. Let's hope none of those things come back, Mundungus muttered, shuddering. As Aberforth and Remus carried Dumbledore toward the healer in Hogsmeade, the others lingered on the battlefield. We should stay on guard for a while, Moody warned. Just in case more appear. More? Mundungus looked horrified. You think there's more out there? With the one behind all this? Always possible, Daedalus said darkly. Before anyone could respond, Hagrid's voice roared across the field. Found him. I found him. What's he yelling about now? Kingsley asked, watching as Hagrid sprinted to the center of the field. He was looking for something, I suppose, Daedalus replied with a shrug. Although he had no idea what the giant had been trying to find. But the air suddenly grew tense as Moody silenced them with a raised hand. Hold it. I heard something. The group froze, scanning the charred landscape. Expecting to find more of those horrid creatures. For a long minute, all was silent. Then a deafening roar shattered the stillness. What was that? Mundungus shouted, covering his ears. A beast, Kingsley said, his voice grim. That sounded like a beast roaring. It came from. Daedalus turned toward the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. Get out of there. Hagrid's frantic scream made their blood run cold. Before anyone could react, a massive shadow passed over them, followed by a thunderous crash. The ground shook violently, nearly toppling them, and the sound of the impact rang in their ears. When they recovered, they turned to see an enormous object embedded in the ground just feet from where they'd stood. What in Merlin's name? Mundungus stammered, staring at the massive shape. Who threw a rock at us? That's no rock, Daedalus said, stepping closer. It's bones, Kingsley finished, circling to the other side. His voice dropped. That's a dragon skull. A D-dragon skull? Mundungus exclaimed, his face pale. What's going on in Hogwarts? Remus said with concern. Chapter 413. Moments before the attack, Hogwarts Black Lake. Who thought this was a good idea for a tournament task? I can't see anything. Lily Potter's frown deepened as she stared at the lake. Harry should be about to resurface at any moment, James said, hoping to get this over with. He did not feel comfortable knowing that his daughter was somewhere inside those dark waters. It had been several minutes since the second task began, but after the champions plunged into the water, there was little to observe from above. The audience murmured in equal frustration, many pulling out magical binoculars to try and glimpse the action beneath the surface. "You mean Neville," Luna corrected, pointing at Harry, who sat beside Lily, doing his best to remain inconspicuous. "Stop fidgeting so much," Daphne muttered, tapping him lightly on the shoulder. "Sorry." Neville's nerves were evident. Although he couldn't tell what it was, something was unsettling in the air and it was keeping him on edge, so he began to pull on his robes and move on his seat. Daphne adjusted the hood of her robes to conceal her face further. She had no doubt Voldemort had members of his faction among the audience, and she'd rather not be recognized before it was time. Her eyes scanned the crowd, catching brief flashes of suspicious figures that made her grip her wand tighter beneath her cloak. Lily glanced at her with concern. The situation was growing increasingly dangerous, and she was anxious about Lyra still being underwater. Most of the Order of the Phoenix had been stationed elsewhere, and Lily was sure McGonagall had no idea what was truly happening. "I don't like this," Lily murmured, half to herself. Her gaze flickered to James, whose expression, though calm, betrayed a growing tension. Daphne caught Lily's worried expression and decided to reassure her. "It's okay, Lily. Everything will be fine." Lily's concern gave way to a mix of surprise and amusement. "You know, you're starting to sound a lot like my son. Had he been here, I would expected him to say something like that." She had known Daphne since before she started at Hogwarts and could see how much the girl had changed over the past year. Daphne's once stoic demeanor had softened, her loyalty to Harry evident in every word she spoke. Daphne pulled her hood lower to hide her embarrassment. "I do not." "Wait, something's happening." James shot to his feet, pointing at the lake. The water's surface began to stir, the current becoming violent. Waves lapped against the shore with increasing intensity, sending scattered droplets into the air. "Are they coming out?" Lily perked up. "No," Luna said softly. Her voice was almost drowned out by the rising uproar among the spectators, but it was loud enough for the ones next to her to hear, and the certainty in her tone made the others pause and turn to look at her. "Luna, what are you saying?" Lily asked, confused. The commentator was equally puzzled, expecting one of the champions to resurface. However, the water abruptly returned to its previous calm, leaving the audience in a hushed, uneasy silence. "He's gone, and Lyra too," Luna murmured, her gaze fixed on the lake's surface. Nothing stirred below. Then, what we saw was a magical reaction. And a strong one at that, Daphne concluded. Something happened down there. What could have happened? Were they attacked by the merfolk or something? Neville, unaware of the looming danger, offered a naive suggestion. His brow furrowed as he tried to recall anything Harry might have hinted at before the task began. Daphne stood and approached Luna. "Are you sure he's gone from the lake?" Luna nodded. "Harry is very bright, I can always see him when he's close. But he's gone." "Daphne, did he?" James trailed off, wanting to ask if she knew this would happen but reluctant to discuss it openly in such a public setting. "He expected something to happen," Daphne said, "but we didn't know exactly what it would be. Still, knowing him, he's prepared for anything they might throw at him." James nodded. "That's true. A portkey," Lily muttered, piecing it together. The phenomenon they witnessed made the most sense if a portkey had been involved. Her mind raced back to other instances where similar tactics had been used, her stomach churning at the implications. A trap meant for. Oh, Neville finally understood. That would explain it, Daphne admitted. A powerful magical reaction followed by Harry and Lyra's disappearance pointed to teleportation. Her mind immediately began calculating possible destinations, weighing the risks. Lily turned to Neville, recalling something her son had told her about his original 4th year and what had happened during the last task. "He's trying to capture the boy who lived, isn't he?" Her words were a hushed whisper, but those nearby heard her. "Then someone's about to get a surprise," Daphne said dryly. Her confidence in Harry was absolute. Lily and James exchanged knowing looks. If Voldemort's followers were attempting to abduct their son, mistaking Neville for him, they were in for a rude awakening. Luna suddenly looked skyward, her expression distant yet focused. "Pudding, what is it?" her father, Zeno, asked gently. He leaned closer, his eccentric demeanor momentarily replaced with genuine concern. "Am I seeing things again?" Luna murmured. "There's a big black dot up there." "A black dot?" James began to look up when a commotion broke out at the lake. At the central floating station where the champions had initially jumped in, something was clearly amiss. From their vantage point, they could see McGonagall yelling urgently at the other judges and organizers. Her gestures were sharp and panicked, her wand drawn as she pointed toward the castle. "Minerva looks very distressed," Lily observed. Her hands gripped the railing in front of her, knuckles whitening as her anxiety mounted. "She likely felt the castle wards being breached," Daphne said. This is what she had been waiting for. Now everyone could see it, a large black dot rapidly growing larger, indicating something massive was approaching. The air around them grew colder, an unnatural chill that seemed to seep into their bones. "What is that?" Lily asked, alarmed. The unease she'd felt earlier now bloomed into full-blown dread. James' eyes widened in recognition. "Oh no." Daphne's expression sharpened. "Get ready, it's begun." Chapter 4:14. Things quickly turned from confusion to chaos when a large group of black-robed individuals descended toward the lake on broomsticks. Their attire made them easy to identify for anyone familiar with the last war. "Death Eaters!" Professor Flitwick yelled. "Death Eaters inside Hogwarts! What? What is the meaning of this?" Headmistress Maxime exclaimed, her voice rising above the growing panic. "Where did those men came from, Dot? Protect the students." McGonagall commanded, her wand already in hand. "Death Eaters, you say?" Mr. Crouch trembled at the mere mention of the name. "No, that can't be," the minister assured me, he muttered, his face pale. Snape ignored the panic around him. These people were already terrified, and they had only seen the tip of the iceberg. His eyes moved to the skies, where the Dark Lord was about to make his grand entrance. The 24 dark wizards did not immediately attack. They simply circled the lake on their brooms like vultures, waiting. But it soon became evident to everyone that this was only the beginning. A large number of shadowy figures began to emerge from inside the castle, marching toward the lake at a brisk pace. "James," Lily whispered. "I know." "Stay quiet," he warned her. Now was not the time to draw attention to themselves. The opportunity to act would come later. A dark army marched along the shore of the Black Lake, advancing toward the stands. Screams erupted from the crowd as people realized the nature of the approaching creatures. "Undead," someone cried. "Trolls," another voice shouted. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. At the front of the army, hundreds of sword-wielding skeletons moved in unnatural, jerky motions. 2 glowing red dots burned like fire within their hollow eye sockets. Behind them lumbered dozens of enraged trolls, bound by thick chains that their handlers struggled to control. Further back, dozens of vampires strode leisurely, their faces twisted into delighted smirks at the thought of the feast awaiting them. And towering over them all were 6 giants. Each was massive, even by giant standards, but one stood out from the others not just for its size but also because it wore gleaming metallic armor and carried a massive cleaver over its shoulder. "How did all these dark creatures get inside Hogwarts?" Mr. Crouch demanded. "And where is Dumbledore during all of this? Yes, what happened to the wards? They should not have been able to breach them so easily," Professor Flitwick said. McGonagall frowned. She wanted to know that as well. Her eyes flicked toward Snape, but she noticed that he wasn't paying any attention to the Nightmare Army. His gaze remained fixed on the sky. "Severus, what is going on?" she asked, a sinking feeling in her stomach. She was sure that this man knew more than he was letting on. He had been hiding something nefarious. "You know what is happening, don't you?" Without turning around, Snape replied in a cold tone, "You'll see in a moment, he's already here." McGonagall frowned. She was about to grab Snape by the robes and demand an answer when the chaos around her increased tenfold. Now, people were screaming and pointing at the sky, the same spot Snape had been watching. When McGonagall looked up, she froze, her heart sinking at the sight. Descending from the skies was a horde of Dementors. Hundreds of them that almost formed a black cloud. If that was not terrifying enough, at the center of this, was an impossibly large skeletal dragon, moving its bony wings around and flying thought the sky with its pearly white bones gleaming in the dim light. It seemed so surreal that for a moment, McGonagall wondered if she might wake up in her bed, relieved this was all just a nightmare. But she didn't wake up. While the Dementors spread across the sky, the skeletal dragon landed near the shore, opposite where the army had assembled, trapping the spectators in the stands with no way to escape. They were covering land and air, leaving them no way to go. The Death Eaters on broomsticks had begun hovering near the floating platforms, pointing their wands at students and other school personnel. "What do we do?" McGonagall heard Professor Flitwick whisper urgently from beside her. She struggled to process the situation rationally while glancing around. She saw some of the champions being helped out of the water. Crumb and Cedric looked bewildered as they handed over their rescued hostages, clearly unaware of the chaos erupting around them. Fleur was yelling frantically, pointing at the water. McGonagall still saw no sign of Neville or Lyra Potter, but there was nothing she could do about that now. An army of monsters was advancing along the lake, and a gigantic skeletal dragon had landed nearby. What to do, what can we even do, she thought, despair creeping in. The situation seemed hopeless. But then, something occurred to her. Wait, if this was an army, someone must be leading it. And she could think of only one individual who could orchestrate such a terrifying spectacle. Then she saw it. 3 figures were riding on top of the dragon. Standing on its massive skull was one who stood above the rest. McGonagall's blood ran cold when she saw the figure's bright red eyes. She couldn't see his face from this distance, but the aura surrounding him left no doubt in her mind, this was the Dark Lord. What do we do? Professor Flitwick's earlier question echoed in her mind. Is there even something we can do right now? Chapter 4:15. Greetings, Hogwarts students and citizens of magical Britain. The cold voice was magically enhanced, echoing across the entire area of the lake. Oh no, Dot. McGonagall exclaimed with horror in her eyes. Don't do anything stupid, Snape warned, noticing the look in McGonagall's eyes. He pointed his wand at her for emphasis. Severus McGonagall looked shocked for a moment, but the gravity of the situation quickly sank in. We are completely surrounded. Those masked men are everywhere. Professor Flitwick informed her. There are countless Dementors up here. By Merlin, what is this? Professor Batshada babbling was staring at the dark sky in awe. Did they all come from Azkaban? This is bad, this is really bad. Mr. Crouch began to yell. And where are the Aurors? They should be doing something. McGonagall looked around herself. The platforms were mostly filled with students who could barely handle themselves during defense class, and those were not going to be of much help during a situation with real danger like this one. There were also 2 Aurors, but McGonagall did not have too much trust in any new personnel selected by the current Minister of Magic. Her frown deepened as she realized that she couldn't even find the Aurors among the crowd, making it obvious that they were not willing to take any sort of action. Her suspicions that the men sent by the Ministry of Magic were already compromised were now confirmed. I would like everyone to remain calm and listen to what I have to say. The Dark Lord's voice resonated once more all across the lake. We'll start with an introduction. Some of you may already know who I am, but for those who don't I am. He dramatically removed the hooded cloak draped over his robes, revealing his true form. I am Lord Voldemort. What is that? Neville yelled, nearly leaping out of his seat. Lily grabbed him, holding him down. Although she had been forewarned about Voldemort's current form, she was still visibly shaken. James felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. This was a monster unlike any he had faced before. Luna observed the undead in silence while her father held her protectively. Daphne glanced at Voldemort briefly before turning her attention elsewhere. She had a job to do now. Harry was counting on her to create a distraction after all. The rest of the audience, however, could not maintain their composure. Screams erupted as many people bolted in different directions. Those attempting to escape were quickly captured by vampires lurking in the area and dumped in front of a colossal skeletal dragon. The Death Eaters stationed on the water platforms laughed and taunted others to try fleeing. That was rude, I wasn't finished. Voldemort descended from the dragon, glaring at the trembling spectators brought before him. A monster, a man cried out, struggling to break free from one of the vampire's iron grip. A monster, huh? Voldemort replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Is that what I am to you? And no, please, let me go, the man begged. Today, at this lake, we have some of the most influential wizards and witches of magical Britain present, along with the next generation and even some foreign guests. Voldemort continued, ignoring the terrified man before him. I chose this precise day for my return so that all of you could bear witness, and to give each and every one of you the opportunity to declare your loyalty to me. Voldemort's gaze locked onto the man in front of him. Except for you. With a wave of his hand, a yellow substance materialized, splashing over the man's body. A blood-curdling scream filled the air as the man's body began to dissolve. Horror gripped the onlookers, but no one dared to move. Return the others to their seats and make sure they stay there, Voldemort observed as the vampires dragged the terrified member audience and waited for a moment before continuing. No more attempts to escape, that's good. Where was I? Ah, yes. Voldemort pointed a bony finger at the remnants of the dissolved man. My tolerance for disrespect is none. But for everyone else, I assure you that I am no monster. I can be quite reasonable. While Voldemort continued his speech, Lily and James whispered hurriedly to each other. Did Harry mention what he planned to do? James asked. To be fair, their son had only warned them about the imminent attack, not expecting them to do anything other than keep themselves safe. Wait for him to come back. It won't be long, Daphne interjected. He told you more than that, didn't he? Lily asked, glancing at the blonde girl. Daphne nodded. I've already activated them. That should buy us some time. Activated what? James asked. Hogwarts defenses, she replied. And I'll tell you one more thing. Voldemort's voice grew sharper. Resistance is futile. There is nothing you can possibly do to. The Dark Lord was abruptly cut off by loud rumbling noises from the other side of the lake. What is going on, Dot? As he began to ask what was happening, several skeletons from his undead army were flung into the air. My lord. Something is moving beneath the ground, a nearby vampire warned. Beneath the ground? Voldemort's sharp eyes scanned the area. Now, he could see white objects emerging from the earth, attacking his dark forces. What is that? He muttered, shifting his gaze toward the water platforms. With the headmaster dead, the only person who could have activated magical defenses was the deputy headmistress, McGonagall. But she stood right there, next to Snape, looking as surprised as everyone else. She couldn't have done anything, or at least that was what he thought. Golems, one of the Death Eaters shouted. White golems are emerging from the ground, another added. Golems, Voldemort repeated thoughtfully. I can see them now. It appears that we'll face a bit of resistance after all. The light in his crimson eyes glowed even brighter. I suppose it would have been boring otherwise, I brought my army all the way here after all. There was a hint of amusement in his voice. Chapter 4:16. How curious. Are those living statues? A curious voice asked. Two more figures descended from the skeletal dragon and stood beside Voldemort. One was a beautiful black-haired girl wearing a dark dress and holding an ornate umbrella. This was Ankara, the vampire lord whom Harry had met recently. The one who spoke was next to her. He was an elegant-looking middle-aged man with blonde hair and a well-groomed mustache. Like Ankara, he was also a vampire lord, though far less ancient. Something like that, Lord Sebastian, Voldemort replied carefully. Those two were the only ones he had to treat with tact. They are created by combining several branches of magic. There are many ways to make them. Voldemort had not requested the presence of these two today, but Sebastian had insisted on watching that grand event, and he could not refuse a request from them. Also, Lady Ankara was the one whom he had promised the Hogwarts castle after it was conquered, so it's not like it didn't make sense for them to be here. It still made him uneasy and was very much looking forward to the day when he would not have to interact with them again. Ah yes, I've seen you create those flesh golems using corpses, Sebastian noted with a nod. Yes, the inferi, Voldemort clarified. Aren't they fascinating, Lady Ankara? Sebastian asked his companion. The things that these wizards can make shift to compensate for their physical shortcomings. There was a not-so-hidden mockery towards wizard kind in his tone. No. She replied curtly, then proceeded to ignore him entirely. Oh ho. In a bad mood today, are we? I thought acquiring a new castle might make you smile at least, Sebastian teased with a chuckle. Voldemort did not like having these two ancient vampires so close to him. But their presence was a necessary evil. Without their support, he wouldn't have achieved what he had so far. It was Lord Sebastian who had created most of the vampires in Voldemort's service and turned several of his most loyal followers into undead. Lady Ankara, while less involved, held enough influence that her approval had been essential for rallying the vampires to Voldemort's side. Sacrificing the castle of Hogwarts as payment had been a bitter pill to swallow since it was an important place for him. But in the end, it would all be worth it. Once he ruled over all of magical Britain, he could construct a dozen castles more magnificent than Hogwarts. It seems your troops are struggling over there, Sebastian remarked. Voldemort returned his attention to the conflict that had just started. As Sebastian had pointed out, the golems were crushing his skeleton soldiers and overpowering even the trolls. This was no time to appear weak, he was trying to leave a lasting impression on the magical community, and that would not happen if his magnificent army was having so much trouble against some stone constructs. Would you like me to take care of those magical toys for you? Sebastian offered with a smile. Though the suggestion seemed sincere, Voldemort could tell he was being mocked for his displayed weakness. There is no need for your involvement, Lord Sebastian. I will handle this inconvenience myself. No matter what his true intentions were, he could not handle being more indebted to these dangerous individuals. All eyes were on the undead lich as he moved toward the battlefield, where his army clashed with the golems. Before Voldemort could reach them, the ground around him trembled, and more golems emerged from below. Counting the ones already engaged in battle, Voldemort estimated there were over 50 constructs, and it seemed like more were still emerging from the ground. Several ones had just appeared next to him, and the moment they surfaced, they moved all to attack him. Humph, the Dark Lord huffed with annoyance. The first golem to take a step closer to him was obliterated by a powerful blasting charm. Voldemort found it irritating that his specialty, death magic, was going to be useless against these constructs. As they weren't living beings, they were unaffected by it. But it wasn't as if he didn't have other weapons at his disposal. A few more blasting charms were enough to reduce the remaining golems to rubble. It was easier than I thought. Just as Voldemort prepared to advance, he sensed movement behind him. Something tried to grab him. He sidestepped just in time as a white stone hand passed by, brushing against his robes. What is? Voldemort turned to see the upper torso of one of the shattered golems crawling toward him. He was certain he had reduced all of them to rubble. There shouldn't have been anything left. Then it happened again. Another broken golem reassembled itself and attempted to attack him. They regenerate, Voldemort realized. Now he could see it clearly, the fragments of broken golems reassembling themselves, as though they were under the effect of a massive reparo charm. A self-repairing golem wasn't entirely unheard of, but these constructs regenerated far faster than anything Voldemort had ever encountered. He also noted that they had some magical resistance on top of that. Otherwise, his blasting spells would have reduced them to dust, instead of big chunks of rock. Did the old man always have these hidden away somewhere? Voldemort wondered aloud with some wariness. An army of such golems could have decimated him and his followers in the previous war. Back then, he only had a handful of Death Eaters with him, and his magic was much weaker. The only plausible conclusion was that either Dumbledore hadn't possessed them, or they could only operate within the grounds of Hogwarts. I see, so this was your last obstacle left behind for me, you old fool. Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed. I'll show you. The undead dragon shifted from its position, taking flight. How pointless this is. Voldemort bellowed as the dragon descended upon the golems, crushing most of them beneath its bony claws. Their remains were drenched in a viscous, acidic liquid conjured by Voldemort, causing the constructs to dissolve rapidly. Once the golems were neutralized, Voldemort resumed his march. This is nothing but a mild inconvenience to me. Today I'll destroy the rest of your legacy and take this castle. Chapter 4:17. That thing is insane. It's crushing the golems like they're toys, Lily exclaimed, staring at the skeletal dragon. She had seen firsthand just how powerful those white marble golems were during the werewolf invasion, but now, even 100 of them didn't appear to be enough. That's a true monster, like its master, James said, his mind still haunted by the image of the dragon standing over the ruins of the Bones Manor. Shouldn't we try to escape? Neville asked hesitantly. Look around you, Daphne replied. It was then that Neville noticed not everyone in Voldemort's army was distracted by the golems. Several Death Eaters were flying around the audience stands, and a dozen vampires stood nearby, ready to intercept anyone who tried to escape or fight back. Oh, Neville's desire to run quickly disappeared. Still, if we just sit here and do nothing, Lily's restlessness was growing. She knew that once Voldemort's army finished dealing with the golems, they'd come for the rest of them next. James, however, knew just how hopeless the situation was. Even if every single member of the audience stood up to fight at the same time, they wouldn't accomplish much. Most of them were students from Hogwarts or the 2 visiting schools. When it came to combat, they likely knew little more than the disarming charm, and under this pressure, many might not even manage that. As for the few adults present, the vast majority of the country's magical population had little experience defending themselves with their wands. That just wasn't how magic was used in their daily lives. Even the weakest of the Death Eaters could make quick work of them. And that wasn't even accounting for the vampires. James shuddered, remembering just how deadly those creatures were. They moved with incredible speed, and some carried cursed daggers. Even a tiny wound from those blades could kill within seconds. There were only a handful of people James could rely on. A few former Aurors who had joined the Order of the Phoenix were present, but they were likely thinking the same thing he was, that any resistance they mounted would be nothing more than a brief distraction. Harry, what were you thinking? James wished his son had shared the specifics of his plan. He could be a lot more relaxed if he knew what he had planned. His eyes moved to Voldemort's army. They were still struggling with the golems, but it wouldn't last much longer now that Voldemort himself had joined the fray. Then his gaze shifted to the 2 figures who had descended from the dragon. They hadn't moved from their spot. James noted that those 2 were traveling with Voldemort, which could only mean their positions within his ranks were significant. That also meant they were likely even more dangerous than the others. Daphne, Lily whispered. Can you bring more of those golems? Her voice betrayed her growing concern as their numbers dwindled. There are 101 white marble golems in Hogwarts. 100 are already here, the last one is on its way. There's only one more. Lily's tone grew desperate. What is one more golem going to do? This last one is special, Daphne replied. Special how? Lily asked. A slightly mischievous smile appeared on Daphne's face. You'll see in a moment, it's almost here. As she spoke, the ground began to shake violently. What is happening now? Neville cried. Voldemort himself seemed to wonder the same thing when, all of a sudden, something massive emerged from the ground beneath him. Large amounts of dirt and stone were pushed aside as something else came into view. The first thing they all saw was a colossal white hand grabbing the dragon's equally massive neck and pulling it down. Voldemort was forced to retreat as the ground became unstable. The dragon let out a chilling screech, struggling against the grip of the enormous hand. Slowly but steadily, more of the golem came into view as it emerged from the ground, its grip never loosening on the dragon's neck. When the colossal figure was fully visible, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. That's a golem too. James exclaimed. Whoa. It's kinda big, Luna commented. Kinda. That thing is as big as the dragon. Neville added. It's on our side, right? Lily turned to glare at Daphne, clearly expecting an explanation. I told you the last golem was special, Daphne stated. I believe it was originally designed to fight against giant monsters that dared to attack the castle. So it is fitting to be used against that one. That was speculation on Daphne's part, as Harry had mentioned the foundations where the golems were stored were much older than Hogwarts itself. Wow! Merlin! What the? The audience collectively gasped as the colossal golem lifted the dragon with one hand. With its free hand, it punched the creature square in the face, sending it tumbling. Where did something like that come from? James wondered aloud. He could believe the smaller golems had been hidden somewhere in the castle, even if he and his friends had spent years exploring and mapping Hogwarts during their school days. But this thing? This massive stone creature? There was no way they could have missed something like that. The golem stood nearly 300 feet tall, a true colossus made of white marble. Okay, this one might actually make a difference, Lily had to admit. Chapter 4:18. It was a surreal spectacle, seeing these two gigantic creatures locked in combat. The golem's every step sent tremors through the ground, and each of its punches created shockwaves that rippled across the shore. The skeletal dragon fought back with claws and teeth, but its attack seemed almost futile against the sheer might of the construct. The shore of the lake, barely wide enough to accommodate them, frequently forced the combatants into the dark waters. The dragon slashed and bit ferociously, but the golem retaliated with relentless punches that cracked its skeletal frame. It didn't take long for the battle to show a clear advantage. Despite the dragon being slightly larger and heavier, the golem's regenerative capabilities ensured it would eventually come out on top. Not wanting to lose his most prized weapon, Voldemort hurled a barrage of deadly spells at the golem, but that much less effect, compared to what they did to the smaller ones. Not just because of the size, but its magical resistance seems also to be stronger. TSK. To think you had a weapon like this hidden in Hogwarts, Voldemort's crimson eyes burned with fury. He turned sharply toward his army. The giants were gleefully crushing the smaller golems into rubble. Growl! Voldemort's voice thundered across the battlefield. The largest of the giants, a soaring figure holding a shattered golem in his massive hands, stopped mid-laugh at the sound of his name. The Lord called, Growl rumbled. Yes, I have called. Voldemort snapped, pointing at the colossal golem. Forget the small ones, I want you to destroy that one. Growl turned his gaze to the towering construct. The Giant King hadn't even noticed it before, too preoccupied with demolishing the smaller ones. Now, he was faced with a rare sight, something larger than himself. But rather than intimidation, Growl felt only excitement. Destroy it? Yes. He barked a command to 5 of his soldiers and began moving toward the Colossus. The battlefield went eerily silent as the skeletal dragon let out a deafening roar, its piercing cry shaking the very air. In the next moment, the colossal golem delivered a thunderous punch to the dragon's head. The force of the blow sent the dragon's skull flying, dislodging it entirely from the rest of its body. Yeah. Take that. James cheered, his voice carrying through the stunned silence. The audience erupted into celebration, their fear momentarily replaced by hope. But not everyone was cheering. No. Voldemort's enraged scream silenced the joyous crowd. Damn it. He stomped his bony foot on the ground in frustration. His only solace was knowing he could fix the dragon eventually. The skull could be retrieved and reattached, but reanimating it and repairing the extensive damage would take significant time and effort. This meant that he could no longer count on it for this battle. This was the first major loss Voldemort had suffered since his return. He barely spared a thought for the Death Eaters or Lestranges who had perished, they were replaceable pawns. But the dragon? That was a tool of true value. Grull and his warriors reached the Colossus. Wasting no time, the Giant King swung his massive cleaver, slicing into the golem's leg. Chunks of marble and stone flew in all directions. The golem faltered, struggling to regain its balance, and swung a powerful punch at Grull, who dodged with surprising agility for his massive size. Despite being only a third of the golem's height, Grull compensated with speed and combat expertise. The other giants joined in, hacking at the golem's legs with their crude but effective weapons. While they couldn't reach higher than its knees, the damage they inflicted was enough to distract the construct, allowing their king to continue his assault. Voldemort observed with satisfaction, muttering curses at the lost dragon but feeling vindicated by the giant's success. The battle then continued to rage on. While the bulk of Voldemort's army persisted in holding off the smaller golems, the combined efforts of Grull, his warriors, and Voldemort's corrosive spells designed to stop the Colossus from regenerating, had begun to turn the tide in their favor. In the stands, the spectators' hope dwindled once more. Helpless to intervene, they had pinned all their faith on the constructs to save them. Lily glanced at Daphne, who seemed strangely unfazed despite the brutal destruction of the smaller golems, and even the trouble that the colossal one now faced. Daphne, Lily whispered, watching as the Giant King delivered a devastating blow, severing one of the golem's massive arms. Grull, despite his towering frame, moved with startling precision and agility, his blows deliberate and effective. He was a warrior, through and through. "This isn't looking good," James muttered. If it came down to it, he knew he'd have to create a distraction so that Lily and the others could escape. At least his children weren't here. For that, he was thankful. "Daphne," Lily's tone sharpened as she turned to glare at the blonde witch. "If you know something we don't, now would be a good time to share." Because. A loud, sickening crack interrupted her. "The golem," James muttered, his face falling as the giant shattered its legs, forcing it to collapse to the ground. Once it was down, the giants began smashing it to pieces with savage glee. Laughter erupted from Voldemort and his Death Eaters as they reveled in the sight of the mighty construct's destruction. "Don't worry about that." Lily turned toward Daphne, startled by her calm tone. Daphne didn't even glance at the broken golem. Instead, she stared at something on her wrist, her expression serene. "There's no need to distract them anymore," she said cryptically. Before Lily could press her further, Luna abruptly stood from her seat. "He's here." Luna's voice was soft, but it carried a weight that sent a shiver through everyone who heard it. In the distance, two vampire lords stood observing the chaos with disinterest. Sebastian turned toward his companion, his stoic demeanor cracking when he noticed her trembling. It was an unfamiliar sight. Lady Ankara was shaking. "Master," she whispered, so faintly it was almost inaudible. Sebastian's sharp ears caught the word, and his eyes narrowed. "Lady Ankara, what did you just say?" His voice was low, tinged with unease. He couldn't ignore the implication of that single, chilling word when it came from the lips of the oldest and most powerful vampire he knew. Chapter 419. Moments before the attack, unknown location. "Show yourself, you little shit." Bellatrix roared into the darkness. Even with her enhanced eyesight, she could not pierce through the oppressive void that surrounded her. She would never admit it, but this strange place made her uneasy. Where are we?" Wormtail stammered, his voice trembling with fear. "It's too dark." Goyle shouted, stumbling forward. "Can't see my feet." Crabbe added, though the reason he couldn't see them had less to do with the darkness and more with his massive belly. Without warning, a barrage of spells came flying at the group. Tisk. Bellatrix moved with impossible speed, evading every curse aimed her way. However, her companions weren't so fortunate. Wormtail let out a cry of pain as a bone-breaker curse shattered his right leg. Goyle barely escaped with a shallow cut from a cutting charm. Of that was CL dash. His sentence was cut short by the wet splatter of blood. An exploding curse impacted Crabbe's head, reducing it to a gruesome mess. Goyle stared in horror as his friend's headless body collapsed. His scream stuck in his throat, replaced by a strangled gasp. "Damn it!" Bellatrix snarled, whirling toward the direction of the attack. She raised her wand and cast a powerful spell. Fiend Fire. From her wand erupted a flaming crow, its crimson body radiating a malevolent heat. Bellatrix gritted her teeth. This was her third attempt casting the spell, and it drained her reserves considerably. If her magic became too depleted, she'd have no choice but to rely on hand-to-hand combat, a dangerous gamble against an unseen opponent. They watched the fiery crow soar into the distance, its glow barely illuminating the oppressive darkness. Much to their shock, it vanished completely, swallowed whole by the abyss. For the first time in decades, Bellatrix felt something foreign and unwelcome, fear. The unyielding void made her feel vulnerable and exposed in a way she hadn't been since childhood. What the arg? Wormtail whimpered, his agony a constant reminder of his shattered leg. That won't work, came a calm voice, echoing ominously. Bellatrix froze. Her eyes darted wildly, but she couldn't pinpoint the source. Ah! Wormtail's scream broke the tension. Blood sprayed across his face as Goyle's head exploded, just like crabs. Wormtail trembled, frozen in horror, while Bellatrix's breath hitched. She hadn't heard or sensed a spell. If it had been aimed at her, she'd be dead already. Damn it! Show yourself. I'll rip you to pieces, she screamed, pouring every ounce of her anger into the threat. No need for that, Harry said, stepping out from the shadows. Wormtail recoiled, his bloodied hands trembling as he took in Harry's face. James? Wormtail's eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't what it looks like. They forced me to bring them here. I am not James. I think I already said that, Harry replied coldly. Not James, Wormtail's gaze flickered to Harry's vibrant green eyes. Those eyes, you're Harry, aren't you? Desperation bled into his voice. I'm Peter. I saw you when you were a baby. You probably don't remember me, but I was a good friend of your family. Harry's expression darkened, his disdain evident. You have to believe me, Harry. They made me do this. I would never harm your family. Wormtail's pleading grew more frantic. You really think I'll let you go because you begged? Harry's tone was colder than ice. Wormtail's face twisted into a sneer, abandoning his act. No, I know you wouldn't. You're a righteous bastard like your father. I was just trying to distract you. Bellatrix lunged from behind, a cursed dagger in hand. Got you, she hissed, aiming for Harry's face. With unnatural speed, Harry's hand shot up, catching her arm mid-strike. The force of her momentum stopped with a sickening snap. The dagger's tip hovered less than an inch from his cheek, but no matter how hard Bellatrix pushed, she couldn't drive it closer. Getting this close to me was definitely the wrong choice, Harry said, his voice devoid of emotion. Bellatrix's arm began to tremble. Pain shot through her limb as she felt her flesh decaying under his grip. Her hand disintegrated into dust, and the cursed dagger clattered to the ground. Stumbling backward, she glanced down in horror as her feet began to vanish as well. Whatever magic Harry had unleashed was consuming her whole. Bella! Wormtail screamed. My lord, Bellatrix's last words came as her body dissolved into nothingness. A less painful death than she deserved, Harry muttered, turning to Wormtail. Wormtail had taken advantage of the distraction, pulling his wand and aiming it shakily at Harry. Avada Kedavra, he screamed. The sickly green light of the killing curse struck Harry square in the chest and dissipated harmlessly. Wormtail's jaw dropped. I'm not explaining to you why that didn't work. Harry noted the look of confusion on the man's face. He then drew a line with his finger. Devulsa. A flash of purple light hit Wormtail st his shoulder, severing his wand arm in its entirety. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, but Harry felt no satisfaction with just this. I never took joy in torturing my enemies, Harry said, his voice eerily calm. But for you, I would have made an exception. He paused, his expression hardening. You are the worst of them all. Wormtail's pleas devolved into incoherent cries as Harry's spell, a corrosive curse, began consuming him from the inside out. Harry watched for a moment, then turned away. Harry would have stayed there and watched it happen as it would take him several minutes to die. But he had already felt the marble golems being activated by Daphne. This meant that the situation at Hogwarts was not good and he had to return. Still hearing Wormtail's screams, Harry abandoned this pocket dimension and returned to the real world. Harry found himself within the protective wards of his family's property. Harry! Lyra called, rushing to his side. Where did you go? You disappeared all of a sudden. Had to take care of the intruders, Harry replied. Lyra's eyes scanned the area. Where are they? Gone, Harry said curtly. Stay here. I have to go back to Hogwarts, he added. Wait. Why can't I go back with you? Lyra asked, confused. I want to see what's going on at the school too. Stay here, Harry said firmly, raising his staff. The runes along its surface glowed brightly as he channeled his magic. Voldemort's blood wards tried to bar him from returning to Hogwarts, but Harry poured more power into his spell. "That won't stop me," he muttered, and with a final surge of magic, he vanished. Lyra stood alone, staring at the spot where her brother had been. "He just left me here," she muttered in disbelief. She huffed in frustration before turning back toward the house. "Harry! What the hell?" Chapter 420. Hogwarts, Black Lake Shore. Voldemort was the first to notice the change in the air. He glanced up and saw the Dementors moving in erratic patterns, emitting loud, unsettling cries. Then felt the anti-apparition blood wards stir, and he immediately knew what this meant. He became alarmed. "Someone is trying to break I." He couldn't even finish the sentence to warn his followers. It all happened in an instant. The metallic spire being used as a catalyst to empower the blood wards, was brutally shattered. This was followed by a powerful shockwave emanating from the shore of the lake, drawing everyone's attention. A mysterious figure stood there now, wrapped in impossibly black robes that obscured their features. "Dumbledore?" Voldemort yelled at the top of his lungs. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. As far as he knew, Dumbledore was the only wizard capable of breaching his blood wards. But that would mean Snape had betrayed him. As his non-existent blood began to boil with anger, the hood covering the person's face was pulled back. Voldemort instantly realized this individual looked nothing like Dumbledore. Harry scanned the battlefield with his bright green eyes before landing on Voldemort, who stared back at him with an expression of what he assumed was one of surprise. It was hard to tell since the man had no skin. "I am not Dumbledore." "I'm afraid you're not that lucky today," Harry said before shifting his attention elsewhere. "Who are you, then?" Voldemort demanded. Harry's face looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place it. Harry tapped his staff on the ground. "First things first, let's secure this place." Every member of the audience noticed the immediate change in the atmosphere. The oppressive sensation of Voldemort's blood wards was replaced by a warm and gentle aura. All around the stands at the shore, where Harry's parents were seated, as well as on the floating platforms where the teachers and champions stood, a protective layer began to form. "This is a protego charm." Professor McGonagall observed the phenomenon surrounding them. "Of this size? Impossible. That would require a tremendous amount of magic," Professor Flitwick added. "Look closely. It's not just a charm, there are runes embedded in it," noted Professor Bethshada Babbling, who taught ancient runes and found the display fascinating. "Will this thing be able to protect us from those monsters?" Madame Maxime asked. McGonagall turned to look at Snape. Even if they were protected, they still had a potential traitor in their midst. "Shit, what do we do?" "Shut up, you idiot." Nearby, two men began arguing loudly. McGonagall was momentarily distracted by their argument and lost track of Snape. When she spotted him again, he was pointing his wand directly at her. Avada Kedavra. Snape conjured the killing curse. No. McGonagall didn't have time to defend herself. A simple protective charm would not stop such a deadly spell. She saw the green light appear and streak toward her. Only for it to hit one of the arguing men behind her. What? She couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The people next to her screamed in panic. The surviving man had his wand ready. "Bloody hell, Snape! You traitor!" But Snape was faster. Before the man could utter a single sound, he was hit with a disarming spell. Snape followed it with something deadlier, Sectum Sempra. Ugh! The man collapsed as his body was sliced open, deep wounds bleeding profusely. "Snape! What are you doing?" Professor Flitwick yelled. "Those two are Aurors." "That's right." McGonagall gasped. She realized these men were indeed the Aurors sent by the Ministry to bolster event security. She had almost forgotten about them. "Those are no Aurors, they're Death Eaters." "They were about to kill you all," Snape huffed, keeping his eye on the dying man. "Death Eaters?" "But," Flitwick muttered, his voice trailing off. Snape knelt next to the man struck by the killing curse and tore the fabric from his right arm, revealing Voldemort's dark mark. "It's true then," McGonagall was about to ask why he had killed them, but the motive was obvious. Snape was a traitor, but not to their side. Snape glared at her. "My allegiance has always been the same." "I'm sorry, Severus." McGonagall felt a pang of guilt for doubting him. Dumbledore had always trusted this person, but she could never bring herself to do the same. "We should be fine now, that others shouldn't be able to get in here," Snape said, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. "I've done my part, the rest is up to you, Potter." "Hey, that's Harry." Cedric pointed toward the figure, diverting the audience's attention away from the now dead Death Eaters. "It's true, that's Harry Potter," Victor Crumb confirmed. Is he the one who cast this protection? That boy? Impossible, Madame Maxime said. This must be Dumbledore's work, but where is he? Severus, is that right? Is Dumbledore back at Hogwarts? I'm sure you know something about this, McGonagall asked, her gaze fixed on Snape. The headmaster is not here. This is Potter's doing. He isn't what you think, Snape said, his eyes fixed on the black-robed figure in the distance. What do you mean by that? Professor Flitwick asked. Snape glanced back at them for a moment. I believe we're all about to see something impressive. Or at least, he hoped. Otherwise, they were all going to have some very painful deaths. Chapter 421. This barrier, did Harry create this? James stared at the translucent substance surrounding the stands. Magna Custodia, Daphne answered. This is his strongest defense. It can even block unforgivables to some degree. Then that's Harry over there. Lily exclaimed as she stared at the lone figure in black robes. He's by himself out there. We have to do something. We do have to do something about them first. James gestured towards several individuals in the crowd who had begun to move. He'd been watching closely from the beginning. 2 of them were supposed to be Aurors, but he had never seen them before. There was a good chance they were Death Eaters. The other 2 were shady ministry personnel whose loyalty had been questioned for years. Now it was clear who they had been serving. Lily followed her husband's gaze to the 4 men. Right, she pulled out her wand but kept it hidden. Everyone, please remain in your seats and stay calm, one of the suspicious men announced, stepping into the center of the stands while the other 3 moved to different spots. Yes, there's no need to panic. We'll do our best to remove this charm someone has placed upon us, the second man added. Wait a minute, why do you want to remove it? Yes. Isn't this protecting us? Some adults in the crowd began questioning their suggestion. Hey, you don't know that. It could be a dangerous spell, one of the men argued. The other pulled out his official badge. And besides, we're both Aurors. We have more experience with this kind of thing. You're Aurors. Then why didn't you lift a finger when that skeleton killed a man? One of the students asked. That skeleton? The expression of one of the so-called Aurors twisted with anger. That's the Dark Lord. Show some respect, you mudblood. Mark. Damn it, the other Auror cursed at his companion's lack of sense before raising his wand to aim at the crowd. Okay, no one moves, or we why? So much for pretending to be the good guys. James had already fired a disarming charm at the man and quickly followed it with a stunner. Lily sprang into action, targeting the other man with a Petrificus Totalis spell. While the fake Aurors went down, Daphne kept her eye on the last 2. The ministry men hadn't expected to fight and were relying on the Death Eaters disguised as Aurors to handle any violence. But when they saw their partners being attacked, they knew they had no choice. Lapis Spica. As soon as one stepped into the open, he was pierced in the chest by a spike made from stone that conjured from Daphne's wand. The other was about to aim his wand at her when someone unexpectedly intervened. Dismembra. Ah! The man let out a blood-curdling scream as his arm was ripped from its socket and flung away. Daphne glanced back at the caster. I had it under control, Luna. The blonde girl shrugged. It's been a while since I had the chance to use it. Xenophilius stared at his daughter. Pudding, did you just rip that man's arm off? Is this what they teach now at Hogwarts? One of the adults in the audience asked, his expression a mix of concern and horror. James and Lily worked to calm the rest of the crowd. Everyone, it's going to be okay. As long as you stay inside the barrier, you'll be safe, Lily assured them. Most seemed unconvinced, considering what was outside, but it wasn't like they had a better option. Lily tried to go outside, but James stopped her. Where are you going? We need to stay here. James, what are you talking about? I'm going to help my son, Lily said firmly. Lily, Daphne approached her. I understand you're worried for Harry. I am too, to be honest, but you can't help him right now. You'd only get in his way if you went out there. You have seen what he is up against, can you really do something? He's not planning on facing that army by himself, is he? Please tell me he has a better plan than that, Lily pleaded. You know, Daphne hesitated. I'm sure he has a general idea of what to do, but Harry doesn't really do the whole detailed planning thing. He's more of an improviser. That doesn't sound reassuring, Lily muttered. Daphne smiled. But you can always count on him when it matters. He won't fail. He told me he can defeat the Dark Lord and his army, and I believe it, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. Lily was taken aback by how much faith the girl had in her son. She's right, James added. Harry assured us he has everything under control. Let him handle it. Trust in our son. It's okay, Luna said softly, drawing their attention. She was staring at the sky with a dreamy expression. It will be over soon. Harry is calling on Hogwarts magic. That's why he brought them here. Hogwarts magic? Daphne asked, puzzled. Harry had been insistent on fighting Voldemort inside the school boundaries but never explained why. She had assumed it was because of the golems. But, he hasn't tried to repair them. She knew that if he wanted, he could fuel more magic from the main Arkstone at the Foundation and make the golems regenerate faster, but he had just been raising wards so far. Luna didn't take her eyes off the sky. I wish you could see it, toots beautiful. Chapter 422. Harry tapped his staff on the ground for the third time. The first 2 taps had created protections around the audience members, but this one was different. What are you doing? Voldemort demanded, his red eyes narrowing in confusion. Someone had appeared out of nowhere, destroyed his blood wards, and now seemed to be activating another one on top. Are those Hogwarts protections? Voldemort watched as several layers of powerful spells wove across the sky, enveloping the entire lake area. This protection felt ancient, like the original wards from the castle that were created by the 4 founders. Kind of. Part of them come from the original protections, but I've modified them to suit my purpose, Harry replied calmly. It felt strange to be having even a brief conversation with this man. He had expected an immediate attack from Voldemort, for now, it appeared like the Dark Lord was more curious than threatened by the new arrival. Something that was going to change very soon. What are you trying to accomplish with this? Voldemort pressed, his tone tinged with suspicion. And how are you able to manipulate the castle wards? Are you Dumbledore's apprentice, by any chance? Harry could admit that he had once been Dumbledore's apprentice, but that was a long time ago, in another life. That is not who he was now, not anymore. My name will mean little to you now, but I am Harry Potter. Potter, Voldemort repeated, his gaze shifting momentarily to the audience stands, where he had noticed the Potters earlier. He vaguely remembers Wormtail mentioning something about them having a son, and this was only because his date of birth was close to fit the prophecy that Snape brought him, but in the end, it was Neville Longbottom, the only one born at the end of the 7th month. Meanwhile, Harry finished the safeguards, and he allowed a sense of relief to wash over him. The most delicate part was now over and none of these creatures would ever leave this place. You should have been more wary of me. Not that it would have changed the outcome, but you allowed me to put the last nail in your coffin. So thanks for that, Harry said, his voice calm but resolute. Voldemort's curiosity gave way to anger at the boy's insolence. I'll give you this, boy, your brave most would tremble in fear at the sight of me, Voldemort sneered, raising his wand to point at Harry. But I have something to finish here. Don't worry, your parents and the rest of your family will soon join you. He presumed Bellatrix had already dealt with any other remaining Potters at their manor. All they had to do was to kill the ones at the stands and that family will be no more. Voldemort was willing to accept the servitude of others, but not of those who had opposed him directly by joining Dumbledore's useless order. Those will have to die. With a lazy flick of his wand, the Dark Lord sent a deadly curse at Harry. The spark of light glowed with an unsettling purple hue, promising only death. Harry extended his left hand and caught the curse. It was hard to see if one wasn't up close, but he had created several layers of his protective charm to cover his skin so he wasn't really touching the spell directly. What? Voldemort's shock was palpable. He had expected the boy to drop dead instantly and had already begun turning his attention elsewhere when he saw him stop the curse midair. Harry's eyes were cold as he glared at his old enemy. You already destroyed my family once, but that will never again. The curse shattered in Harry's hand, exploding into 1,000,000 particles of light. That so the hell are you? Voldemort shouted, his composure cracking. He may have thrown it casually, but that curse he just used was nothing to be taken lightly and no normal defensive charm should have been able to stop it. He could no longer dismiss the wizard before him just because of his youthful looks. This was someone who had shattered his curse as if it were nothing, an act that must have required magic of an extremely advanced caliber. Meaning that this person was no apprentice but a mature wizard with a mastery of magic that could come close to competing with him. Before Voldemort could recover, loud cracking noises from behind them broke his focus. The giants had finished destroying Harry's colossal golem. They laughed, seemingly unaware of Harry's presence or the fact that they were now trapped. Voldemort's remaining army, though reduced by heavy losses, had nearly finished off the other golems as well. Looks like your minions have defeated my golems, Harry noted, unfazed. The golems were only ever meant to be a distraction. If they had failed to hold off Voldemort until his arrival, Ankara would have been forced to intervene. Harry had no doubt that the ancient vampire lord could have annihilated the entire army single-handedly, but it was fortunate it hadn't come to that, as it would have alerted Voldemort of the danger he was in and given him the opportunity to escape, something he no longer had. The golems weren't lost, either. With a bit more magic from the main Arkstone, they would regenerate in minutes. That can wait, Harry thought. I have other uses for those magic reserves. The golems had served their purpose. They could rest for now. Voldemort, meanwhile, was beginning to piece things together. If this wizard in front of him truly commanded those constructs and wasn't bluffing, it was terrible news. How did I miss this? Voldemort thought bitterly. He had been cautious, delaying his return for years to ensure every aspect of his plan was perfect. Yet, here was a wizard whose power rivaled, or exceeded his expectations. Harry turned his back on Voldemort, sensing the Dark Lord's inner turmoil. "I'll be right back," he said casually. Voldemort didn't get to finish his question before Harry disappeared. Harry reappeared at the farthest edge of the shore, near the boundary of the wards he had created. Ahead of him, Voldemort's army loomed. Despite their heavy losses, there were still plenty of vampires, trolls, and skeletons among their ranks. These were Voldemort's elite troops. The rest had been sent to Hogsmeade. "I'll start with you." Harry raised his metallic staff and struck the ground with a resounding pang. The gems embedded in its head began to glow, and the earth beneath their feet trembled. Chapter 423. The ground before Harry moved rapidly, forming a large structure. At first, no one knew what it was, only that it was enormous, almost as large as the white marble colossus the giants had destroyed earlier. The mass of rocks and dirt quickly took shape. It was a cylinder with both ends sealed. One side aimed directly at Voldemort's army. "What in Merlin's name is that large thing he is making now?" James pointed at his son's creation. "It's like a, wait." Lily was about to answer when she noticed something strange. The back end of the cylinder became inflated like a balloon while the rest of the structure started to shrink. The trolls and vampires at the forefront of the army felt an impending sense of doom, while the skeleton soldiers, lacking both self-preservation and fear, stood motionless, awaiting orders. The others, however, tried to distance themselves from whatever was about to unfold. Unfortunately for the trolls, they were too slow to do much about it. Only the vampires were capable of moving out of the way before it was too late. The balloon at the back of the cylinder grew smaller and smaller, producing an eerie noise. The whole process happened extremely swiftly, taking only seconds. Then, all of a sudden the front part of the cylinder exploded, creating a tremendously loud noise that startled everyone. Something massive shot out of the improvised structure and struck the dense ranks of skeletons and trolls that hadn't escaped in time. Pieces of smashed bones and troll bits were scattered all over the place. "A cannon!" Lily shouted while standing up from her seat. "That's a cannon. And a giant one at that." The projectile, a massive spherical stone, moved with such force and speed that it left nothing but destruction in its wake. With that single shot, Harry decimated nearly a fourth of the army. Unfortunately, that transfiguration only served for one shot, as the structure was also destroyed in the process of shooting the projectile. But Harry wasn't done just yet. He had another way to continue the assault. After the cannonball tore through the army, it entered a black hole Harry had conjured in its path. Another hole appeared near an intact part of the army, and the projectile emerged, cutting through the troops again. Half the army was destroyed the second time around and the giant boulder passed through it, but even after that, the projectile retained enough energy to make several more passes. In a matter of seconds, that single boulder had destroyed most of the Dark Lord's land army, leaving only a few skeletal remains crawling across the battlefield. The trolls stood no chance, being too large and slow to evade the attack. The vampires, however, had survived and were now charging directly at Harry. "How did he do that?" James asked. He understood enough about Muggle weapons and transfiguration to know this was extraordinary. You can't create gunpowder with transfiguration, nor conjure it. A cannon should not work with magic. He didn't need gunpowder thought, just having some basic understanding of physics. Lily said. He used compressed air. That balloon that appeared at the back of the cannon was filled with air. When he reduced the container's size, the air had nowhere to go, so it found the path of least resistance and pushed the projectile through the front of it. Daphne explained. I've only learned to make a small version of that. It looks simple at first, but everything must be transfigured perfectly. The front needs to be thinner than the rest to direct the projectile forward, otherwise, it could backfire and harm the caster. But if it's too thin, it would break before generating enough pressure and accomplish nothing, Lily added. That must require immense precision. Why is he using something so complicated in such a crucial moment? James wondered. Daphne shrugged. Doesn't he always do that? She wasn't thrilled about Harry's risk-taking, but it was part of who he was. Maybe to him, it doesn't seem risky, Lily speculated. Maybe he's just that confident in his skills. Bloody hell. James pointed to where Harry stood. Oh no, Lily muttered. Harry was now surrounded by several dozen vampires. These weren't ordinary vampires either. The ones Sebastian had brought were elite warriors, personally chosen and trained by him. That was an amusing display of magic, but that wizard won't stand a chance against my elite soldiers, Sebastian said confidently. He never was too impressed by the army that Voldemort had put together, other than the giants. Those trolls and skeletons may look like a threat to the common human or wizard, but in Sebastian's eyes, they were nothing but useless things. Ankara glanced at him but said nothing. If her master ordered her, she would have exterminated everyone present. Instead, her task was to monitor certain individuals and intervene only if absolutely necessary. Harry counted 32 vampires surrounding him. Argentum, Harry channeled a massive amount of magic into his staff. Centum haste. From beneath their feet, the vampires saw 100 silver spears emerge. There were at least 3 spears for each of them. While this might have overwhelmed lesser vampires, these elites were far too swift and skilled. Not a single spear touched them as they darted out of harm's way. A feral smile appeared on one vampire's face. These little wizard tricks won't work on Yusug. His words were cut short as a silver spear pierced his skull from above, killing him instantly. The spear had emerged from a black circle floating above his head. Harry looked at the remaining elite vampires with amusement. What about that trick? Chapter 424. Harry moved his staff, and the silver spears were lifted into the air. With a swift motion, he sent them flying as fast as bullets. The vampires knew they couldn't just stand around and wait for the next attack, so they all moved together and charged at him. Dozens of silver spears began to enter the black circles created by Harry and exit close to their intended targets. No matter how quickly the vampires reacted, they couldn't predict where the next attack would come from. By the time they reached Harry, almost half of them had fallen victim to the spears, reduced to dust. Die already. The first vampire to get close enough aimed his cursed dagger at Harry's chest, hoping to end it in one strike. Before the blade could reach him, Harry operated away, leaving the vampire to stab nothing but air. Where is he? The vampire roared. His companions were as confused as he was. They all saw Harry disappear, but they could not find where he had reappeared. He used that thing wizards employ to teleport themselves elsewhere, another soldier noted. Didn't the Dark Lord say they couldn't do that here? So, he ran away, someone asked. That could be a possibility. Wait, look. One of the vampires pointed as the silver spears rose into the air again. How is he doing this? He must be hiding somewhere nearby. But where? The vampires looked around, scanning their surroundings with their enhanced senses. However, the lake was surrounded by flat ground, so there should be nowhere for him to hide. In the end, they didn't even have the opportunity to search for Harry, as the spears were shot into the sky. They already knew what was coming next, but this time, they didn't even have a visible target, so they couldn't stop the spear by killing the caster. Avoid the spears. Their leader, Sebastian, had no choice but to get involved. He wasn't going to let some wizard kill all his elite soldiers. The vampire lord was much faster than his soldiers and could intercept the dangerous silver weapons before they reached him. But even with his help, the other vampires continued to fall one by one. Just 1 minute after the barrage of attacks began, only 10 vampires remained. Voldemort, for his part, hadn't stayed idle. He rallied his Death Eaters and began searching for Harry. He's using some sort of invisibility charm, find him. Voldemort shouted in rage. His losses had already far exceeded what he deemed acceptable. The skeletons that had been destroyed with ease had been painstakingly revived and modified by him personally, one by one. They were some of his best creations. His skeletal dragon was seriously damaged, and he had lost all his trolls. On top of that, with so many elite vampires dead, he had likely lost the favor of Lord Sebastian. If the 2 vampire lords turned against him, he would be in serious trouble. And the worst part was, he didn't even know who this wizard really was or why he was interfering. Damn it all. Voldemort's red eyes scanned the field. Hominum revelio. His spell revealed nothing, and his followers weren't having any luck either. Meanwhile, the vampires continued to be assaulted by spears made of silver that vanished and reappeared unpredictably. No. A vampire screamed as a spear pierced his chest. Only the vampire lord and 2 others remained standing. Show yourself. Sebastian had completely lost his calm demeanor. He was absolutely livid now. But no matter how much he searched with his enhanced senses, he couldn't find any trace of the one responsible for killing his most loyal soldiers. He then saw several spears pass by his side and strike the female vampire behind him. No, Sebastian muttered as he watched her turn to dust. Moments later, the last vampire fell too. Attacked from all sides, he had no chance to escape. I spent centuries shaping these vampires into my elite squad, the best of the best, centuries of work, gone, Sebastian muttered. His expression twisted with anger. I will not rest until I rip you apart, wizard, he screamed. The aura of the vampire lord began to change, growing more violent. His eyes gained a red tint, and his hair turned pure white. Voldemort was starting to worry. If the vampire lord couldn't find the wizard, he might turn against him. The Dark Lord's red eyes shifted to the other vampire lord. At this point, she might be the only one who could solve the situation if Sebastian lost control. But Lady Ankara remained motionless as if she were waiting for something. The only vampires left were those around the audience stands, but Voldemort couldn't command them. They belonged to her. They would only act on their own whims or if she commanded them. Voldemort felt uneasy as he observed Ankara's vampires. They were supposed to be watching the audience to prevent escapes, but now their backs were turned to the audience, and they seemed to be watching him and his followers instead. Voldemort shook his head. He couldn't deal with another betrayal right now. Lady Ankara had no reason to betray him. She had the most to gain from this battle, after all. Let's hope Bellatrix returns soon. And those troops I sent to Hogsmeade should be done by now. Wait, Voldemort tried to sense the connection with his necromantic creations but couldn't feel anything beyond these wards. That should have been impossible, Hogwarts wards shouldn't be this restrictive. It was then that he heard Harry's voice again. Expecto Patronum. Voldemort saw a bright flash of light originate above him. From the pure white light, 3 magical constructs came into existence and flew away. One was a majestic stag, another was a swift owl and the last one was a powerful horse. He is aiming for my Dementors, ... The Dark Lord screamed while he pointed at the sky with his bony finger. After him, now. The Death Eaters were still unable to see Harry's exact position, so as they flew closer, they began to randomly throw dark curses in the general direction from where the light creatures had emerged. Harry's 3 Patroni were unable to destroy the large mass of Dementors, but that was not their purpose. The 3 of them moved to strategic positions and began to round the dark creatures at the center, like a shepherd dog herding the sheep. All the Dementors let out eerie cries as they scrambled to move away from the pure light constructs, not really realizing they were doing exactly what Harry wanted. His figure reappeared floating in the air, right below the mass of Dementors. His 3 Patroni had done a great job at rounding them all up in a single point. Harry's eyes had gained a clear white shite to them. His black robes fluttered around with violence as if they were complaining to him. You don't like this magic, huh? To be honest, me neither. Harry could feel his blood boiling and the brand on his arm had begun to inflict a tremendous amount of pain. He also lost his ability to turn invisible, and he could only conclude that the power coming from Death's Hallows did not get along with sacred magic. I should end this quickly. Harry aimed his staff at the screaming Dementors. There he is. The Death Eaters found him immediately and then wasted no time in throwing a barrage of curses at Harry. A layer of protection was erected around him. That should hold for a bit. Now, his attention returned to his target. The jewels on his staff began to shine with a pure white light as Harry was surrounded by a consecrated aura. Sacro, a sphere of pure holy light manifested at the tip of his staff. The Dementors began to scream loudly, feeling the incoming danger. But between the wards and the 3 Patroni, they had nowhere to escape, they were completely trapped. Lux Maxima. A blinding beam of pure sacred light shoots out towards the dark creatures. The Death Eaters below him had no choice but to stop their attacks and cover their eyes. Voldemort, who had been approaching, felt an immensely painful sensation when he got close to the light coming from Harry's staff and had no choice but to retreat as far as possible. A short moment later, the area was involved in an unsettling silence. None could still see anything, but they could no longer hear the sounds of the Dementors screaming. And as the light receded and they were able to regain their sight, their worst fears came true. The creatures that were supposed to be impossible to destroy were no more. No, Voldemort stared at the empty space where all his Dementors had been floating just moments ago. No, oh. Wait, where did the wizard go? One of the Death Eaters pointed out. The Dementors were not the only thing missing. Harry had also disappeared. Damn it, find him. He could not have gone too far. Another one shouted. And he was right. Foolman, the voice of Harry was the next thing they heard. Chapter 425. Foolman. Voldemort saw something akin to a lightning bolt pass near him and strike some of his Death Eaters, killing them instantly. However, this time, Harry had been close enough that Voldemort could pinpoint his location. "There you are!" Voldemort roared as he stabbed the air with his wand, producing a sickly yellow orb that traveled quickly and splashed onto the ground, burning a large area and dissolving the stone. "Depulso," Harry said next. The corrosive yellow substance Voldemort had created was promptly lifted from the ground and sent toward the face of an unfortunate masked individual. The man didn't have time to utter a single word before the yellow, thick liquid began to dissolve his mask and then his face. "Judgeson," someone flying nearby called out when they saw this. If Voldemort had the capability to frown, he would have done so. Harry could have used any spell to kill that man, but he had purposely chosen to use Voldemort's own spell against his follower. "That's it," Voldemort's red eyes shone like beacons. "Fiend fire!" he shouted with rage. A fiery crimson snake flew in Harry's direction, or at least that's what Voldemort hoped, since he was unable to see him at all. Meanwhile, Sebastian and the rest of the Death Eaters had been tirelessly trying to locate Harry. The reason they were completely unable to find him was that Harry wasn't just using the invisibility cloak or his mastery as the Master of Death, but right now, he was also the only one in the entire school who could apparate within the wards. Suddenly, they all heard someone screaming and turned their attention toward the sound. One of the Death Eaters who had been flying near the lake had fallen to the ground and was clutching his side. Several of his companions approached to see what was wrong. "What is that?" They saw some purple substance stuck to his arm, and it appeared to be eating away at him. "A corrosive curse," another one recognized it, noting its similarity to one of their lord's favorite curses, though this one acted slower. "Can you remove it?" someone asked. Then, they heard their lord screaming at them. Voldemort had realized something they all missed: it was a trap. "Get out of there, you fool! Incendium!" Viridescent flames emerged from Harry's staff and washed over the Death Eaters who had gathered too closely together. The dark wizards screamed as their bodies burned and melted away. Voldemort looked around himself. Of the over 20 Death Eaters he had brought, only 6 remained. Bloody hell! Screw this, one of the remaining Death Eaters pulled out his emergency port key with shaky hands and tried to activate it in order to escape from this hellish place. But nothing happened. No, no, no. He lifted his wand and tried to apparate, but again, nothing happened. Another Death Eater, Selwyn, who had been a loyal follower of Voldemort since the beginning, decided to address the situation. "My lord," he approached. "Please, let us retreat, we've lost the BA." Voldemort stopped him. "It's not me. My lord." Selwyn looked confused. He knew Voldemort had activated his blood wards as soon as they arrived to prevent any audience members or students from escaping. The issue with those wards was that they also prevented them from escaping. "I said that it's not me, damn it," Voldemort repeated. "My blood wards were destroyed," he pointed at the sky. It was enveloped in a translucent bubble with a blue hue. "That's his ward preventing you from leaving, not mine." The truth was Voldemort had already tried to activate all his emergency port keys, but none of them worked. But then, Selwyn watched as his remaining comrades scrambled to escape, using their brooms. Torquio. Foolman. Devulsa. Glacies. They began to fall from the sky, one by one as they were hit by Harry's magic. "My lord!" Selwyn screamed. "You have to do something. You have tea. Confringo." Selwyn's head exploded into a shower of blood. Some of it landed on Voldemort's bone-white skin and robes, but he didn't seem to care at this point. The only ones left were the 7 giants. "Over here." Sebastian punched the ground with tremendous force, sending dust and stones all over. Some of the stones seemed to hit an invisible wall. "Grull, dot." Voldemort called the Giant King while pointing in that direction. The massive creature moved very quickly despite his metallic armor and his incredibly heavy weapon. In just a moment, he had arrived at the spot where Harry was supposed to be and began to use his cleaver to make wide swings. His 6 giant minions followed his example and began to do the same thing while Sebastian and Voldemort kept track of any suspicious move. As Grull gave his cleaver another swing, he turned to look at one of his fellow giants and spotted something on their shoulder. The human. The figure of Harry could be seen standing on the creature's shoulder, looking at the Giant King with a mocking smile. "Kill." Grull lifted his blade and brought it down upon its target, showing no qualms about hurting one of his minions in the process. Harry disappeared from the spot before the cleaver came close to touch him, but the giant he had been standing in had not been so lucky. The king's powerful vertical slash had enough power to cut through flesh and bone, almost reaching the waist of the giant. His poor minion screamed in agony as a shower of blood poured out of the wound as his king retracted his weapon. They all watched as the giant collapsed on the ground, making a loud thud. "You are going to die soon, I will kill you as I did to your son," Harry whispered to the giant king's ear while staying invisible. Grohl roared with rage and swung his cleaver around. In one of those swings, the cleaver passed through a large black hole and out next to the head of another giant, cutting it cleanly at the shoulder. The 4 remaining giants took a step back and glanced at their king with fear. "What is he doing?" Voldemort questioned. He had not been able to see the black hole, and from his perspective, it looked like the giant king had just purposely killed another one of his minions. The king then saw the figure of Harry again. This time, he was standing on the ground beneath him. "Ah!" The king stabbed down with full force. Just as the blade was about to touch the figure of Harry, another black hole appeared, diverting the attack somewhere else. "Erg!" A giant who was trying to get away from the battle, found his chest pierced by his king weapon. Grohl's attack may have failed to hit its intended target, but there was someone else watching the battle without missing a detail, and when he saw Harry appear, he also rushed at him. Sebastian punched the figure of Harry with tremendous force, only to find out that the Harry he had just hit was nothing but a transfigured statue made of dirt. Meanwhile, the Real Harry continued to provoke the giant king into striking and then using his special Hallow ability to divert the powerful attacks onto the remaining giants. In just a few minutes, the mighty giant king was left alone. All his minions had been taken down, by no other than the king himself. The Grohl did not care about that right now. In his current berserk state, he was only interested in killing his enemy, no matter the cost, but that same state also made him careless. A Cluedo. A black cloud washed over the giant's face, covering his eyes and preventing him from saying anything but darkness. Human. The giant did seem deterred by just losing one of his senses and continued to swing his weapon, hoping to get a lucky hit. Voldemort would throw a few curses around the giant, but spotted once he realized it was a waste of his magic to continue without a clear line of sight. Hexalvo Horribilis, a sickly yellow orb exploded on the giant's face and began to melt his flesh. That curse, Voldemort recognized it immediately as it was one of his favorite dark curses. It was obvious that his enemy was not shying away from using any type of magic, no matter how dark. The giant could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream when the agony became too much to handle. He clawed at his face and large chunks of flesh were peeled off. Venenum. Taking advantage of the fact that the giant had his mouth open, Harry conjured a green mist that went down his throat and into his nostrils. Just a tiny puff from this mist would be enough to kill 10 men, so it didn't kill the giant immediately, but it did cause him even more pain and made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Ignis. Harry then used one more piece of magic to end things up. When his fire spell made contact with the venomous cloud, this one got ignited, spreading fire all over the giant's head and torso. The powerful Grohl, king of all giants, was now running around the shore of the Black Lake, screaming and running like a madman. After using that fire spell, Harry operated a good distance away while remaining invisible and just waited. It took almost 2 agonizing minutes for the colossal creature to finally go down after clashing against Harry's shields that protected the audience, several times. The audience stared with disgust and a bit of pity at the Death Giant King, while Voldemort and Sebastian did the same. "Looks like you've run out of minions." The voice broke the silence. The Dark Lord heard Harry's voice. He didn't need to double-check to confirm that it was true. His Death Army, which he had proudly brought to Hogwarts to demonstrate his overwhelming might to all of Britain, had been decimated by a single wizard. "Who are you really? What kind of lord have I offended?" Voldemort asked. Despite Harry introducing himself as Harry Potter, Voldemort refused to believe it. Only an ancient wizard with centuries of magical knowledge could accomplish such a feat. That's why he had meticulously studied the area's history and spent valuable resources to learn about Britain's oldest and most powerful magical figures. He was led to believe that the most dangerous individual in these lands was a witch called Lady Yeathel, whom he suspected was related to the legendary Morgana Le Fay. However, she was cursed to remain bound to London and could never leave. That's why he had taken his time to seize the Ministry of Magic, using replaceable puppets to do the work, never exposing himself. The biggest threat at Hogwarts should have been Dumbledore, who was nowhere near as dangerous as a lord, and still, Voldemort had ensured he was neutralized before approaching the castle. Yet now, he faced an insurmountable obstacle. "I already told you who I am." Harry's form became visible once more and stood before him. His green eyes shone with barely contained power, and his black robes moved in unnatural ways. "Are you ready for the grand finale? I've been preparing for this for longer than you can imagine." Chapter 426. By Merlin. What did I just see? Professor Flitwick stared in disbelief at the shore of the lake, where Harry stood facing Voldemort. All around them lay the remains of the once terrifying and seemingly invincible army. "That can't be Harry Potter," McGonagall said, her brows furrowed in confusion. Of course, it's Potter. I told you he wasn't what you thought, Snape responded curtly. But he cannot be James' son. Someone so young should not be able to wield magic in such a way, McGonagall protested. Did you not see how he killed that giant? And an adult wizard could do that? Flitwick shook his head. Honestly, as much as I admire the headmaster, even he could not come close to what we just witnessed. There is something more to Harry Potter. I believe we are missing a great deal of context here, and we can only speculate. The headmaster believed he was the only one who could defeat the Dark Lord, Snape remarked. He did not believe it was possible, no matter how much Dumbledore assured him. But now that he had seen what Harry was truly capable of, the Dark Lord he had feared for half his life, did not seem that threatening anymore. McGonagall seemed to realize something, recalling Dumbledore's mentions of a mysterious benefactor who had been aiding them in the war against Voldemort but whose identity he refused to reveal. If it was Harry Potter, it would make sense no one would have believed him, she thought. Victor Crumb let out a chuckle. I knew he was something else, but this is a bit much. I mean, did you see that? How can someone be? Cedric trailed off, still trying to process what he had seen. How is that possible? Fleur, meanwhile, was too preoccupied with her little sister to pay attention to anything else. No. Let me go. I need to save her, she cried, struggling against Madame Maxime's grip. Calm down, Fleur, Madame Maxime urged. Your sister is safer down there than up here. We can get her out once this is over. McGonagall approached the panicked girl. Your headmistress is correct. The charm placed on her should keep her alive for at least 3 more hours, and the merfolk will keep her safe. I am more worried about Neville and Lyra, who have completely disappeared. Her mind was not able to process that battle, so she rather focused on doing her job as vice-headmistress and making sure that everyone in there was safe and sound. Snape overheard the comment about Neville and Lyra but chose to remain silent despite knowing that Neville was perfectly fine, watching from the stands, and he was sure that before coming here, Harry had left his sister in a safe place. Right now, revealing the truth about the tournament would only raise more questions he wasn't ready to answer. Back at the audience stands, Luna was shouting with excitement. Did you see that? The giant went home and fell down. Yes, Pudding, I did see that, Zeno said nervously, hoping his daughter's fascination with violence didn't translate to future ambitions of becoming an Auror or hit wizard. Wow, I can't believe he took them all out by himself, Lily murmured, baffled. Even knowing her son's past, it was hard to comprehend such overwhelming power. Are we going to be okay? I mean, he can win, right? Neville asked. He didn't understand that much of what was going on, but at least it seemed that they were going to be okay. The audience was so focused on the battle that, so far, no one had begun to question why there were 2 Harry Potters since Neville was still under the effects of Polyjuice Potion. Voldemort is still there, and those vampires, James glanced at the dozen or so vampires stationed around the stands. Harry had not attacked them, and they had not moved from their positions. Let's not declare victory just yet. Don't concern yourself with those, Daphne interjected. Or the one with the umbrella. They're just here to keep an eye on us. Keep an eye on us? What do you mean? James asked. I mean they're not part of Voldemort's army or that other vampire lord's forces, Daphne replied. James wasn't entirely satisfied with her answer, but now wasn't the time for questions. He hoped for answers from his son once this ordeal was over. At the shore, Harry stood tall in front of Voldemort. You finally show yourself, Voldemort growled, gripping his wand so tightly that the wood began to crack. Now I will sh. A powerful gust of wind interrupted him as someone else appeared next to Harry. Voldemort was not the only one who had lost his army that day. A furious vampire lord, Sebastian, glared at Harry with bloodshot eyes. You finally come down now, die. Sebastian launched a straight punch at Harry's face. The move seemed simple, but it carried an unimaginable amount of energy. Harry had not forgotten about this adversary and was prepared. His most potent protection spell activated just in time, forming a shimmering barrier. The punch struck it with such force that a shockwave reverberated through the area, sending Harry flying toward the lake. Harry's shield acted like a protective bubble, bouncing several times on the dark waters like a skipping stone. He stopped himself just before reaching the audience platforms, floating above the water with a levitation charm. That's the power of an ancient vampire lord, Harry muttered, examining the damage. Several runes on his shield had vanished, indicating that a single punch had nearly overwhelmed his defenses. That's no joke. Without the shield, his body would have been pulverized. He had been avoiding this individual so far, but now there was no delaying this any longer. He had to face Sebastian before he could get Voldemort. I'll have to get serious too, Harry murmured as the 9 arkstone jewels embedded in his robes began to glow with an eerie blue light. Libero. Chapter 427. A torrent of magic surged around Harry, pushing the water away with tremendous force as he floated just a few inches above the lake's surface. The oppressive energy was palpable, a heavy weight that seemed to bear down on everyone present, making their bodies feel inexplicably heavier. This sensation that can't be a young wizard lord. I fought one of those before. No, it has to be Moreno. It can't be. Sebastian felt shivers on his spine. Desperation crept into his voice as he turned to the only one he thought capable of dealing with this situation. Lady Ankara. The beautiful, young-looking woman tilted her umbrella just enough to reveal her face. Seeing this, Sebastian clung to a thread of hope. I need your assistance in dealing with this wizard lord. Please, Lady Ankara. Her response was cold and immediate. No. What? Voldemort's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. He had no illusions about the loyalty of these vampire lords, but given the dire circumstances, he couldn't fathom why she would refuse to assist, especially considering that she was the one who had the most to gain in this particular scenario. Sebastian, however, seemed to understand the motives for her refusal more than Voldemort. His voice was tinged with bitterness as he spoke. I see I did not mishear you before. You've made a pact with this wizard lord. It was the most logical conclusion he could reach. Ankara offered no reply, lowering her umbrella as if to dismiss the situation entirely. The betrayal stung Sebastian deeply. Though their relationship had never been particularly close, centuries of shared experiences had fostered mutual respect, or so he had believed. Now, all that remained was a sharp, cutting bitterness. Turning back to Harry, Sebastian's keen senses could see the sheer density of magic swirling around the young wizard, visible even to the naked eye. He glanced at Voldemort, his fury scaling. You damn skeleton. You lied to us. What are you playing at? Voldemort's wand snapped toward him in warning. This is not the time to turn against each other. Lord Sebastian, we must cooperate, even if it's just this once. Sebastian's narrowed eyes flared with anger, but he couldn't argue on that point. Scanning the lake once more, his sharp eyes could no longer locate Harry's floating figure. When did he MO? Your opponent is me, came a calm voice from behind him. Sebastian spun to see the tip of Harry's staff poised mere inches from his chest. His centuries-honed instinct screamed at him to retreat, and to not allow that staff to touch his skin at all cost. He moved in a blur, disappearing several yards away in an instant. Smart, Harry commented casually. Had Sebastian allowed the staff to touch him, Harry could have transfigured his body into anything he desired. No amount of resistance would have mattered. Seeing Harry so close to his ally, Voldemort launched into action. A barrage of spells flew from his wand, deadly curses chained together with lethal precision. You can have this back, Harry said, raising a hand. A black portal shimmered into existence between him and the spells, and moments later, figures were forcibly ejected from it, intercepting Voldemort's onslaught of magic. Who? Voldemort's voice faltered as recognition dawned. No. The lifeless forms of his own followers lay before him, mangled beyond recognition save for his intimate knowledge of them. 2 large bodies were missing their heads, but just by their size and the fact that they were together, he could easily guess that these were Crabble and Goyle. Then there was the form of Wormtail. The rat-like man was looking extremely mangled, with his face partially melted and some of his body seeming to have completely dissolved. Wait, his crimson eyes darted across the bodies. 3 men, but no Simione was missing. The most important person that he had sent with them. Right, you won't find Bellatrix there, Harry said nonchalantly. I reduced her body to dust. Without giving Voldemort a chance to react to his provocation, Harry vanished with a crack, reappearing next to Sebastian. The vampire lord barely evaded Harry's swift strike, moving with preternatural speed to dodge the thrust of the staff. But Harry did not relent. Every time Sebastian created distance, the metallic tip of Harry's staff would emerge through spatial tiers, striking at him from impossible angles. Sebastian avoided each attack with a skill born of centuries of combat, but his frustration grew with every close call. Enough of this. Sebastian snarled, making a sharp gesture with his hand. 6 black daggers materialized in the air before launching themselves toward Harry. Harry's shield flared to life, absorbing the impact. The weapons dissolved into nothingness as they struck as if they had never existed. Interesting, Harry muttered, studying the aftermath. That looked like conjuration, but... Sebastian growled. So be it. Reluctantly, he raised his hands again. This time, dozens of shadowy weapons manifested into existence. There were daggers, swords, axes, and spears, all of them were behind him, floating ominously in the air. Let's test the limits of that shield of yours, he said with a cruel smile, sending the shadow weapons hurtling toward Harry like bullets. Chapter 428. The shadow blades hit Harry's defensive charm with such force that it shook the ground with violence. Even if Sebastian had a personal distaste for it, this was still the gift of an ancient vampire lord, one of the most dangerous creatures in existence, and should not be taken lightly. Harry's barrier ended up shattering under the pressure and breaking up into countless particles of light. Voldemort, who was waiting nearby, saw this as an opportunity to get back into the fray with his favorite curse. Avada Kedavra. The Dark Lord manifested the deadly green spark. At the same time, Sebastian had already prepared another assault of shadow weapons. With his defenses down, they could not waste any more time to finish him. Harry didn't attempt to create another barrier, instead, he allowed his robes to involve him completely. The impossible black fabric wrapped around him, covering him from head to toe. With his entire figure encroached in darkness. The green light from Voldemort's unforgivable curse ended up hitting him right on his chest, and it was quickly followed by the barrage of blades that had been conjured by Sebastian. The two allowed themselves a brief moment of joy. Even if that didn't kill him, they were sure that it had at least caused some serious injuries. Wait, something is wrong. Sebastian frowned when he saw the way those robes were moving. The fluttering of the fabric was too unnatural, it was like no one was inside them. While the two of them were distracted by this, all of a sudden, a flash of light came from above. When they looked up, they saw Harry standing in the air, aiming his staff down at them. A circle of runes was floating before the tip of the staff. The runes seemed to have been made of pure golden light. Luminous. He called. From the circle, a column of pure golden sunlight was forced into existence and traveled from the sky to the ground in an instant. With no time to react, Sebastian's leg had been caught by the beam of pure light. The vampire lord let out a painful grunt as he did his best to move away from whatever magic this was. Vampires as old as he had developed some resistance to sunlight. More than enough to walk on the brightest of days without feeling more than a mild discomfort. But what Harry had brought forth was much more potent than that. It was thousands of times more powerful than the sunlight created by the brightest of days. It was like he was standing in front of the sun itself. Sebastian felt his leg burning and forced his body to take some distance despite the pain he was feeling. Grggggg. Voldemort gritted his teeth and covered his face. The light column had not hit him directly, but just standing less than 10 yards away was enough to cause a severe strain on him. His body was not able to feel pain in the same way as a living creature, but he knew when his body was taking damage, in the form of a very intense discomfort. Liches weren't particularly weak to sunlight either, but he was sure that if that beam had hit him directly, he would have been reduced to dust. The column of light disappeared after a short moment, allowing them to regain their bearings. Voldemort spotted Sebastian kneeling on the ground and clutching his leg. Harry's spell had caused him severe damage, was not going to be able to use his superior speed for a while. Voldemort was trying to think of a way to defeat this wizard, but it was impossible to do so when he didn't even understand why his previous attack didn't work. It was like he could manipulate space at will. But that sounded ridiculous, even in his mind. But the reality was that nothing he had used so far seemed to have any effect, and the Dark Lord was running out of ideas. His thoughts were interrupted when the sky became illuminated again. Impossible, that was a grand sorcery, I'm sure of that. How many times can he use it? Where is he getting all that magic from? Voldemort though. He was sure that the previous spell had been something of a sorcery rank, meant to be cast by the cooperation of several wizards or witches due to the large magical demand of that magic. The monster they were fighting against had already used several of them by himself and was still going. Voldemort thought that nothing could surprise him anymore, but when he looked up at the sky, he knew they had lost. This time, it wasn't just one golden circle up there. There were many of them covering everything. 100 circles, or perhaps more, had appeared out of nowhere, leaving them nowhere to go. With Sebastian already injured, there was no chance of him avoiding this one, and by the expression on the vampire's face he knew this. But the Dark Lord was not without hope. A cautious man like himself had been prepared for the worst-case scenario since the beginning. Go ahead, in the end, I will achieve my purpose, even if it takes me another 100 years. Voldemort promised to himself. Today, he may lose everything he had worked, but it was not over. He will return one day. With this in mind, Voldemort stares at the golden light in the sky and welcomed its fiery embrace. Luminas Maxima. As Harry called out from the sky, and the entire field became bathed in its deadly sunlight. Sebastian had no time for last words and could barely spare a thought for himself. He had been around for so long, and now it was all taken away. Just because he had the misfortune of angering a wizard lord. There was nowhere he could run. The gold light reached him in an instant and began to burn his flesh and bones away. As this was happening, something odd occurred. A distant memory came to him in the last seconds of his existence. An old story told to him by Lady Ankara. A story that took place very close to where they were now. Thousands of years ago, during her vampire childhood as one would call it. A story about a terrifying wizard lord who exterminated several vampire clans and their lords with no effort. No one had dared to claim territory in Britain since then. How did I forget about that story, and what was the name of that wizard? Ah yes, it was Lord Death. With that, Lord Sebastian died at the ripe age of 1,754 years old. A short distance away, was the Dark Lord, also considering his last moments. Voldemort thought it would be more painful. He could see nothing but a pure golden light. He would have loved to have eyelids again so he could close his eyes, but this was impossible for him, so he had to cover himself with his hands the best he could. It will be over soon, he thought to himself. The moment the vessel is destroyed, his soul will jump from the phylactery where he had stored it and into the spare body he had prepared. Then he will have to repeat the process of storing his soul again. His spare body wasn't as magnificent as this one, that was for sure. But it was functional and he will be safe once more, inside his secret laboratory hidden away in a distant corner of Romania. Its location had been kept secret from even his most loyal followers. And most important, it was far away from here and this monstrous wizard, who he never wanted to see again. The next time, I will have to be even more careful. Better prepared. I will take as long as necessary, Voldemort reminded himself. As he was thinking about the future, he noticed that the light beginning to recede. Wait, I am still here. How could that be? He had been completely covered by that deadly light and he didn't even try to defend himself, hoping for a quick death. When the lights completely vanished, he could confirm that he was still standing in the same place. Everything around him had been burned to a crisp, but the spot where he was remained intact. What is this? There was a protective charm evolving him, with rows of runes moving across its translucent surface. He was very familiar with this charm now. It was then that he saw Harry descending slowly to the ground. The young-looking man was still radiating with magic and he stood before him. Why? Voldemort asked. What reason could he have to protect him from his own deadly spell? Finally alone, Har spoke with a grave voice. His now blue eyes, tinted by the magic from the 9-arc stone array, were staring directly into Voldemort ones. You thought you were going to get away that easily, Tom? The Dark Lord felt a shiver in his bones. Chapter 429. Tom, that was a name Voldemort hadn't heard in a very long time, since his days at school. At this point, it felt like all of that had happened in a completely different lifetime. All of a sudden, the brief silence was broken by a tremendously loud cracking noise. It sounded like thunder but 1,000 times more intense. Harry moved his eyes upward, and there it was, a black and jagged line tearing through the pale blue sky in a very unnatural way that made it clear that it was not something that should exist. It was somewhat similar to the one that appeared during the first task, but upon closer inspection, it was obvious this one was much smaller and weaker. As Harry had theorized, the intensity and importance of the events that take place seemed to affect the intensity of the space tears. From what he remembered of his previous life, not much of significance had occurred during the second task. He did recall a brief argument with the merfolk when he tried to rescue Fleur's little sister, but that was all. He hadn't even been sure if there would be a convergence this time at all. But the appearance of the crack today was evidence of how weak the walls between realities had become. I made the right decision. We probably wouldn't survive a convergence during the third task. That day had been too important, and it had affected the lives of thousands. Harry glanced back at Voldemort, who was clearly confused by everything that was happening today. Harry would never sympathize with this monster, but he could at least understand his position. After all, this version of Voldemort was encountering an obstacle that was not supposed to be in his way. Don't worry, Tom. The show is almost over for all of you. It was becoming difficult for him to speak. His breath was irregular, and his muscles were demanding rest. Voldemort had not missed this. He looked into Harry's eyes and noted that the blue hue in them was beginning to fade, returning to their original color. The shiny stones embedded in the 9 pieces of jewelry Harry wore were losing their vigor. He's tired, Voldemort thought. It made sense. He had seen this person casting one grand sorcery after another. Even an entire cabal of witches wouldn't have been able to do so much without succumbing to magical exhaustion. Even if this individual before him was a legendary wizard lord, there must still be a limit to what he could accomplish. But then Voldemort realized this gave him a chance. He was also tired, but he could still fight if given the opportunity. With renewed determination, Voldemort sprang into action. Making a simple gesture, the Dark Lord began to levitate, and then he lifted his wand towards the sky. Arise, my minions. The corpses of dozens of dead followers scattered along the lake's shore began to twitch and groan. The masked men rose from the ground, moving with sluggish, jerking steps. They have now been turned into zombies. With more preparation, Voldemort could have created something more powerful than simple zombies, but these would have to do. The Dark Lord lamented that the trolls had been reduced to small chunks of flesh. Had their bodies been intact, he could have created formidable creatures from them, but there was no point in regret. He still had an advantage. Ha ha ha. Voldemort's confidence returned. He could still win this. You will regret the day you decided to turn the God of Death into your enemy. The Dark Lord pointed his wand at Harry and unleashed a barrage of deadly curses. Did you say God of Death? Harry raised an eyebrow. His robes seemed to flutter angrily as they absorbed the curses hurled by Voldemort. The fourth Hallow was unlike the other three. These robes were more than an artifact created by Death. They were made by tearing a fragment from Death's own robes, containing a sliver of the deity itself. As such, they had a will of their own. This was why they could only be worn by the one chosen by the other three Hallows. No one else would be deemed worthy. Don't mind him, Harry muttered to the robes. Voldemort, undeterred, continued his assault. At least the curses weren't being returned to him, as Harry had done before. As far as Voldemort was concerned, this was a sign of Harry's weakening state. What Voldemort failed to realize was that Harry had no intention of killing him, at least, not in the way Voldemort expected. The Dark Lord noticed his zombies were closing in on their target. All he needed was one small distraction. If even one of his curses landed on Harry, no matter how powerful he was, he would die. Even a wizard lord was still human in the end. And humans could be killed. Get him! Voldemort exclaimed. The zombies groaned as they shambled toward Harry, arms outstretched, desperate to grab him. Voldemort aimed his wand but held his fire. He couldn't waste any more magic and had to wait for the perfect moment. Come on, get him, he urged, anticipation building. Unfortunately for him, the zombies never got close. Ankara, Harry called out. For the first time since she arrived, the vampire lord moved from her spot. And in a single, smooth motion with her umbrella, all the zombies were reduced to minced meat. What? Voldemort stammered back. With a single word from Harry's lips, the tables had turned once more and he now found himself face to face with the most dangerous vampire in existence. Chapter 430. Voldemort could not believe the vampire lord had finally moved, and that she had done so to attack him. Lady Ankara, what is the meaning of this? I thought we had an agreement. She gave the Dark Lord a look of disdain. That agreement is worthless now. Wait, but Voldemort faltered, unsure of what else he could offer her. She had already been promised this castle. If Hogwarts isn't enough, we can share this country between us. Ankara almost scoffed at the offer. She wanted nothing to do with this country, even if she hadn't already received an order from her new master to leave as soon as the battle was concluded. Disarm him, Harry ordered. Before Voldemort could react, Ankara leaped into the air and appeared before him in an instant. She grabbed his wand arm and squeezed so hard that the bone shattered into smithereens, despite Voldemort's magically reinforced bones being as tough as steel. Restrain him, Harry said next. Ankara slammed the lich into the ground and wrapped her arms around him, holding him in place. Stop this, Lady Ankara. Voldemort protested. Why are you, he wanted to ask why she was following his orders, but she slammed his head against the ground. Shall I dispose of him, master? Or at least permanently silence his disgusting voice, she asked. No, Harry used his staff to steady himself, his body trembling. Just hold him, the light and the jewels adorning his staff flickered. He was running out of magic. Master? Ankara's tone shifted slightly, her concern evident. Whether she liked it or not, she was bound to him now and he did not look well at all. From the stands, Harry's family watched anxiously. He looks so tired, Lily observed. Why is that vampire helping him? James asked. And why isn't he letting her finish that bastard off? Voldemort is the only one left. Because that's exactly what he wants, Daphne interjected. The Dark Lord placed protections on his soul to guarantee his return if this body is destroyed. If Harry doesn't deal with those first, Voldemort will never truly die. Lily glanced at the Dark Lord, recalling a conversation she'd had with Harry during their visit to Spain, where they met the two staff craftsmen. Harry had spoken about the various methods people use to extend their lives. Tying their souls to a place or an object was the most common one. Even if the body was destroyed, the soul could anchor itself to a new vessel. Harry said it was a cursed existence, Lily murmured. Can he even do it? He looks like he's at his limit already. He's used enough magic to exhaust an entire wizard squad, James remarked. Luna stood up, her gaze fixed on Harry. He still has plenty of magic available, at least here, in Hogwarts. She glanced at the sky. I'm more worried about that. Daphne felt a strong pull in the air. It's true there's a lot of magic stored here. But, she hesitated, worried Harry was about to do something reckless again. The issue wasn't just running out of magic, there was a limit to how much a body could endure. And Harry was likely about to push far beyond that limit. Harry, please be careful, she whispered. Ankara studied Harry closely. He had been silent for almost a minute. Master? What do I? Harry interrupted her by tapping the ground with his staff. Just hold him, I'm ready now. As he spoke, a column of blue light erupted from beneath him, engulfing him in its brightness. Are those magical particles? Voldemort asked in shock. The column of light split into strands, which began wrapping around Harry's body. The jewels that had been flickering and dimming now shone brighter than ever, overflowing with power. Harry's demeanor transformed. His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and the exhaustion that had marked his face was gone. I'm sorry, Hogwarts, I'm afraid I'll need to take most of it, Harry said quietly. He wasn't sure if the castle was conscious enough to understand him, but he still felt compelled to apologize for what he was about to do. This would be his final spell, and it couldn't fail. He was not about to take any chances. An immense amount of magic funneled into his body, showing no sign of stopping. The ground shook, and the barriers Harry had placed around the audience began to weaken. Inside the castle, chaos unfolded. The moving staircases froze in place, the magical torches dimmed, and the enchanted ceiling of the great hall reverted to a mundane roof. The house elves panicked as their connection to the castle's magic faded. Deep beneath Hogwarts, the massive arc stone, the source of the castle's power for millennia, spun rapidly. A beam of light shot from the stone's tip, traveling to the surface. The arc stone, which had powered Hogwarts for centuries, was now pouring its magic into Harry. On the surface, all eyes were on him. What are you planning to do with so much magic? Voldemort shouted, his voice tinged with fear. If Harry had only intended to destroy his current body, he could have asked the vampire lord to do it. But it was clear Harry had something else in mind. Ankara gazed at her master. He was channeling so much power that his eyes and hair had turned pure white. He was radiating with such a tremendous amount of magic that he no longer looked human. Lord Death, it's really you, Ankara whispered in awe at the incredible sight. Chapter 431. Harry held his metallic staff in front of him, gave it a twist, and watched as it began to spin on its own. When he let go, the staff continued to hover, rotating steadily in midair. Harry then began to channel his magic through the staff, constructing the most complex spell he had ever attempted. It was also the only one he had created entirely by himself, with no help from his friends. Since they all had already died by then. You know, Tom, Harry said, addressing the Dark Lord. Despite Voldemort's skeletal appearance and unnatural eyes, Harry could still see the fear within them. I created this spell just for you. It took me I don't even remember how long, and I can assure you that it wasn't easy. At the time, I didn't know about the Horcruxes, or how many you'd made. How do you, Voldemort's voice wavered. He had believed it impossible for anyone to uncover his Horcruxes. The only reason he had abandoned the Horcrux method was that splitting his soul had weakened his magic. Moreover, he had grown uneasy knowing that fragments of his soul were hidden in places he couldn't entirely control. That was why he eventually recalled all the pieces and used a different, more secure method to achieve immortality. He had sacrificed his body for this, but at the time, it had seemed worth it. Or so he had thought. Yes, I eventually learned about the Horcruxes. Unfortunately, it was too late by then, Harry said. Back in those days, the only thing I knew for certain was this: if I destroyed your soul entirely, you would die, no matter what method you had used to cheat death. That was the focus for this piece of magic. Destroying my soul. Voldemort wanted to laugh. It was impossible to destroy a soul completely. At most, it could be fragmented or damaged, but never erased. Yet the immense amount of magic coursing through Harry gave him pause. No, my soul is safe, Voldemort reassured himself, it's securely hidden in my laboratory. This body is just an empty shell. As soon as it's destroyed, I'll be free. He had to keep that belief alive. Harry seemed to read his thoughts. I know what you're thinking, Tom, how am I going to destroy something I can't even find? The staff was spinning faster now, radiating an intense aura as Harry poured more of his magic into it. While speaking, he was also constructing a complex piece of magic at the same time. Voldemort remained silent, unwilling to give Harry any information that might aid him. Harry didn't care about this and continued, that was my first dilemma, creating a method to track down souls. The air grew heavier as Harry's aura shifted. He pointed his staff at Voldemort, who was restrained by Ankara's magic. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry called out. A beam of light shot from the staff, striking Voldemort square in the chest. Voldemort flinched, expecting the end. But nothing seemed to happen at first. You failed. Voldemort's voice was tinged with disbelief. He felt no different. His soul was still intact, and his connections to it remained unbroken. He wished he could smirk right now, but as he was prepared to gloat, he noticed Harry staring at something in the sky. Curious, Voldemort followed Harry's gaze. His blood ran cold. The spell had definitely done something to him. Countless strands of light extended from his body. One strand stretched toward the horizon, while the rest ascended into a crack in the sky. At first, Voldemort didn't understand. But Harry's earlier words echoed in his mind, a method to track down souls. His eyes snapped back to the strand disappearing into the horizon. He didn't need a map to know where it led. It pointed directly to the place where his soul was stored. He had always felt its presence, always known its exact location, and that was exactly where that strand of light was going. This can't be, he can track down my soul. In his many years of study, he had never heard of a method like that. Had he done so, he would have worked on something to prevent it from happening. But now it was too late. You see it now, Tom. Harry's glowing eyes locked onto his enemy. Those lines connect to your soul. I'm now going to erase you from existence. He declared. Voldemort's gaze darted upward again, confusion and terror mingling on his face. He opened his mouth to ask about the other strands. He had not fragmented his soul this time, it should have remained whole. So what were those other ones? There were so many of them. Harry anticipated the question. In case you're wondering, those lines represent other versions of you. Many versions of you. Thanks to this spell, and the connection to the current you, I've successfully linked to all of them. You want to? Voldemort found these words hard to process. This wizard just told him that there were other versions of him and that he was going to kill them all. It was too much to process in such a short amount of time. But Harry was not going to give him any more. Voldemort did understand one thing clearly, at least he stared at Harry in disbelief. You went to such lengths just to end my existence. What did I do to earn such hatred? Creating a spell like this just to kill him and making all these preparations to end his existence. He had many enemies in the past, but none like this. Harry's gaze didn't waver. The torrent of magic flowing into his staff had ceased. The spell was complete. You took everything from me, Tom. So I'll do the same. But since you don't care about anyone but yourself, I'll take them all. Every version of Tom Riddle that exists, I will erase you from every reality. Voldemort had never been more afraid. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Wait. Just tell me what you want. I'll do anything, Yerk." "Shut up." Ankara silenced him, forcing his jaws closed. Harry put everything he had accumulated into his next and last spell. His voice sounded resolute. Exitium anime. Chapter 432. Harry's entire body was encased in a vibrant blue light that pulsed from him to the focus of his magic. The goblin-forged steel staff before him spun so fast that it became a silver blur enveloped in a glow. As Harry completed his spell, a beam of blue light shot out, striking Voldemort squarely in the chest as the Dark Lord struggled fruitlessly to break free. The light engulfed Voldemort's body, imbuing it with the same radiant brilliance. From him, the glow passed along the strands of light connected to his form. One strand stretched into the distance, while others ascended into the breach in the sky, seeking their targets across countless universes and timelines. In a secluded corner of Romania, deep underground, lay a hidden laboratory filled with Voldemort's most guarded secrets. Not even Bellatrix Lestrange, his most loyal follower, was aware of its existence or location. Beneath this fortress of secrecy, secured behind 9 powerful seals, rested the Dark Lord's most precious possession, a phylactery. Encased in a metal shell and further protected by a crystal enclosure, the phylactery housed a green, glowing substance, Voldemort's soul, the anchor of his immortality. Now, a string of pure magic was tethered to it. The string glowed with a menacing blue hue, signaling the impending destruction of the soul trapped within. The soul quivered, aware of its doom, but powerless to act. The phylactery was a prison, and a new connection could only form after the previous one was broken. The magical string grew brighter and brighter. The light burned through the soul as it let out a silent scream, trapped within its confines until it was utterly extinguished. Across the infinite expanse of existence, countless versions of Tom Marvolo Riddle crumbled and died as their soul strings were severed. In every timeline, in every universe, Voldemort was being erased. The process was complex and arduous, yet to the observers, it happened in an instant. All they saw was Harry summoning his magic, followed by a flash of light that spread out in a shockwave, pushing everything back. In Ankara's grasp, Voldemort's soulless body disintegrated into dust, leaving behind only his wand and robes as remnants of his existence. Harry's metallic staff exploded into dozens of fragments, its crystals shattering into countless shards. Despite its masterful craftsmanship, even this artifact could not withstand the immense surge of magic Harry had channeled through it. But the staff had not borne the strain alone, it had first passed through Harry himself. Harry's body, unique in its ability to channel vast amounts of magic, had always set him apart. This quality, enhanced by his role as the Master of Death, allowed him to wield the 9 Arcstones array, a power that would have obliterated most wizards on the spot. Yet, this time, even he had pushed himself too far. As the spell completed, Harry's knees buckled, and he collapsed. He had not only drained Hogwarts' magical reserves but also his own. The strain left its mark. His eyes had lost all pigment, turning a ghostly pale, with barely visible pupils. His hair was now a pristine white, surpassing even Dumbledore's in its brilliance. Master! Ankara, recovering from the shockwave, rushed forward to catch him. Harry! Lily and James cried out in unison, their voices filled with anguish as they saw their son's condition. Even Luna, typically calm and composed, looked stricken. I cannot see his magic at all, her voice sounded panicked. From the stands, Daphne leaped forward, her wand drawn, and sprinted toward them. The protective charms around the arena had faded, and their power drained along with the castle's reserves. Pointing her wand at Ankara, who held Harry in her arms, Daphne shouted, "Get your hands off him." The vampire lord glanced at the girl with her amber eyes, a faint smile curling her lips. She didn't see Daphne as a threat. Calm down, girl. You know I'm incapable of harming him. Daphne's frustration boiled over. Just give him to me. Ankara's gaze hardened, her tone shifting to a sharper edge. I don't take orders from you. Despite the fear that gripped her, Daphne stood firm, clenching her teeth. After a tense moment, Ankara's smile returned, and the oppressive aura dissipated. I see why he chose you here, take him. She handed Harry's limp body to Daphne, who cradled him as if afraid he might break. Looking down at his pale face, Daphne's voice trembled. Is he? She couldn't finish the question. He is alive, but barely. Ankara glanced at the jewels. There was a strand of magic that remained inside those things, she shrugged. But don't ask me about it. I don't know much about your wizard toys. Harry. My boy. James and Lily arrived at Daphne's side. I should take my leave now, Ankara said, turning to gather her kin. I have one final order to fulfill. Before disappearing, she glanced back. Take care of him. Even from afar, he will always be my master. And with that, the vampires vanished into the night. Harry, please, open your eyes. Lily begged, tears streaming down her face. Is he? James asked, his voice quaking with fear. He's still alive, Daphne reassured them, though her own voice was shaky. We need to get him to a healer. Keep him there. The group turned to see Madame Pomfrey rushing toward them, followed closely by Professor McGonagall and other Hogwarts staff. Daphne looked back at Harry's unconscious face, her heart heavy. You're going to be fine, I promise. Chapter 433. 1 week later, Hogwarts halls. Ah! Be careful, you duffer. Filch screamed, clinging desperately to a rope dangling from the 3rd floor. On the other end of the rope was none other than Hagrid, his massive hands gripping it tightly. Just hold still. You're going to fall if you keep wiggling like that. The giant tried to stabilize the rope, but Filch's panicked flailing only made it swing more wildly, much like a pendulum. A crowd of students gathered below, some pointing and laughing at the spectacle, while others watched in horror. There's no way I'm using a rope to get to class, Parvati huffed, crossing her arms in defiance at the mere thought of doing that. Lavender glanced at the stationary staircases. The moving staircases, along with much of Hogwarts magic, had ceased functioning since the battle by the Black Lake a week ago, making it very difficult to move around the castle. Maybe we shouldn't have come back so soon, Lavender said, gesturing toward the precarious scene. I mean, we can't even get to class properly. This rope and pulley contraption Hagrid had devised wasn't looking very promising. No way. Hermione exclaimed, her face set with determination. We've already lost an entire week of classes. The tournament disrupted enough of the term, I refuse to fall further behind. I'll climb that rope 100 times if I have to. Let me help secure it. She made an attempt to lower herself off the edge. Are you mad? Parvati and Lavender held Hermione back, preventing her from joining Hagrid. Several sets of footsteps approached. Yikes, what are they doing? Ginny frowned, taking in the scene. A rope to get to class. Really? Lyra raised an eyebrow. The castle's magic should recover eventually, Luna chimed in, her dreamy tone calm as ever. But how long will that take? Astoria asked, glancing nervously at the swaying rope. Daphne stepped closer to the edge, her sharp eyes scanning the chaos. Harry said it would take at least a month before the castle returns to normal. A month? Hermione exclaimed, overhearing Daphne's comment. We need to find another way to get to class. I'm willing to ride a flying broom if that is what it takes. Daphne knelt and tapped her wand against the stone floor. There's always another way. The ground shuddered, and suddenly, tall stone columns rose from each floor before collapsing forward to bridge the gaps between levels. They flattened and transformed into sturdy ramps. Daphne continued her transfiguration, sculpting the ramps into proper staircases with firm handrails on each side. Blimey! Are you seeing this? Ron gawked at the newly formed stairs. Yeah, and now we can get to class, Seamus muttered, clearly less enthused. Oh, Ron's face fell as the realization sank in. Right. No more free days, huh? We just had an entire week off, come on. Neville pointed out, wondering why his friends even bothered coming back to school. That was amazing. Ginny cheered. Yeah, Lyra added, giving Daphne a nod. Your transfiguration has improved a lot. Very impressive indeed. The familiar voice of the headmaster interrupted their conversation, accompanied by the gentle tap of his left hand against his tunic. Apologies, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. I would have liked to clap, but this is the best I can manage at the moment. Headmaster. Daphne stood and dusted off her robes. I thought you were still in the infirmary. I've had quite enough of Madame Pomfrey's supervision, Dumbledore replied. I was released yesterday. It's good to walk these halls again. His right sleeve hung empty, the arm lost during the battle. So, that arm is not coming back, huh? Luna pointed at where the headmaster's right arm used to be. Now there was only an empty sleeve hanging down. Luna. Lyra hissed in horror. Have some tact. The bluntness hung in the air for a moment, but Dumbledore only chuckled softly. He was used to Luna's peculiarities. I'm afraid not. The wound was caused by a very dangerous spell that I used in a time of need. His expression became serious as he looked at them. Let this be served as a cautionary tale. Magic should not be taken lightly. Powerful spells can have equally powerful consequences. The group nodded solemnly. What Dumbledore didn't share was that his arm could, in theory, be regenerated. However, the process would be excruciating and lengthy, something he had no interest in enduring at his age. He intended to retire once the school stabilized, confident that Professor McGonagall was ready to take over. Headmaster. Dumbledore's thoughts were interrupted by Daphne. Yes, Miss Greengrass. I didn't mean to overstep, she said, motioning to the stairs. Was it okay for me to? Dumbledore raised a hand, his expression kind. Perfectly fine. In fact, I came here to do the same thing, though I'm still getting used to performing magic with my left hand. So it's likely a good thing that you did it in my stead. Oh, okay. Relief washed over Daphne's face. Dumbledore turned to the gathered students. Well? What are you waiting for? You have new stairs now, off to class. Ugh, bummer, Ron groaned as the students began making their way up the steps. Headmaster. Daphne called again as the headmaster was about to leave. He paused, his eyes twinkling. Yes. Tomorrow is Saturday, so, Daphne hesitated. You want permission to visit him? Dumbledore finished for her. She nodded. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. I suppose we can make an exception, given your contributions to the school's safety. Do you need access to the FLU network? Moody has assured me it's secure again. No need, Daphne said. Ah, right. You already know how to operate. Just be discreet about it, you don't have a license yet. Thank you, sir, Daphne said gratefully. What the headmaster didn't know yet was that Daphne could have operated away from the castle, even if the wards were functioning at full force. Chapter 434. In the afternoon, Ginny and Lyra made their way into the dungeons for their last class of the day. Ugh, not looking forward to this one, Lyra grumbled, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Ginny gave her a side eye. I still don't understand your dislike for potions. Professor Snape never treats you badly, and you're actually decent at brewing. Lyra shrugged with a dramatic sigh. It's just boring. All you do is stare at a cauldron. I'd rather be in Dada, where I can actually throw spells around. She waved her hands as if casting imaginary hexes. Ginny rolled her eyes. After all the chaos they'd experienced in the past few years, she couldn't believe Lyra wanted more excitement. You're not planning on becoming an Auror like your dad, are you? She asked, curious about her friend's career aspirations. Lyra tilted her head, considering. Maybe I am, that sounds like an exciting job, you know, dot. Ginny gave a knowing smirk. Then you might want to pay attention in potions. You need ANTHEW in it to qualify for that position. Lyra frowned, muttering something under her breath. Changing the subject, Ginny asked, say, when do you think your brother's coming back? I have no idea, Lyra admitted, her tone softening. He didn't look great when I last saw him. Honestly, he might not come back this year. She glanced at the ground, her voice quieter now. Maybe I should send Mum a letter, ask how things are going. Their conversation ended as they entered the classroom and froze. I don't think you need a letter. Ginny stared at the person sitting at the teacher's desk. Mum. Lyra nearly shouted, staring at the person seated on the other side of the classroom. Lily Potter looked up with a bright smile. Hey, sweetie. Come sit at the front. I want to keep an eye on you. She lifted a finger, her expression growing serious. And remember, while we're at school, it's Professor Potter. Excuse me, but where is Professor Snape? A Slytherin student asked hesitantly. Lily waited until all the students had settled into their seats before addressing the class. All right, are we all here? Good. Now, to answer your question from earlier, Professor Snape has officially retired. A wave of whispers and murmurs erupted through the room. Enough chatter. Lily said firmly, her voice cutting through the noise. I will be your potions professor for the remainder of the year, or until the headmaster finds someone more permanent. A Gryffindor student raised their hand. Excuse me, Professor Potter, but why did he leave? Shoo, who cares? A boy next to him tried to shut him up. Lily's expression softened slightly. Well, he decided it was time to step away from teaching and spend some time traveling the world with his new companion. New companion? You don't mean? Professor Snape got a girlfriend? The class erupted in murmurs coming mostly from the Gryffindor side. The Slytherins were mostly in disbelief. That doesn't sound like Professor Snape at all, a skeptical Slytherin student muttered. Yeah, he wouldn't leave without saying anything. Another student added. Lily merely shrugged. You're welcome to ask someone else if you don't believe me. Now, let's get to work. Ministry of Magic. This is too sudden, Kingsley Shacklebolt muttered while pacing around the room. James Potter leaned against a desk with his arms crossed. Of course it's sudden. But the nation needs proper leadership, and they chose you. Kingsley shook his head. The ICW chose me, not the citizens of magical Britain. James pushed off the desk and placed a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. There wasn't time for an election, and after everything, I'm sure people will understand. Besides, you're one of the heroes of Hogsmeade. They would have voted for you in a heartbeat if given the chance. Kingsley's expression darkened. Please don't call me that. He sighed heavily. Dumbledore did most of the work, and he paid the highest price. James nodded solemnly. I know Dumbledore well enough to say he'd never take this position. The ICW likely thought the same. Kingsley's pacing slowed. The chaos left in Voldemort's wake had all but dismantled the ministry. Many officials had fled, been detained, or worse. The ICW's intervention had been swift, ensuring a complete purge of Voldemort's influence from the government. A fresh start was imperative afterward, and a new government had to be formed, starting with a new Minister of Magic. Look, James continued, this country needs a good, honest leader for a change. The people deserve it. Don't you think so? Kingsley stopped pacing and sat heavily in a chair, his face lined with weariness. After a long pause, he finally said, very well. I'll accept the position of Minister for Magic. James started to speak, but Kingsley cut him off, pointing a finger at him. But, Kingsley said firmly. I want you by my side. James blinked in surprise. You know I'm married, right? Kingsley raised an eyebrow. Very funny. But that's not what I meant. With Lady Bones gone, we need a new head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I can't think of anyone better than you for the job. Will you take it? James hesitated, the weight of the offer settling on him. After a moment, he smiled faintly. How could I say no to that? Chapter 435. March 6th. Someone appeared at the front of the Potter mansion with a loud cracking noise. She could have appeared inside the house, but it just didn't seem polite, so she waited at the door. Her presence must have already been noted. It took only a few seconds before the door opened, and she was greeted by a bubbly house elf. "Welcome, Miss Daphne." "Thanks, Mipsy. How are things going here?" "Well, Miss Holly is getting a bit restless now that both Mistress and Master Potter are working out of the house." The elf looked a bit troubled while saying that. "Yes, I can imagine that," Daphne responded. The youngest Potter child was a ball of energy. "Isn't Victoria keeping her company?" The elf shook her head. "Miss Victoria is also outside. She mentioned having some business at the ministry." "I see." Daphne knew a bit more about that topic. She recalled having heard that Victoria was starting the legal process to reclaim the title of Lady Black. Proving her claim to that ancient wizarding house was not going to be easy, especially now that the magical government was being reconstructed from scratch, not to mention that she came from an alternative world. Even with the help of James Potter, it would take her a while, perhaps years. But it wasn't like she had much else to do at the moment. Victoria had already decided not to return to Hogwarts and would instead finish her education studying on her own. She told Daphne that it would feel too strange to attend school again and be surrounded by alternate versions of her friends who knew nothing of her. That comment reminded Daphne of how Harry must have felt when he began attending school for the second time. "And how is he?" Daphne finally asked what she really wanted to know. Mipsy sighed. "Still hasn't left his room. Spends most of the time lying in bed. But he looks a bit better." Daphne nodded. This did not come as a surprise. "I would like to see him." "Of course." The house elf escorted her to Harry's room. Once they arrived, Mipsy turned to her. "I will leave you alone. Would you like me to prepare something?" "Some tea would be nice," Daphne told the elf, who then went away. She stood there for a moment, looking at the door handle. Once she gathered the will to continue, she gave the door a soft knock. "Come in, Daphne." Harry's voice was clearly heard. "Looks like you haven't lost all your abilities," she said as she walked inside. As Mipsy had said, Harry was resting on his bed with a book on his lap. He raised an eyebrow at her comment. "And who said that I lost any of my abilities?" Daphne ignored the question. Everyone had assumed that after seeing him like this. "You look better," Daphne commented. It was an honest remark too. His hair had gone from pure white to a healthier silver tone, and his eyes no longer looked devoid of life. His irises had turned to a pale blue, but at least he looked more human now. "I have the appearance of an old man," Harry huffed. "I was even compared to Dumbledore." Daphne chuckled at this. "I can see why." "Yes, he also found it amusing," Harry added. Daphne walked closer and sat on the bed. "I'm surprised Holly isn't here, begging for you to play with her." "She was here earlier, we played Exploding Snap for a while," Harry told her. At the mention of that game, Daphne gave the room a quick scan and noticed the burned curtains. "I see. Dobby is keeping her company now," he then said. "That sounds even more dangerous than playing that game with you," Daphne said. Her eyes then went to an object resting on Harry's desk. It was a glass vial with some metallic shards inside, as well as a few pieces of a green crystal. "Is that?" Harry followed her gaze to know what she was referring to. "That's what's left of my staff, yes. I never knew goblin steel could shatter like that. It's supposed to be nearly indestructible. I doubt anyone had ever channeled so much magic through that material before, to test that theory." "Nothing is indestructible in the end," Harry suggested. "I suppose not, but who collected them?" Daphne was sure that Harry had not set foot on Hogwarts after the battle. Much less to peruse over the remains of the battle. "Professor Dumbledore brought me that. But the interesting part is that it was Snape who made the effort to find all those pieces and put them inside a vial." "Professor Snape did?" Daphne found that truly surprising. The man's dislike for all things Potter was not exactly a secret. The only ones somewhat immune to that, were his mother to some extent, his sister Lyra. "I suppose it was his way to say thanks without actually having to say the words to me. I doubt he is capable of such a feat, to be honest." Daphne had to agree on that one. "I'm sure he's much happier now that he doesn't have the threat of the Dark Lord hanging over him." She had a brief taste of that, but Snape had been like that for almost 2 decades. "From what I've heard, he disappeared along with Lady Malfoy after emptying his vault, so I bet he's more than happy right now," Harry said with a tinge of amusement in his voice. "Well," Daphne made a complicated expression. She'd rather not imagine her old potions professor and Draco's mother together. "I hope he has some peace. He's earned it." After a moment of silence, she looked at Harry again. "And what about you? How are you feeling?" Harry shrugged. I'm fine. He was just tired of people asking that question. Yes, you look fantastic, Daphne said with a deadpan expression. Are you planning on coming back to school? Everyone is asking about you. I have no need to return there. My mission is complete, Harry said calmly. Daphne frowned. Her body tensed up at the mention of his mission. But that's not what you wanted to ask me, is it? Harry said. When? Daphne finally asked with a serious face. Harry smiled softly. I don't have a specific date, but it must be before the last tournament task. Daphne gasped. That's only 3 months from now. Chapter 436. Why so soon? Daphne exclaimed. I thought that maybe, she hoped it was still a few years away, at least. I cannot risk another convergence occurring. The next one could be the last. Harry had already explained the basics of it so she would understand how dangerous it was to wait any longer. But the Dark Lord is no longer here, how could another one occur? She asked. But I am here, he told her. I am the main cause of all this. Now that the world is free from Voldemort's threat, I could ruin everything, just because I wanted to stay a bit longer. I can't do that. Daphne could tell how determined he was by a simple glance at his eyes. Nothing she said was going to change his mind. You knew this day was going to come, Harry reminded her of the conversation they already had. I know. Daphne had to push her clemency to keep her emotions under control. Have you told your family? Harry shook his head. I was planning on telling them the day before or so. If I tell them now, they'll waste all their time trying to find an alternative way to solve this thing. Maybe No. Harry interrupted her immediately with a firm tone. I already looked into it. And so did Dumbledore and Professor Silverbell. There is no way the three of us could have missed something that my family could figure out in this short amount of time. Daphne stood up with a flushed face. So that's it, then. She yelled. You're going to die just like that. After everything we went through. Her clemency shields were unable to contain the rush of emotions she was feeling right now. Daphne, calm down. Harry spoke in a soothing tone. This is the only way for everyone to have a future. Is a small sacrifice for the greater good. Don't give me that. I don't want to hear it. She rushed out of his room. Even if he wanted to, Harry was unable to follow her. His magic had recovered from the exhaustion, but his muscles and bones had been severely damaged under all the pressure he put them through. Even with the medicine he had been given, it would take him another week before he could walk. He saw Daphne slam the door on her way out and could hear her run through the corridor and away from his room. This is also why I don't want to tell them, Harry sighed. He would really like to not have this conversation again with his parents. In the 4 years he had lived in this world, he had grown attached to this version of his family. After all, it was the only version he knew. But even when he learned that he could not remain here forever, he still felt happy to have met them. Now that his mission was over, he had no more qualms about leaving this world. Okay, maybe I do have just one. He heard a cracking noise and felt Daphne's magical signature disappear. Sorry, Daphne. The door opened, and a panicked Dobby came inside, soon followed by Mipsy and Holly. Master Potter Harry, sir, is in danger. Dobby exclaimed while looking around for threats. Danger? Holly pulled out her toy wand and waved it around. Master Harry, are you okay? Mipsy asked. We heard a loud commotion. I can't wait to get out of this bed, Harry thought. He had hoped for some peace at home, but that obviously was not happening. Knock, knock. Come in, Lily Potter said when she heard someone knock on the door of her office. It had only been a few days since she began teaching potions, but she had already received a large number of visits. Apparently, a lot of students had doubts about the subject but hadn't dared to ask Professor Snape, so their questions had been accumulating. Daphne? She was surprised to see who was visiting her this time. The blonde girl was one of the best potion students in the entire school, so it was unlikely she had any doubts about the homework she had given. Sorry to bother you, but we need to talk about something important. Daphne's expression was more serious than usual. She had been thinking about this the entire weekend, but now she had finally made a decision and there was no time to waste. Lily smiled. You never bother me. And you're also my first visit from Slytherin. I have the feeling the rest of the house is avoiding me. Daphne stared at her for a moment. That's because they are. Why, though? Is it because I'm a Gryffindor? Lily asked. Daphne stopped before her desk. It's because you're Harry's mother. Are they afraid of him? Lily asked. Of course. To be fair, most seniors were already somewhat afraid of him, even before what happened that day, but the Slytherins have more reason for that. Most of their families had ties with the Dark Lord. The war may be over, but I'm sure that most of them were forced to help that monster. Harry would never hurt them without reason. Lily frowned. She didn't like people seeing her son as if he were a dangerous wild beast who would attack for no reason. I know that as well as you, but most don't really understand Harry that well. He is not exactly very open about himself. They just know what he can do with his magic, and that scares them, Daphne explained. That's... Forget it, Daphne told her. You cannot change the way they think. Eventually, they'll realize. Right? Lily stared at her for a moment. You know, Daphne, you're very mature for your age. When I talk with you, I sometimes forget how young you are. Thank you. She wasn't sure if Lily meant it as a compliment or if she was just saying she was strange. Oh, but you came here because you needed to talk about something, right? You said it was important. Please, sit down and tell me. Daphne nodded and sat in front of Lily. There is something I need. Sure, what is it? If there's anything I can do for you, I'll be happy to help, Lily responded with a warm smile. A while ago, I visited your family library. You were reading an ancient book that contained some rituals. Ah, I remember that one. We found it inside the family vault, Lily said. Wait, you're not planning on performing a ritual, right? Those are very dangerous. Trust me, I know, Daphne said. But there's one in particular that I need from there. It's called the Eternal Bond Ritual. Eternal Bond, Lily racked her brain, trying to recall the contents of that ritual. That was a soul-binding ritual of sorts. Yes, I want to use it. Lily's face grew serious. I'm assuming you intend to use it with Harry. A ritual like that was only meant to be used by older couples, where one of them might die at any moment, but they wanted their souls to remain together until the end. In a way, it was similar to how Voldemort had tied his soul to the mortal realm, but this ritual required something the Dark Lord could never possess: love. Lily knew that her son and Daphne had grown very close, but Harry and Daphne were still so young, and neither of them was in imminent danger of dying. If you're worried about Harry's condition, I assure you it's not his condition that worries me. Daphne interrupted her, already knowing what Lily was thinking. Then what is it? What could you possibly need a ritual like that for? Unless you can give me a valid reason, I cannot lend you that book. Lily's tone was firm. Daphne leaned back in her chair. She had already reckoned that the conversation would end up here and had prepared herself for it. I hope you don't have any appointments because this is going to take a while to explain. Chapter 437. An Order of Merlin? Harry asked. First class. James stated with a wide grin. It's the highest honor that the Wiesengemot can award, Lily added. Not that I expect anything less after what you did. She said with a happy tone. Harry furrowed his silver eyebrows. He didn't like public appearances. His father, James, noticed his look and immediately knew what he was thinking. Come on. The citizens of magical Britain want to see their hero getting recognized. Even the newspapers are pushing for it. Fine, Harry eventually relented to his father's wish. It had been a week since Daphne's visit, and he was finally recovered enough to walk around, although he still needed the assistance of a cane to do so. Both his parents had come home to celebrate. Holly and Victoria were also at home, but Lyra couldn't return until the end of the year, so she had to stay at school. He hadn't heard from Daphne all week, but after thinking about it, Harry considered this a good thing. Staying in touch would only make things more difficult when he had to leave. He noticed his mother giving him some strange looks, but before he could ask what they were about, his father jumped at him with the whole award ceremony idea. Great! James exclaimed. The award ceremony will take place in 2 weeks at Hogwarts. Wait, why at Hogwarts? The Wiesengemot Council is the one giving the award, Harry said. They thought it would be appropriate since you're still a student and Dumbledore is the headmaster. James then realized something. Oh, I guess I forgot to mention, but Dumbledore is also getting an award. It would make more sense if you were actually attending classes, Lily told Harry. Speaking of, when do you think you'll be recovered enough to return? You're missing my wonderful lessons. Yeah, you should take advantage while you can. Who knows what kind of old fogey will be teaching next year, James added. Feeling the stares of his parents, Harry knew he had to say something. But he couldn't just tell them there was no point in going back since he didn't plan to live much longer. I guess after the awards I'll stay, Harry finally responded. Enduring a few weeks of classes was preferable to the alternative. That's wonderful, Lily said with a smile. That reminds me, she turned to look at Victoria. Victoria scowled. I've already talked about this. I have no intention of going back there. I'll finish my education independently and take the test when I'm of age. Lily was clearly unhappy with that answer, but they had already discussed it, and there was no changing Victoria's mind. What about me? I want to go to school. Holly pouted. I'm bored here. Lily gave her youngest daughter a patient smile. My love, you'll go to Hogwarts when it's time. You still have 2 more years to wait. But I want to learn magic, she said. Can Harry teach me? You don't even have a wand yet, James interjected. You need to be a bit patient. Holly looked between Harry and her mother. Can Harry teach me in 2 years, then? Lily froze for a moment. Her eyes darted to Harry and quickly moved away. I mean sure. He can teach you then. Still 2 years, Holly sighed. You know, I could give Holly a few lessons in runes, or even some basic potions. Those aren't dangerous and don't require a wand, Victoria suggested. You know. That's not a bad idea, James agreed. Are you sure? Lily asked. I know you're busy with the inheritance process. I can make some time for Holly, Victoria said, patting the little girl's head. Yes. Holly exclaimed with joy. The next 2 weeks passed in a flash. Harry spent his time in his study, where he finally finished writing the new family grimoire. He added a few extra things, like the formula for creating the magicite alloy he used for his jewelry. This was mostly for Victoria, as she was the most qualified to put it to good use. But who knows what the future of his family might look like. Perhaps another rune master would appear generations from now and use it as well. Before leaving, he set the broken pieces of his jewelry in a drawer at his desk. He could have asked Victoria to help him make new ones, but he had no use for them anymore. The day of his return arrived, so after saying his goodbyes, he walked out to the garden and operated away. He chose to arrive at the giant doors of the Great Hall. He noted they were already closed, meaning that the ceremony had started. Oops, I'm a bit late, he muttered. Someone was speaking loudly, announcing Dumbledore's award. Harry placed a hand on one of the giant doors and pushed it open with little effort. Now that his body had completely recovered, such a feat was easy. The speaker stopped mid-speech, and everyone in the hall turned to see who had opened the doors. Finally. Our other guest of honor has arrived. Harry recognized the speaker. It was none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt. Former Auror, member of the Order of the Phoenix, and now, the new Minister of Magic. The hall erupted in murmurs as people recognized him. His month-long absence had only fueled the rumors about him, and at this point, he was the most talked-about topic in the school. The minister had to make an effort to calm the audience. Please, Mr. Potter, why don't you come this way? Shacklebolt gestured toward an empty chair next to Dumbledore. Now we can properly commence this ceremony, he declared. Chapter 438. As Harry was passing by the Gryffindor table, his sister Lyra stopped him. Harry. By Merlin, you look normal again, she exclaimed. Harry had no doubt she was referring to his hair and eyes, which had now returned to their usual colors. I assure you that Merlin had nothing to do with that, thanks, he responded. So you're completely recovered now? Lyra asked. Harry noticed the serious concern in her eyes and tried to offer a reassuring smile. Yes, I feel great. Of course, his current appearance was nothing more than a magical alteration. There was no way to regain what had been lost, but it was very simple for him to change a few of his physical features. You look very elegant too, Ginny added while eyeing his robes. Harry nodded. Thank you, Ginny. He wasn't a fan of these types of ceremonies, but he had at least put in the effort to look presentable. After being called by the minister once more, he had no choice but to continue moving toward the podium. He heard a loud rumble of thunder and glanced upward. The enchanted ceiling was working once more. As he had predicted, most of Hogwarts' functions had returned. Still, he knew it would take several decades for the massive Arkstone to fully recover the magic he had taken. The school only used a small fraction of its power on a daily basis, but Harry had pushed the magical castle to its limits. Sorry, he apologized again, uncertain if the castle could truly sense his remorse. But he still felt that what he did was necessary. Greetings, Harry. Come sit by my side, Dumbledore greeted him and gestured to the chair next to him. Hello, Professor. After sitting down, Harry briefly inquired about Dumbledore's injuries. I feel completely recovered and happy to be back doing some work. And I'm elated to see that you are much better as well, Dumbledore replied. Today, we are gathered here to honor 2 incredible wizards. Minister Shacklebolt's voice resounded across the Great Hall, followed by a round of applause. Harry took the opportunity to look around. The professors were seated in their usual places, but an extra table had been added for the ministry guests. Other than his parents, there were familiar faces such as Alastair Moody, who looked distinctly uncomfortable and out of place in elegant robes. Remus sat next to James, and several other members of the Order of the Phoenix were present. Molly and Arthur Weasley waved at Harry. Several members of the Wisengamot were also in attendance, as they had voted to grant the awards. Harry wasn't sure of the council's current size, as many had likely died during the battle. Their family members might have filled the vacant seats, though they were probably reluctant to attend a ceremony honoring the person who had killed their former patriarchs. He did spot the Lord and Lady of the Greengrass family, who offered him a polite greeting. For his bravery in the face of adversity and his sacrifice to protect the village of Hogsmeade, the minister signaled his assistant to present a medal to Dumbledore. "I wish to present Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore with the Order of Merlin, First Class." The audience clapped and cheered as the headmaster accepted the award. And now, the minister glanced at Harry. "To the wizard who accomplished the impossible. The one who defeated the terrorist known as Tom Riddle, or by his self-styled name Lord Voldemort." The minister's bold statement provoked mixed reactions. Referring to the Dark Lord by both his true name and alias was startling to many. This was a deliberate choice by Shacklebottle to help remove the almost godlike status that people had given Voldemort in their minds. It was a reminder that, at the end of the day, the Dark Lord was just a mortal being like everyone else, no matter how much he liked to say the opposite. Some were offended by the minister's words, as they saw them as disrespectful, but most were still afraid of Voldemort's name. Despite the large number of witnesses, few truly understood the finality of what Harry had done. Many still believed Voldemort might return someday with a new army of undead. It would take a long time for the fear of that monster to fade from people's minds. Minister Shacklebolt continued his speech, listing Harry's accomplishments in saving the school, its occupants, and also destroying the army of the dead Voldemort had summoned. "I wish there was a higher honor I could bestow upon you, Mr. Potter, because I fear this one is insufficient for your deeds." The minister signaled his assistant to present the medal. "But please, accept this Order of Merlin, First Class, for now," Shacklebolt said. Harry allowed the medal to be placed around his neck and nodded in acknowledgement. The audience erupted in cheers. "Yeah, Harry!" Lavender yelled. "That's my brother!" Lyra screamed. The ceremony concluded with a lengthy speech from the new minister about the future of magical Britain and what lay ahead. Once it ended, dinner was served by the house elves, and everyone began to eat. Harry was seated at the teacher's table next to the headmaster for the occasion. Several professors mentioned how they looked forward to having him back in class. But Harry was only half listening. His attention was elsewhere. His eyes moved to the Slytherin table. Despite the absence of many students, the table was filled with guest students from Durmstrang and parents attending the ceremony. But among the crowd, he couldn't find the one he was searching for. Daphne was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 439. Once things calmed down and dinner was nearly over, Harry took the first chance he got to excuse himself from the hall. After leaving the busy room, he decided to take a walk through the empty corridors of the castle to clear his mind a bit. As he wandered, he couldn't help but think about Daphne. They hadn't talked again since the day she stormed out of his house. At first, he had been somewhat relieved that she decided to distance herself from him before he went away. But this time without her had also allowed him to acknowledge how much he had been depending on her company as of late. Without realizing it, that girl had become his closest friend and confidant. She was the only one he trusted with many of his deepest secrets and the only one he relied on to protect Hogwarts during his absence. He didn't count the Vampire Lord because she was a slave to the contract they made. So, no trust was necessary there. Harry stopped for a moment and looked out of the window. Tonight was a moonless night, so there wasn't much to see out there. Still, he lingered a bit longer. Daphne's absence tonight had forced him to acknowledge that he missed her company. "I want to see her, but that would be selfish. If she wanted to distance herself from him, that was for the best." "There you are," a very familiar voice came from his side. "Huh?" Harry looked in surprise at the figure of the girl he had just been thinking about. Daphne was wearing her school uniform. While staring at him, she was also breathing with difficulty, like she had been running for a while. "The elves told me you left the hall, but they didn't say where you went after that. It took me a while to find you." "You were looking for me?" "I mean, if you wanted to see me, you could have attended the event," Harry responded, still feeling a bit confused. "I hate those events," Daphne scoffed. "Besides, I wanted to speak with you in private, not in the middle of the Great Hall, surrounded by all those people." "I see," he had no idea what she wanted to talk about and could only hope she wasn't about to start yelling at him again. After recovering her breath, Daphne took a moment to observe him. "You look much better now." Did you use transfiguration to change the color of your hair and eyes? I did. Harry noted that she immediately realized he had used magic to restore his usual look, rather than recovering naturally. What did you want to talk about? Not here. Daphne moved closer and grabbed his hand before guiding him away. Let's go somewhere more private. Harry didn't try to resist her pull and simply let her lead him. Oh, here. After walking for several more minutes, Harry recognized the corridor they were in. Between the third and the sixth floors was where one would usually find the trophy room. From there, if one turned to the right, there was a long corridor with several doors along it. The students knew that these doors were always locked, and many had theories about their contents. The safe room, we haven't been here in years, Harry pointed out. This was the room he had opened one day while escaping from Filch and his cat. He and Daphne had used it afterward for their secret meetings since, other than the professors, Harry was the only one who could open the door, or at least, that's how it used to be. Daphne placed her hand on the handle and gave it a twist. The door immediately unlocked and opened. Let's go, she urged him inside. Since the day she accompanied him to the castle foundations to learn more about the golems, Daphne seemed to have formed a bond with them, and with the rest of the castle. In a way, Hogwarts was like a gigantic magical artifact that would only respond to those who had a bond with it. And somehow, she had formed one. Harry never thought much about it since he had a lot on his mind at the time, preparing for Voldemort's arrival and all that. But it was truly curious. He knew why he had a bond with the castle, but Daphne remained a mystery. She closed the door and looked around. This should be private enough. Harry heard Daphne groan and noticed she was staring at a corner of the room. What is it? I don't know. I suddenly felt my stomach turn. It took him a moment to understand the reason. Despite being destroyed during his fight with that hired assassin in his first year, the room was currently in pristine condition, and the elves had kept it completely clean. Nothing was broken, and there were no foul smells. But Harry then recalled the reason he stopped using this room. His eyes went to the fireplace. That was where he had once hidden the rotting body of the man who had pretended to be a professor to kill Neville. Daphne had been using the secret exit behind the fireplace and found it after one of their meetings. Right, I did obliviate her that day. Harry concluded that despite her memories of the event being gone, the feeling of disgust must have remained on a subconscious level. We could go somewhere else, Harry suggested. Daphne shook her head, trying to shake off the unpleasant sensation. No, I'm okay. And this is too important. Something important? To be honest, I thought you were still mad at me, Harry said. She turned to look at him. I'm still kind of mad, but that's not what I wanted to ask you now. I see. Well, I'm listening, Harry told her. Daphne got closer to him and stared into his eyes with a serious expression. Harry James Potter, will you marry me? Harry blinked a few times. Huh. Chapter 440. Daphne chuckled. Maybe I should explain that better. Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, I would very much like that. Here. She pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Harry sat down and read the contents of the sheet. A soul bonding ritual. He glanced at her. What is this all about? She sat down next to him. I'm coming with you. Harry stared at her in silence for a moment. Do you even understand what you're saying? Do you even know where I'm going? I don't know, and I don't care, she huffed. I want us to stay together. That's what I've been doing these past weeks, researching this ritual and gathering all the necessary ingredients. Harry shook his head. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Wait, I remember this ritual. This came from my family vault. He turned to glance at her. Are my parents involved in this? Daphne looked a bit guilty. Only your mother. I needed her help, so I had to give her an explanation. I'm sorry. I know you wanted to keep it a secret for a bit longer. That explained the looks he had been receiving from his mother for the last few days. Forget about that, I don't care, but why didn't she try to change your mind about this madness? She tried, but I'm determined. Daphne leaned closer. Do you not want me at your side? I don't want you to die. This is ridiculous. Harry stood up from the couch. I have a good reason to go. If I don't, this world and many others won't last much longer. But you have your whole life ahead of you. I also have a good reason. Daphne stood up. Harry, I love you. He took a step back. This is where your mother gave up on convincing me, Daphne said. But what about you, Harry? What do you feel about me? Because if it's not the same, then you're right, and I shouldn't be doing this. Daphne, Harry muttered her name. It's easy. Just tell me that you don't love me, and I'll give up this plan, Daphne said with a firm tone. Tell me to my face that you don't want me. Harry took a long breath. Fine, I don't want you. Daphne's expression didn't change one bit. That's a lie. What? You said only if you truly meant it. Daphne snapped. How do you even know that I'm lying? He asked. I can always tell when you're lying. You're terrible at it, Daphne exclaimed. I'm not. My acclimacy is T. You're terrible at lying to me, she interrupted him. Harry sighed. Okay. Tell me the truth, Daphne demanded. You owe me at least that. You know, maybe I didn't realize it until tonight, but I think I do love you. That's why. Harry's wand appeared in his right hand. I can't let you do this. Daphne didn't move or try to take her own wand out. She just continued to look at him. And what? Are you going to use the Imperio's curse? Because I might resist that. Or maybe an obliviate. I might break that too, she said, pointing at the fireplace. Just like I remember finding that disgusting corpse in there during my first year. Harry looked shocked. You remember that? Since when? A while ago. I told you, Harry. You can't lie to me. Still Harry clutched his wand. So you'll take that decision away from me? Will you force your will on me? Daphne asked. Harry frowned. That's not a fair thing to say. That's not a fair thing to do, Daphne shot back. She then walked closer, but Harry didn't fire a spell at her. She gently moved his wand aside and wrapped her arms around his neck. I love you, and you love me back. Wherever you're going, I'm going with you. Whatever happens afterward, we'll face it together. Is that clear? Harry stowed his wand and placed his hands around her waist. Since when are you so dominant? Daphne grinned. Do you like it? He brought his face closer to hers. I don't hate it. After saying that, he leaned in and kissed her. They began slowly, but soon enough, their kiss became more passionate. Eventually, their lips parted, and they stared at each other in comfortable silence. Are you sure this is what you want? Harry felt he had to ask one last time. I am, Daphne responded without hesitation. And your family? You won't see them again. Daphne nodded solemnly. I know, and that hurts a lot. But it would hurt more to live without you in my life. My family will be fine without me. Now that Astoria is well and healthy, she can take over the role of heiress. Harry realized that she must have been thinking about this since their earlier conversation. Very well, let me see that paper again. The two of them sat down and talked about the ritual in great detail. Daphne had already studied it thoroughly and collected everything they would need. Wait, I still don't understand why you mentioned marriage before. That's not part of the ritual, Harry said. If that had been a joke, it was very out of character for her. Oh, that. She pointed at the paper. That's just a transcript I made. In the original text, there's a mention that if the couple has already been bonded through a traditional magical wedding, it drastically increases the odds of success. So you were serious? Harry asked. Of course, she told him. And by the way, I'm still waiting for your answer, she said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 441. A few days later, Gryffindor's common room. Congratulations. Luna said in a cheerful voice. Ouch. Lyra fell from the couch, the shock too much for her to handle. Neville hurried to help her up. Are you okay? Harry, this isn't a joke, right? Even Ginny had a hard time believing it, despite knowing very well that Harry wasn't one to make things up for attention or any other vain reason. Astoria looked down, focusing on her book. You already knew, didn't you? Lyra pointed an accusatory finger at Astoria as Neville helped her up. No comment, Astoria looked away. So it's with Daphne. Lyra exclaimed. Who else? Harry glanced at his sister like she was an idiot. Isn't it too soon to get married? Ginny asked, noting that Harry had said married and not engaged. He seemed unlikely to have made a mistake like that. It wasn't strange for students to get engaged before completing school, especially among wizarding families, but marrying was a different story. When's the wedding? Luna asked calmly. She was the only one who seemed unfazed by the revelation. Around mid-April, Harry answered. What? That's just 1 month from now. What's the rush? Lyra was still in disbelief. She may have been aware of their relationship, but this had come out of nowhere. Lyra's right, Neville said. Why so sudden? Even among traditional pureblood families, getting married this young is unusual. Is something else going on? Harry had to admit he'd expected a question but not from Neville. I can't talk about that right now, but Everyone went silent as they heard noises from above. The door upstairs opened, and people began coming down. Who's making so much racket this early in the morning? The voice was unmistakably Lavender's, as the girl was always speaking. I'll take anything that gets you out of bed a bit faster, Hermione spoke. Lavender was the first to descend the stairs, giving the group a passing glance. How unusual to see this lot so animated. Wait. Her eyes landed on Luna and Astoria. Aren't those two from Ravenclaw? What are they doing in our common room? Luna perked up. The door was open, she said without missing a bit. Seriously? Who could have left the door open? Lavender asked. You idiot. You can't leave the painting open, it closes by itself, Parvati scolded her friend. They must have sneaked in. By the way, I think I heard someone say something about getting married, Hermione mentioned. Did I hear that right? Married? Who's getting married, a professor? Lavender asked. My brother. Lyra pointed at Harry. Lyra. Ginny exclaimed. Oh, was I not supposed to tell anyone? Lyra made an expression of regret. Well, I didn't want the entire school to know, but I didn't expect you to keep a secret like this for more than a day anyway. I knew the consequences when I decided to tell you, Harry said. Hey, that's not fair, Lyra muttered. He's got a point, Lyra, Neville added. You have a hard time keeping things to yourself. She turned to him. I haven't told anyone that you still sleep with a teddy bear in your bed, have I? Seriously? Hermione glanced at Neville. Ha! Lavender pointed at him, bursting into laughter. Neville's cheeks turned bright red. It's not a teddy bear. It's a unicorn. That doesn't help as much as you think, Neville, Ginny said. Yes, it does. Luna intervened. Unicorns are much cooler than bears. It's not even on my bed, just resting on the night table most of the time. Neville muttered. Okay, can we talk about Neville's teddy bear later? I want to know more about Harry getting married, Parvati said. It's not a teddy, Neville muttered again. Yes, I want to know too. Lavender perked up. Who's the wait? Was that rumor true then? She suddenly remembered something important. You mean the one with the Slytherin girl? Parvati asked. That one. Lavender nodded. Didn't you make that one up? Hermione asked her. No. I just heard it and chose to ignore it. It seemed too unbelievable, Lavender scoffed. I have standards, you know. Didn't you tell everyone that our first-year defense professor was a vampire? Hermione retorted. Can we focus, please? Parvati approached Harry. Is it true? Are you marrying Greengrass? She glanced at Astoria briefly. Yes, it's true, Harry admitted. There was no point denying it now. Still, he kind of wished he hadn't returned to school. Perhaps he could have pretended to be sick for a few more months. On the other hand, being here gave him a chance to spend more time with his mother, his sister, and Daphne. So, there were some upsides. This has to be the juiciest rumor I've ever heard. Lavender was excited. But it's not a rumor if Harry confirmed it, Ginny pointed out. That's right. At this point, it's just news, Hermione added. The juiciest news, then. Lavender concluded. Okay, now we can talk about Neville's teddy bear, Parvati teased. No. Neville exclaimed. Merlin. Those girls are always screaming, they heard Ron complain as he came down the stairs, looking sleepy. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas were right behind him. Whoa, there are a lot of people already awake, Dean noted. Hold on, Seamus glanced at Luna and Astoria. Those two aren't Gryffindors. That's true. Ron realized. How did you two get in here? The door was open, Astoria replied simply. Really? Ron turned to his friends. Who was the idiot that left the door open? Chapter 442. Daphne walked across the great hall under the tentative gaze of everyone present and arrived at the Gryffindor table. Do you mind? She asked Hermione. And not at all. The bushy-haired girl hurried to make room for Daphne to sit down next to Harry. So everyone knows already? Daphne asked. I'm not sure about everyone, Harry glanced around the hall. All the students and even the professors were staring at them with interest. Okay, everyone. You told Lyra, didn't you? Daphne asked. Hey. I heard that, Lyra complained. This was mostly Lavender's doing, though, Hermione said. Yes, I've never seen her run so much, Parvati added. I am exhausted. Lavender admitted, gasping for air. Fantastic, Daphne rolled her eyes. You're not really upset, Harry noted. Only a little bit, she admitted, leaning closer. Because now I can be with you in public, no more sneaking around. She leaned in further and gave him a wet kiss on the lips. So, you two have been together for a while, huh? Hermione asked, trying to distract herself from the awkwardness of being so close to them. It's not even been a year yet, so not that long, Daphne replied. I can't believe I passed on a rumor that turned out to be true. What a waste, Lavender said. I swear this, from now on, I will spread every rumor I hear. Don't do that please, Hermione begged. Yeah, that's not a good idea, Lav, Parvati agreed. Excuse me. They turned to find Professor McGonagall staring at Harry and Daphne. While I understand your situation and am very glad for you too, I would appreciate it if you kept your displays of affection away from the public eye, the professor said. Hold on, wasn't that one of Umbridge's rules? I thought those were taken down, Lyra asked. McGonagall shook her head. We did not remove all of them. I have to admit, some of her regulations seemed appropriate, and the other professors agreed to keep a few. Very few had questioned Professor Umbridge's disappearance after the battle. She had not left a strong impression on the students, other than being an annoying educator who was there for half a year and then disappeared. This was mostly because Harry had prevented her from inflicting any physical harm on the students with her blood quill with his constant memory wipes. Her class was now being taught by the headmaster until they found someone else for the job. Professor Rookwood had been even less memorable than the ghost who held the position before him. History was now being taught by 3 of Hogwarts' ghosts, those tied to each of the houses. The Ravenclaw ghost was the only one missing, as she had rejected the offer. Oh, Lyra muttered. She and Neville have broken quite a few rules if those have not been removed from the wall. Neville groaned. He was thinking the same thing as his girlfriend, he did not want to get more detentions this year. Noticing Lyra's guilty expression, McGonagall added, I would advise you to take a good look at that wall again. Unless you want to end up in detention, Miss Potter. Yes, ma'am. Lyra looked away, feeling embarrassed. McGonagall turned to Harry. And you too, Inch. We will be careful, Professor, Daphne replied. I know you will and, congratulations. With that, the professor took her leave. Harry glanced at the professor's table, where his mother sat. Lily had a wide smile on her face and seemed to be enjoying seeing them together. The next month passed by extremely quickly. Harry could finally relax and stop worrying about dark wizards and looming threats. From what his father had told him, the new administration was very competent in removing Voldemort's remaining allies and keeping a close eye on sympathizers. As the new head of the Auror department, James was determined to ensure that no new Dark Lords would appear anytime soon. Harry's life at school was mostly tranquil, aside from dealing with the attention he received from the other students. But he was already used to that, and no one had dared to do more than watch from afar and whisper behind his back. He could tolerate that much. Daphne was happy that she could now walk beside him through the halls and sit by his side in the Great Hall. Normally, a Slytherin girl dating someone from Gryffindor would have raised many complaints from the House of Snakes, but Daphne never heard a single thing from her housemates. Wanting to spend as much time with his family as possible, Harry often visited his house to speak with his father or check on Holly. His little sister had changed a lot since he first saw her. In just 2 years, she would be attending Hogwarts as a first year, and she was excited to learn magic. Harry had a feeling she would excel at runes since she was being tutored by Victoria. He deeply regretted that he wouldn't be there to watch Holly grow into a magnificent witch. His hopes for Lyra were somewhat lower, but she had shown some interest in defense against the dark arts. If that was the path she chose to follow, the grimoire left behind by him would be very useful to her. As for Victoria, his alter ego, Harry hadn't interacted with her much. He knew she intended to claim the lordship of the ancient Black House. Harry had never cared for titles and couldn't understand putting so much effort into claiming one, but he felt the title of Lady Black held special significance for Victoria, beyond the wealth it offered. To her, it was likely a faint connection to her old life and her first family. Chapter 443. A small group of people had been gathered at Hogwarts Astronomy Tower. It was already dark and well past curfew, so the halls were empty of students, except for the few present here. A well-dressed Harry stood in the center of the room. Beside him was Daphne, wearing a traditional witch's dress adorned with intricate gold decorations. It was something passed down through many generations of her family. Standing in front of them was Dumbledore. The headmaster held an ancient-looking book, reading through its contents. Let's see, I have to use this part and then. Daphne leaned closer and whispered into Harry's ear. Does he know what he's doing? I'm sure he can figure it out, Harry responded. Traditional magical weddings like the one they were performing had long fallen out of fashion, leaving few wizards knowledgeable on the subject. No, it's this part, you see. McGonagall was next to Dumbledore, trying to help him turn the pages since it was difficult to do so with one hand. At the sides of the classroom were some of their family members, who had come to bear witness to the union. Daphne's parents, along with her sister Astoria, stood on the right side. Harry's parents, along with his two sisters, were on the left. Lily and James were having a small argument over the camera they had brought. James the first swore to Merlin, "If you don't get that thing working, I'm going to." "Wait. I've got it," James hurriedly said. "I think I was pressing the wrong side, hee. Dad, how can you forget how to use a magical camera?" Lyra was in shock. "Seriously, Dad, how can you?" Holly echoed her sister's words. "Not you too," James groaned. "Okay, go stand over there," Lily ushered him away. "I want as many pictures as you can take." Master Harry, Dobby was crying at the back of the room. "Shoo! Don't interrupt the ceremony," Mipsy whispered beside him. The only family member they had left at home was Victoria, who had refused to visit the castle, even for a short while. "Very well, I believe we are ready to commence," Dumbledore finally announced. It appeared that he and McGonagall had sorted everything out. James moved to stand at one corner, where he could take good pictures of the couple. "This is happening too soon," Lily couldn't help but shed a few tears. "Well, you don't have to worry about me getting married anytime soon, at least," Lyra commented. "You better not. You're only 14, Lily said firmly, casting a wary glance at her. "She is going to have to keep a closer eye on Neville." "I'm never getting married," Holly declared. "Huh." Lily looked at her youngest. "Boys are icky," Holly added. "If you say that now," Lyra chuckled. "That's enough, you two. Now keep quiet," Lily hushed them so she could listen to Dumbledore. The headmaster began to read from the ceremonial book. Most of the verses were written in Latin, speaking of the origins of the tradition and the meaning of the magical union between two magical people. The connection formed during the ceremony was much more profound than the Muggle version, as it created a link between their magic. In fact, this ceremony could be considered a mild ritual of sorts, and the only one that could still be legally performed. The witnesses could feel the magic stirring around Harry and Daphne as Dumbledore continued speaking. Harry and Daphne stood in front of each other, their arms interlocked. "I can feel something," Daphne whispered. Harry nodded. "Me too." A link is being formed, like a contract. After a couple more minutes, McGonagall approached them as Dumbledore finished his chanting. "It's my turn. I'll do the last part," McGonagall said, pointing her wand at their hands. She uttered a few words, and a red rope appeared, wrapping around their wrists and hands. The rope began to emit a powerful light before vanishing in a flash, leaving behind a mark on their arms that disappeared soon after. "It is done," McGonagall announced. "Your magic is now bonded until death sets you apart." Daphne and Harry's arms unwrapped, and she threw herself at him, kissing him passionately. "This is not part of the ceremony," Dumbledore pointed out. "Oh well. I don't want to see this," Lyra muttered, looking away. Lily, however, was signaling James to take more pictures. McGonagall waited until they finished their kiss to continue. "Congratulations. By the laws of magic, you are now husband and wife." "Yes. Congratulations." Lily began clapping, and the rest soon followed. "So, I guess I'm Daphne Potter now," she told Harry with a warm smile. "You are. Welcome to the family," James exclaimed, snapping another picture. "Congratulations, sis," Astoria said, approaching her. "Thank you, Tori." Daphne then glanced at her parents. She hadn't seen her father this emotional since the day she dueled a Malfoy. "I'm so proud of you, Daphne," said her mother, Celine. "Hold on, there is one more part written here," Dumbledore said, flipping through the book again. "I believe it's this part here. Let's see." McGonagall hurriedly took the book from him. "I think the groom and bride are a bit young for that part yet. Did we miss something?" Harry turned to Daphne for an answer. She had been the one studying these old magical customs. Daphne pulled out her wand. "Hold me," she said. Harry immediately grabbed her free hand, and in the next instant, they disappeared from the astronomy tower. Where did they go in such a rush?" James asked, looking around. "Minerva? Do you know something?" Lily inquired, confused. Her own wedding had been more Muggle-styled, so this ceremony was unfamiliar to her. "The last part," McGonagall began, "would be the bedding. But that's—" Oh, James finally realized where his son and his new wife had gone. "Ah, I see," Lily said, appearing unbothered. She reminded herself that Harry was, at least mentally, an adult. "Albus, we cannot allow this. They are too young, McGonagall said, frowning. Dumbledore glanced at the parents, none of whom seemed to object. If the parents don't mind, it is not our place to complain. McGonagall turned to the Greengrass parents. It is a sacred custom. I have no issues with it, Lord Greengrass said. Yes, and we trust Harry, Lady Greengrass added. Where did Harry and Daphne go? Holly asked, tugging on Lyra's robes. Lyra's face turned slightly red. That's you're too young to know. What? Why am I always too young to know everything? Holly pouted, glaring at her sister. Wait, did Daphne use apparition inside the castle? How did she do that? Aren't the wards working? McGonagall suddenly asked. Dumbledore looked pensive. Now that you mention it. On the outskirts of the castle, there was a small hill covered in trees overlooking the large clearing around Hogwarts. Daphne and Harry appeared on that hill. Harry looked around, quickly recognizing the spot. It was a place he often visited when he needed to think or find peace. He had shown it to her a while ago. It's one of my favorite spots near Hogwarts. I thought it was appropriate for tonight, Daphne said softly, touching the ground with her wand to conjure a large, comfortable-looking bed. We could have gone to the room of requirement, Harry suggested. No, the first night has to be outside, under the stars, Daphne replied, glancing up at the clear sky. The moonlight provided more than enough illumination, and the stars above were countless. Isn't it beautiful? It is, Harry said, though he wasn't looking at the sky. What are you doing? Daphne asked mischievously. Admiring my new wife, I suppose. Daphne sat down on the bed and stretched her arms. You don't have to admire me, come closer. Are you? Don't ask me if I'm sure again, Daphne interrupted him. Unless you want to spend the night with Madame Pomfrey instead. She scoffed. Of course I'm sure. I want to enjoy every second we have left together. She tapped the bed beside her. Now are you going to make me enjoy every second? I will try my best to fulfill my lady's request, Harry said, joining her on the bed. Chapter 444. They're missing again, Hermione glanced around the classroom. They had defense against the dark arts with the Slytherins, and it was clear that both Harry and Daphne had skipped class. This had become a common occurrence over the past 2 weeks. I bet they're doing it in some empty classroom, Lavender commented with a mischievous grin. Lav. Don't be so vulgar, Hermione scolded her, cheeks flushing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, Parvati said. They're a married couple, so it should be normal, right? They're still students and need to attend classes, Hermione insisted, her face turning rosier at the mere implication. But are they really married? No one saw the wedding. Maybe it's just an excuse to sneak around together, Parvati suggested. You don't need an excuse for that, Hermione retorted, casting a side glance. You can ask Lavender about that. What's that supposed to mean? Lavender snapped, defensive. She means we saw you leaving a broom closet with Michael Corner the other day, Parvati said, pointing a finger at her. What? No, I mean. You know he's dating like 3 other girls, right? Hermione asked, unimpressed. It's not like that. It was just a one-time thing, I swear. Lavender exclaimed. Yeah. Well, Excuse me. The girls jumped in their seats as they heard someone tapping on their table. Turning their heads, they saw the towering figure of Albus Dumbledore, his expression calm but curious. Is my class so dull that it cannot hold your attention? Hermione's face turned pale. Not at all. Your class is fascinating, Professor. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Then what topic could possibly divert your focus from it? We were just talking about, Hermione hesitated, struggling for words. Harry and Daphne, Parvati finished for her. That's right. Lavender said quickly, pointing toward the empty desk. They've been skipping a lot of classes. We were just wondering why. She hoped this would redirect the professor's attention. I see, Dumbledore glanced at the vacant seats. He, of course, knew exactly where they were. Today, they mentioned going to Italy. Dumbledore himself had provided them with several international port keys, allowing them to travel freely. His heart felt heavy as he thought about the immense sacrifice they were preparing to make for the continued existence of the wizarding world. I wish it could be me instead. Professor. Hermione's voice broke his thoughts. She didn't understand why his expression had suddenly turned so somber. The usual twinkle returned to Dumbledore's eyes, accompanied by a small smile. It's nothing, Miss Granger. I will speak to those 2 about their absences. As for you 3, I recommend focusing on the lecture. Next year is your owl. Year, and it is arguably the most important examination of your academic career. Yes, Professor, the three girls responded in unison. Now let us continue where we left off. Dumbledore returned to the front of the classroom. Harry and Daphne appeared at the entrance to Hogsmeade in the late afternoon. Finally back home. Wait, Harry, this is not Hogwarts. Daphne frowned. She had expected the portkey to drop them off closer to the castle. Harry shrugged. The return must have been programmed here by default. I doubt whoever made the international portkey thought it'd be used by school students. Dumbledore got them, but the international portkeys had to be created by authorized personnel at the ministry. I suppose it doesn't matter. We can apparate from here, Daphne said. What's the rush? We still have 3 hours until curfew. Let's have dinner in the village and then head back. Daphne smiled, warming to the idea. All right, we can do that. As they strolled through the village, Harry asked, so, what did you think of the Italian magical village? He had cast a mild disguise charm on them to avoid being recognized, as this was not an approved Hogsmeade weekend for students. Daphne considered his question. It was nice. Smaller than Diagon Alley, but the food was amazing. I know, right? That 3-layer pizza was incredible, Harry said enthusiastically. Daphne made a complicated expression. I don't know about that one, they put pineapple in the middle layer. Harry laughed. Where do you want to go next? We could visit Spain. I went there with my mum a couple of years ago. Or maybe. Daphne moved closer and took his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Daphne? Harry glanced at her. She smiled softly. I don't care where we go as long as I'm with you, I know it will be fun. The next 2 weeks were spent traveling across the globe. This was, in many ways, their honeymoon. Thanks to Dumbledore's assistance, they avoided any trouble with the school, and Minister Shacklebolt ensured they had no shortage of portkeys. No matter where they went, Harry and Daphne were welcomed with open arms and treated like royalty. During their travels, Daphne made a point of visiting her mentor, Lady Morgana Yafel. She spoke about everything happening in their lives but deliberately left out the soul-binding ritual and the plans she and Harry had made. Morgana, however, was not easily deceived. She sensed something significant was in the works but chose not to press her protégé. Time flew by, as it often does when one is happiest before they realized it. 2 more weeks had passed, and the day to perform the ritual had arrived. After that, they will have no choice but to inform their families about the reality of the situation and what they intend to do. Chapter 445. D-Day, Ministry of Magic. In the deepest parts of the Department of Mysteries, there lies an extensive chamber containing nothing but a single stone arch, situated at its center. This stone structure is ancient, predating even the construction of the ministry itself. No one knows who built it or for what purpose. A gray mist covers the interior of the arch, making it impossible to see what lies on the other side. Any living being who gets too close risks having their souls sucked out of their body and dragged into the mist. The Unspeakables have named this mysterious artifact, the Veil. This room is rarely visited. Of course, everyone working here is well aware of the dangers posed by the Veil. They know they'll be safe as long as they don't venture too close. But the Veil has become closely associated with the physical representation of death itself. That thought makes people uneasy. After all, no one likes to think about death. Today, however, this room was crowded. They weren't here to observe the Veil but to bid farewell to 2 young individuals. Harry and Daphne stood surrounded by their loved ones. The soul-bonding ritual had been a success, and now it was time for them to leave. This was their last day in this world. Lily Potter was crying, held tightly by her husband. No matter how much they understood the necessity of this event, losing their son was still an incredibly painful experience. Lyra and Holly had been left at home. Though their eldest daughter had a basic understanding of what was happening and the reasons for it, Lily and James had decided she was too young to witness this moment. Holly, being even younger, wouldn't understand at all. They'd explain it to her later, and that was not a conversation they were looking for. Dobby was also present, as Harry's personal house elf. Daphne's parents stood stoically, visibly affected but trying to remain composed. Albus Dumbledore was at the head of the group, alongside Minister of Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had granted them access to the room. The minister had been given a summary of the dimensional anomalies, though he could comprehend only a small part of it. Still, his faith in Harry and Dumbledore was absolute. When told this was necessary, he did not hesitate to offer his full support. The final person in the chamber was Professor Silverbell. As the foremost expert on space-time anomalies, his presence was crucial to confirm that Harry's sacrifice would achieve the intended effect. While Daphne exchanged goodbyes with her family, Harry did the same. Is there really N? Please, stop asking that, Harry interrupted his father, cutting off the same question for the 100th time. It's not fair, Lily said through her tears. You've already sacrificed so much to save the world from that monster, why must you do it again? All my efforts will be for nothing if this world collapses and you all die. I won't let that happen. Harry's tone was firm. It should be the parents' job to sacrifice themselves for their children, James said bitterly. Harry stared at them for a moment. But you already did. I wouldn't be here if not for your sacrifice. I got to live this long because there was a time and place when you gave up your lives to protect me. But that wasn't us, it was, Lily began. They were still you. Different versions, yes, but I know you would have made the same choice they did. That's all that matters, Harry explained. Master Harry Potter, came a small voice. Harry turned to see Dobby, who looked hesitant. You got my name right, Harry said with a small smile, kneeling to the elf's level. He pulled a piece of fabric from his pocket. No, Dobby's eyes widened in panic. I'm sorry, Dobby. I can't take you with me. I know being free can be scary, but remember, the Potters will always be your family. Can Dobby stay? The elf asked hopefully. Of course you can stay, Dobby, James reassured him. You're part of the family, after all, Lily added. Harry placed the handkerchief into Dobby's hands, breaking their bond. You can make your own decisions now. That's what being free is all about. Harry then stood and hugged his parents tightly. I love you, Lily said softly. We'll never forget you, son, James added. When the embrace ended, Harry turned to face the others. Minister Shacklebolt, he said, just promise me you'll take good care of magical Britain. There are still issues buried deep beneath the surface. Voldemort was just a symptom, don't let another rise. I'll do my best, the minister promised. Finally, Harry faced Dumbledore. I guess this is it, Professor, Harry said. I don't recall teaching you enough to deserve that title, Dumbledore replied, a twinkle of sadness in his eyes. Perhaps it was in another life, Harry said. But you earned it. That may be so, but I believe it would be adequate for you to address me by name now. That was a lifetime away, after all. Dumbledore reasoned. Harry nodded. Goodbye, Albus. Goodbye, Harry. And who knows, we may meet again, soon enough. Harry walked further toward the veil and stopped before the steps that led to the stone arch. He then felt a hand grabbing onto his own. Afraid? Harry asked, looking at her. Daphne shook her head. I thought I would be, but I'm not. The ritual was a success, and our souls were bonded together. Whenever this takes us, we will be together. That's right. Harry said, and who knows, this may just be the beginning of our next grand adventure. That would be nice. The force of her grip became firmer. Ready? Harry asked her. She leaned forward and gave him a soft kiss on his lips. Ready. Harry's black robes seemed to react to their words and it began to grow in size. In an instant, it became large enough to envelop both their bodies in its protective embrace. Their hands were now connected by the robes as if they were one. Like this, they walked the steps towards the veil, under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Normally, when a person got this close to the veil, their souls' wowls be pulled out, killing them instantly. But Harry and Daphne were allowed to walk all the way until they reached the grey fog, and then, they moved inside and disappeared into the unknown. They are gone. Shacklebolt exclaimed. There are no records of any living being able to completely venture inside the gate with their physical bodies. Even someone like Dumbledore, who understood the nature of Harry's robes, could not know for sure if this anomaly was caused by the protection of the robes or by Harry's status as Master of Death. It was also unknown how much of that protection has extended to Daphne. Harry, is he really gone? Lily asked no one in particular. Personally, said Dumbledore. I would like to think that they still exist somewhere else now. Magic is a wonderful thing and we still don't know what it's truly capable of. The group stood there, looking at the veil for almost an hour after their departure, waiting to see if anything happened. But nothing did. Harry and Daphne were gone forever and will never return. Whatever their fate was beyond the veil, will remain a mystery for those present in this chamber. Chapter 446. Professor Silverbell took several days to complete all his tests. Once finished, he went to inform Dumbledore of the results. The excited gnome brought incredible news. The spatial anomalies had completely disappeared, and the walls between realities were stable once more. In fact, they were much stronger now, and Professor Silverbell estimated that no further issues would arise for at least 1,000 years. However, the cause of this stability was likely the unknown number of dimensions that had collided and subsequently disappeared, much like the one Victoria Potter had come from. After a long conversation with Silverbell, Dumbledore decided to personally visit the two families and deliver the news. He felt he owed them the courtesy of confirming that their children's sacrifice had not been in vain and that they had truly saved everyone. He first arranged a meeting with the Greengrass family, who received the news with their usual dignity and calm demeanor. Then, the headmaster went to Potter Manor. Since the school year had not yet ended and both parents were busy working, Dumbledore made sure to inform them ahead of time about his visit. Other than James and Lily, the only ones at home were Holly and Victoria. Dumbledore was sitting in the living room, sipping delicious tea while chatting with James and Lily. They never doubted that Harry was going to succeed, but they were still glad to hear the confirmation from Dumbledore. Suddenly, he felt something hit his leg. He looked down. What is this? A small white golem lay on its back. It was evident that it had been moving around before falling over after colliding with his leg. Sorry about that, James said. I told Holly not to let it run around by itself. It moves by itself. Fascinating, Dumbledore remarked as he picked up the tiny construct. It was much lighter than expected, and he could easily hold it with one hand. The white golem reminded him of the ones resting beneath Hogwarts. Harry and Daphne made that one for Holly, Lily explained. Dumbledore nodded. That made sense. If Harry and Daphne created it, they must have based its design on the marble golems, a very refined piece of work, he commented, examining the runes engraved on the golem. He knew that runes had never been Harry's forte. I assume Daphne wrote the runes. No, actually, it. Wait. James began to say, but Dumbledore interrupted him, visibly agitated. What's wrong? Lily asked, concerned. These runes, they were the same as those engraved on the real white marble golems. He had studied them for years but had never found any reference to them in books. The only conclusion he could draw was that they belonged to an extremely ancient language lost to time. And now, he was seeing them again on a child's toy. Did Daphne do this? No, I was saying it was. Goalie 3. Holly came running into the living room. There you are. She rushed directly for the golem. Holly, what did I tell you about letting it run wild? The last time, it began chasing poor Mipsy, James scolded gently. I'm sorry, Holly apologized as she picked up her toy. You wanted to know who did the runes? That would be me, Victoria said, appearing behind her. Dumbledore's gaze shifted from Holly to Victoria. You did? Yes. Harry made the original rune functions, but they were very sloppy, so I fixed a few of them. Now the golem can run, jump, and even dance. Why are you so interested in it? Victoria asked, still wary of the old man and refusing to come closer. Dumbledore pointed at the golem. The strange runes on the lower part, where did you learn those? Ah, I know what you mean, Lily interjected. I also found them peculiar when I first saw them. Of course, Lily didn't know the reason for Dumbledore's alarm, as she was unaware of how rare those runes were. I learned them from a book. How else? Victoria replied. A book? You mean a book from your... Yes, Victoria admitted. Is something wrong with those runes? Lily asked. I learned them myself, and they're very efficient. I wish I'd had the chance to use them when I was still in school. Did you also teach this to Harry? Dumbledore inquired further. I would have, but he wasn't interested in learning a new rune system, Victoria said. Dumbledore seemed deep in thought, but Victoria added, I did teach them to Daphne. That girl has a lot of talent for this kind of magic. Dumbledore gasped. That's it, then. Albus, what is going on? James asked. Yes, why are you so fixated on those runes? Lily pressed. She could understand curiosity but could tell this was more than academic interest. Do you remember those white marble golems used during the battle? Dumbledore asked. Of course we do, James said. How could he forget? I also saw them last year, during the werewolf attack, Lily added, glancing at the small golem in her daughter's arms. Harry and Daphne based that little one on them, I'm sure of it. There is more you should know. Those golems are ancient, tremendously so. Even more ancient than the castle itself, Dumbledore revealed. More ancient than Hogwarts. How can that be? James asked. You mean they were already there when the four founders arrived? Lily asked. Dumbledore nodded. Exactly. The golems and the chamber where they rest were built by someone else, long before the four founders existed. I didn't know that, Lily said. Like James, she had assumed the golems were creations of the founders to protect Hogwarts. But that's not the strangest part. Dumbledore pointed at the small golem. Those runes were used as the foundation for their creation. Do you realize what that means? That's not possible, Lily said, glancing at Victoria. They wouldn't even exist in our world if... I don't get it. Is this more of that time travel nonsense? Victoria asked. Albus, are you implying that Daphne? James trailed off, staring at the small golem. It's just an idea. The Alpha and the Omega and End needs a beginning as well, Dumbledore said before turning to Victoria. Do you remember the name of the book's author? The one where you learned these runes? Of course I do. He was very famous, Victoria replied. He was known as Runemaster Tom Marvolo Riddle, and he wrote many books on the subject. The room fell into silence. Chapter 447. 9 years later, Loch Ilde, Scotland. Hello, old friend, James knelt down and placed a pair of socks on top of the stone plate. We should have brought flowers, Lily frowned. This seems disrespectful. James shrugged. He liked socks. What can I do? Their eyes went back to the tomb in front of them. The plaque bore the name Albus Dumbledore alongside the date of his death, just 2 years prior. The former headmaster of Hogwarts had retired a few months after Harry's departure, leaving McGonagall in charge of the school. You think he at least enjoyed his last years? James asked. I mean, it's hard to say since we didn't see him much. He was always traveling around. But we did speak to him in his last year, and he seemed happy, Lily said. I suppose. I hope he didn't have any regrets. James sounded somewhat bitter. He couldn't think of death without thinking of his son, Harry, and how he had died so young. Unlike Dumbledore, Harry probably still had so much he wanted to do. James, Lily placed a hand on her husband's shoulder, already knowing what he was thinking because she felt the same way. Tonight, Holly comes back home. She tried to change the subject to something that would lift his spirits. Right. I almost forgot. Wait tonight. Shouldn't the train be back in the afternoon? Yes, but Lyra and their friends wanted to celebrate. I think they had reservations at some fancy restaurant in Diagon Alley, Lily said. Ah, I can't believe our little daughter has already graduated. Time sure flies, James sighed. It does, Lily agreed. But hey, we still have another 1T. Mom. Dad. A young red-headed boy with amber eyes came rushing toward them. Hey, what did I tell you about running in the cemetery? James said. Oh, sorry. The boy looked down. I thought you were going exploring. Lily asked. The boy shrugged. I did, but I was getting bored. There's nothing interesting to see here. It's a small island. We can visit London after this if you want, James suggested. You were talking about Hogwarts, right? Holly was coming back today, the boy said. That's right, but you probably won't see your sister until tomorrow, Lily told him. And when am I going to Hogwarts? He asked. James glanced at his wife. Why is everyone so impatient to go to school? When I was a kid, I only wanted to play with my friends. Lily knelt down next to her son. You'll go in less than 3 years. Trust me, time will pass faster if you don't think about it. And before you know it you'll be on the train, on your way to Hogwarts. Will I be in Gryffindor? He asked. There are no guarantees on that, James said. But I want to be in the same house as all my siblings. Harry was there too, right? He had heard so many stories about his oldest brother that he almost felt like he'd met him already. At this point, there were more books about Harry Potter than the boy who lived. It doesn't matter what house you get in. We will always be proud of you, Lily assured him. Yes, and to be fair, I still think that Holly should have been put in Ravenclaw, James commented. Lily flinched. The reason Holly was put in Gryffindor was that she had threatened the Sorting Hat. It had been one of her few acts of rebellion. But she had been very adamant about being in the same house as Harry. And she was made head girl, Lily muttered. Huh? The boy looked confused. Nothing. Don't worry about the sorting, Hadrian. I'm sure that no matter what house you end up in, you'll have a great time at Hogwarts, Lily said. Yes. Hadrian F. Potter said with excitement. King's Cross Station. The train from Hogwarts arrived just in time. The doors opened, and students began rushing out into the station, eager to meet their families. A red-headed girl in her mid-20s was seated on one of the benches, continuing to look toward the train doors as she fiddled with her wand. She wore the latest model of reinforced combat robes, and a golden Auror badge hung from her neck. Come on, don't tell me you're going to be last, the girl huffed with annoyance. The students walking around the station glanced at her and murmured loudly amongst themselves, but none dared approach her or speak directly to her. It's her. I know, it's Potter. The girl's green eyes sharpened as she turned to the nearby students who were obviously talking about her. What? Do you have something to say? The students started and quickly scurried away. Tisk, the girl went back to staring at the train. The rush of students had diminished considerably now, indicating the train was almost empty. Finally, the last two students exited through the doors, which closed behind them. A boy and a girl, both senior students, had red badges on their robes with the words head boy and head girl respectively. They exchanged a few words before the boy walked away, leaving the girl alone. She began scanning the crowd but didn't have to look long to find the person she was searching for, sitting alone on a bench and staring at her with an unfriendly expression. Oops, the girl hurried over to the bench. Sorry, Lyra. Did I make you wait? Yeah, you made me wait. Why did you have to come out last? Lyra huffed. The girl's amber eyes shifted away from her sister. Well, it was my duty to make sure everyone got safely off the train before I did. Lyra rolled her eyes. Holly, you just finished school. You need to stop taking everything so seriously. Holly's eyes snapped back to her, and she crossed her arms. I will not do that. And even if I finished my education at Hogwarts, I still have a long way to go. Next year, I'm beginning my master's in Goemoncy under Professor Wagner in Germany. Lyra sighed, knowing there was no point in telling her sister to relax more. Holly had been dedicated to her studies since her first year. Take it easy for today, at least we're all going to Diagon Alley to celebrate. Victoria reserved a table for us at that fancy restaurant near the bank. Speaking of taking it easy, Holly glanced at her sister up and down. Why are you in full combat garb? You're not on duty, right? Lyra raised her wand. Constant vigilance, ... She stood from the bench and offered her arm to Holly. Come on. Wait, can't I at least stop at home to change? And I need to store my luggage, Holly said. Just call your elf to take care of the luggage. And I'm sure you can change the look of your robes yourself, Lyra replied. Holly furrowed her brow. She wanted to shower first but didn't want to keep her friends waiting. Dobby. The elf appeared with a loud pop. Holly, Mistress Potter. What can Dobby do for you? You could get her name right, for once, Lyra muttered. Hi. Holly greeted the house elf warmly. After being freed by Harry, Dobby didn't waste time returning to the Potter Manor, where he requested to bond with Holly. Other than Harry, she had been the one Dobby grew closest to during their time together at the house. Can you take care of this? Holly handed over her large luggage case. And tell Mom and Dad I'll be home tonight. But not too early, Lyra added. After dinner, we're going drinking and dancing. Holly grimaced at the thought. She wasn't as fond of partying as her sister. Once Dobby disappeared, she looked down at her school robes. With a wave of her wand, the robes transformed into elegant attire, a long black skirt and a silk jacket. Geez, you're only 17 and already dressing like a 30-year-old, Lyra teased. Careful, Lyra. You're almost 30 yourself, Holly shot back. I'm only 24. Lyra exclaimed. Holly glanced around the station. Most students and parents had already left, so she didn't worry about her proper girl image being tarnished by arguing with her sister. Okay, let's go. She stepped closer to Lyra and grabbed her arm. The two sisters disappeared from the station. Huh. The bar. Holly was surprised to find herself at the apparition point for the Leaky Cauldron rather than the one inside Diagon Alley, which was closer to the restaurant Lyra mentioned. Yes, I need to pick up my husband first, Lyra said, venturing inside the building. The bar was lively despite nighttime being hours away. Patrons played games, drank butterbeer, and chatted at the tables. Lyra headed straight for the counter, with Holly trailing behind. Oh. Agent Potter, the bartender greeted her warmly. Hello, Tom. Everything quiet today? Lyra asked, her eyes scanning the room. Everything's fine. I still haven't properly thanked you for the other day. You and your partner, the weird blonde one, really saved my bar. Lyra shrugged. Luna, and it was nothing, just a couple of drunk fools who shouldn't have access to wands. I still owe you one. Can I get you something? It's on the house, unless you're on duty, Tom added, noting her combat robes and badge. Not on duty, but no thanks. I'm just looking for my husband. He said he'd be here. Tom pointed to the far corner. He's over there with his friend. Lyra thanked him and walked away. Soon, they spotted Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley deep in conversation. Ron, I don't think that's true, Neville said. I'm telling you. She was totally checking me out during dinner, Ron insisted. But Fleur is married to Bill. Neville argued, sounding exasperated. I swear, the party pooper's here, Ron muttered when he noticed Lyra approaching. Is that what I am now? Lyra crossed her arms. Hey, come on, don't call her that, Neville said apologetically before turning to his wife. Sorry. Lyra shrugged and kissed Neville on the cheek. It's fine. She glanced at the counter, noting the numerous empty beer mugs. Most of them were undoubtedly Ron's, as Neville wasn't much of a drinker. Great, she thought. Anyway, we should get going. The girls are probably waiting for us, Lyra said. Right, we sh. Is that little Holly? Ron's eyes fixated on the younger Potter sister. Whoa, you've grown a lot since I last saw you. It's been a while, Ron, Holly said politely, though her tone carried a hint of reluctance. Ron was easily her least favorite Weasley. Ron smirked and raised his half-empty mug. Why don't you join us and have a drink? You're an adult now, right? Lyra snapped, stepping between Holly and Ron. She's 17. She jabbed a finger at Ron. And you'd better stop ogling her like a piece of meat before I. Okay. Neville interjected, hurrying to calm his wife. We need to go anyway. We can catch up this weekend, he told Ron. Ron shrugged. Pfft, whatever. He turned his attention back to his drink. As they exited the bar, Lyra turned to Tom. Hey, Tom. Don't serve that redhead guy in the corner anything else today. He's had enough. You got it. Tom gave her a thumbs up. They passed through the brick gates and ventured into Diagon Alley proper. The shopping district had become much busier over the last few years since the threat of the Death Eaters had disappeared, and everyone felt safer venturing out. There was also a new addition at the center of the alley, right before Gringotts. A metallic statue of one particular wizard had been erected in the middle of the busiest intersection so everyone could admire it. Ugh, it's so tacky, Lyra cringed at the statue. I don't know why you don't like it. They did a good job capturing his expression. Neville glanced at the statue. It had only been placed there 2 years prior by order of the Minister of Magic, but most people seemed to like it. Holly smiled at the statue and approached it. At the base of the statue was a large tray where people often left offerings and gifts. Above it, a plaque depicted the name of the wizard, as well as his many accomplishments. Hey, Harry, Holly said as she looked up at the face of the statue. She pulled her wand out and conjured a small golem, similar to the first one her brother had created for her, and placed it on the tray. It should last for a week at least. I'll visit you again soon. Holly, come on. Lyra noticed they were attracting a lot of stares. This always happened when people recognized them as the Potter sisters. Holly nodded and hurried to her sister's side. That's not his tomb, you know. It's kinda weird when you do that, Lyra whispered. Harry didn't have a tomb at all. This was because, as far as the rest of the world was concerned, he wasn't dead but had gone on a long journey across the world for research. At least, that's what the minister came up with. Only a few knew the truth. I know, but I feel a bit closer to him when I do. I wish I could tell him so many things. Holly lamented that Harry had left when she was so young and couldn't witness her accomplishments. Holly, Neville looked at her with pity. He had a lot of experience when it came to losing family members. Oi, over here. They looked ahead and spotted Luna and Astoria. Luna was enthusiastically waving at them, while Astoria realized her friend's shouting had attracted a lot of attention. Lyra. Over here. Luna waved excitedly from a nearby cafe. Psst. Luna, stop it. They've already seen us, Astoria said, looking embarrassed. Hey, Holly greeted the two girls. She hadn't seen them since the Christmas party at the ministry. Hello, Holly. You're all grown up already, Luna chuckled. It hasn't been that long since we. Congratulations. You graduated first in your class, right? Astoria interrupted. Holly looked a bit nervous. Yes, I. Why are you two sitting here? Lyra cut in. I thought we were going to that restaurant. She pointed at the fancy location just a little ahead. Apparently, there was some problem with our reservation or something like that. Ginny already went to take care of it. Don't worry, Luna said nonchalantly. Ginny is already here. What about Victoria? Lyra asked. Isn't that Victoria? Holly said, looking back toward the bank. A black-haired beauty had just come out, closely followed by a young girl carrying a large stack of papers. Yep, that's Lady Black, all right, Lyra said. Is that a new assistant? I've never seen her before, Holly asked. I guess. She gets a new one every month or so, Lyra pointed out. Victoria recognized them quickly and walked toward them while her assistant struggled to keep up. "Vicky." Holly was the first to greet her. She ran up to her and gave her a warm hug. "I missed you so much." Victoria smiled. "I missed you too, my dear." To Holly, Victoria had always been more like an aunt than a sister, and the two of them were very close. "And I have something to congratulate you for your amazing performance at Hogwarts." Victoria turned to her assistant. "Give me the thing." "The thing?" The assistant looked lost. "The present for Holly." "Come on, it's in bag number 3. "Oh, number 3, the assistant tried balancing the papers in one hand while fumbling with her ring. "Number 3 should be this." The ring transformed into a large bag, which the assistant barely caught before handing it over. Victoria didn't look very impressed. "I bet she gets another assistant by next week," Luna whispered to Astoria. "That's rude." Astoria whispered back. "Let's see. Oh, here it is." Victoria said with excitement, pulling out a leather case with an intricate design. "Here, my dear. I'm sure these will come in handy in your near future." Holly opened the case and was surprised by the contents. "Vic, this is." Inside was a complete set of rune-carving tools. Even an amateur could tell they were nothing ordinary. They're made with a mixture of magicite and goblin steel. The tips were crafted with the claws of the last ancient red dragon and designed by a renowned expert from France, Victoria explained. "Isn't this too much?" Holly hesitated, not wanting to imagine how much they had cost. "Nothing is too much for you," Victoria said with a smile she rarely showed in public. In the Wisingamot court, she was known for her cold and calculating persona instead. "Here, take this back." Victoria handed the bag to her assistant. "Leave everything in my office, and you can retire for the day. I have private matters to attend to now." "Why yes, Lady Black." "Immediately." The assistant grabbed all her belongings and hurried away. "It's difficult to find competent personnel," Victoria sighed. "Maybe you're too exigent," Lyra suggested. "Nonsense. There is nothing wrong with expecting the best for what I pay them." Victoria glanced Lyra up and down. "Please, tell me you are not planning to have dinner in full combat garb. This is a fancy restaurant." "You think they won't let me in?" Lyra asked. "I didn't say that, but..." They all heard hurried steps approaching and turned just in time to see Ginny arriving. She did not look very happy. "What's wrong?" Holly asked. "Yes, what's wrong, Jin? Did someone offend you?" "I will have them punished," Victoria promised. "What's wrong is that you bought the whole restaurant," Ginny exclaimed, pointing at Victoria. "Of course, you asked me to," Victoria responded with an innocent expression. "I asked you to make reservations." Ginny wanted to shout more but refrained, aware of the attention they were already attracting in the crowded street. "I was going to do that, but then I discovered that the Rosiers also had a reservation for tonight on the top floor. And I refused to share the air with those people after what they said to you during the Christmas party," Victoria huffed. "Isn't buying the restaurant a bit of an overreaction?" Neville asked. "Not at all. It is a flourishing business, and it will be even better in my hands." "I'll consider it an investment," Victoria assured him. "Okay," Ginny felt a bit less angry now that she understood the reasoning. "But can you consult me next time? Please." "Sure." Victoria moved closer and held her hand. "Can we go now?" "I'm starving," Lyra complained. "Excuse me, Miss Weasley." Two young boys approached them. "Yes." Ginny turned to them. One of the boys held out a small piece of parchment. "Can you sign this, please?" "Ah, of course." Ginny was more than used to this. She pulled her wand from the holster and used it to mark the paper. "The Holyhead Harpies are our favorite Quidditch team," one of the boys said. "Yeah. And you're the best seeker in the world," the other added. "I appreciate your support." Ginny handed the autograph back to the boys, who thanked her profusely. Once they were out of earshot, Ginny then whispered to herself, "I can think of at least one better seeker than me, though." "All right, let's go," Victoria said. Holly and Lyra followed closely behind. "They're an odd couple. Do you think those two will get married one day?" Luna asked Astoria. "Should you be talking about marriage like that?" "It's only been 6 months since you got divorced," Astoria pointed out. Luna didn't seem bothered. "Didn't work out. My crumplehorn Snorkack didn't get along with his what did he call them? I forgot." "Maybe next time, you should date someone who doesn't see imaginary creatures," Astoria suggested. Luna chuckled. "Now, where's the fun in that? Come on, don't fall behind," Holly called to them. Yeah, tonight is going to be a fun night. Let's go. Lyra exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 448. It was a cloudy morning, as was typical for these grassy plains in the highlands. 2 red deer were quietly grazing, their ears twitching as they remained alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a cracking sound broke the peaceful silence, sending a wave of panic through the nearby wildlife. Animals scattered, fleeing toward the safety of the trees and undergrowth. A small black mass emerged from the crack that had formed in the fabric of spacetime itself, hovering unnaturally in midair. It remained there, ominous and still, for several minutes. Then, the object began to change. It grew rapidly, expanding from the size of a tennis ball to a mass twice the height of an average man. Its shape was erratic, shifting as though it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. The wild animals, now at a safe distance, watched warily from behind the cover of trees and shrubs. This strange object was not merely black, it was so dark that it seemed to absorb all light around it. The air grew heavy, and the clearing dimmed in its presence. None of the creatures could comprehend what they were seeing, but their instincts warned them, fear the unknown, for it often brings danger. The black mass appeared to hover somewhere between solid and liquid, continuously shifting its form. Almost an hour after its arrival, it descended slowly to the ground. Its shape began to stabilize, eventually taking on the vague outline of a large human figure. Then came the sound, faint at first, like distant murmurs, until it grew clearer. "Harry, I can't breathe." "You're talking, so clearly you can." "The space is too small." Have we stopped moving?" "We were moving." "I think so. Wait, hold on, I think that." "What? What's wrong?" "Wait a moment, I can see." "Me too." "We're in a field." "Let me open it, then." "Yes, please. I want to breathe fresh air again or something like that." The black robes of death, which Harry had used to shield their bodies as they crossed through the veil, unfolded. From within emerged 2 figures. Daphne rushed out, gasping. "Air. Fresh air." Daphne." Harry called out, scanning their surroundings cautiously. "Whoa. This place is beautiful. Is this the afterlife? It looks too familiar, don't you think?" Daphne's voice brimmed with excitement. After so much time in darkness, even a cloudy sky and a grassy clearing felt like paradise. The setting might have been ordinary, cloudy skies, mountains, trees, and grass, but to her, it was heaven. "Daphne, you might want to." She turned to look at Harry. He stood wrapped in his black robes, gesturing toward her. "What is it?" she asked. Then she glanced down and froze. "I'm naked." Harry adjusted his robes slightly. "I don't have anything on under these, either." Though embarrassed, Daphne didn't panic. After all, there wasn't anything Harry hadn't already seen. She reached for her wand to conjure some clothing but quickly realized her holster was empty. "My wand is gone too," she muttered. "Yes. It seems the black robes were the only things allowed through." "Well, those, and our bodies," Harry replied. "If these even are our bodies," he thought privately. "Here." With a wave of his hand, Harry conjured simple white robes. "I can't manage anything too intricate without a foci, but these should do for now." "Thanks." She quickly donned the robes. "Looks like I'll need to brush up on my wandless magic." The 2 stood in silence for a moment, taking in their surroundings and organizing their thoughts. "Harry, are we really dead?" Daphne finally asked. "I don't think so." Harry pinched his arm experimentally. The sharp sting confirmed his theory. The sensation of grass beneath his feet, the humid air filling his lungs, everything felt too real. "I can't say I know what being dead feels like, but I know what being alive feels like." "And we are very much alive," he said firmly. "But how?" "We went through the veil. Nothing survives that." Daphne struggled to comprehend. She'd resigned herself to death, only to find herself alive and well. "I don't know either," Harry admitted. "I have a lot of questions, too. The first being, where are we?" Daphne looked around. "The weather, the air, this feels like Scotland. It's all so familiar." Harry nodded in agreement. "Yes, there's something about this place." "But, Harry, if we're alive," Daphne's voice wavered. "Does that mean the world is going to end? Did we fail?" "That would only be true if we were still in the same world," Harry replied. "You mean, how can you be sure?" "For now, it's just a feeling. But there's a way to confirm it." Harry raised a hand. "Apparition." "Of course." Daphne exclaimed. "If we apparate to Hogwarts and talk to someone we know, we'll notice any differences right away." Exactly. Daphne gave him a skeptical look. Are you sure you can apparate without a wand? I'd rather not lose an arm or a leg in the process. It may not be perfect, but I'm confident I can avoid mutilation. Fine, she stepped closer and wrapped her arms around his waist. Let's go, then. Right, Harry closed his eyes and focused on Hogwarts' back garden, picturing it vividly in his mind. But after willing his body away, this one refused to move. This is strange, Harry said. What's wrong? Daphne had never seen Harry fail a spell. I can't make a connection to Hogwarts' inner gardens. Could the wards be keeping you out? I mean, if we are in a different world, then you wouldn't have access to them. Right, I know what you mean, but no, this is different. I can tell when there's some ward preventing me from apparating. Now it's just like the place I'm trying to go doesn't exist, so I cannot connect to it. Harry frowned. This was the first time this had happened to him. Try a different one, then. Daphne suggested. Okay, he was now thinking of the clearing next to Hagrid's house, at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. It's working, he said with a bit of trepidation. And then the two of them disappeared from the spot. They reappeared before a thick forest. Daphne had no idea where they were supposed to be appearing, but this just looked like the same location they were just in. Harry looked around. There was indeed a forest ahead of him, but it was different from the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid's house was not there either. Hold on, he looked around and realized something else. Harry, we are in the same place. Daphne pointed ahead. See those rocks over there? That's where we were before. This is the same clearing. Harry frowned. That's not possible. We should be inside Hogwarts grounds at least. Did you get the location wrong? Of course not, I never miss a spell. Harry glanced into the distance at a particular mountain range. Wait a moment, something occurred to me. He knelt down and placed his hand on the dirt. The ground shook as Harry poured magic into it, and soon, a stone platform began to form beneath his feet. Harry? What are you planning on doing now? Daphne observed the platform with curiosity. We don't have flying brooms, so this will have to do. Hop on. Harry pointed at the platform. You want to fly? It was then that Daphne realized. As Harry did the same thing, she looked into the distance toward that particular mountain range. Without saying another word, she jumped onto the platform, and Harry used his magic to make it levitate into the air. With the two of them standing on it, the stone structure continued to rise upwards until the trees beneath them looked like tiny points. They now had a fantastic view of the whole clearing. Harry had seen this landscape a lot more than Daphne, since he liked to take flights around the castle on his broom. But even for her, it became very obvious, once she got a complete view of the place they had been standing in. This is Hogwarts, but there is no castle. Hogwarts was only built 1,000 years before our era. Harry said while moving the platform toward the mount where he remembered the castle being. You mean we traveled in time? 1,000 years into the past? Daphne said. I think we're much further back than that. Harry observed the grounds very carefully. What makes you say that? Daphne asked. He made the platform descend once more, but this time it rested on the flat part of the mount where the castle was supposed to have been built. There was something else built here before Hogwarts existed. The foundations on which the castle was resting, and it's not here yet. You mean the chamber with the golems? Right, you did mention that it was older than the castle. Daphne realized. Much older. The chamber, the Arc Stone, and the golems were created by someone else, and it was done long before the four founders existed. I can feel the flow of magic rushing beneath us. This is no doubt the place where the foundation was created, but there is nothing yet. So we are in the distant past, but is it still the same world? Daphne wondered. It would be terrible if, after all of this, their sacrifice was for naught. Harry shook his head. You could say yes and no at the same time. We are before all of that. Before all of that? She wasn't sure what he was referring to. In 1899, the first time travel experiment was conducted by the Department of Mysteries. A woman named Eloise Mintumble traveled to the year 1402, where she remained for 5 years, and then died upon her return. She died. She went back 500 years, and when she returned, all those years were added to her age. It all happened very quickly, and her body wasn't able to take it. This had been one of the issues that people had encountered with time travel. If you go back too far, you will age on your return the same amount of years that you traveled. I never heard any of this, Daphne said. It's a bit of obscure knowledge that I gained from my research. But that's not the important part. Because of this discovery, time travel became more restricted and only allowed for very short amounts of time. At first, it was 1 year, then months, and finally days. The current time turners can only travel a maximum of 12 days back in time. They cannot go further than that. Yes, I do know about that. But I still don't see where you're getting at. Daphne said. All of the alternate worlds and different timelines were created because people traveled back in time and changed things. These paradoxes gave birth to different worlds where events changed. The differences could be small or big, but they were all related to some time travel someone had done. Daphne gasped, finally understanding what he was trying to say. So you mean that we are in a time before time travel existed, so there cannot be multiple worlds. We are currently in the original world, likely many thousands of years into the past, the one and only in existence, before everything splits apart. Harry explained. So we did it then. Harry nodded. The world that we came from should be stable now, without me in it. Daphne went to his side and hugged him tightly. We did it. She felt like celebrating. And we're alive. We are. Although, without knowing which year we're in, I don't even know if there are people around. We could be in the caveman era, or even before that. I doubt we're that far back. I mean, I saw some red deer back in the plains. But still, the important part is that we have each other. Daphne leaned forward, and the two kissed. Always, Harry told her. They remained in each other's embrace for several minutes, thinking about everything that had happened and everything they could do now. So what now? Daphne asked. How about living here? Harry suggested. Here. Yes, we could build a house right here on this mount, Harry said. Maybe a cozy cabin for the two of us. Daphne smiled warmly. That sounds like a lovely idea. Time passed for the two of them, but they would soon realize that their aging process had been affected after their journey. Decades after their arrival in this ancient era, Harry and Daphne still looked to be in their late teens. It was unknown to them if this was a side effect of their trip, or something related to Harry being the master of death and Daphne having tied her soul to his, thus inheriting some of his abilities. They explored the world, but humanity was still in its infancy, and they had little interest in them. So, they eventually returned to their home and began a large project. It had become clear to them at this point that they were the only ones who had the skills and knowledge to create the foundations for what would one day be Hogwarts. It took centuries of work to create the massive chamber, carve the gigantic arc stone that was linked to the river of magic flowing beneath it, which would go on to power the entire castle, and construct the 101 golems that would serve as protectors for future generations. After finishing it, Harry and Daphne's little wooden cabin was sitting on top of this massive underground structure. Unfortunately, the concentration of magic from the arc stone would attract the attention of a magical race that populated the island, the elves. At first, Harry tried to reason with them. As long as they left this place alone, neither he nor Daphne cared if the elves took the rest of the British Isles. But the elves got too greedy and tried to attack them. That did not go well for the elves. Daphne ended up cursing the few survivors to become what wizards would know as house elves. A bit later, they received the visit of some vampires, who were also quickly exterminated. Harry didn't know it at the time, but a young vampire lord called Inkara was one of the few who survived to tell the tale. It was hard to tell how long it had passed after that, but it was a very long time before they finally received the visit of a wizard named Godric Gryffindor, who was looking for a location to build a school, where all wizard kind could study magic without fearing being hunted by muggles. Soon, the other three founders would arrive. Harry and Daphne gifted them the land and even helped with the construction of the castle, but did not remain there. Their aging process had slowed down tremendously, but it did not stop. By the time Hogwarts was complete, Harry and Daphne had the appearance of an elderly couple. Knowing that they had little time left, the two of them decided to travel the world once more to see how much it had changed since their last trip. Almost 3 centuries later they died in each other's arms while watching the sunset from a small wooden cabin. They died satisfied and happy after living much longer than anyone thought possible. They had done everything they had wanted to do and knew that the future would be in good hands after their departure. Now it was time for their next adventure, still together, as always. The end.